Bullish, Speedball.
Oh là. Voilà, il y a Bouladon. Pourquoi
Bouladon, ouais, pourquoi pas. En tout cas, il y a autre chose qui avance bien, c'est Zelda. Et pour l'instant, c'est toujours Wind Waker qui est le premier. Voilà, merci. Avec 500 € d'avance, il va falloir continuer à se battre. Mais je suis étonné de voir que Ocarina of Time a autant de retard sur le top 2.
Non, mais ça, tu veux, je te dis, c'est pure nostalgie en fait. Ils ont dit oui, non, c'est là Ocarina of Time, c'est le meilleur. Alors qu'en fait, tu vois, regarde, tu leur demandes c'est quoi leur Zelda préféré, ils vont voter autre chose. Voilà.
Mais c'est Wind Waker. C'est Twilight Princess.
Ah voilà, à l'applaudimètre.
On vient d'y jouer, hein, ça s'appelait Okami. Hein. On passe à autre chose. À autre chose.
Bon, ce que je te propose, c'est qu'on lise quand même les mots qu'on a reçus.
Je te laisse commencer.
Ok, ça marche. Un don de 500 € de Bazu.
Bravo, Bazu.
Et qui dit, où qui sont les Bretons?
Ils sont pas trop là, j'ai l'impression.
Ah, c'est vrai que c'est à Lyon, c'est plus loin, hein, c'est vrai.
C'est un peu loin.
Voilà, j'en fais plusieurs comme ça.
On va faire 2 à chaque fois, t'inquiète.
Voilà, Terra qui a donné 10 € qui dit juste merci, plus petit que 3. Will qui dit Wind Waker for life, plus petit que 3. Incroyable event comme d'habitude. Et un autre don de 500 € de Kocha qui dit belle découverte, Keotami. Waf, waf, waf.
On a aussi, tu m'as laissé que des gros dons, on a aussi 131,20 € de Ranibo qui nous dit un don apolitique pour plus de Céleste, un jeu apolitique, lui aussi bien sûr, à 100%.
Moins de 100 balles, moins de 100 balles maintenant.
Et oui, on a aussi Bogoma qui nous donne 200 €, c'est parti pour la dernière ligne droite. Ah putain, je voulais pas y penser.
Et oui.
Aïe aïe aïe, ça fait mal, c'est vrai que c'est déjà bientôt la fin. Je donne pour le meilleur platformer all-time Céleste et 500 balles, encore une fois de la part de Kringer. Merci à tous pour ce week-end, bourrez les dons.
Un don de 500 € de Clessem qui dit ajoutez 500 balles pour la bonne cause et pour fêter mon PB sur Céleste. Merci à toutes leurs gars pour ce superbe event et on n'oublie pas, achète et donne.
On achète s'il vous plaît, on vous rappelle.
Un autre don de 500 € de Chirofé qui dit 4e année de bénévolat pour moi et si heureux d'avoir décidé de participer à cette aventure. J'y fais parmi les meilleures rencontres de ma vie. Bravo à tous et à toutes. Je vous aime.
Oh, c'est super mignon.
Que des messages d'amour.
L'incroyable anonyme qui nous donne 200 balles. Merci à l'ensemble de l'équipe et bénévoles pour cet incroyable événement et à Tinker pour ce super run. Road to 2 millions? Non, Road to 10 millions.
10 milliards.
10 milliards, allez, 10 milliards.
Plein de dons, on a reçu plein de gros dons. Merci encore à vous tous pour votre générosité. Et d'ailleurs, je fais un dernier check, mais
c'est fini,
je ne le vois plus.
Il est tout
donc
en haut.
on a débloqué Céleste SMD.
Bravo, vous avez fait ça, mais en même pas 4 heures, je crois. Hein.
Speedrun.
On l'a speedrunné.
En quelques heures à peine, puisque ça avait été lancé par Dame et Jarmou. Donc,
magnifique.
Bravo,
bravo à tout le monde.
Très rapide. 100 € de petit don pour mon anniv. Ouais. C'est vous qui a donné 200 €. Bravo à leur gars, le runner et bon dimanche. Ouais. 200 € d'anonyme juste par politesse, plus petit que 3. Et je te laisse faire la dernière salve et puis on va pouvoir lancer le pro.
Allez, on a aussi Mika, 150 €. Petit reminder qu'Okami est de loin le meilleur Zelda. On ne le dit pas assez. Merci pour ton don. On a Anonyme qui nous donne 50 balles. Le meilleur Zelda, c'est le premier auquel on a joué après Okami. Et Palombrandin qui nous donne encore 50 €. C'est un commentaire à la fois inspirant et humoristique. Et ça marche. Et en plus de ça, tu as provoqué la suite de cet événement puisque la seconde run à suivre est prête. C'est parti. À vous les runners et casters.
Million Spike. Rien à voir avec le film.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. On va regarder cette run de 1001 Spikes. Je suis avec Brother Main, ça va bro?
Ça va et toi? Ça va la salle? Ça va, ils ont l'air d'aller.
Ok.
All right, good morning everybody. You are tuning in to GDQ's English restream of SpeeDons 2025. My name is Jaxler and I am joined by the lovely Helix13_. Hello.
Breaking out the full name here, I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All the honorifics. Oh my goodness. Thank you all for joining us this morning. We are going to be showing y'all a 1001 Spikes race of the All Skulls category. So this was actually an incentive, donation incentive that got met earlier. And we'll explain exactly how that differs once we get into the run. But you have two top runners of the game going head-to-head in a really hard precision platformer. So this will be a good time.
Yeah, this game is ridiculous, especially when we get further into it. You'll see the second half of this game looks absolutely absurd.
Oh, yeah.
One of these players is the world record holder. I believe another one is in like 8th place or something.
Yeah.
Very good, very good players, which is impressive for a game this difficult.
Yeah. It's also incredibly optimized. This game came out in 2013, I believe. And there's not like it's a pretty straightforward game. There's not too many like bells and whistles in terms of like movement and crazy strats. It's just you have to be really good and really consistent. So this will be a great race.
Yeah, I'm excited. I was watching the GDQ run of this game, 1001 Spikes. It was done in like 2017, and I'm really excited to see how the game has evolved since then.
Oh yeah. Also, just gotta shout out the ridiculous crowd. Just unbelievable. All right, here we go. Run us.
Oh, we're getting right into it. All right.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right, so this is all skull specifically as opposed to any percent. So each level is going to have at least one of these skulls that are hidden somewhere inside of it, and the runners will need to grab all of those in order to satisfy the requirements for this run. So this is a precision platformer indie game, I believe by Nick Hollis, published it as well. And the first couple of like levels here, especially in World 1, are pretty easy. Where we just kind of like learn how to like deal with the platforming and like the basic mechanics, such as some of these hazards and what have you. But you need to grab one of these keys in each level in order to unlock the doors to the exit.
Yes, and I believe we will also be seeing our runners cancel the clear screen, which takes like 2-ish seconds per level.
Yep.
Obviously very important. Saving 2 seconds per level really adds up.
Bit of a shortcut here. Nice, both runners got it. A lot of these strats are really tricky, as well as some of like the puzzles that you need to do in order to get the skulls. Just yeah, so like right there, you have to have the cycles line up just right so that you can get in and out of there with little time to spare. And yeah, you'll notice that they have like the exact same in-game time on that mission right, or on that level right there. That's like how optimized this game is. It's pretty ridiculous.
Makes it very good for a race.
So we get a bit of a falling block puzzle here to get this skull. And we'll jump up here and grab the key, and we're good to go. So cycles are going to be a pretty big deal for... Ooh, I'm not sure what happened on John's screen, but...
Looked like they fell down, just had to restart.
Oh, okay. We must have missed it. So... something we'll notice a bit as well, and it will start to come up a bit more when we get into World 2, is something called buffer jumps. So within a 7-frame window before touching the ground, if you press the jump button, the game will attempt to perform a jump essentially the moment that you land on solid ground. And
Reconnect controller, uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, you hate to have that happen in a setting like this. Oh, the game just completely exploded, it looks like. That's unfortunate.
Oh, not the Xbox game bar.
Windows moment, perhaps. Back
oh, we're good.
I think we're good? Alright, you love to see it. Looks like they're discussing how they want to handle this. You know, you'd rather have this happen 2.5 minutes into the run instead of
exactly.
10 minutes, so.
And this is one of those games, too, where even though Twin is off to a pretty good lead, it can flip back and forth on a dime. This game... As we saw on Twin's screen, laughs at the idea of checkpoints.
Yeah.
This game's really punishing if you happen to make mistakes like late into a level. So yeah, this is World 2. This is where difficulty starts to spike just a little bit, pun intended. Bit of a tricky jump right here. Nice. Oh, the names are swapped. Okay, it's Jeff that's in the lead. My bad. Sorry. I trusted in the layout, and then I was lied to. That's unbelievable.
Just you. You're not alone in that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, these skulls obviously are just kind of bonus objects. Collecting all 30 of them unlocks the final boss in the second half of the game. And also they give 1-ups, which doesn't particularly matter because, as you can see, you start with over 1,000 lives. It's probably 1,001 lives, 1,001 spikes. I don't know, I didn't check, but it would make sense. And if it's not, frankly, they're throwing.
Yeah.
Just moving through World 2.
Yeah, the first, 2 worlds especially. I remember the runner who did this at GDQ kind of commented that like the run doesn't get like really unfair and brutal until I say probably World 3-ish, and then World 4 and 5 are just nightmarish.
Like there's some hard stuff in World 2, but this is baby stuff compared to 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. It's a really hard room that Twin is in right now where we have to jump off of these like flamethrower geysers, and they have really tiny hitboxes.
Yes.
You have a tiny hitbox in this game, but so does everything else. So like everything is just like super precise, like especially jumping over these spikes.
Yeah, it's a precision platformer. You weren't kidding.
Yeah, and it looks like Twin is kind of caught back up a little bit. This is, yeah, like we said, like even just like one mistake can like even things up really quick.
Yeah, this is looking really close again. I'm glad the controller mishap didn't flip them quite too much. Twin getting skull.
There's
Key.
Nice. Yeah, so kind of the last stage. Yeah, the last stage of each world usually tends to be pretty chill. But now we're in World 3 on Twin side, and this level, when I saw this level, I was like a little mad, like just for the runners that they had to deal with this. This looks really, really hard.
It's the point where if I was playing this game, I would be like, what are you asking of me here?
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it.
So all of those spikes are on a set cycle that begins when the level starts, so the runners kind of know exactly what to expect so long as they do the same movements every time. But sometimes you'll see right there for Twin, for example, if you make a mistake either early on or even sometimes late into a level, it's just better to reset. Because a lot of times runners will sort of practice the ILs for a lot of these individual stages. And so it can be really tricky. Also, this platform, this was another one where I'm like, this is so evil. It's just the moving platform. You have to jump off the moving platform just to get the spikes out of the way.
Yeah, there are, I believe, 31 levels in this run. There are 5 worlds with 6 levels each, and then there's one final level at the end. The final level is rather long. It also contains the boss, of course.
Also, I just gotta mention as well how awesome this game's music is. Like, it's so good.
It's surprisingly very good.
So we're actually going to use our throwing knives here to redirect those spinning blades that allows us to get through there.
Exactly what I was going to mention. Yep, that knife is the only weapon you have access to. There is like a little close range melee attack that is proximity based.
Yeah, we want to use that as little as possible because we kind of pause for a little bit. That's also why if you ever see the runners like try to attack to kill a scorpion or something, they're going to try to jump mid-air because they won't get the same slowdown. That room right here, you'll see it on Jan's screen as well, makes use of buffer jumps. It is impossible to make that cycle with the flamethrower there without like having pretty much perfect jumps off of those blocks. So the buffer jump technique is really helpful there. This is also another level that I saw and I'm like, wow, this is rough. It's always the rolling boulders.
Yeah, always. I believe this level that they're on right now, they'll have to wait for some spikes at the end too.
Yeah, just a ridiculously tough cycle here, especially in all skulls because you have to grab that skull, so you gotta like just like dart in and out. And again, if the runners make one mistake on one of these levels, it's back to the start of the level. So it's just,
yeah,
the stakes are really high.
I just like, imagine making a mistake and getting off cycle on a level like this. Good luck.
Yeah. But luckily we get through stage 5, so stage 6 again is kind of that transition stage in the next world. So we just need to find the hidden skull and make our way out of here. And nothing too much going on here, so I just want to mention as well that SpeeDons is raising money for Médecins du Monde. If you're interested in supporting what they're doing, check out !donate in the chat to get a link. The event's also putting out a event t-shirt as well, and a portion of the sales from that go towards the charity as well, so consider that as well if you want a piece of swag or memorabilia from this event. This has been a pretty great week so far.
Yeah, everything has been very impressive. Not only the runs, but also just SpeeDons production team is killing it.
Yeah. It's been pretty awesome to see. Yeah, so all of these fireballs that come up, they might look RNG, but they're all on a set cycle. It's hard, like, you just have to know the cycle sort of thing. And then we're going to see kind of the throwing knives being used here again in order to hit some switches. So that we can get to the exit right there. Nice. Still a really close race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being about half a stage apart.
We're seeing these orbs that you can hit, make platforms appear, things like that. It's... the run just gets more and more ridiculous.
Doing that close range stab right there to just take care of the enemies. Again, all the enemies are a one-shot. There's no such thing as a health bar in this game.
It's just not a particularly difficult level.
Nice. That should be it there for Twin. First try through that level is really good.
Nice. Yeah, the only enemy that isn't a one-shot is the final boss.
Yeah, luckily everything else gets one-shot by your knife. They actually have really strong knives in this game. And you actually saw Janther toss out another knife in advance, so that he didn't have to shoot as many times later. So the melee stab where you dash through the enemy, I believe kills the scorpions in one hit, but the projectile takes a couple to knock out some of the tougher ones. So.
Yeah,
evil set of spikes there.
Clarification. Yeah, this game has a lot of that. A lot of just frankly unfair taps and things. But if you were playing this for the first time, would totally get you.
Yeah, so we actually have to toss knives here in order to deflect some of the spike traps that shoot arrows at us, I believe.
Yes, we're seeing that on Twin screen.
Yeah, nice the cycle, nice. So there's some spikes that move on a set cycle, and there are others that kind of activate after you've been on the platform for long enough. So runners kind of have to know where each of these are, and then you have to get that dash attack before you fall down into the pit of doom.
There's so much to memorize here, and they're making quick work of all these levels. This is very impressive so far.
Yeah, so even though Twin took a death in this level, he took it at the start, which means he ended up losing a lot less time than he would otherwise. So that's really nice. This has been really sick so far. I believe Twin was a bit of an underdog coming into this run, being 8th on the leaderboard. Or I might have the... You know what? I'm going to fact check myself real quick.
I was also about to do the same thing.
I'm correct. Janeth is the world record holder for, I believe, both any percent and all skulls.
Ooh.
I am once again correct. 2 for 2, baby. So this is pretty cool to see, but I'm just looking over at Twin's screen and I'm seeing even more nonsense.
Yeah, and I mean the tide can change so quickly with one death, so.
Yeah, especially with some of these stages where you have to wait around for like platforms and platform cycles, like a costly death can totally swing it.
Absolutely.
Even though we're like 12 minutes in for a 20-minute race. Oh, I thought they paused because they like died there for a second. No,
I thought so too.
I wonder if they pause buffered there just to make that safe. That's a smart thing to do in a race like this, just to ensure kind of your win con, if you will. But yeah, now we're going into World 5.
Is helpful.
Yeah, World 4 is really hard, and now we've got, oh my god, that falling block strat is crazy. Something the runners will do in order to optimize their falling movement as well is that they will, instead of running off a platform, they will jump preemptively so that they reach terminal velocity. And once they're at terminal velocity, they will start falling past that like platform side a lot faster. So that's something they need to do in some spots to make faster cycles.
This game is precise even to that degree.
Yeah.
Very cool. There's not much in the way of glitches or like There's not a ton of tech necessarily, it's just really precise movement all around.
Oh yeah. And we've got the return of the moving spike platforms that I hate. I hate those. I haven't even played this game, and I just hate those. That's evil. It makes me upset. I don't know. It makes me upset for them.
Right. It looks like it's not bothering them too much.
Yeah, they are locked in.
I think they might be pretty good at this game.
Yeah, perhaps.
Alright, so this little gold swamp thingy you're looking at on twin screen, first, getting that jump first try is ridiculous. That swamp will hop the opposite direction that the character is facing.
Oh, okay.
So to be able to jump, get that skull, get the key, and then land back on the swamp as well, and then to have it move the direction you want, just doing all of that is incredibly difficult, and to hit that first try is absurd.
And then we're gonna have to do this like delayed fall. So many of these skulls have like these really tricky falling strats where you have to like wait for something to fall and then jump at the right time. And again, no checkpoints, so it's just another added layer of difficulty compared to like the standard 90% run.
And also getting that jump first try, you love to see it. Meanwhile, Twin making their way through another really difficult level. Like, this is what we were talking about. This game gets absurd.
Yeah.
Jumping with
oh my goodness,
the red swamps there, just for a little bit of safety.
Look, I know it's a safety strat, but it does not feel safe. Like, this game makes me feel unsafe.
I think that's the point. I think that's what all the spikes are for. Sorry.
You know, you're not wrong, but that doesn't make you right. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. So that's the end of World 5, and I believe we're coming into World 6 now?
I believe there's 5-6 to go through.
Oh, 5-6, that's right.
Yeah.
It's a really cool
I really appreciate how precise that movement was. It was, you know, there were no traps or anything to avoid. That was just really
clean.
Precise jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good movement there.
When people say do good jumps, this is what they mean.
Exactly.
Oh, they got a new best time, too.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah, I guess they always get a new best time.
So now Twine into the final level. Twine or Twin? I apologize if I'm mispronouncing some names. I'm not French, so therefore I do not know the language as well as the people playing it.
Oh, so that's something we'll do here as well, is we'll take that intentional reset there to skip a little animation. That's cool. You would think that dying here would like put you back at the start. That's interesting. Maybe I lied. Maybe there is like an checkpoint, you know?
Yeah, kinda. So here's the final boss. We're not hearing it right now, but ooh, taking a somewhat short death there to that boss. And another one. Oh,
another one.
This
yeah,
is getting close.
Yeah, Twin could not afford to continue that because the boss would have hopped away, and then it would have gotten very out of control. The runners are trying to do a very specific setup where we get 2 hits right there off of that block, and then get back up on it.
Also, you were talking about how the music in this game is good, but this boss has something.
Oh yeah,
this song is interesting.
Oh my goodness! I think both players are like neck and neck, and I think Jonathan's taking the lead back. Yeah, you can see the 2 of them laughing about it. Oh my goodness!
Wow, this is absurd. Okay, there is a small bit of RNG that is going to come up very soon here. So they're like synced. This RNG
crazy.
genuinely might decide this run. That's hilarious. So this door that they're up against right now, once the music starts playing here, this door will open between 2 and 10 seconds after that music starts playing. Unless something has changed since the last time this game was run at a GDQ, there's nothing you can do about that.
And
or something has changed and this is no longer relevant. But
yep.
To my knowledge, this is the case, and this very well might decide this run, which I think is hilarious.
Oh yeah, no, Twin is gonna get the 1 or 2 second advantage here. So
that ended up being like
Twin dies, I think Twin has this.
I think so too. That ended up being like 5 seconds. That door is really mean to Jance there.
I just can't imagine that you have like this precise and like frame tight of a run, and then you could just lose it like a record or a PB at the end of luck. That's so rough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine being on world record pace and getting like a 10-second.
Yeah, and that's gonna be it for Twin and Jance like a second later.
Like a second later. Incredible race.
Wow, great race, yeah.
The friendly handshake, you love the sportsmanship.
The GGs shake my hand. I want to shout out both of these runners as well, just kind of like the 1001 Spikes community. Again, this game came out in like 2013, but people are still putting in like PBs, like even as like recent as a couple months ago.
It looks like Jance might have won IGT-wise 2009 to 2013.
Oh.
I don't know what the runners are going to call that, but can we also talk about how close their estimate was? They both finished at about 20 minutes on the dot.
Yeah.
And I don't think that estimate was increased after they hit the incentive either.
Yeah, I think they might have just forgotten to...
Maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe they're
I was surprised. That's a tight incentive for a game that difficult. And they both nailed it.
Yeah, that was great. So, I guess one won IGT, another one RTA, so...
Yeah.
Both win! Hell yeah!
In a race that close, there really are no losers.
Yeah, that was super impressive. And... especially, too, considering, like, Twin was coming into that, 8th place compared to a world record holder and being able to hold your own. That's super impressive. So, shout-outs to Twin and Jance for an incredible race. And shout-outs to all of y'all in GDQ chat for hanging out with us this morning. This was a really good run. And I'm really glad I got to commentate this.
Yeah, I'm also glad I signed up for this. This was thoroughly impressive. That was a lot of fun to watch and commentate. Yeah, stay tuned. There is, I believe, a Geometry Dash relay coming up. So if you like your sort of precision 2D platformers, then that's coming up pretty soon here.
Yeah, we got
this is the last you will hear of me. I've been Helix. I will continue to be Helix, but I have been Helix as well.
Yeah, and this is also the last you'll hear from me this weekend for SpeeDons. I just want to shout out GDQ for having me for like 6 runs this weekend. It was
You've been all over the place, yeah.
It was a lot, but it was really fun. So it's been a great weekend, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the next couple runs.
And you can catch me on Femme Fatale's running Monkey Ball on Monday, March 11th, I believe. So keep an eye out for that too, and watch all of it because it'll be great. All right, I'll catch y'all later. Geometry Dash coming up.
Yippee!
Donc voilà, vous mettez ça en ASMR, vous faites quelque chose à côté, vous faites à l'écran, mais peut-être pas rester devant l'écran. En tout cas, juste de rappeler un petit peu les tenants des aboutissants de tout ce qui est incentive, tout ça, on a 2 gros noms, on va vous en préciser quand même ce que c'est, parce que c'est énorme. On a Bob en Zarowski qui nous a donné 1 200 €. Dans le droit d'animer le chat avec ses jolis culottes, on a aussi Joe Gino qui nous donne 999 €. Et je suis un peu short.
Alors, on a un nombre de 100 € d'aluminium qui veut qu'on fasse avec le thème aïe aïe aïe. Le hachis, c'est le hachette. Le aïe aïe, c'est le get. Donc, vous êtes prêts? Achète, achète, achète! Achète! C'est bien sur actif. 300 € de Ars. Vite, et puis 10 secondes est à 75% égoïste. Mais des secondes, on pense à la
Et désolé de vous le dire, ça va peut-être ravir Lyon, mais Woodwaker creuse encore une fois le fossé. C'est plus 500 € d'avance, mais 700, c'est toujours serré. Mais ça continue, il va falloir continuer si vous voulez vous battre pour votre Zelda. En tout cas, pour ceux qui aiment bien Tears of the Kingdom, à mon avis,
qui aime sur cette... Non. Voilà.
On veut pas savoir. On veut pas savoir, de toute façon, c'est lui qui décide.
Exactement. J'ai un peu de 500 € de voilà, qui dit pour l'optimisation fiscale et les
Merci beaucoup. On a encore plus vieux monsieur, et ça c'est rare. Il nous donne 150 € chaque année. Je découvre la fin des jeux de mon enfance. Bravo aux runnereuses et à l'organisation. Le meilleur Zelda, c'est la version CDI, bien sûr.
Bien sûr. Un tour de 100 € de SpeeDons qui vive la vitesse. Et j'ai eu un petit paillon, c'est un tour de 300 € de Asiri, qui te donne pas de message. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Tu as donné le message de Jean-Paul en fait?
Non, pas encore, mais j'avais de voir. Est-ce qu'il y a Chichini dans l'assemblée qui est pas très très loin là? Parce qu'il y a une bataille, vous savez qu'il y a le porteur de Thematic qui arrive ce soir, et donc vous avez le choix aussi de l'ambiance qui va dire, notamment le texte du personnage de Stott, le personnage Chichini et le premier.
Il y a Chiche, il y a Veda, et ensuite il y a Jean.
Ah, il y a ensuite Jean. Sauf que Jean nous a demandé de faire un peu de sa propagande, évidemment.
Je l'ai, le message.
Tu as le message?
Je vous ai donné 10 € à midi. Vous croyez vraiment que Chichini va annoncer 6 sont bien? Oui! Je nomme Restream et All Night. Mais bon, si vous préférez voter pour un candidat qui ne tiendra pas ses promesses, en vrai, c'est vrai, on est en France.
Jean-Luc n'est pas si loin que ça. Vous pouvez écrire l'histoire et faire en sorte effectivement que c'est votre préférée qui est en race. En tout cas, elle est très motivée et elle veut le vite. Je vais plaisir.
Mais elle a distribué des tracts, j'ai l'impression.
Ouais, voilà, c'est ça. Je pense que la propagande, en tout cas, c'est comme ce qu'on dit Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart. On va parler à la télé.
Le budget, des fidèles. On n'en a pas reparlé, mais c'est vrai que bon, allez, c'est Lyon qui va présenter. Combien il coûte l'ordinateur? Combien il faut donner pour pouvoir peut-être remporter l'ordinateur? Voilà, 5 €.
100.
Donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Voilà, merci. Et aussi, on donne pas que, mais aussi... On le fait comme hier, on le fait doucement.
Parce qu'on en a reçu énormément pour tous les millions, évidemment. Hightech, c'est 100 €, 100 balles pour le White Slide Cup sur le Final Boss. GG Tweet et chante. Un bout de B aussi, on a mis 100 €, on m'a dit de donner, j'ai donné. On m'a dit d'acheter, j'ai acheté. Maintenant, je me profite sereinement des speedruns. Merci à tous et à toutes. Bon marathon, 200 € de plein de coups. Ça va vite, j'arrive pas à la suivre. Tu as donné 200 €.
On a aussi Momo le lac de tout bienvenue qui nous donne 25 balles. Merci les honneurs pour ce week-end de folie. On a aussi God Save the Shrings qui nous donne 200 balles. Merci à tous pour cet événement. Que de talent. Merci, ça fait plaisir. On a Mélou aussi, 10 €. Merci de donner l'un de mes jeux préférés de tous les temps. Au cabinet de souvenir médecin du monde plus petit que 3, bien sûr.
J'ai donné 10 € pour Amaterasu, pardon, festival des fleurs. Ouais, je suis pas japonais, moi. Jean Frugal qui a donné 300 € et qui dit bonjour les jeux qui vont vite. Oui, oui, oui. Un don de 100 € de Tenchia qui a donné merci, 100 balles, tout simplement, voilà, pour aider la run des 2 millions. Waf, waf, waf.
Waf, waf, waf. On a Brick qui nous donne 10 €, tout 2 millions, mais on va y arriver, hein.
Bien sûr.
Bien sûr qu'on va y arriver, il faut donner pour ça. Jay qui nous donne 600 balles, merci à toi. On a Lou Carillo qui dit waf, waf, waf.
Ah, j'ai la rêve parce que Lucario, tu sais, c'est comme, comme le Digimon là.
C'est le truc bleu là.
Ouais, machin, la Sonic. Ouais, c'est bon.
Moi, tu vois, t'as des zones populaire opinion.
Ouais.
Je peux te donner le mien.
Ouais.
Je chie sur Pokémon.
Ah ouais, d'accord.
Voilà.
Bah, très bien.
Désolé.
Écoutez, vous savez ce qu'il dit, comme dirait le générique, il faut de tout pour faire un monde.
Mais je suis triste pour vous parce que même Nintendo chie dessus. Et ça me fait mal pour vous. Ça me fait mal pour vous. Bon, enfin bref.
Ça, c'est malheureusement bien vrai.
Distribuer des tracts aussi, désolé. On a Akumat aussi qui nous donne 400 €. Merci beaucoup, super event, bravo et merci à tous les acteurs plus petits que 3.
François B qui a donné 150 € et qui dit merci d'arrêter de politiser des sujets politiques. Évidemment, nous sommes sur un stream et un événement apolitique, on le rappelle, évidemment. Elir Yapan qui a donné 500 € et qui a dit Okami, le meilleur jeu Zelda de mon cœur. Le voir à SpeeDons, c'est un réel bonheur, merci. Mais tout l'event a été incroyable. De toute façon, plus petit que 3. Et 300 € de Gremlins, pas de message, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. On a aussi Xineop qui a donné un petit don il y a 2 heures quand même.
Ouais, on est.
Les 2 heures, on est passé à côté. On va rattraper. 200 € quand même. Merci beaucoup. Let's go, le mini. Encore bravo depuis la salle à toutes les personnes impliquées dans l'event. Vous vous assurez pour une cause si importante et dédicace à la pire commu d'angle droit de la salle et sur le chat qui spam de belles culottes depuis jeudi. Encore. Les culottes seront là encore jusqu'à ce soir. Vous inquiétez pas. Je pense. Elles vont rester là.
Un don anonyme de 200 €, hypnotisé tout le week-end de l'événement. Bravo à tous. Un don de Rago Nace de 200 €. Béboul un jour, Béboul toujours. Et un don de 501 € de Rick Laliche qui dit Road to 2 millions.
Et je crois que Jarmo remonte dans les sondages puisqu'on a 100 € de Trichéyou qui nous dit peut-être un message pour quelqu'un en face. J'ai triché, Jarmo mérite la victoire. Merci beaucoup pour tes 100 balles. On a Anonyme aussi qui nous donne, il est beaucoup là, 20 €. Merci pour les béboules. On a 100 € de Kariamos qui nous dit je suis censé être dans la salle mais en retard pour Géométrie Dash. Retenez-les. On le fait. On fait ce qu'on peut. Je te laisse continuer.
Ouais, 404 € d'Anonyme qui a aussi beaucoup donné, voilà. Des bisous, tout simplement. Pogigast qui a donné 200 €, le Mili, et 500 € de Eric qui a dit merci à tous pour ce magnifique event. T'as vu, tu dis 500 €, ils applaudissent même plus. 500 € pour le coup, c'est une baguette de pain, tu vois.
C'est quoi, Lyon? Là, on vous présente du domino, là? C'est du speedrun. Il faut se réveiller. Mesdames et messieurs, en plus de ça... Vas-y,
attends, tu veux dire un dernier.
Vas-y.
666 € de Crazy Diamond. Bonsoir, c'est Petit Jo.
Et mesdames et messieurs, sachez que je crois que Chacha et moi, c'était notre dernier créneau.
Alors j'en ai un dernier parce que je remplace Zera parce qu'il veut pas se
spoiler. Il veut pas spoiler Outer Wilds.
La raison officielle, c'est ça. La raison officielle, c'est ce qu'il m'a dit en coulisses, c'est qu'il veut absolument pas entendre parler d'Outer Wilds.
Ça l'intéresse pas.
Et moi, je me suis dit, je vais me sacrifier pour la communauté.
Il a raison.
Mais c'est comme ça.
Mais je crois que tu n'aimes pas le jeu, donc. En tout cas, c'était mon dernier. Je vous embrasse, vous étiez super.
Merci beaucoup, Hugo.
À la maison aussi. Continuez de bourrer les dents. C'est super ce que vous faites pour le speedrun. Applaudissez aussi les gens qui sont derrière. Il y a beaucoup de gens que vous ne voyez pas, les bénévoles, etc. Vous à la maison. Il faut y penser à ces gens-là et continuer de bourrer. C'est nécessaire.
Et maintenant, c'est l'heure du super play sur Géométrie Dash.
Salut SpeeDons. Bonjour SpeeDons. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts à dasher, à vous ambiancer sur Géométrie Dash?
Hello everyone, welcome to this Geometry Dash showcase. I'm Talia. I am joined by King Tony here. Hello. We're going to be providing the English commentary. Hey, Tony, how are you feeling? You're excited?
I'm pretty excited. I haven't actually got to see Geometry Dash be run or showcased at any events like this, so it's a first for me, and I'm excited to see it.
I believe this is the first Geometry Dash showcase on an event in this scale, so I'm super pumped. Oh, the list of levels that we're going to be showing, that our runners are going to be showing off here is going to be amazing. Make sure you stay tuned for the entire list. And of course, our showcasers are going to be Spag and Riruchupi. We're going to be kind of running the show.
Spag, aka Mr. Spaghetti, is #1 on the leaderboards for the game, which doesn't necessarily mean he's the best player by, there's a lot of metrics you could measure that by, but it does mean he's one of them. So, I mean, we're certainly going to be seeing some phenomenal gameplay here. Riruchupi also no Slacker. Sorry to cut you up.
Yeah.
No Slacker, they are a pretty well-known extreme demon grinder, I believe, in the French community.
And I think we're going right into it. So we have Spag playing Retray by Dima Voklov as the first level here. A little nice and easy start. I believe this level is either the most downloaded level in the game or the most liked level in the game, like by a number of likes. So one of those, but it's very widely liked as a cult classic, pretty much.
Yeah, this is one of those levels that's coming up on being almost 10 years old, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure when this originally came out, but it was around the time that I started playing the game, so it's been a very long time.
Yeah, this level was originally made in the 1.9 editor, which was fairly limited at the time. You only had 4 colors, and very limited object selection, very limited number of objects, but like in spite of that, this level manages to look really pretty, and it's a good lead up to our next level, I think, which will be a little bit more complicated than that. So the main kind of gameplay of Geometry Dash is an auto-scrolling 2D platformer where there's a music track that plays to the level, and most of the time you kind of have to jump and fly around to the rhythm of the track. And you can see this was made in the 2.2 editor, which was 3 updates afterwards, after 1.9. So there's a lot more new features that you can see here, moving objects and camera controls and all that good stuff. Oh my god.
I've always loved to see the way that people push this editor to its absolute limits.
Yeah. What a fake out over there, right there, by the way. It definitely got me the first time around.
It was one of the levels that made my jaw drop. I was not ready to see any of the effects that Blee pulled off in this level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also want to talk about...
fun fact about... Sorry, go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Fun fact about this level is that the same gameplay that it follows is from the first level of the game, Stereo Madness, which is really funny because this is a level that's 100 times more visually intense than it, and yet follows the exact same gameplay. The same clicks would beat both levels.
I feel like 100 times doesn't really do it justice.
That's probably true.
Yeah, I also want to mention that the creator of this level, Blee, he's kind of had his Go era or so in the past couple of years, so definitely a worthwhile showcase. And coming up to the end of the level, and oh, never mind. God, this level is so cool.
Doing it in 31,000 objects still extremely impressive. That's a very low number for a level that visually intense.
Yeah, lots of levels these days go up to like hundreds of thousands of objects. Yeah, up next we have Rush by Gainer, I think that's how you pronounce his name. And this is another...
Dehaner, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's another kind of easier, like, on the easier side of levels. And if you
Something like this.
If you play Just Shapes and Beats, you might recognize this song as On the Run by Shirvan. I'm pretty sure that song is using Just Shapes and Beats. I don't know, people in the chat can correct me if any Just Shapes and Beats fans.
I love Shirvan music. Very talented artist.
This part's also pretty cool where you just like a little pixel UFO flying through these asteroids. There's a lot of freedom provided by this editor. As you've been seeing Rage Quit, there's a lot of openness for a creator just to make their ideas come alive. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the format of this showcase. So, Spag and ReRGP have a level lineup that they're going to be trying one attempt on, and we're going to be seeing how far they get. Alright, Tony, you want to talk about this level? I know you're a fan.
This is a fantastic level. This one's called Paper World by Taman, which is in homage to the original level that this is a remake of, which is Paper World by Taman.
It's a little confusing.
Remakes are something that you see quite a bit in this game. I mean, people have been making levels for 11 years at this point? 12? So you've seen a lot of growth over the different updates and the different tools that people were able to use to push the editor to some absolutely crazy limits. And sometimes it's really nice to go back and remake a level with a new spin on it. And that's exactly what Nazgul did with this one. And I just think he did an absolutely fantastic job. It's such a unique and cool level and plays off the original in such an interesting way. I would recommend anyone go watch the original just to see how far we've come as a community to be able to make something like this in comparison to the original.
Yeah, I specifically really love the effect from the beginning and the end of the screen in this level. It kind of makes the paper feel like it's kind of flying in, and the kind of lines make them seem like they're being drawn. It's really cool.
It's awesome.
And yeah, that was the 4th level. So far, no deaths. But
yeah, I'm
Spag.
Not surprised yet.
And I think we have ReRGP's first level up next. So we're going to be doing a little bit of switching here.
Oh, this is a great level.
This is
This actually just won an award.
Yeah, so our community runs an award show of its own every year, and this just won Best Intermediate Level? A classic level?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's one of those two.
This level is really pretty. You know, if you played Minecraft, probably you might recognize these visuals. Of course, it's called Subwoofer Level by a very direct reference.
Yeah, this level is by Magpipe, and a few other creators.
Magpie, yeah. It's what we call a Magpie, I believe, which is basically just a collaboration between a lot of different creators that come together to make one level.
I believe there's about 5 creators that worked on this level, and honestly, they did a fantastic job because I can't see any seams or differences in quality between any part or any assets of the level.
Yeah,
they did a phenomenal job.
I'll also mention, typically levels are about a minute, 2 minutes long-ish, so we're just gonna be flying through them. That's another level completed without any deaths. Wow, incredible stuff.
These talented players will probably make most of this look extremely easy. This game is very difficult. It was born as a rage game for a reason. You immediately die and restart the level if you so much as graze any of the hazards in the level. It's very difficult to play at times, and we haven't gotten into any super difficult levels yet, but you're going to see some, and these players likely won't die on them. They are very talented.
Up next here is Assemblyland by Splinter25. This is a personal favorite of mine. I really like this level. I feel like around the time this level was made, it was a sort of general trend to make these sort of like player icon factory levels where you kind of have the backstory of what the player icon's made out of or stuff like that. And this level does a really good job of setting up that atmosphere.
Absolutely. There's every vehicle or way to play this game we refer to in the community as a game mode. They all receive the same input. You can only click or tap depending on the device you use. That's one of the main draws of this game, I would say, is extremely simple inputs and the ability to push them to their limits.
Yeah. We haven't really been able to talk about it that much, but yeah, the game is a one-input game, asterisk. For the scope of the showcase, it is a one-input game. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I've seen many game modes. I mean, up here, there's a cube, which just jumps when you click. There's a ship which flies up and down as you hold and let go. Many different game modes like that. And that was Assembly Line.
They are just burning through these.
Oh, I'm ready for this next level. So, for context of this level, there was a no copyright sounds partnership with Geometry Dash, and in turn there was a really big creator contest, probably the biggest contest that has been hosted thus far. And this level was the winner, and you could definitely tell by looking at it.
Yeah, Grax did a fantastic job on this level. I think it earned him, what, $1,000? That was the grand prize for winning?
Yeah, that was the grand prize.
Honestly, well deserved. He probably put in a lot more time than...
Yeah, there's so many like little nods to old school NCS maybe tropes in this level, like that little singing circle. Oh my god, you falling out of the building is just unbelievable.
Yeah, the effects he pulled off are just crazy.
The car.
This is a 2D game. The editor exists exclusively in 2 dimensions, although some of these visuals would make you think otherwise.
Yeah, so that was Berserker by Grax. Up next is a bit more of a chill level, I would say. Probably a little bit of a step down from the last level, maybe. And just kidding.
Yeah, for sure.
Engine will floating right in Geometry Dash.
Sputnix is an incredibly talented individual. He's done a lot of very interesting projects in this game. He's pretty much pioneered using outside resources, like programming his own programming language to write levels through code and import them into the game. It's really, really cool, and he has a lot of great videos on it, which I would absolutely recommend checking out. One of them also just won an award at the GD Awards, specifically going over this level. The process by which he made it is unbelievable and absolutely worth watching.
God. This is just unbelievable to watch.
It's so awesome.
And I would also like to mention, so far, no deaths just yet from Bag and Virajuki, so lots of skill on display here, of course.
They really are just making it look like a playlist of videos.
Yeah. I assure you, this is a game being played, they're just too good for you to notice. Up next, we're gonna actually be going a little chill. No bait this time around, trust me. And we're gonna be playing some of the game's main levels. If you want to touch up on what that means, Tony.
So there are 21 levels in the game now, 22? Official levels made by the developer, of which are supposed to introduce the new updates. We get a new level or two every update. They show us all the new features in a relatively simple form and just give a sort of introduction to what new features the game has to offer. It's always a fun time to play the official levels. Although, you know, compared to some of the user-created content, they tend to visually be a little lackluster, but many people hold them very dear to their hearts. They're generally very fun to play.
Yeah, I also want to mention this level is a bit of a step up in difficulty from the past couple levels you've seen. This is the first demon difficulty level in the game, not in the game, in the showcase. So it's the hardest kind of base difficulty. So it's going to be a lot of skill on display, and also I believe this is the most popular difficulty by like a large margin.
Oh yeah,
a lot of really cool levels being made for it. Shout out to this dragon boss fight, probably the first boss fight made in the game, kind of, because they're custom made with these moving objects that came out in the same update as this level.
Yeah, this was released with the 2.0 update, which was, at the time, the biggest update we'd ever seen, and added a lot of features that would completely revolutionize how people made levels. Move triggers were maybe the biggest thing that had ever been added to the game. It allowed for so much like creativity in what people made.
Yeah, and as we're talking, Spaggins flying through it, first attempt. Incredible stuff.
It's about to start getting really impressive, the kind of stuff that they're gonna be. I'm looking at the levels coming up. Oh, Dash. Oh man, so this is the most recent official level. This just came out about a year ago with the 2.2 update, which took 7 years.
Yeah. Like,
I was almost convinced it wasn't ever coming, but no, we got it, and it has absolutely revolutionized everything.
Also want to give a quick shout out to the GD community for kind of keeping this game alive, for just your passion with these custom levels, just pushing the boundaries of what the editor can do, and also pushing the boundaries of like how difficult levels players can be. And it's just so cool to see, because it's all mostly out of passion, just no financial incentive, just pure love of the game. Shout out to the community.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I mean, we didn't have an update for 7 years, and the game grew from the time that 2.0 dropped, or 2.1 dropped to 2.2, which is impressive. With absolutely zero additional content from the developer, we were able to grow the community with just community-made stuff. The new 2.2 camera controls and gameplay rotation make for such interesting looking levels. I love the end of Dash.
And that's that.
Still not a single death. That's impressive.
And this will continue for the next level because, oh, is that Crash? Oh, never mind, never mind. All good, all good. Yeah, up next
I was gonna say,
have
it wouldn't be
Autopilot.
entirely uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I believe by Blee, another Blee level, and it's our first auto level of the showcase, which we haven't really touched
finally
upon.
get a break.
Yeah, auto levels are basically levels that kind of play themselves. You don't have to input anything to beat them, so it's gonna be a little showcase. more like a video, pretty much. But you see the players moving around. That'd be pretty cool.
If anyone's familiar with the game Lion Rider, kind of similar to that.
Shout out to Lion Rider. Yeah, really just full focus on the level of visuals that you can implement with the editor, since there's no like player gameplay to be like worried about here.
If I'm not mistaken,
Lee does an amazing job at it, by the way. One thing that's super cool about Blee is that he managed to like use like these base objects that are provided by the game that are used in main levels in ways that are so creative and just like fully embody like motion aspect of GD.
Absolutely. Oh man.
Oh no. Oh. This is a level. I don't know if we're gonna play this. This isn't on schedule.
It sure isn't on the schedule, but I do believe this got added a little bit last second.
Oh my god!
To showcase one of the most popular recent levels that's coming out.
I can't believe
this is going to be a very unique experience. I don't know how much needs to be said about it.
Yeah, so this level was also made for the No Copyright Sounds Creator Contest, and it placed in the top 10. The art of this level is really impressive, not considering the nature of it.
So there's a pretty big culture of making levels solely for the entertainment value, and most of the time they're very well done levels, but the nature by which they take themselves seriously is quite low.
Yeah, I want to say massive shoutouts to Connet, who was the kind of main contributor for this level. There are a lot of people who worked on this level. A lot of people brought this to you, but yeah, just this level is just, despite everything, this level is really impressive.
It really is. I mean, honestly, it's a visually, it's a masterpiece visually.
Oh my god.
I can't take it seriously.
Yeah, I love this ending.
It's such a good level.
Oh, that's it. That's that.
Just knowing the hundreds of hours that went into making that level is...
Yeah.
It's great. It's
behind
fantastic.
Every level you see, by the way, is just so many hours of effort and passion from all these creators. Okay.
Oh.
You want to talk about this level, Tony?
I do want to talk about this level. Death Moon is a classic. When I first started playing the game, we did not have nearly as many features, and this came out a good 5 or 6 months after and absolutely blew my mind and everyone else who played the game at the time. We didn't know any of this was possible. And I'm sure compared to most levels you've seen so far, this doesn't look like anything special. But the creator, who is not Caustic, who uploaded the level, is actually Funny Game, an incredible old creator who was always pushing the limits of the editor.
Funny Game was pretty much the go of the 1.9 era and early 2.0
absolutely
era.
No one was doing it like he was back then. He was just the most creative individual that we had in the community.
Yeah, keep in mind, the editor was way, way, way more limited when this level was made. This is back in 1.9 with only 4 color channels, with very little objects to work around with. You have to abuse a bug to put more objects in your level. It is so impressive that this was still made despite all of that. And the thing of this level was just unmatched at the time of its release.
Genuinely, nobody had ever seen people do these kinds of effects before, but which are primitive nowadays with the tools we have. But Funny Game was really absolutely pushing the limits of the editor.
Yeah.
Some of the art and effects were just, they were ahead of their time.
This is also the longest level we've showcased so far, or at least our runners have showcased so far, excuse me. And yeah. Also, I want to mention again, Spag and me should be playing through this. Not a single death so far, and this is our second
really
demon level of the showcase. From now on, there will be only demon levels shown. So, it's gonna be focus time, for sure.
The demon difficulty, like we mentioned before, hardest difficulty in the game, but because we've had so much time to grow as a community, people have gotten really good at the game, and so the hardest difficulty has been split into 5 subcategories of that difficulty. So far, the only demons that have been on stream, Deadlocked and Death Moon, are both easy demons, and for that, they're considered some of the easier easy demons. We're gonna see all the way up to an extreme demon, which is the hardest difficulty in the game, at the end of the stream, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and that's another first attempt by Spag and Riruchipi.
That's impressive. I could not go one attempt Death Moon. It would probably take me a good 15 minutes at least to remember how to play that one.
Oh my god. Up next is Ruta del Sol,
wow.
which was an entry to the World Gauntlet contest, which the main gimmick of the contest was that you had to get a bunch of people from the same country and just make kind of a level that represents your country. And this level was an entry for that, and I think this was the Chile level, and it's so cool. This is one of my favorite levels in the game. It's just so upbeat. Like, it just makes me feel happy watching this level.
The World Gauntlet contest was one of the most unique contests I'd ever seen. I was a huge fan of the concept, just giving the opportunity for people to bring some like nationality pride into the editor, and the Chileans did a fantastic job with this. I mean, I already knew they had some very talented creators like Rafer and Trox, but every single one of them showed
it's a Peru
up
level.
and
It's a Peru level. It's a Peru level. Just
Peru.
fixing myself. Oh, my bad. But yeah, this level is so sick. And while this level is going, I do want to mention that SpeeDons is benefiting Médecins du Monde, or also known as Doctors of the World, which provide care to many countries in need, including Palestine and Ukraine. They fight for equal care and fair or more accessible health care. So it's a great cause. Make sure you get those donations in. We are really close to 1.1 million euros. Let's hit that milestone. Exclamation mark donate in the chat will get you to the donation link.
I'm enamored by this level. It's so impressive how much quality they were able to put into it, because it's long. This is probably longer than Death Moon. It might be the longest one that we see in this showcase.
It's not quite longer than Death Moon, but it is a very long level. Yeah, shout out to all these
I just know those creators had to have put a phenomenal amount of time into that. Oh wow, next cab soon.
Yeah, so there's another 2.2 level, which is the latest update. See a lot of camera controls here. And there's also an entry to the No Copyright Sounds contest. This got second, I believe, so another super high placer.
I'm not surprised to be seeing so many NCS Gauntlet entries. That contest gave us some of the best levels we had ever seen in the game. It was really impressive. This is, I believe, like the first good modern showcase that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, so as kind of the atmosphere of custom levels has kind of been developed, there have been a couple of like different kind of creating styles that have been developed. This one was probably more recent. It was spearheaded by Optical, an old head 2.0 creator, and just mainly using these like flat colors in the background and making sure they look pretty.
I've loved seeing the way that styles have developed. Back in 1.9, there wasn't a whole lot of different styles. Very few people got particularly creative with making artistically interesting levels. Most people were focused on making geometry dash levels and not visual masterpieces. But seeing the ways that people have pushed all of the objects to their own unique limits and made completely different styles of creating is super cool.
Yeah, the thing I love about this level is that if you rewatch it, you'll see so many kind of like bits of personality just around, just little subtle jokes and nods to other levels, and it's so cool. By the way, Golden Hope is up next. I Truthfully, I don't think I'll be able to provide meaningful commentary for this. It just kind of speaks for itself. But I do want to say that if you grew up around the same era as we have, you'll be familiar with these kind of MLG, kind of edits. And this all is an homage to that. And this is a 360 no scope.
This is another great example of how people love to go excessively hard with their joke level. Just the amount of effort they put in.
Oh my god. Extreme flashing lights warning, by the way. You know, that's the first step. Oh no.
I almost forgot they were actually playing the game.
Yeah, I was like, that kind of put me off, honestly. Like, I forgot you could, like, die in this game, but yeah.
I almost forgot they were playing an extremely difficult video game on a stage in front of a crowd of people.
They're running it back, though. We gotta see the rest of this level.
I'm actually really impressed that it took that long before we saw a single death in the entire showcase. They're doing a fantastic job. I can't say I'm too upset to be seeing this level for a second time. There's so much to look at and experience with this one.
That should be completion. Congratulations to Spag.
Shout out to all the creators who worked on this level. Phenomenal job.
Yeah, up next we have a very GP show coming up, Glorious Fortress by Jam Attack, and this is gonna be the longest level in the showcase.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, by like a good margin.
I didn't know it was that long. This is in the Castle Gauntlet, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, if you want to touch up on what that means.
So, we have a couple different ways that the developer rewards users for making different levels. There's different ratings, there are featured and other tabs where levels are showcased. And there's gauntlets, which most people would probably say is the best way to be awarded for your created level. Being in a gauntlet basically means that your level is chosen with a bunch of others to be in this curated list that gives rewards when it's beaten. So this level and 4 others are featured in the Castle Gauntlet. Gauntlets are generally not that difficult. They're meant to be accessible, but the Castle Gauntlet is a surprisingly difficult one, so a lot of the levels are not that easy.
Also, I want to mention the level made by Jam Attack, which makes a lot of YouTube content about their levels, so if you're interested in that, make sure you check them out.
I think Jam Attack had a series on this level in particular, and the creation of it. It's probably a very fun watch. I don't know that I've seen it myself.
I think this level is super cool too, just going through this castle. Now you're in the basement, there's a lot of mysterious things happening. You got a gem, and that's the end of the level.
Yeah, I actually had a great time beating this level, which I can't say the same for some of the others that were in this gauntlet.
Another first attempt by Restream. Only 1 death so far in this run.
That's so impressive.
Yeah, up next is And Ever by Galafa. And we can talk more about level ratings here. So you'll see some levels have like these little fire rings around them in the main menu. So for custom levels, there's actually an official in-game system where the developer can give a rating to a level, and it can go from like have a couple different tiers, where the highest tiers are like epic, mythic, and legendary. Epic is the yellow fire, mythic is the pink fire, and the legendary is the blue fire. And this was actually pretty famous for being the first mythic level ever like played in that's not a platformer level in 2.2. So it's pretty cool at that. This was made really like shortly after the update was released, so it's pretty cool to see how quickly creators have been able to integrate the new features. As you can see up in the next section.
I'm gonna throw in a quick correction. It is the first legendary level, not the first mythic. But
oh my god.
Still, regardless.
Yeah, I got it backwards.
It was the first one that came out in the update to receive either of the 2 new ratings, and it was extremely impressive. This only came out about a month after the update and uses a lot of the new features from that update in an extremely visually impressive way.
Loud and correct buzzer. But yeah, that's another first attempt. Up next, we have Change of Scene by Blee. Another Blee level, a third Blee level in the showcase.
I'm not surprised to see it, frankly. He's an extremely talented creator.
And yeah, this was made for another contest. The main theme of the contest was actually about having a level with 2 different paths or different like kind of styles that the level uses. So there are 2 different routes to this level, and I think they're doing the alternate route here. So the gimmick of this level is super cool. It's like the main route has like a play like in the background and like a movie in the background and stuff, and like what the alt route does basically takes aspects from like the play or the movie and like basically makes them sort of real in a way, and you can see them interacting with the level, and just kind of super cool kind of concept to base their level around.
It really is. This is also quite a fun level. I had a great time playing this in the oh, what gauntlet was it? Was it the Discord gauntlet? I'm not sure. Either way, a phenomenal job. I love this part, the spam section with the mini wave. It's not difficult at all, it's just really fun.
I love the little subtle detail that the spam like counter only like updates every 5 clicks. Just kind of adds a little bit to the atmosphere of the level.
This is also maybe one of the best levels that we've seen so far at integrating the music in with the visuals. This is a rhythm-based platformer, so there's a lot of value in syncing the level to the music in order to make the playing experience better. And Blee did a masterclass in syncing the level to the music with Change of Scene.
Yeah, you may notice
it's really, really fun to play.
Yeah, you may notice the looks a little buggy here. So this level was made in 2.1 before camera controls came out, but creators still found a sort of way to offset the player in the dual game mode, which you've seen a couple times before. It basically splits the player into 2 players they control at once, but with like very like specific slope, very like configuration, you can actually get the player to kind of like shift around. And oh, that's another down. That's unlucky. I think you're running it back though.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy level to play, and it's long too. I can't say I haven't died in about the same spot on this level. It's not easy. I will say though, I wasn't particularly angry when I was playing this level. Going back to the start just means seeing this masterpiece again.
Part of me kind of wishes that they played the normal route in the second attempt, so we can see the difference. But I guess if you want to if you want to see it, you're gonna have to just play for yourself, or you can watch a video.
We do have some great content creators who are showcasing levels all the time. I'm sure you can find it.
Yeah, I also want to mention again, these levels are extremely difficult. The fact that there have only been like 3 doubts so far is unbelievably impressive.
Yeah, I would say this level took me probably 100 or so attempts to beat when I beat it. So it's just not easy at all. I've been playing the game for like 10 years, and the fact that they can just show up on stage in front of all of these people and just beat most of these in a single attempt, if not 2, is kind of jaw-dropping.
Yeah, most players would easily take like at least an hour to beat this level. Like alone.
This effect is so cool.
It is.
It's kind of, you know, 2.2 makes it a lot easier to do stuff like this, but I do love seeing the ways that people were creative and used the tools they had to make something that eventually becomes almost trivial. And I think that's a good way to show that the ways that people pushed different features to the extent that they could influenced what the game added as features later. Like in 1.9, someone used the 4 color channels we had to simulate motion, and in the next update, the developer added the ability to move objects actually. So the ways that people have shown what this editor could be capable of have influenced what it later became capable of, which is really cool.
And yeah, that's the level. You defeated all the bosses. Ooh, never mind. Any smiley faces in the chat?
This part was so stressful, and it's not even that difficult.
It is.
To be fair, still quite difficult to be doing on stage. It's just not the most difficult part of this level.
And that's the actual ending of this level.
Under 70,000 objects with 2 different routes is unbelievable.
And we have 2 more classic levels, but again, another step up in difficulty here.
This is
so
these 2 will both beat each other.
By the way.
Oh, this one for sure. 9 Circles is such an iconic level. This level made in 1.9, one of the old updates, and did an effect so impressive to most people and so interesting that it's been remade well over 100 times. There are hundreds of levels that have been uploaded and rated in Geometry Dash that are inspired by this level.
Yeah, flashing light warning for this section in particular, by the way. Yeah, not often do we see just a single level establishing an entire genre, essentially. But that's exactly what happened here.
This is in a league of its own. Oh! That part is extremely hard. I mean, not only is the gameplay difficult, but with all the flashing lights, it's really hard to tell exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, it's quite disorienting.
For a lot of these levels, like if you were to just like ignore all the visuals, it would be a lot easier, but the visuals just kind of add to the level of concentration that you need to beat them. We're gonna be running it back though here.
This is such an awesome level. Yeah, so this level's called 9 Circles, and this effect of the pulsing colors in the wave section is the effect that has been replicated many, many, many times after. And in the newer updates, people have found different ways to stimulate this kind of effect, but make it more visually interesting. There's plenty of levels that you can see on YouTube that use this effect. The hardest level in the game right now is actually technically a remake of this. Tidal Wave is a 9 Circles remake that is the hardest level in the game. Extremely difficult level.
Ending section, it is so nerve-wracking, but I believe Ryuchipi has it as the completion.
Only 2 attempts is impressive.
Really impressive. Up next, so we have by far the hardest level in the showcase.
That was, yeah.
Gonna need to give
this level that we just watched was already by far the hardest, and the one that we're about to watch puts this one to shame. They're not even close.
Yeah, so Spag definitely gonna need to concentrate for a little bit here. Some background. The next level is Bloodbath by Riot and More. So when this level came out, it was the hardest level in the game for a very, very, very long time, for multiple years. It took like over a year for it to be beaten, I believe, like for the first time. So
I think it still holds the record as the longest standing hardest level in the game. It's nowhere near the hardest anymore, but that doesn't mean it's still not an extremely difficult level to play.
Yeah, you can see here, it's just all these tight gaps you have to maneuver through with the ship. That's definitely the main aspect of the level.
I'm on the edge of my seat watching this. I'm excited to see if he can do it in one shot.
I believe.
I would be impressed to see him do it at all on this stage, if I'm honest with you. The ability to sit down and get anywhere near beating this in one sitting is so impressive.
Yeah, the parts back that right there is the hardest part of the level, so that's definitely understandable.
Yeah, this level really just pushed the limits of what people were even capable of doing. At the time, the person who beat this level and hosted it, Riot, was the best player by a wide margin. Nobody was really contesting his reign as the best player at the time, and this was kind of the capstone of his career, was beating the hardest level we had ever seen by a mile. And it wasn't until Quasar beat it, like a year and a half or 2 years later, that anyone had even like completed it once again, let alone beat another level harder. It took like 2.5 to 3 years before we saw another level take the crown from it.
Yeah, and I want to say this, like, even with how hard these levels are, doing it on a stage live is incredibly impressive. Massive shout out to our showcasers, Riri Chafi and Spag, for putting this show on.
Incredible work, honestly.
Unbelievable stuff.
I don't know about you, Talia, but I've never beaten this level or come close personally.
Me either. Oh,
let alone putting me on a stage in front of that many people. I just can't do it at all.
That was 59%. Unfortunately, no death, but I saw Spag went to practice mode for a little moment, but no, he's giving it one more attempt, one more go.
I believe in him. I think he's got this.
Yeah, 60% on stage is unbelievable. Like, so far. And I believe we're going to be going through it in practice. But still, an amazing showcase of skill here. Yeah, I also want to mention that, like, getting to 59% is the majority of the difficulty in the level. That's, like, past the 2 hardest parts. So it is wildly impressive.
Yeah, there's only, well, I would say Duran's part after that is the only one that's particularly difficult. Not to say that any of this level is easy, but in comparison to the other parts of the level.
Yeah, and of course, since like this level was made, many other like harder levels have come out, and the demon list tracking the hardest level in the game, I believe this level has fallen out of the top 150 a couple years ago.
Yeah, I would honestly not be surprised if there are 500 or so levels now that are harder than this one, which is genuinely mind-boggling to me, but...
Yeah. Doesn't detract from its difficulty, by the way. This level is still incredibly difficult.
No, that's the levels don't get easier, the people just get better.
Absolutely.
The kinds of levels that people are able to beat nowadays, some of the hardest levels in the game, I don't think with any amount of time I could ever get done. It's just out of my wheelhouse to even potentially do. And I think that's the same for a lot of people, even those like me who have been playing for a long time. Some of the people that play this game are so unbelievably talented that I just don't even compare.
We're getting to the end of the level here. I love how this
I know it's just practice mode.
Personally.
I instinctively just like shut up and start watching as soon as people get towards the ends of levels like this. This is such a great way to end. You're absolutely right.
That's gonna be the last level of the showcase, I believe.
It sure is.
Congratulations.
What an incredible job from the two runners.
Yeah. Incredible.
I hope that everyone enjoyed watching this showcase as much as I did. It's always a pleasure to see people showcase this game.
You have any shouts, Tony?
No, go watch some Geometry Dash levels, interact with the community. Come join us. We would love to have you.
Yeah, I only have one shout out, and it's for Frost Fatalis 2025, which is going to be happening on this channel on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick in just about a week. And specifically, Geometry Dash is actually going to be showcased on that event. And it's going to be a more traditional speedrun, beating all the main levels 1 through 22 in back-to-back as fast as possible. It's going to be shown off by Walgray, and it's going to be a great time. Make sure you catch it.
I will certainly be tuning in for that.
Other than that,
I would love to say thank you to SpeeDons, thank you to GDQ. It's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Excellente expérience. Merci au public de fou là.
Ça fait super plaisir de pouvoir représenter Geometry Dash à un marathon. Je crois que c'est la première fois qu'on a du Geometry Dash à un marathon de speedrun avec un showcase communautaire.
Un jeu qui m'a permis de faire énormément de rencontres, de découvrir énormément d'artistes musicaux que j'affectionne particulièrement. Donc très très heureux de faire tout ça.
Dédicace évidemment à la communauté Geometry Dash.
À la communauté, oui, à la communauté qu'on a prévenue sur le Discord à 1 million d'utilisateurs. N'empêche.
So hello to the English community of Geometry Dash, the Japanese Restream as well, German Restream. Thank you very much for watching that run.
Et avant de partir, on a fait des poètes, on a fait des vroom vroom vroom. Dash dash dash. Ouais, ça va.
Ouais, c'est pas mal. Et on va rendre la main aux investisseurs. Le million, attends. Il reste 200 € pour le 1 100 000.
Allez, on se motive un peu là. Allez. Donne. Achète. Allez.
150.
Allez, plus là.
Donne.
On a cassé le site là, je crois. Un petit effort là.
Il faut 151 personnes qui donnent 1 €.
Allez.
La team d'1 €, vous êtes où?
Allez. Oh.
140 €, ça sera prêt?
Allez.
Sortez la carte bancaire.
Vous n'allez pas décevoir 3000 personnes dans le public là. Allez. 93.
87.
Allez. Donne. Oh, le suspense est insoutenable.
Achète.
Let's go.
Et pour Speedo, allez. Et pour Speedo, allez. Voilà, c'est incroyable. Et on va chercher le 2 millions maintenant.
Allez.
C'est tout droit. Et on va rendre la main aux ambianceurs pour lire les magnifiques dons qui ont été faits pendant la run.
C'était Geometry Dash, c'était génial. Merci le public. On rend l'antenne.
À une prochaine peut-être.
Ambianceur, quel feu. Ambianceur s'il en est, j'ai envie de dire, puisque j'ai l'impression que c'est pas, pas la peine d'ambiancer.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fasse après ça?
Non, c'est vrai. Bon, en tout cas, bienvenue à chacun de vous. Si vous venez d'arriver, il est 16h. On est sur la dernière grosse ligne droite de SpeeDons, puisqu'on est en live jusqu'à minuit.
Exactement.
Et voilà, pour du
speedrun peut-être jusqu'à 8h du matin pour les 4 millions, on ne sait pas.
Tout à fait.
Tout va partir, ça va devenir n'importe quoi.
Après, si MV fait les remerciements, peut-être.
S'il commence à minuit, on est sur un estimate de 7h30.
Ouais, non, c'est ça, je pense que ça peut le faire.
Le calcul est là. On a eu énormément de dons dans Géométrie Dash.
Alors attendez, des dons et des choses à vous dire, puisque déjà là, vous allez avoir la run de Sonic qui va démarrer, mais juste après, il y aura la run de Trials Rising, qui est un jeu qui va durer 50 minutes environ. Sonic, c'est 17 minutes en estimate, mais il y a une incentive qui vient de pop à l'instant pour pouvoir débloquer des maps un peu spéciales de Trials Rising, et elle est déjà à 2000 euros.
Certains l'ont vu.
Ouais, tout à fait, elle est déjà à 2000 euros sur 20 000. Alors c'est des maps assez impressionnantes, il y en a même une où on m'a dit que le public devrait faire le silence apparemment.
Ah oui.
Donc voilà, une map très spéciale, mais vous avez toute la run de Trials pour la faire, comme ça vous avez à peu près 1 heure.
Vous avez Sonic plus la session d'ambiancing, plus Trials, la durée de la run. Donc n'hésitez pas à bourrer, ça va être vraiment pareil. Trials, ça va être un énorme showcase de maps et de speedrun de plein de maps différentes. C'est un jeu qui quand même visuellement est très très impressionnant. Exact. Le niveau va être très élevé. Donc n'hésitez pas à bourrer quand vous faites votre don incentive. En fait, cochez bien la case.
C'est ça, quand vous faites un don, il faut cliquer sur ajouter une enchère.
Exact.
Et là vous le mettez dans la catégorie que vous voulez, notamment ça peut être celui-là ou le meilleur Zelda qui pour l'instant est dominé par Wind Waker. Voilà, à 2000 euros, à peu près 2000 euros. Non, par contre, il y a un vrai drame, c'est le nom de la mascotte. Voilà,
mais oui.
Voilà, on est actuellement, malheureusement, sur Béboul. Voilà, Béboul qui a seulement 9000 euros d'avance.
L'arc Don Homme est terminé.
L'arc Don Homme qui avait démarré cette nuit, qui était exceptionnel.
Moi, j'attends l'arc Innommable Boule. Il est possible que l'Innommable Boule prenne 10 000 euros.
On m'a laissé sur le bureau carrément de la propagande, des tracts de propagande. Mais alors qu'on m'avait dit que c'était un événement apolitique, et on me laisse des tracts dans mon speedon. Non, vraiment, ça c'est horrible. Si Don Homme ne remonte pas, peut-être que je ferai. Peut-être.
Oh non, il l'ose. Peut-être, il a dit peut-être. Remettez Don Homme, ça n'arrivera pas.
Don Homme peut encore remonter, mais je tiens en otage les tracts de Béboul, voilà, je tiens à le dire. Donc
les tracts de
je suis prêt à faire quelque chose d'innommable.
L'innommable tract.
Bon voilà, on a quand même quelque chose avant de commencer la run Sonic. On a
un artiste surprise.
On a un artiste qui va dessiner. Alors c'est un artiste qui est plutôt très connu dans le milieu, mais peut-être que vous allez le découvrir.
Pas trop en France, un peu indé en France.
C'est un artiste international, tout à fait.
Voilà, faut connaître un peu.
Donc c'est Miroslav Tapirov qui va dessiner. Est-ce que tu nous entends, Miroslav Tapirov? Est-ce que tu
un ajout de dernière minute?
Normalement, il est là. Ok. Est-ce que tu nous entends?
Oui.
Ok, donc déjà, merci beaucoup, c'est vraiment un grand honneur d'avoir quelqu'un comme vous qui vient dessiner.
Oui.
Ça va être... qu'est-ce que vous allez nous produire? Est-ce qu'on peut avoir quelques petites informations?
Sonic,
okay.
D'accord.
Est-ce que ça vous met une pression que la run de Sonic soit quand même sur un estimate assez rapide, quoi? Il va falloir dessiner très vite?
Non.
Ouais, parce qu'en fait, il comprend le français, mais il parle pas très bien.
Ouais.
Oui.
Écoutez, merci beaucoup Miroslav, on se verra à la fin de la run de Sonic pour voir ce dessin.
Hello, English Restream of SpeeDons. My name is Argic. I am going to be here for the next run. It's a Sonic run. Of course I went in for it. And joining me is the one, the only, Mr. Hut601.
Hello. Yeah, fantastic to be here. Of course, it's a Sonic run. Of course, I'll be here as well. Why not? No, I'm really excited for this. It's great to be on the English Restream with you all. Arg, how are you feeling?
I'm excited for this. I'm also very excited about what we're seeing on stream right now. Absolutely wonderful mustache going on there. Very reminiscent of the good Doctor himself.
Oh, fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, it needs to be a little bit longer to match the Doctor.
Oh, well,
yeah,
it takes time to grow it out. You gotta take the time, Not that I would know.
It's a work in progress. No, we are getting set up and ready for what will be a TAS showcase of Sonic the Hedgehog 1. It says 100%, but this is the All Emeralds category, is it not?
It is, yes. I didn't realize this was a TAS until much late, basically a couple of hours ago, and I'm like, ooh. So for those of you who don't know what a TAS is, we'll get in there quickly. A TAS is a tool-assisted speedrun. This is where the runners have spent a meticulous amount of hours going through this game, frame by frame, recording the most perfect inputs to give you what is going to be an absolute spectacle. And I cannot wait for you all to see it. It's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. There's going to be a mixture of obviously getting the emeralds. You're going to see some glitchless stuff. You might even see 1 or 2 glitches during this run as well. It is based on an existing world record run. But yeah, it's going to be super, super exciting to see how this one plays out on stream. But we'll be explaining to you as much as we can during the run in terms of what's going on. Some of the glitches will come at you really, really quick, and we'll try and keep you on top of that as well. But yeah, we are waiting for everything to get set up. What an incredible amount that's been raised so far as well. We're now over 1.1 million euros, and that number is not stopping.
Nope, number go up. Of course, all donations are benefiting Doctors of the World, and it's just number go up. Like look at the t-shirts that they have. Look at that is a phenomenal t-shirt.
I want that t-shirt. I want that t-shirt.
We can actually get them. You can go to the SpeeDons website and buy that t-shirt. I believe that is something that we can do. I may do that right after this run.
Yeah,
it'll be very, very fun.
The link is pinned in the chat if you want to go there. It's boutique.speedons.fr. And I believe it's 10 euros. 10 euros from every t-shirt sale will be going to charity, which is fantastic to see.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that. Like, we've got Cuphead on there. Yo, you've got Bob and Bob. Okay, I've definitely got to buy that now. Sorry, I know someone else is going to have to buy that now because that is just a phenomenal shirt. But there's Rystar, there's Celeste Berries. I'm believing that's Berserk. From a glance, I was like, yo, is that Zack? But I think that is more Berserk. No, it is Zack.
It's Zack.
It is Zack. It's a very Berserk style Zack. What are they doing? They're going to tear it up. Don't tear it up.
No, don't do it. Oh, what an amazing place that they're currently broadcasting this from as well. Looking at all the audience in the crowd. I want to be there.
I would actually like to be there. I think that would be phenomenal to see. Like, just look at it. It's like you're at like a giant concert, you know, or like a symphony, and it's like they're there, you're on the main. Imagine what sitting on the main stage must feel like.
Must feel like you're at a TED Talk or something.
No, not at all.
just looking all the way up to the top. All the people all the way up looking down on you.
It'll be the comfiest speedrunning marathon that you've ever attended.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
We can see our runners getting set up in the back there as well. I see a costume, by the way.
I was about to say, I'm
very happy. I am ready for Speedy. No, that's not just a hat. That's a full suit.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It is. Oh. You can just see it.
I think their nose is safer compared to mine, though. Oh yeah, no, their nose is free.
Yeah, that costume you've got is really tight on your nose, isn't it?
Oh, not a fan of it. It's fine.
No.
My own problem. It's straight from Amazon. Oh. You knows, please.
See, you can't cheap out on these things, Arg. You can't cheap out on them.
Listen, let's find a good way and I'll do it. More money for charity, you know? Look at the number going up now. 1.1 million euros. 1,110,417 and going up. Like, we love to see it. Also, again, a big thank you to SpeeDons for reaching out and doing the different language restreams as well. This is the first time myself or Huds have been able to do something like this. Long-time watcher of SpeeDons, phenomenal event. And now we get to commentate it.
Yeah, really excited to be here. I'm so glad I got picked for this. I put in for it and I was like, I really, really hope I'd love to commentate Sonic on SpeeDons. And it's always nice to be back on the GDQ channel as well. Shout outs to GDQ for hosting the restream. The amazing tech people in the background, hi Richard, doing all the work to keep all of us commentators on time and here when we're supposed to be. It's a lot of work and effort that's gone into this to bring you the English restream, and I hope you're all enjoying it as well in chat. We see you there. We hope you're having a great time as well for this event.
Hi, chat. Yes, we see you all as well. I hope you're already having a good time. I am. I'm excited.
Yeah, don't forget as well, stick around. Make sure you watch at least half an hour. At least. I mean, you should watch all of it, really. But watch at least half an hour. You'll get your exclusive SpeeDons 5 badge as well on Twitch.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Vous allez être nombreux, on a irresponsable
So, Arg, while we are waiting for this run to get underway, do you want to tell us a little bit about who Doctors of the World France are and what they get up to?
Absolutely. So, Doctors of the World, they are a charity here that are, well, they're an international health organization is what they are, and they've been there for over 40 years, and they are aiming to provide care for people in the most precarious of situations in over 30 countries, but also in France as well, of course. They are trying to fight for fairer and accessible healthcare policies for everyone. Absolutely amazing cause. And I see runners, and I see a suit. That looks like a onesie.
I see a sign.
I'm jealous.
That's great.
Gotta go fast.
I'm actually kind of jealous. I really want a Sonic onesie that actually fits, like an adult size one. They always do kids ones, but never adults.
So okay, I got a message to send you later. Are we ready for some Sonic? I hope you are.
Oh, I certainly am. I'm so excited for this run. It's great to see Sonic back on the big stage.
Absolutely. And it's going to be phenomenal.
The OG as well. We are going to be going fast, as that sign in the crowd says. We're going to be going very, very fast. Probably faster than even Argit can commentate.
Listen, I'm going to give you a nice big challenge here. It is going to be like tool-assisted speedruns are phenomenal. They are speedy, they are fast. We are going to try and commentate this as best as we can. You can see they've not only got the legit console.
Oh, we've got the
camera hack. Oh, this is going to be amazing. So the camera hack, a quick introduction. A camera hack is basically going to show you where Sonic is at all times, okay? You are not normally able to see this, and you'll see what we mean when this run gets underway. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. So yeah, they're going to be just aligning both the Mega Drive along with the cam hack up to make sure that these play back at the same time. But yeah, this is a tool-assisted speedrun, so they have spent months and months of work going through and manipulating every single button press for every single frame to give the absolute perfect speedrun for this category. It says 100%, this is the all emeralds category, so we're going to be getting all the emeralds. Glitches are allowed. One of the really interesting things about this task submission, though, is that it does have some trade-offs, specifically either for speed or entertainment. Arg will see a couple of these as we go through, which I think are fantastic, because I've had the opportunity to watch it through, but we've kept it from you because we want a real reaction.
Yeah, I've not seen this. I have not seen this. We thought it would be a good idea. One of us see it so they can handle the commentary, but the other one, no, you're not going to see it. You'll get to watch it. So I'm watching this live for the first time, just like you all, and I'm going to commentate it as best I can. But if I get myself flubbed, that's because they're going to surprise me.
Surprises are coming, that's for sure. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait for this to start.
I am very excited for this to start as well.
I just can't believe they got the cam hack. This is so the cam hack should. Oh, one go.
All right, take it away. I'll let you take it away in the first one.
Okay.
The video. We're loading it up.
Here we go. Things are getting underway. So the cam hack should hopefully zoom us out of the level so you can see the whole level context. Obviously, the left-hand side is what we actually see within the game. So starting off here, of course, in Green Hill 1, we need to go and get 50 rings. That's the key thing. We need 50 rings in total. That will allow us to get into the special stage and collect our first emeralds. So we're going to be taking a relatively standard path here, collecting rings along the way. See here, rolling down, doing a couple of loop jumps to pick up some speed, down the bottom, and then we're actually going to be going just over that little bit. There's 40 rings, and then coming towards the end, there's the 50. And for a little bit of fun, a bit of moonwalking for some swag.
And then we get the sink. Oh, the sink, let's go!
Love it. So we're going to be going into our first special stage. Arg, take over, please.
Don't hold anything normally, but this is a task, so that's not going to happen on this one. But you're going to land on the middle. You're going to get the first two, and away you go. You're not going to see much in these special stages, at least on the first couple, but I'm very curious to see how the remainder are going to go. So now we're going to jump in to Green Hill Act 2 here. and we're going to see some fun beginnings. So we're going to do the jumps. We're going to run our way through and go as quickly as we can. Down the bottom right here, we're going to grab the ring boxes because we need the 50 rings if we want to get there. Speedy shoes are going to increase Sonic's speed to a higher maximum. The precise jumps on these platform cycles, running all the way over the deadly spike pit of doom, straight up over through the fish, 50 rings gone, down the slide, up and then back on yourself to make sure you grab the checkpoint. But first, showing off, just trying to get all the bonus points there after the fact. Oi, get in the big ring, get in the big ring, you're showing off now. Of course they're showing off. They're going to wait until that time bonus hits 0, aren't they? They really are. And done, just before the fade out. That's ridiculous.
So into our second special stage we go. We're going all the way over the top. We're already in the Emerald Room. It's just a big U-turn. Sticking around, going through these little blocks, and there's Emerald number 2. So we're going to be heading off into Green Hill 3. There's no big rings in the third act. These are our boss levels instead. So we're going to be trying to get through to the end of the level as fast as possible. Going to do some fun tricks along the way. Just making it over the spike pit at the beginning. Rolling down the hill for extra speed. Jumping up on the spring. We're going to grab ourselves some speed shoes here, but we're not going to go up the top like most runners would. We're going to stick down the bottom. Big jump up there. And then another jump off that little mini ramp. 1, 2... 3, and straight on Robotnik, just like that. Lovely. Into the boss range of 5, 6, 7, and the last hit over just like that.
That's phenomenal, that is. So something I noticed in there, something I noticed in there is when they were doing a number of the jumps to get up to the bounces, they actually donked off a hidden monitor in the tree to control their height. Like, it's little things like that that you won't notice unless you're looking for it. But now we're going to go into Marble here. Marble Zone, everybody got to the stage. We didn't like it. Bad things happened. We got fire. It's like, oh, what are we doing? So we're going to bounce our way around now. We're going to make sure we grab 50 rings in here as well. But don't think there isn't going to be any tricks, because there are. We are now at 53. It's time to zip straight through the wall, over and under the lava there, round and into the end of the stage. And the level the signpost just doesn't load because you're too fast. You can do this yourself as well. Maybe not to that extreme, but that is a zip. A zip is when Sonic gets stuck in geometry that he's not supposed to be in. You will go flying in the opposite direction. So the runners there pressing left, they send themselves flying over to the right. Oh my god, they just squeaked over to the left there to get right in on that. Why are they stuck on the... Because of the frame perfect inputs.
They're jumping every frame. They're jumping up a bit. It's great, isn't it?
Oh, it's so good. You can't do that. You can't mash fast enough to do that.
So here is where the cam hack's going to come in useful again. We're going to do another zip off the left-hand side of the screen. That's going to wrap us all the way to the end of the level. So you can see on the right-hand side, Sonic is already at the end. The left side, we are catching up, and there we go at the end of the level. So that is a level wrap where we get enough speed on Sonic through that zip to go beyond the boundary of the left-hand wall. It underflows Sonic's position, and because the Mega Drive can't handle a minus position, it gives you a really big integer instead, and we end up at the end of the level. Marble 3, more of the same, Marg.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to position ourselves right towards the star here on these lovely moving platforms that get you stuck into areas where you're not supposed to be. We're going to be very careful to get the jump all the way over through the left there. You go too fast through the left. That allows you to go flying off to the right and, of course, into the boss fight. This does make the boss fight very difficult, though, because you have no rings now. 4, 5, 6 before he even gets there. The boss is dead. What are you doing? That's swag. That's swag. Bouncing in between the little gap on the fire there. Love to see it. But now we've got to go and get ourselves another Chaos Emerald. There are 6 in Sonic 1, and we only have 3. 3 more to go.
Yeah, heading off now into our third level, Spring Yard 1, as Argo said. Another great little level, very technical level, but you're about to see how this can be played relatively perfectly. So from the start, jumping up and over, mind the enemies. We're going to roll on the crabs. A little jump to the side. We're going to grab us some speed shoes. This will help us get over the ceiling, believe it or not. This is glitchless. We can actually go over the ceiling normally. Running along, grabbing some rings along the way. An absolute perfect number of rings. Oh, just getting the jump in time on the enemy. Coming back to the left in order to get to the right. There's the last 10 rings and all the way to the end. Perfect routing. Of course, it's a task. And we end up having our 50 rings for our special stage.
So the next special stage, if I remember correctly, is a maze. So I want to see how this goes, because controlling Sonic in these special stages is a pain, because you can speed up the stage, you can slow down the stage, and we're just going to follow straight down and see the angles here. So it slows it down. We go through, we get a nice bounce. Actually being able to use the bumpers in a special stage, unheard of. The magnet sticking to the end cubes, they're fantastic.
It's the constant jumping. I really hope the jump noise is coming through.
Oh, it really is. Just spring yard 2, we're going to have some fun. We're going to use the spring to get down the bumper there. We're going to roll right under it, bounce off the enemy, and off we go. Little precise jump's going to go up to the very top right here. We're going to be on a very nice cycle, getting quick kills off some of these enemies. Small little boost of speed, sliding all the way across, with the inputs still doing the jumps. Again, the runners were doing the inputs there. That wasn't put the controller down. They were doing effectively blind jumps there to maintain their speed through the rest of the level. But with the camera hack, you can see the movements that were happening. Few precise jumps there, but how they managed to do that was, again, attempting to do a zip where Sonic is in a piece of geometry he's not supposed to be in. You eject yourself by pressing left. It sends you flying out to the right at a super fast speed, and they maintained that all the way to Spring Yard 3.
Yeah, one of the really important things that they're abusing here is that objects like these blocks we're on, they don't technically exist, or their hitboxes don't exist if they're not shown on screen, which is why they're able to just phase through springs and other objects while Sonic isn't on screen. We're going to be doing another perfectly timed one here, so you can see examples here. We got in a wall, another little zip, just phasing through all the blocks because they're not on screen, they don't exist, and all the way to the boss arena. Robotic's going to try, bless him, but there's your 8 hits already. It's so good. That little zip to start that off, by the way, you need to wait for the platform to be in an absolute perfect position to make it across that gap and maintain the speed. Very, very hard to do.
Well, now we're going to see what we do with Labyrinth then. So Labyrinth 1, a fun little zone here. Loads of water. Water isn't fun, but hopefully we won't be hearing any of the drowning music today on this. We're going to be navigating our way through the stage. So far, everything is as normal. It is just smooth, clean gameplay. And then I opened my mouth. So now we're going to fall down, and we're taking the bottom route. Now, this is interesting, because normally we don't... Wow! Using the platform to phase yourself into the wall to zip into the upper part of the lower route to then end up towards the end of the stage. What? I did. Wow. Using a platform to push yourself into the left wall? Into a little alcove to launch yourself to the right? Zip.
I was really excited for you to see that. Have you ever seen that before?
I've never seen that in my Nelly pop.
Oh, it's such a good strat. Normally we take the top route in Lab 1, but the moment they went bottom route when I first watched it, I was like, wait, what are they doing? Bottom routes? Oh, they're doing that. Okay. So here we are in Lab 2. We're taking the conventional route here. Going to be heading up the right-hand side. We've got to press the button in order to open up one of the doors. So again, grabbing some extra rings here. Lots of ring boxes. So this is going to be another level where we get our emerald. Heading down, we're going to go into the wall, zip off to the side, and we're at the end of the level. That's actually one of the easiest tricks to perform in Sonic 1. It's usually the first one most speedrunners learn. You just need to hit the button, get on top of the thing, and woof, straight to the end. But we're going into another special stage. Off we go, using the bumper to get us up, rotating the stage around, hitting those R's, that changes the rotation of the stage. The ups and downs change the speed. So if you hit an up, it goes faster. If you hit it down, it goes slower. Getting all the way to the end, using these frame-perfect jumps to stay connected to those blocks. They take 3 hits normally to disappear, and there's the Chaos Emerald done. 5 of the 6 Chaos Emeralds we need to get, because there's only 6 in Sonic 1.
You're not supposed to be able to jump like that. Seeing them move through that stage going upwards is absolutely phenomenal. Right, Lab 3. This is a really fun one. I'll jump off this. We're going to see where the slides are going to end up. I'm expecting a boss death on this. We'll see if I'm going to get my wish or not. It depends if it's quicker. So we're going to get the button here. I'm fully expecting bubbleless. Bubbleless being you don't need the bubble. There's the setup for it. Into the ground, right over through, into the outside of the stage. Immediately hits the left barrier, going fast enough to head to the right. And of course, that means there's going to be no boss fight at all. Good boss fight. There you go. On the capsule and job done. Never mind. No boss fight. No boss for us.
So interesting fact about that zip there. It's not only frame perfect, like multiple frame perfect inputs. It's actually sub-pixel dependent. You can do everything perfectly, but if your sub-pixels don't align, you will not get the zip. Do you want to explain what a sub-pixel is, Arg?
A sub-pixel is well, basically, it's a number less than the size of a pixel, and if it is not lined up correctly, you're in for a bad time, and I will just stop your tricks. Speaking of tricks, that was Starlight. We don't even get to see anything of Starlight 1. You go onto the ladder, you knock it down. As you're standing and it's descending, you end up pushing yourself into the left a little bit. But this time, instead of pressing left, you press right. Sends you flying out of the ground at a high speed towards the left, hits the magic number, and then away you go over to the end of the stage. Again, just a quick update for those of you who are joining us right now. This is a tool-assisted speedrun. The runners of this, the creators of this tool-assisted speedrun, have worked meticulously to make sure that this run is going to finish as quickly as possible while getting all the Chaos Emeralds. They are able to do things frame by frame and also re-record over segments. You are effectively watching the playback of an amazing amount of work. As we're going to go into our last Emerald stage there. You'll notice that the runners were able to actually stop the level from ending, even though they did a zip that normally takes you to the end, because they had full control of Sonic, allows them to go get those ring boxes, and away they go. I hate how they leave it so dang long, I swear.
Yeah, it always makes me really worried. This is probably one of the easiest ones, I would say, to get. Already the emerald is done. That is emerald number 6. That's all our emeralds. Now it's a race to get to the end of the game as fast as possible. We got one more act of Starlight and then 2 more levels to go. So here's Starlight 3. We're going to start off with a really fancy little trick here. Little jump straight over to the side. Bet you didn't know you could do that.
Ooh, damage boost as well.
And then a zip just to pick up some huge speed to help us get to the end. We're going to be doing another one here, just using the jump just to get us inside the geometry and then pulling that zip speed all the way through. Doing some frame-perfect jumps here on the seesaws in order to get Sonic enough height to get up and hit Robotnik. And that's Starlight 3 over and done. Easy. Easy. Why don't we do that in runs?
1, that jump at the start is really precise. 2, I can't maintain that speed even if I tried. And 3, I'm not good at doing frame perfect seesaw jumps.
No, me neither.
But my God, the speed is phenomenal. All right, so we're going into Scrap Brain. This is going to be fun. I'm very curious to see where we're going on this route. So immediately going to just run our way through there, getting little... right, see what we're doing. Okay, so this is Slope Glitch. Slope Glitch is where you are standing on an object and then that object disappears off screen. If that object disappears off screen, Sonic then ends up retaining the properties of the angle of the last piece of ground that he stood on. What you're witnessing right now is Slope Glitch in full effect, where as long as Sonic doesn't touch another sprite-based object, he will maintain the properties of any slopes or angles that he is on. This has allowed the runners to clip through almost every single wall in this level, getting the right angles to go up while navigating themselves up the level, because the end of the level is actually above where the start is, and they just made it look easy.
Super easy. That's a really hard one to get through, but an even harder one to get through. And I can't believe runners actually do this in runs. This is Scrap Brain 2. Going to be picking up loads of speed here, using it to get us into the wall, zipping along the side of the stage, getting down into the bottom, using it to zip into the next wall, all the way across. And that's the end of the level, but we're not done here because there is a cutscene after this, and we now need to get Sonic back in bounds. We're above the level right now, and if this cutscene doesn't play with Sonic inside the box he's supposed to be in, we can't progress. So let's see how the task is going to get out of this one. What it's going to do is zip over to the side, so we're right above where we need to be, and then we're going to clip back in, and then Eggman's going to jump on the button, and down we go into Scrap Brain 3. Beautiful.
Lovely. Now this one is going to be a nice easy one. We're going to do some Slope Glitch again here. No, we're not. What the heck? Never mind. We're just going to clip through the slope on the spring, and away we go. That was a stage. All right, we're doing the pause strats here. Say hello to Jurgen in the background there. You should have died. You should have got squished. What are you doing breaking the laws of physics? Stop breaking the laws of physics.
So really fun fact about this level is these pistons that come down are technically objects, and if Sonic can get stuck inside them in a particular way, they want to push him out rather than crush him, which is why the TAS is having a bit of fun with the physics here.
Absolutely. Also, at the start there, the pauses were intended. They were manipulating the seed of the pistons that are coming out. If you're doing it real time, most of the time you'll see us do 4-3-2, 4-2-1, 4-3. But there is a faster one for in-game time that you can manipulate by pressing start as you go through the entranceway there. I'm just in awe of the fact that they haven't been squinched yet. But to think that this is coming up to the end of the run here. An absolutely phenomenal run. The last hit coming up. Please show us it. Shout it out if you know it, if it comes over. Oh, no decapitation. But that is GG. And
GG.
That is a Sonic 1 100% TAS. What an amazing run that is. I absolutely flabbergasted by that.
Oh. It's incredible to see the culmination of all of the technical knowledge of Sonic speedrunning, classic Sonic speedrunning, with the zips, with the clips, with the level wraps, with the camera tricks, and then even at the end playing around with the physics, seeing this all come together in a single speedrun. As we said at the beginning, it is based on the inputs from the current world record, which is by Aglar, and then it's a team that includes Zekan, Dark Shamil Khan, and Rodonic01 as well, that have come together to create this All Emeralds 100% TAS, simply because one never existed, so they put one together. And isn't it absolutely brilliant? A fantastic showcase of what can be done in, well, a game that's over 30 years old now.
Absolutely. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat there. I loved that. Phenomenal work by everybody involved making it. You can hear the crowd in person loving it. I hope you all did there as well. Of course, don't forget, we are raising money for Doctors of the World, and you want to make sure you get your donations in. Like I said, try and grab one of the t-shirts. The link to grab a t-shirt is pinned in the chat there, boutique.speeddonsfr. 10 euros from each shirt will be donated to the charity. I'm going to be ordering mine, but that was absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, that's going to be all from us. We're going to be handing over to your next commentators very shortly. We have Trials Rising coming up next on SpeeDons 5. This is the English restream on Games Done Quick. It's been brilliant being here to be with you all. I hope you continue to enjoy the event. We're currently at 1.1 million euros, almost 1.2 million US dollars. So please keep donating, go and order your t-shirts, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Donc on est à 14 000 euros sur 20 000.
Continuez.
Pour avoir, ouais, vous pouvez applaudir parce que c'est allé extrêmement vite. C'est allé extrêmement vite. Donc déjà, bravo pour ça. Il y a eu pas mal de dons, mais avant,
mais là, il reste
quelques-uns.
Évidemment le reveal.
Tout à fait. Le reveal du dessin. Miroslav, déjà, je dois vous demander, est-ce que vous avez eu le temps de finir le dessin? Avez-vous eu le temps de finir?
Oui.
Très bien. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous montrer?
Oui.
Allez-y, Miroslav.
Alors voyons, on va avoir le reveal de ce dessin.
Ouais. Une composition éclair.
Au moins, on ne pourra pas dire que c'est pas lui qui l'a fait. C'est vraiment son style, on reconnaît vraiment l'artiste.
Bah, c'est vrai qu'on s'est confronté parce que Miroslav voilà, n'est pas très connu encore en France, mais nous on allait voir évidemment des compositions. Et là on peut dire que
il est exposé dans le monde entier.
Oui, là c'est vraiment du Miroslav tout craché.
Ah, c'est du Miroslav dans l'image, dans le texte, partout. Et c'est même signé, hein, c'est même signé, on l'a vu.
La totalité de son œuvre, allez la regarder. Évidemment, Miroslav, il y a,
tout à fait.
Il y a plein d'œuvres très différentes, comme tu as dit. C'est très différent.
Ah, c'est vrai qu'il y a de tout et il fait aussi de la sculpture, plein de choses. Enfin, je pense qu'on le reverra peut-être dans quelques événements.
Et donc, une personne a eu la chance de gagner cette œuvre. On peut le dire. Alors, ça sera affiché sur le tracker. On va pouvoir peut-être l'annoncer. Hein.
C'est vrai que là,
on aura l'info.
C'est vrai que là, on ne sait pas qui pour l'instant.
Pour l'instant, on ne sait pas.
Mais il y a eu beaucoup de dons qui parlaient de ça, en tout cas. Merci beaucoup à Miroslav de son implication. On avait, voilà, par exemple, Nawel qui a donné 10 €, qui dit « Je rêve de gagner le dessin de Miroslav Tapirov. Bravo pour ce que vous faites. »
On a eu Tétot qui donne 1000 balles. Merci pour cet événement incroyable.
Merci beaucoup. On a eu un don de 5 € de Mia qui dit pour soutenir les petits artistes comme Miroslav. Du coup, on donne. J'arrête tout de suite, ce n'est pas un petit artiste.
Ah non, il est petit peut-être en France pour l'instant.
C'est vrai, voilà. Peut-être que ça lui a donné le bon tremplin. On a Vincent qui a donné 300 € et qui a dit pour l'œuvre de notre cher Miroslav. Donc voilà, énormément de gens qui ont donné pour ça.
On a Telinab qui donne aussi 1000 balles. Bourrez les bons. C'est bon.
1000 balles.
Un grand bravo à toutes les personnes qui font que cet événement existe. Plein de plus petits que la racine cubique de 27.
Bien sûr. Évidemment. Taciturne qui nous dit Sonic, mon premier jeu Mega Drive, impressionnant de voir sa destruction. On donne pour le deuxième Millie, c'est vrai, qui va arriver, vous inquiétez pas.
Qui est en route, vous avez plein d'incentives.
On est en route.
Battre pour aller jusqu'au deuxième Millie, c'est vraiment la seule occasion bonne pour laquelle se battre en fait. Voilà, vous vous battez là, vous battez entre vous, parce que c'est pour la bonne cause quand on est en train de se battre sur des choses.
Vous battez pour le bien des autres.
Voilà, exactement. Whatever qui donne 500 balles, 500 € pour l'innommable boule.
Ah, l'innommable boule qui va peut-être revenir. Fera-t-elle un retour? D'ailleurs, pendant la run, je tiens à dire, on continue la provocation. On m'a donné un autre dessin de Béboul. C'est-à-dire qu'on continue de me provoquer en live.
Ils ont vraiment besoin de ça.
Ont-ils vraiment besoin de ça? Le lobbying est déjà immense. Alors que j'ai aucun dessin de Don Homme, étonnamment.
Don Homme et l'innommable se battent de manière régulière.
C'est vrai.
Alors que Béboul fait de la propagande.
Non, c'est ça, voilà.
Digne des pires streams politiques.
C'est vrai.
Si j'ai envie de te dire.
On est dans du Béboul washing, clairement, si tu me demandes.
L'agenda Béboul est littéralement intankable. Je ne peux plus le voir.
Tout à fait. Il y a aussi ça, hein. Ah, attendez, si je le mets à l'envers, est-ce que vous le dites à l'envers? On va essayer un truc. Voyons voir.
Pas facile, hein.
Ah oui, chat A. On recommence?
Ça aurait pu être pire.
Oui,
ça aurait pu être
pire. Attention, petite feinte. Bien joué, bravo à tous. Donc le t-shirt, évidemment, pas trop tard, sinon vous allez dire oui, ça marche pas.
Ça les floute, ça va bug, j'ai pas réussi à l'avoir alors que j'étais là depuis jeudi. On connaît la musique.
Je comprends pas, il est 23h57 et je peux plus acheter de t-shirt.
C'est déjà fermé?
Comment ça se fait? Oui.
Mais Mister MV pas en train de faire les remerciements jusqu'à 4h, mais mon t-shirt. Non.
Ouais, non, mais ça c'est vrai.
C'est pas l'objectif.
Et on rappelle, quand vous faites un don, n'oubliez pas de cliquer sur ajouter une enchère. En fait, c'est pour vous ajouter votre don dans les différents défis qui existent, notamment celui de Trials, qui est à 15 000 € sur 20 000. Vous avez encore une cinquantaine de minutes pour.
Il reste 500 balles, enfin 4500 balles, vraiment, allez-y. Trials Rising va durer 50 minutes. Juste après, on va avoir du Outer Wilds, on va avoir l'intervention de Médecins du Monde.
Tout à fait.
Qui va sûrement, voilà, aussi bien.
Avec des surprises.
Voilà. Mister MV va débarquer sûrement avec Joël, j'imagine.
Tout à fait, ce sera Joël et on m'a dit qu'il y avait des surprises sur cette intervention Médecins du Monde.
C'est souvent celle-là, hein, comme c'est la dernière.
En plus du message très important. Et ensuite, on attaquera bien évidemment le rush final avec énormément de jeux très attendus.
Exactement. On est prêt. Alors,
qu'on est prêt.
Il y a un 800 balles là, qui vient de tomber. Chris, merci beaucoup pour ces 800 balles. Donnez, achetez. Ouais. Trials est ready. Bourrez l'incentive. Il reste vraiment très peu de choses. Très peu d'argent.
De toute façon, on vous tiendra au courant si elle se débloque. À vous la scène. Trials Rising, super jeu. À tout à l'heure.
Enjoy.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Quel plaisir de revenir pour du Trials. Alors souvenez-vous, nous sommes en mars 2021, c'est la première édition de SpeeDons et le premier jour, le premier speedrun qu'il y a eu, c'était un certain Trials Fusion avec un certain Shin Phoenix. Eh bien j'ai le plaisir de vous le représenter aujourd'hui. Il revient avec avec le t-shirt.
Le t-shirt de la première édition. Hein.
Le
vraiment,
t-shirt à l'ancienne, quel plaisir. Alors aujourd'hui, c'est pas Trials Fusion, c'est Trials Rising, donc la dernière épisode.
Hello and welcome everyone. My name is English Ben, and we've got Trials Rising coming up just now. I'm absolutely stoked to be doing the English commentary here on Games Done Quick for Trials Rising. I have been playing Trials all the way since the first game, which was Trials HD back on the Xbox 360 store, where you would, download it with Microsoft points that I got when I was a kid. And I didn't know much about when I first started, but I got so engrossed with the games, and then I've loved them ever since. This is the latest version, the game. There is Trials HD on the Xbox 360 showcase. There's, the marketplace, rest in peace. There's Trials Evolution, there is Trials Fusion, and then there's Trials Rising. All the three subsequent games have been like full-on releases ever since. You can play them on Steam, I'm pretty sure. They're on PC now and stuff, not just Xbox. So yeah, super stoked to see this. I deliberately haven't looked into the showcase because I want to see it live the same way you guys do, so I can give you a live reaction or whatever. But yeah, if you're not sure what the track central is, it is basically, if you're familiar with Mario Maker, it's just like that. But it's basically where people can make community maps. Trials, as a video game, is, like a motorbike game where you're supposed to go through the tracks and do it in like as little fails and as little time as possible. So it's very competitive, the same way like Trackmania is. But the games do have like generic maps that you can play on the game, but then the big time sink that people put into, the same with Mario Maker, is people making custom maps. And you'll see, I'm not sure if there's going to be any ninja maps, but there's also ninja difficulty maps, which is a difficulty that was never even in the original game. So the game goes up to extreme usually, but then people got really good at the game and they were like, oh, extreme is way too easy, so we're going to invent ninja difficulty, and it's numbered all the way up to, I think, 10, I want to say, like 1 to 10, something like that. It's been a while. But yeah, so there's ninja difficulty maps, which is even harder than extreme difficulty. But as you can see, there is also very different custom maps as well. So you can do so much with this like editor. I've seen people, I won't go into too much spoiler territory just in case, but as you can see that you can make Mario, you can make, someone made like a first person like PT inspired horror game within Trials. People have made like Mortal Kombat, like people have made just the most ridiculous thing in this editor. So every map that you're going to see here is going to be like a video game showcase. So it's going to be like video game based custom maps, essentially. And the simple idea is, as you can see, there's a timer on the top left. And Shin Phoenix here just needs to get to the end as quickly as possible in as little faults as possible. And a fault is basically falling off your bike. So if he falls off any of the obstacles, or if his player, like his actual rider, not the motorbike, hits something, he will bail off the bike, and that counts as a fault. And then you have to go back to a checkpoint. So it's time-based, and it's also, skill-based in the same way that you don't want to fall off. But as I say, I haven't seen any of these maps deliberately because I want to see them in real time as you guys do. So I'll be very interested to see what we've cooked up. We've got about an hour, so we've got plenty of things to see. I'm very, very interested. And it's almost like this was built for me. I swear to God I didn't make this up, but if any of you guys don't know, my main speedrun is GTA Vice City. So the fact that the second map is Vice City inspired is just comical. The script writers have been looking this up, I think, which is really funny. Yeah, GTA Vice City, my favorite game of all time. Been speedrunning it for 8 years. That's what I'm known for. I've never actually done a speedrun of Trials. I really should, because I used to play the heck out of these games. I play these for an ungodly amount of time, especially the first one. I used to play it just constantly all the time. I don't know if any of my times were any good, because I never really massively played at such a high level like Shin Phoenix does, but yeah, I should definitely give this a try sometime. And yeah, as they mentioned in the chat room as well, it's very important. This game looks easy. It's as simple as if you're using a controller, it's as simple as using the triggers to reverse and go forward, accelerate and brake, and then also using the left stick to lean forwards and backwards, right? But it's never that simple. Like it is, you try and do it just like with the conceptual knowledge, it's not enough. It is really difficult. The strategies that you use, like the weight distribution and things like this, is very difficult to convey just how tricky this is. But even simple things like that, where you get around a log, like if you just drive into that, you'll just hit it like a brick wall. You've got to deliberately lean back at a certain time to be able to do like a flip over it. And as you can see here as well, Shin Phoenix is doing a bunch of technical stuff here. So Trials does have kind of strats in like a very, I'm using air quotes here, but you can't see it. They are strategies, but it's not the same as in time saves. It's more just generic things that you can do in order to overcome certain obstacles. And once you get to the ninja difficulty maps, they're actually required. They're a skill that you need to learn. A great example there, again, this is perfect as we're showing it. A great example there was that little front tire bounce. It is very difficult to do, because if you lean too far forward, you just hit your head on the concrete and you bail, and if you fall too far backwards, you'll fall obviously back the way you came. So it's very important when you land on the front wheel like that, it is very important that you have your brake and you slowly tap the brake, because you don't want to reverse or anything or like lose all your momentum, but you don't want to go forward at the same time. And if you obviously go forward, you'll just headbutt the concrete, as I said. There is also ways to traverse over, like I saw there's electrified water. And there's the first bale there. I think that was the first bale anyway. So as you can see, pushing objects might not seem like a particularly difficult thing, but pushing objects is really difficult when if you hit the object too hard, you bail. So you've got to be very careful with these kind of things. So yeah, if you've played any of the Flash games, like as a kid, these are it's a very similar game. Like someone mentioned Hill Climb before. I think there was one called like Motorcycle Mayhem or Motocross Mayhem or something on Newgrounds. It's a very similar thing. You know, you just get on a bike and you just go through the levels and stuff. Line Rider was also a big one, like a side-scrolling bike game. Obviously way less intricate with the details, but you know, it's a Flash game. What do you expect? Yeah, so I can't oversell how awesome this game is. If you ever enjoyed those kind of games, I would strongly recommend checking out Trials Evolution, Rising, and Fusion on Steam. Or on console, of course, if you're a console player. I'm pretty sure all of these games are on like PlayStation and Xbox and stuff. It's also worth mentioning as well that, as you saw there on that previous map, I forget which game it was, Limbo or Inside? I think it was Inside, yeah. It's also worth mentioning that the type of bike that you use is different. As you can see in the last map, the Symphonix was using the Helium, which is the like pedal bike, like an actual bicycle. And in this one, they're using an actual motorbike. So you start off in the campaign with like a basic bike, and as you go along, you unlock more and more. They have different. I think the bikes have different names per game, so my knowledge is like all over the place because they're called different things. But there's like 3 main bikes that you'll be seeing. There's the big, hunky bike, which is the highest speed, but it's really bulky in terms of being able to move it around. So usually on the lower difficulty maps, you'll use that big, bulky bike. I forget the name of it. And then there is the sort of like best generic bike, which you're seeing here, which is called the Pit Viper in one of the games. I don't remember which one. It might be in Rising. I don't remember. But this is like the one that you'll see like extreme and ninja difficulties, because it's not as fast in terms of top speed, but it has better acceleration, and it's a lot better in terms of moving around. And obviously maneuverability is what you need, like 100% more than speed, because a lot of the like harder difficulty maps are based around, rather than going top speed, you need to be, you know, overcoming difficult obstacles. So your speed doesn't matter most of the time. It's more about just getting over one obstacle at a time. And then as you can see here, then you've got the Helium, which is the BMX, which is, it's kind of difficult to describe like how the pedal bike / BMX works, but it's very goofy. It is very good in terms of maneuverability, but it's like a whole different skill set to be able to ride it effectively. Because you know, it's not motorized, simple as that. So, you know, I guess it's the equivalent in real life of riding a motorbike versus a bicycle. It's 2 completely different things. Just because you're good at riding a bicycle doesn't mean you're good at riding a motorbike, and so on and so forth. So a lot of ninja difficulty maps will restrict you to the bicycle. So even if you have like 10,000 hours with the Pit Viper, it is useless because you're going to need to learn to use a new bike anyway. And also on the contrary, some of them, that was a really nice flip there. That was a really good attempt. As you can see, you can be very stylish with this game as well. A lot of the high-level like leaderboards you'll see do like a million different flips. It is actually like worth it. It's not just style sometimes. Sometimes doing a flip is like fully necessary to overcome an obstacle. But yeah, a lot of the time, even if you have like 10,000 hours as using the Pit Viper, it doesn't make a difference. And also this reminds me watching him do a wheelie here. I'm not sure if we'll see any of these because it depends on the map. Obviously, these are custom maps, so I haven't seen the map before, so I can't tell you whether the creator has added this in or not. But a big thing of the higher difficulty, so ninja difficulty maps that you'll see, which are usually in showcases. I don't know if there'll be some later on, we'll see. But ninja difficulties also have like specific mechanics where certain platforms you can only ride on either your back tire or your front tire. So as you can imagine, it's all well and good, you can ride over a pipe, that's really easy. But it's really difficult riding over a pipe when your back tire can't hit the ground. You've got to do like a nose manual or like a stoppie or whatever you call it in your region. You've basically got to do like a nose manual all the way across the pipe, or a wheelie all the way across. So yeah, that just reminded me while I saw him wheeling there. Sometimes it's done deliberately for like weight distribution and strategy reasons. Sometimes it is absolutely required by the map as well. Obviously, you'll see a lot of similar mechanics that you're used to from, like, if you're used to any kind of, like, BMXing, like you'll see, as say, about the manuals. You will also see a lot of bunny hops. So as you can see there, it's kind of difficult to explain, but when you're on flat ground and you want to get as much distance as possible in a good jump, you want to pull up your front tire and then lean forward. So you pull back and forward, and that, like, causes you to, like, bounce off your back wheel. You can actually do a jump with the bike. And that will allow you to get much higher. Whereas if you were to just go off a ramp, great, you would just obviously, if the obstacle in front of you is higher, you haven't jumped, so you would just hit it and bail. So a lot of the time you need to clear gaps like that. But yeah, sorry, there's a lot to talk about. I gush about this game for hours and hours and hours. I was supposed to have Patchy Smash with me, who's a really well-known Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil speedrunner. We were supposed to banter, and he'd never played Trials before, so I was going to gush to him about it as well, and recommend him to get involved. But sadly, he had power issues, and if any of you guys are from the UK, the electrician that was dealing with the power issues said that he would be sorted by 1 p.m. And as you can imagine, again, if you're from the UK or any other country that has this thing, that was never happening. For reference, it's 4 p.m. here now, and he's still stuck. He has no power, because that's just how it works in the UK. Is if the electrician says 1 p.m., it's more like 5 or 6 p.m. It's so he was never making it. So, but hopefully he sees this, and he goes and plays Trials for the first time. And anyone here, you got to play Trials. It's so good. The big thing about this game that I loved as well is like competition with your friends. There are like not only worldwide leaderboards for, you know, beating the game in as minimal fails as possible and as quick time as possible, but also, as you can see there, you get medals depending on your performance, which you can use in the campaign to unlock harder difficulty tracks. But then also, as you see there, there's a screen. I forget if that's a rising thing. It's not in all of the games. It might just be a rising thing. But you can actually see your friends or other players that are similar skill to you, and you can try and beat their time as well. So obviously that's where the replayability comes in. If you just played all these tracks once, it would take you like, I don't know, a couple of hours. But being able to actually go back, try and learn like the optimal route through the through the map itself, and then beat all your friends is really awesome. And as you can see here, this is not Trials at all. You remember what I was talking about before, how people have made like really crazy maps that have nothing to do with Trials, but it's within the Trials engine? Yeah, you know, some people make horror games, some people make Fall Guys clones. There's everything. Like even if you boot up Trials and you're not particularly interested in the Trials mechanics, you don't want to use the bike, you can still play the game. Like this is how intricate and like crazy this game is. If you just want to play Fall Guys, but you don't want to play Fall Guys because you don't like the game for whatever reason, but you like that kind of game, boot up Trials. You can just play Fall Guys within Trials. It's crazy. I never am ceased to amaze by the stuff that people come up with. It's truly bonkers, and I'm sure we'll see more and more stuff as we go on. And as I was saying, it also means that it is so... I can't even begin to express it. Like it's so strange. You could spend 10,000 hours getting good at the bike, but then if you boot up this map, you know, it's a completely different skill set. Like, you know, like none of your Trials experience really helps you here. So if you want to get good at all the maps, obviously that'd be impossible because there's so many of them. But yeah, if you wanted to get a good time at this one, you would have to completely switch up your skill set and become like a Fall Guys mastermind. Yeah, it's really insane. I love Trials. Did I mention that I love this game? I don't think I did. Yeah, absolutely mental. It's so awesome. Yeah, I appreciate everybody stopping by and supporting the restream of SpeeDons. Remember that we are all here for charity. We've raised over €1 million, million USD, $1 million, you know, pounds as well. Which is absolutely bonkers. Such an insane amount of money towards the charity. I'm not going to try and pronounce it in French, which everyone was telling me to do last time, because I'm terrible at French. I studied it for 3 years, and French was not my thing. Okay, I was not very good at it. Too much, you know, switching between like masculine and feminine verbs and all that kind of thing. My dumb monkey brain couldn't handle it. But yeah, Doctors of the World. That's what it is in English, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty good at English. I've been speaking it for 27 years. So yeah, if you want to get a t-shirt as well, there are t-shirts, and 10 euros of every single t-shirt is being donated to the charity as well. That's the best time to get merch, when you can support the charity at the same time, 2 birds with 1 stone, and you get a sick t-shirt as well. Yeah, check out all the links in the chat if you haven't already. And all you legends supporting, thank you so much. It is so awesome. It's great that we're getting more eyes on SpeeDons as well, because I've known about it for a couple of years, because there's quite a few French GTA runners that have told me about it. But I feel like it doesn't get like the credit it deserves in the scene, considering how big it is. SpeeDons has like done so much good in the world, and I feel like it doesn't really get talked about too much. Yes, because it's not in English originally, so GDQ has done such an awesome job like bridging that gap, bringing people like myself and others in, like getting experts in their field to talk about it. So you're allowed, you can enjoy it in English as well. Because I have watched the French stream before and it's fine, but obviously I understand it's much better to have it in English as well, or whatever language you speak. I think there's also German and Japanese restreams as well. So check those out as well. If those are your native tongue, you might enjoy it a bit more. Trying to think back to some of the nuttiest Trials maps I've ever seen. I remember somebody did Fire Link Shrine from Dark Souls. That was so good, and it was like literally like a 1-to-1, literally like a 1-to-1 recreation. I don't know if they just like ported the map or did it by hand or what. I don't know, but it was so impressive. Because I'm looking at this castle and I'm like, whoa, this looks so good. Like this looks like AAA quality. Like you could convince me that this is just a map in the game that the dev studio has worked on. It's mental. Oh, Mr. MV originally restreamed GDQ to help popularize it to the French audience. I didn't know that. That's really cool. Well, there you go. Then, it all comes full circle, right? That's really cool. Really, really awesome. I love this. I don't think I've ever seen one where you get chased by a what do you even call that? Like a robot dinosaur? Like, I don't know. Do these things have names? Any knows? Anyone know what this thing is called? I would say dinosaur, but it also kind of looked like a portal robot or something. I don't know. And these are some of the sickest obstacles as well. The monkey bar, but you've got to put your wheel in it because obviously you can't. You can actually dismount your rider and grab things. That there is that mechanic in this game, but that's only for specific maps. If you just do it in a regular game, you'll bail by pressing obviously the bailout button. But some maps are like designed so that you can bail off, or you're intended to bail off, and you can actually use like monkey bar swing and grab like objects and whatnot. You can in some of the maps as well, there's like mini games and Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff. So I remember there's a couple, I think it's in Trials Rising, where even on regular tracks, you can dive off, grab a monkey bar, swing off to some other part of the map. There'll be like an Easter egg waiting for you. It's really, really cool. This looks sick with all the crash boxes. It's so cool. That's the Horizon series, got you. I actually bought Horizon Zero Dawn fairly recently. I got it on the Steam sale, I think, so I've still got to play it, so if I didn't recognize it, that's probably why. I bought a bunch of games off there was a big Ubisoft sale on Steam, so I bought a bunch of different stuff. I love they've got the checkpoints and everything built in as well as the crash checkpoints. That's so cool. So this seems to be like a bit more of a higher difficulty map. Those like back tire bounces are ones that you'd usually see on like extreme level maps, and all the nitrous as well. Obviously nitrous, when you touch it, it blows up immediately. TNT takes 3 seconds, so you can like tire tap those things. But yeah, like there is so much nitrous here that this makes me think, I didn't catch it, but I would imagine this is probably like a hard/extreme tier map. Because again, you know, if you watch like a top 50 player in the world, they make it look ludicrously easy. But tire tapping like that and bouncing between each of the pipes is extremely difficult to do, especially, you know, in front of a crowd when everybody's watching. You know, it's 10 times harder to play than it is compared to your living room. Trust me, I've been on a GDQ stage. It is not easy to play when your hands are sweaty, you know, you're shaking a little bit, nervous. So this is insane, like such high level gameplay. I don't know if we've seen any yet. I wonder if we'll see any fender grabs. That's a really common thing that you'll see in like extreme/ninja difficulties, where essentially you like front flip onto a ledge, and then you grab like, your back fender, which is like you see on like near the seat of the rider, there's like a bit of plastic that sticks out. It's called a fender, I think. I'm not like an expert. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's called the fender. Hence why it's called the fender grab. And yeah, you can land with your fender on the like upside down on the ledge, and then you can lean forward to bring your bike all the way around. I don't know if it's like a bug or an exploit, but they never fixed it. So I assume it was something. It might be one of those things that the devs saw and was like, oh, but that looks really cool, so let's keep it in the game. And it's become like a staple of Trials now. So a lot of the ninja difficulty maps that you'll see on the editor, like the really high level ones, they require fender grabs. Like the jumps are like impossible without doing it. So it's like a built-in mechanic now, which is really cool. There are other examples of that. I think that was a thing in Smash as well. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, where someone found like a glitch or like an exploit and then they made it into an actual mechanic. But that's a similar thing with fender grabbing in Trials. Like it's actually required for some maps now, which is really cool. Rather than like, you know, fixing things that are fun. Like it doesn't break the game at all. If you don't know it's there, you'll never see it. It's not like it's like crashing the game or anything for random casual people. So yeah, I'll point it out if any of those are done. But obviously, this is more of like a showcase of cool maps made by the community rather than, you know, extreme difficulty maps. So we might not see them. Yeah, I definitely don't think it was intended. Because it wasn't until later games that it was put more in. Like, it was never mentioned in the earlier games that it was a thing. But they never fixed it, so. Shout out to the Trials devs for letting us have fun and not just fixing everything. I love these teleporters. It's like I'm trying to just keep on where the rider is. I'm just like teleporting around constantly. I said there will be a ninja difficulty track later on in the friend stream. Okay, perfect, cool. Yeah, it'll be really cool to show that off. Because obviously these aren't like the most difficult maps you've ever seen. They're a cool showcase, but when you see ninja tracks, the difference between something that you just saw there, like a regular Horizon Zero Dawn inspired thing, or like a Little Nightmares map, that's all well and good, but the ninja difficulties are like absolutely bonkers. The complete 180 of like mechanics that you need to learn in order to even have a chance at passing them. I have passed one ninja map ever, and it was a Ninja 1, which is like the easiest one, quote unquote. Again, obviously not easy at all, but even then, I almost failed. That's a good point, I can talk about that. So you can actually fail maps in this game. Obviously, Shinfinix is going to be nowhere near failing. Almost a fender grab there. I was almost about to ready to call it out. But yeah, I don't remember if it's different per game, if this is different on Trials Rising. But you have, I think it's half an hour of real time on the timer, or 500 faults, I think. So if either of those happen, then you fail the map and you've got to start it all the way from the start. So even if you're on a checkpoint, you've got to redo it all the way from the beginning. And that doesn't sound like, oh, 500 bales is, ridiculously high. How would you ever hit that? But ninja difficulties, you are going to come close, let me tell you. Because unless you know the map off by heart, you're going to have to, figure it out live. And that's going to take a lot of hundreds of attempts. I don't remember the name of the ninja difficulty track that I did, but it was very close. It was like 25.5 minutes or something out of 30. Like, I was very close to failing it. So a Ninja 7 or whatever, I wouldn't stand a chance. And when you get to the higher levels, like Ninja 7 and above, obviously my knowledge might be outdated now, but at least when I used to play, there was only like a couple of maps that were ever rated that high, and only a handful of people had ever passed them. Like, that's the level of difficulty that we're talking about. Like, if you can pass these Ninja 7 maps, you are like one of 10 people on planet Earth that could do it. They are ridiculously difficult. There's about 150 people who have passed to level 7. Okay, yeah. I'd say it's very likely my stuff is out of date. I don't remember the last time I played Trials. I could check on Steam. But it's been a couple of years. And obviously, things change all the time. People get very, very good at games very quickly. You can take like 5 years away from a game, and all of a sudden, something that only 10 people could do, thousands of people can do it now. And, the skill ceiling gets higher and higher and higher. I wouldn't be surprised if now there were like, in 10 years' time, there'll be like ninja level 50 and hundreds of people can pass them, and I wouldn't even stand a chance. Like, the skill ceiling in this game is absurdly high. I always draw comparisons to Trackmania for that reason, because Trackmania is very similar. It's a very basic game in concept. Like, the controls are very basic. The premise of each level is usually quite basic. But the actual, like, if you look at, a decent player that can play through all the main games and do fine versus someone who's like, top 10 in the world at Trackmania, like ranked, the difference is crazy. This one has the marks of grace from Elden Ring as the checkpoints. That's so cool. Like, as you can see, it's not even like Trials. I don't remember when Trials Rising came out, but I want to say it's been at least like best part of a decade. Like, it's been a while since this game came out. It's been out for years, and yeah, it's you still get Elden Ring is way newer than this game, and you've still got people making Elden Ring related content, which is really, really cool. That was a really, really tricky obstacle there. The ones where like you pull back, but then they're actually further to the left than they are to the right. It's kind of hard to describe, but I'll point another one out when I see it. And you have to like wheelie up it and then use that momentum to hit it, bring yourself forward over it, and then like tap the brake really, really quickly. Otherwise, you do like a front flip and bail. So you've got to use your momentum of colliding with the object to send you over it onto your front wheel. This is so awesome. Look at this. Like, just look in the background. I know it's hard to concentrate on the backgrounds because of the everything going on in the foreground as well, like the actual like motorbikes. But just look at the background. It looks so sick. My jaw is on the floor looking at these things. Oh, very Very nice, very clean. As you can see there's a rare instance of you being able to select any bike for a track. And if you have the option, you'll almost always select the Pit Viper, which is the bike here. It is like the best all-rounder by far. Very nice. You can also see there when Shinfinix is trying to get over an obstacle and doing a flip, you want to be leaning backwards, because if you lean forwards, your rider stands up and leans forward, as you can see. But if you lean back, he tucks in, so his hitbox is a lot smaller. If you were to lean forward on that section, you would go upside down and you would hit your body, your actual helmet or whatever part of it is. Oh, that was very nice. That was so sick. Thick wheelie. But yeah, if you're leaning back, you tuck yourself under, so you can actually dodge and then go under or over obstacles as well. As I say, if you collide any part of your physical rider hitbox, you'll bail. So sometimes you can bonk, a little bit, but for the most part, you'll bail, which is no bueno. Yeah, that like slipping wheelie was so impressive. Like, you could give me 100 tries to try and pull that off, and I would just smack my head off bounce my head off the concrete like 95 times out of 100. Those are so difficult to do. Because obviously you have like so much forward momentum, and if you lean back even slightly too far, you just go flying. It's really difficult to control. I love these like fixed camera levels. That's so cool. That lily pad is a little ramp. I love that. Oh, this is very intricate. You can see by just looking at this that this is like a really difficult obstacle. Like, you've got to get your front tire on, and then you've got to move your onto your back tire as well to get through. And those holes as well in the doors, they don't seem too difficult, but getting through there without smacking your head, as I was about to say, very, very, very difficult. You got to lean forward here to get through, and yeah, you can get stuck quite easily, as you can see. But then just about get through. Use your back tire for a bit of momentum, but then as soon as you get up there, you hit your head, as you can see. It's very, very common to get stuck in this kind of position. I don't know if they have a name for it in high-level trials, but I've always just called it like getting stuck. I'm very basic with my names. But yeah, where like your front wheel is over, and then you land the frame of the bike on an object, but then your front and back tires are not moving at all, so you can't accelerate. Essentially, you've got to just use your weight and like lean back and forth to try and get something going, and it's very common to get stuck that way. Very, very common. What is this? Oh, I thought it was going to be like a first-person go-through. I was like, that's sick. That's the like main problem with a lot of these higher difficulty maps, as you saw there as well, is ceilings, because you want to just hold accelerate as much as possible, but if you do that, you'll just go smacking into the ceiling and bail. So like a big skill that you need to learn to go from like hard difficulty to extreme and ninja is knowing when to not accelerate, right? Whereas like most maps, like beginner maps, easy maps, and medium maps, you can just hold right trigger or accelerate and just hold it the whole time. Like you never will bail, most likely, as long as you lean properly. You can just accelerate the whole time and you'll be fine. Whereas then once you get to the higher level stuff, you lean and you've got to use your brake way more than your accelerator. If you accelerate the whole time, then you'll just you'll just get wrecked. But this is a ninja map by the looks of it. I don't know if this is the first one, but this is likely going to be very difficult. I'm not sure what level of ninja this is. I'm curious. And I'll point out, as you can see, first back tire bounce there on a tiny obstacle to get up to that bit. Like this bit, if you were to try, if you were like, used to like hard difficulty, you would never get past this first bit. It is very difficult. So a fender grab would work here if you can get your fender that high, or the other option is, as you can see, what Shinfinix is trying to do is he's trying to get his back tire on and then use that to ride up. It sounds silly, but you can actually go straight up vertical walls. It is very difficult to do, and you need a ton of control over your accelerator. Which is very, very, very impressive to be able to do. And as you saw there, if you're on flat ground and you've got to clear a really high obstacle, you need to lean forward and then lean back afterwards to be able to get like enough height. If you were to descend it, pull your back tire back and try and wheelie into it, you'd never get enough. But yeah, these kind of obstacles here are like my kryptonite. The ones where you've got to like land into a ramp and then land on the ramp and then use that section to then send yourself up with the momentum. It's so unbelievably difficult to do that. As you can see here, you've got the back tire bounce, and then you want to get your front tire on, lean forward and tap the brake, and it gives you just enough momentum to get over there. But as I say, like these like techniques are like required in Ninja maps. Like you need to learn all of these things. So very, very impressive to be able to make this through. I would have done 100 bales here easily. Like look at it. It's just a straight wall. Like how are you supposed to climb this? But you can. It's just very, very difficult. You need just like the perfect amount of speed. You need to be so careful on the accelerator. You need to just tap it and just hold it the tiniest amount. Any more than that, and you'll obviously just do like backflip. Basically, you'll just go right off it. There's the fender grab there. I was hoping we'd be able to see one. As you can see, like it's so strange. You look like you're about to fall, and then you hold the brake. The fender catches the back, and it just sends you forward. Like it just gives you the exact amount of momentum you need. Really, really good. Yeah, as I say, these are so impressive. Just be able to land like that on a ramp, stop, like reset, and then go again is so, so difficult. I'm glad we got to see a fender grab because I was looking a bit silly if we never saw one. I think he's going for another one here as well. You'll see this quite a lot where instead of going for a jump into something that's too high, there you go. That is exactly how a fender grab works. Like, as you can see, that should never work. Like, what is going on there in terms of physics? But yeah. A lot of the time when you have something, there's another one there. If you were to accelerate there and do the obstacle normally, you would obviously hit your head on the hay bales above you. So instead, it might be better to do like a front flip into a fender grab, which usually, again, would not work. But just with a fender grab specifically, you can manipulate the game into going exactly where you want. Very, very impressive. Again, the only way that you can understand how impressive this is if you play the game for yourself. Like, it's so impressive. And a lot of the time you'll see there that Shinfinix went for is you can fall back off an obstacle. Like if you're about to hit the obstacle, but you don't quite get the momentum that you want, you can fall back on the obstacle here, exactly as he's trying to go for here. And you can fall into a fender grab. The barrel here, or whatever that is, that kind of explosive, which is insta-killing him, is making it difficult. But if that wasn't there, you would be able to fall back, hold your brake, and then use that into a fender grab to give you more momentum to go again. And it basically gives you like a second try at the obstacle, essentially. Because obviously, usually if you were to fall back, you would likely fall back to your death. But here you can fall back into a fender grab. That is so sick, by the way. I don't think I've ever even seen that before. The front tap into a fender grab. That is absolutely bonkers. That is crazy. I've never seen that before. I don't know how often that's used in maps, but yeah, that was... Holy moly, that was so well done. What an ending to that. What an ending to that map. Holy. I would never pass that in a million years. And I would say I'm pretty good at these games. I have thousands of hours in these games across the series, and I would never pass that, ever. Like, the difference between the skill sets is, yeah. Yeah, great run, honestly. You should all go and follow Shin Phoenix. He is absolutely amazing at this game. Absolutely amazing. Crowd loves it as well.
Eh ben, je propose qu'on aille chez Gérard, chez Lyon, ça peut. Mais comment ça?
That's a Ninja 3? Wow, okay. That's even crazier to think that that's a Ninja 3 level map. And a Ninja 3, and there's like, 10 levels of Ninja. Like, that wasn't even considered like a difficult Ninja map. That's mad. It's gonna get probably even more mental. Look at that in the background. I love this. Some of the stuff that people make is so cool. The YouTube money. Like, this is such a perfect game to showcase on something like SpeeDons as well. As you can make custom stuff for the event as well, which is really sick. I think I heard a Wilhelm scream at the end. Charles never takes itself too seriously, which is great. Yeah, so if you had that previous map, Ninja level 3, and people are doing, somebody said earlier, like 100 people or something has gone to do like Ninja level 7, and people have done 8 and 9s. Yeah. Man. I'm doing my best to look at the rider and talk about the skill of the game, but all I can look at is just the background. all I can look at is just the background as to what's going on. There's like massive tidal wave in the background just taking over the entire screen. I can't look at the Trials man or whatever his name is. I don't know if the character even has a name. I have no idea. The rider.
Piste officielle et piste légendaire, alors non seulement de cet épisode, mais aussi de la série Trials.
On peut remettre la capture. Et il se trouve que je n'ai pas fait la piste depuis le 8 août 2021 à 9h40. Voilà, c'est écrit avec moi.
We're looking at the leaderboard here. As you can see, you've got the global leaderboard. Then you can look at the country one as well. So I always do that. I always go on and say like, oh, my global ranking isn't super high, but in my in my region of Yorkshire, England, I'm actually pretty good at this game.
Donc pour résumer, là on va voir la redécouverte d'une équipe qui était par un joueur très bon, qui a déjà joué énormément de mais c'était c'est parti pour
Inferno 5. The Inferno tracks is like the Inferno tracks are like considered the most difficult normal maps in the game. It started off in Trials HD with Inferno 2. I don't know what happened to Inferno 1, don't ask. And then they've added one in every game since. There's been Inferno 3, 4, and now 5. And yeah, they're always considered like, if you can pass the Inferno track in whatever game, you can do any of them. I don't personally agree. I remember there was one called Pilgrimage, which I found way more difficult. And I think it was Evolution had Pilgrimage, which was like a master track. And I found that way more difficult than the Inferno. I think 3 was the one in Evolution. I forget the order. But yeah, obviously they're still extremely difficult. But this is the hardest you'll see in the base game. So if you want to go any higher than this, so if you play the game and you're like, oh, this thing is easy, I can pass this with no bails, then ninja maps are the way to go. You'll never run out of content with those, because as I say, if you want to pass all the ninja maps, you need to become like basically the best in the world. You see these hill climbs here, you can see the amount of basically 0 throttle there at all. You've got to use the tiniest amount. Any more will just send you flying backwards. And then right onto the front wheel, tap the brake to get your momentum forward. Very, very good. And some of those dynamic obstacles as well, you've got to land on them, and then while they start moving, you've got to use them as a ramp. As you can imagine, it is very easy to set up on a static obstacle, but not easy at all to do it on one that's moving. And this hill climb at the end is just ridiculous. You need to keep your back tire. If your back tire comes off at any time, it's over. You'll ride all the way up. Yeah, that's so good. 6 bails without playing in 3 years is so impressive. That was... I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but it just goes to show like the difference in skill. I've played all the games, played hundreds if not thousands of hours, and I can beat that map. I've done it before, but not in 6 bails with no practice. Not even close. On the edge of my seat, just saying, I'm probably like the people in the crowd just seeing what else. More content. I want more trials. Give me more trials maps.
Allez, celle-là, l'histoire. Ça fait un petit moment que je sais qu'elle est vachement bien. J'avais tombé du pelle, il m'a un petit peu vu. C'était ce qu'on a j'ai vu. Ouais,
Let's go. We want an encore. While we're finishing up here, a reminder that there are plenty more runs to come. There's so many banger runs later on as well. We're not just done here with Trials. We've got Outer Wilds coming up next, and Echoes of the Eye, which I believe is the DLC. I haven't played those games yet. They're also on my backlog. My backlog is so long. We've got other things coming up later. We've got Echoes of Wisdom for the Ender, I think it is. We've got, what else have we got? We've got Dishonored, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Love Dishonored. And we've got MK64, I think, from the top of my head. We've got Hollow Knight, Celeste. Like, we've got so many awesome speed games coming up. So be sure to stick around. SpeeDons always has the goods when it comes to so many good games, especially towards the end. They just pack it all at the end. So you can offset your sadness of the, oh no, the event's ending, with, oh yes, they're playing Dishonored. I love that game.
Et à toute la communauté. Et petit message, GT4, si tu veux le chat, par pitié, c'est vous qui nous 1% pour les prochaines éditions.
Oh, Wildsman, I'm gonna have to stop watching. I know, I'm exactly the same. Exactly the same, because I haven't played the game yet. I don't want to spoil, and obviously spoilers makes a big thing for that game. So yeah, anyway, I need to run before there are any more spoilers, or any potential at all spoilers for Echoes of the Eye or Outer Wilds. But thanks for having me, GDQ. I appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who is supporting the event, of course. Make sure to donate if you can afford to. ! Donate. Have a look at the incentives and stuff as well. So many cool things going on. We've raised like $1.2 million for Dots of the World, which is so cool. And get your t-shirts. If you want to support the event and you want to get a shirt as well, then be sure to check them out. They're all the information that you need is in the pinned comment or in the chat as well. Get yourself some sick merch and wear it with pride, knowing that you have supported such an awesome cause. But yeah, I'm gonna go and play. I'm gonna go and play Outer Wilds before everyone yells at me for not playing it, because that happens all the time. So yeah, right. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your weekend. And yeah, that's all from me. So see you later.
Déjà 5 ans. Déjà 5 ans déjà. 5 ans déjà. Dont Homme, peut-être 0 ans. D'ailleurs, à propos de ton Homme, regardez ce qu'on m'a apporté. Mais on va aussi donner quelque chose, regardez. Bébou et ton Homme unis dans un même dessin. Déchire pas les tracts. Ça, à la fin, c'est l'amour qui gagne. Je sais pas si je pourrais me retenir. Donc désolé. Bon, en tout cas, à suivre Upcoming Next Outer Wilds, évidemment, avec. Ça va durer longtemps. Ça va durer longtemps que découverte d'un jeu. On a juste eu un don de Twitch de 2000 € qui dit merci à Mister MV et tous les autres.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 2025, presented to you by GDQ. I am Brian Nato, and we are going to be soon watching the Outer Wilds speedrun. I'm going to be joined by the Strange Pie, who I have with me right now, to do commentary for that. Yo, what's up? And yeah, I hope y'all have been enjoying the event as we are coming on to the closing days, or the closing hours, I should say. This has been really my most hands-on experience, I think. I wonder if you can hear my dog in the background. That's Dragon saying hello. He's excited to be here too. I'm not sure if that's coming through. But anyway, this has been my most hands-on experience with the Dragon. I'm talking to a bunch of people. Do you mind? He realizes he's not getting the attention. He gets very upset. Anyway, yeah, it's been a great pleasure being able to help put together this restream. Dragon, come here. Okay. Anyway, we can hear Dragon. That's great. That's great. I'm glad. He needs everybody to know that he's here, and he's the most important part of this, obviously. But no, for real, for SpeeDons 2025, we're raising money for Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. They are a super important humanitarian organization. They provide aid all over the world, especially in places of strife like Ukraine and Palestine. Your donations go a long way and make a huge difference for the work that they do. I cannot encourage y'all enough to donate, and also buy the shirt. I believe what they've been saying is achète. I don't speak French. That's probably my really bad French. But 10 euros from every purchase goes toward the event. I wanted to thank y'all so much. Dragon and I wanted to thank y'all so much for coming along for the ride for this. It has been a blast. For me personally, okay, you know what? Excuse me for 2 seconds. I think I know exactly what Dragon wants. I'm going to go give him a treat, and then I'll be right back. So, Strange Pie, hang tight. I'm going to be like 10 seconds.
All right. Luckily, my pets are not in the room, fortunately.
Okay, I'm back.
Nice.
I think that was around 10 seconds. But anyway, how's it going, Twitch chat? How have y'all been enjoying SpeeDons? Is this your first experience with SpeeDons? Did you even know it existed before this? It is an incredible event taking place in Lyon, France. It's been going for 5 years running now, and I would say easily the biggest speedrun marathon that isn't GDQ, and definitely in Europe. It's incredible what they do. I have such admiration for their production. So. Loving it. Love to hear that. We want a glorp jickle. I can do a glorp jickle. I can put a glorp jickle in the chat for y'all. There we go.
Avec le remerciement de Mister MV, on rajoute à peu près 4-5 heures. Voilà, minimum. Mais le planning s'enchaîne de manière extraordinaire parce que c'est du Hunter-Wise. Derrière, c'est l'intervention de médecin de monde avec sûrement des surprises. Mister MV Joël, vous connaissez l'histoire.
I hadn't heard of SpeeDons before about a week or a week and a half ago, but this has been a great event. It's pretty incredible what they're doing. So what I do for Games Done Quick is I'm part of the games committee, which helps put the schedule together, and is effectively responsible for putting together a lot of the content for the week. And so for me, I have a lot of admiration for what SpeeDons does from a production perspective. Even like with this right here, where they have the dual host. They have the dual hosts acting like a caster desk in between runs, talking to and they have the artists making live drawings like during the runs that are then used as like prizes for like for like giveaways or anything like that. It's so cool. I feel very inspired when I see what other events do. It's really, really cool. So anyway, Strange Pie. We have Outer Wilds coming up, which is, I mean, I don't know if people know this. It's a pretty good game. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty sick speedrun. You were actually kind of the reason that I started watching the speedrun for the game at all. So it's so cool to be alongside you for this. Could you tell us a little bit about the category that we're about to be seeing for Outer Wilds?
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome to hear. But yeah, so we're going to see, excuse me, we're going to see All Friends, which is basically the best ending speedrun. So it involves the DLC, it involves some optional stuff in the base game. So it's a good time. It's pretty straightforward in terms of the routing. But it's got some tricks you don't see in any percent. Some of them quite cool. So yeah, it's exciting.
I'm very excited. There's especially when it comes to how we're gonna bring some stuff from the base game into the DLC, so to speak.
Yep.
So I'm really, really stoked for this. Outer Wilds is, for me personally, definitely like a top 3 game all time. I'm sure like everybody that has ever heard anybody talk about Outer Wilds, they always just say that it's the best. And wow, these prizes they have flashing up on the screen for Outer Wilds right now are super sick. Holy cow.
Yeah, Outer Wilds definitely my favorite game of all time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gotta avoid spoilers. What you gotta do is play the game. It's been out, folks. We're going on year 6 that it's been out, It's gonna be, it's gonna be a speed run, so you're not gonna be spoiling everything. But really, you got to play the game. You just got to go play the game. It's worth it. It's 100% worth it. And I'm not sure about. Actually, here's a good question for chat, and maybe for you as well, Strange Pie. Do you like the base game or the DLC more? Because I like the DLC more than the base game. Are we ready to go? Oh, I think we're jumping in. Okay, we're jumping in. I'm not sure who's going to win this rock, paper, scissors. Anyway, yeah, I guess Strange Pie. Do you like the DLC or the base game more? I guess to jump back to that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They both have their own advantages, right? I think I might like the DLC a little better, but of course, I was already a speedrunner by the time I played it, so my playthrough was kind of non-traditional, you could say.
Right.
Because, without getting into the details... Oh, we're starting.
Okay. All right. Well, off we go. Strange Pie, I'm going to hand it over to you for the speedrun. Yeah, I'm curious what we're doing here. Do you have any idea what we're looking at?
I'm not quite sure. This doesn't seem like the beginning of the run, but...
Yeah, right? Yeah, timer's not going, obviously, so... I'm curious if they just be introing the game. For those of you that aren't familiar with Outer Wilds, it is a space exploration game at its core with a time loop mechanic. And one of my favorite things about the game, especially from like a speedrun perspective, is that you really have like just pure 3D movement in a lot of sections. The way that you can move around this game is for me personally, I think what makes it so cool as a speedrun, and there will be a lot of movement tech that I'm sure Strange Pie will tell us about. It's really, really cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why I got into running this game in the first place. You know, I mean, it was such a great game, I just wanted to keep playing it, but also the movement is just so well done in this game, and it's barely utilized in the game. Like, the skill ceiling of the movement in this game is so much higher than what the game ever asks of you.
And in a lot of segments, I mean, you find yourself in, you know, low G or completely zero G sections with, just the ability to move in every direction with full freedom. And so the movement possibilities are pretty over the top. Okay, chat is letting us know they're explaining the run, showing some of the friends, and explaining a bit of the lore. Cool. Right, so all friends, is as Strange Pie explained, it does mean the best ending. There are multiple NPCs that we can either interact with or otherwise complete objectives for them to appear in the ending sequence of the game. So all friends basically refers to getting them all together at the end. And it looks like here they're explaining the quantum mechanics.
Yeah, so basically it moves when you're not looking at it. Although interestingly, you have to look at it to like make it register that it needs to move again sometimes. So one of the things we can do if we're trying to manipulate these objects is we'll specifically not be looking at the spot we want it to go to. And then we'll just like look at all the other spots rapidly. Okay, so now he's demonstrating that if you open and close the map, it'll make everything move.
Yeah,
that will come up in this run.
Yes. Yeah, that's a pretty central mechanic to a lot of the puzzle solving in this game as well. And that's the thing about Outer Wilds is like once you kind of know how to like the way that this game is structured is pretty non-linear. You know, you can kind of I feel like everybody experiences the game differently in terms of how they go through it. And so once you know like the solve, so to speak, you could just jump to the end from the beginning, hence the any % run being extremely short. Okay, and it looks like we're on the way. Okay. All right, let's go.
Yeah, so we immediately have a trick here. And looks like he's going for the standard version of this. He's going to something.
Oh my gosh, okay, we just passed 1.2 million euros. Thank you so much for all of your donations. Let's keep it going. Let's hit that too. Anyway, yeah, continue, Strange Pie. Sorry. Are you going for the geyser thing?
So talking to that NPC, I guess, was just for flair, but we're going to use this geyser to get up to the launch pad early. And this is the standard setup. There's now a setup to actually get the earlier cycle that starts immediately upon waking up, but it's maybe not marathon safe.
And so that is a pretty substantial skip, is it not? Like we skip basically almost this entire observatory section.
It's very significant. It doesn't save as much time as you might think it does, except that we also have this trick here, where there's supposed to be a cutscene here, but okay, so we were going to try and fly to the launch pad there, because this cutscene starts whenever you land, and this cutscene resets the game scene, so we're not going to have the suit anymore.
I see.
But what we were trying to do is go to the launch pad, and then we wouldn't have the suit, but we can just grab it again immediately. So I'm guessing he's just going to die as the backup. Yeah.
I love the crowd. Death comes into play a lot in this game, as it turns out.
So that's not a huge mistake in terms of time loss. It's a little unfortunate, though. So I'm not exactly sure what order he's going to do the optional objectives, but I think he's sleeping for a planetary alignment here.
Yeah, the entire universe in the game is, correct me if I'm wrong, is actively like simulated and rendered in real time.
For the most part, yeah.
So by like sleeping and waiting, you're waiting for like a particular alignment or like position of the planets or a sequence of events that occurs on any of the planets that you can visit.
Yeah.
Is he looking for the quantum moon? Is that what the map flashing is for here? Okay.
So if you get lucky, you can get a Timber Hearth quantum moon really quickly, and that's a little faster, but Brittle Hollow is the next best. And yeah, I see PT saying in the chat that we have to die anyway in this category, so.
And the quantum moon is one of the more complicated puzzles to solve, I think, casually. And I believe what you're seeing. Yeah. So what you're seeing here is he's trying to look a way to spawn the quantum. Is this the quantum tower? I forget what you call this.
Yeah. And so we're gonna do this trick here, so the game thinks we're inside of it when we're not, and that lets us skip this whole puzzle.
And the main core mechanic with any of the quantum puzzles. Oh, and we are out of bounds. Oh my God, that's awesome. And okay. And we already found.
And that's
that counts as finding. Okay, cool.
And so the reason we needed to die was because that makes the game save, and we need to be able to quit out, like we just did. So.
Gotcha. That's so interesting. That
objective done.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That counts as the objective for. Solanum is their name, right?
Yes. You just need to trigger the dialogue and exit it, and that's it. And now for the other optional objective, this is the DLC part.
I'm very curious. So what's the setup like to find the stranger when you don't have...
Well, the way I do it is basically just you look at a specific, like the stars pattern, you just look at a specific spot there. And this actually isn't super precise, so you can actually refine those setups to get like not only to the stranger, but to a specific place around the stranger. So, and now we need to set up the ship for a trick later.
Yeah. So you're not supposed to. Usually, when you access this, I guess I'll call it a space station, for lack of a better term, this structure, you don't have any access to your ship. And so, yeah, as Strange Pie was saying, we're going to be seeing some pretty interesting things, I think, in regards to this ship and how it interacts with the stranger.
Yeah, and now we're beelining to the hull breach. There's a lot of ways you could potentially route this category, or just like the DLC in general, because there's so many like ways to get around. You can jump from one side of this place to the other.
Right, because it's a full like circular ring effectively inside here. Yeah, I'm honestly just really curious to see how exactly you go about doing this, because to access the friends that we need within the stranger, which is what the structure is known as, it normally requires like a lot of very precise, like it requires a lot of problem solving, a lot of puzzles, and it's a big like setup to have it all work at once.
All of it.
Yeah, I know. So I'm so curious to see how it gets done.
Yeah, I mean, and people who haven't seen this run in a while, we're probably doing even less than you think.
That's me. I haven't seen this run in a while.
But right now we're sleeping because, well, you'll see.
I forget you can just walk right through.
There we go.
What?
That's what we were sleeping for. So now the ship is landed.
So now the ship is just inside the string. Oh my! I don't even so why does that work?
Basically, the dream world, when it loads into the same scene as everything else. Like it's in the solar system, just kind of nearby the stranger.
Wow.
And of course, that never really matters in normal play. But if you set up the ship in a very precise way, then you can get it to land there, which is quite difficult to do.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah. And we don't really need it that much. We just needed the suit, basically.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to fly around in this section. Basically, all the problem solving that you normally have to do in this dream world revolves around the fact that all you can do is walk and jump, effectively. Wow, so we're just going, that's unbelievable.
Now we're doing another skip to skip the whole like elevators and all that are in this part. So we need to hit this load trigger. It looks like he hit it. And we're done.
And that's the, wow. I mean, I like want to clap myself. I can't believe that.
Entire DLC.
I cannot overstate the amount of content that was just skipped. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's like a 20-hour DLC.
So are there any other objectives we have to complete for the rest of the friends? Like, do we have to go talk to the other NPCs on the other planets, or what is left for
This is it for the objectives, but we are going to have some extra things in the end game because we collected those too.
Right, of course. Okay. So from here on out, from this point forward, is it effectively like any % until we get to the end game?
It's very similar to any % for a while, yeah.
Okay, okay.
So right now we're just preparing to fly to the Ash Twin.
And the Ash Twin takes we have to sleep or wait for a particularly long time because there's a bunch of sand that transfers from like one planet to another, and it takes a while for everything to kind of set up the way that we need it.
Yeah, and because the way we time this run, sleeping is removed from the times because it's hardware dependent. So we could, in theory, deliberately sleep for a later teleporter alignment, but it just so happens that the first one is the best one. In terms of like having good planetary alignments.
Right.
Which is nice because then you don't need to spend as much time waiting when you're doing runs. Nicely done.
I was going to say, that was a really nice landing.
This strat's somewhat new, where you can use the scout to like preload warps.
Oh, whoa! Okay, that was awesome. So yeah, this sequence.
I'm just an old time runner.
Oh, I hear that. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, as soon as you know how to beat the game, you can just beat the game. Normally, to figure out how to get inside the Ash Twin and grab, I forget what exactly the name of that object is, it would require several hours, if not dozens, of figuring out how to actually be able to put that all together. And yeah, now, if you know how to do it, you can just go do it. And now we're going to fly to Dark Bramble, which is where the end sequence for the game will get kicked off.
Yeah, so this, interestingly enough, you don't actually want to enter this part at max speed, so that's why I slowed down there. It's actually faster to slow down a little bit.
Interesting.
Because you have to fly to this part, and that little alignment is tricky. Oh, so he's going for ultimate feldspar. That's impressive.
What is ultimate feldspar? That's an awesome strat name.
It's what he just did.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay. Oh my goodness.
It's crazy, yeah. It's impressive.
When I did that casually, I probably went through there at about, 0.01 kilometers an hour. So just seeing him like fly through there and dodge all the fish is pretty amazing. And this is kind of like, I think, what we were talking about with the movement in this game, just the way that you're able to glide around everywhere. You have full 3D control. It is really, really cool.
Yep. Now we're about to get to the part that's different again. In a little bit.
Getting a little trolled by this puzzle, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, just start over. Now we're gonna do another trick. But yeah, basically the door here doesn't load in immediately, so if you're fast enough, you can go right through it. And now we're out of bounds, sort of.
This is so cool.
And then we just need to fly down and hit this load zone, which it's a huge load zone.
And shooting the drone has a bit of like an impulse that it gives you, right? So that's why we're shooting it and refreshing it over and over.
Yeah, it's called scout boosting. That's like one of the main movement techs.
This trick is so cool. Every time I watch this.
Yeah, it is. It really is. See if we'll get this grab here.
Whoa.
That's pretty precise. So now we're on like a bit of a more of like a auto scroller type section right now. We have to like get down as fast as possible, and then it starts this little timer. So yeah, now we're on like a little timer. So we're just gonna go stand in the right spot and wait.
I've always wondered what happened. Like, can you die in this sequence? And like, what happens? Do you just go back to the beginning of the?
Actually, no. You are immortal during this sequence.
Okay. Okay. I've always wondered.
Yep. So basically here we want to find a spot where we can stand within view of looking at 3 trees, because the next part, like once the lights go out, the trees become these like quantum objects, and you need to like look at them and then look away to get them to disappear, and that's what triggers the next sequence. So we want to find a spot where we can just spin around really fast and look at all 3 of them. And yeah, about the dying thing, you can die like before you enter the eye, but once you get to the forest, you cannot die.
Heard that.
Now we need to collect all of the friends.
And basically, by doing so, we need to just go access, or we have to go find them all out here in the woods, more or less. Is that right?
Yeah, we have to find all these instruments.
All their instruments.
They all have a musical instrument. And here's another trick. We can grab those drums from any distance.
Oh.
Although interestingly, you cannot do that one last because it causes a problem where you can't like trigger the actual song to finish.
This movement is so clean. I love how just absurd this looks, like without any context. Like this is just, it's just such a wild sequence.
Fun fact, this part that he's doing right now is the only thing that's not solved in Max% Suitless that I think might possibly be possible.
Oh. Max% Suitless.
Which, like grabbing this mask right here, because once you get teleported out of the shuttle, you don't have any movement controls if you don't have the suit.
Interesting.
And you're like 5 meters away from it. It's so frustrating.
And here's us getting the friend that we got from the DLC. It's going to be one of the main departures from the 90% route here.
Yep. A little bit of extra stuff. And they also have an extra dialogue here.
And I think that this is about it, right? Is it not?
Yep.
Wow.
Just about.
I can't believe how fast this run went by. That was crazy.
You gotta have a celebratory marshmallow.
Yes, absolutely.
It's tradition. There's one more trick to do.
Is the crowd singing along? Wow. The sunglasses are on.
And the last trick in the run, we scout boost towards the explosion. saves a tiny amount of time. And that's it.
That's awesome. Wow.
GG. Quite a good run.
GG. Man, shout out to Artificier for that awesome run. Also, shout out to the crowd. Like, the SpeeDons crowd is... I mean, they're still singing along. They got their flashlights out. This is so cool. I love this game.
Yeah, that was a pretty good showcase.
Wow.
Oh man, that's so cool. If anybody's interested in learning this this game, join the Outer Wilds speedrunning Discord. We love to help new people.
I would love to see.
It's not too hard of a run to get into.
I would love to see y'all figure out that last little bit for max % suitless. That's so cool.
I've spent so much time on that.
I believe it. Anyway, Strange Pie, dude, thank you so much for doing commentary for this. Like, you are truly, like I mentioned at the beginning, truly, like, you were the reason I was even ever introduced to speedrunning this game. So the fact that you were doing commentary, I was able to join you on commentary for this is very cool. So thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, thanks. It's very nice to hear that.
Anyway, any final words or shout outs from you before we sign off?
No, just like I said, join the Discord if you want to learn this run.
Awesome, and that'll be it for me. This was my last commentary stint as well for the weekend. So thank you all so much for watching and enjoying SpeeDons. Please get your donations in. !donate for the donation link. Your donations go directly toward Medicine du Monde, who do so much important work all across the globe. Big shout out to the Outer Wilds crew that put this together, both the couch and the runner. Thank you all so much for watching, and I sincerely hope you enjoy the rest of the event. So, yeah, peace.
Bravo pour ce moment. Bravo, extraordinaire. Je vais dire un truc, j'ai bien aimé cette run. Si vous avez apprécié le jeu, si vous connaissez un peu le jeu, c'est un jeu qui ne prend pas vraiment vite à faire d'habitude et ouais, c'est beaucoup d'émotions. Bravo pour ce moment, je pense que vous avez parlé à beaucoup de personnes. Je pense que pour nous, on va regarder ce que tu t'en as fait. Exactement.
C'était aussi le speedrun, hein. C'est waouh.
C'était très le speedrun, ouais, vraiment.
Waouh.
Le meilleur spot, regardez le soleil.
Incroyable. Donc du coup, Arte,
une personne gagnera.
Je vous invite à venir le signer.
Oui,
voilà.
venez signer.
Et une personne qui viendra, donc, qui a fait des dons pendant cette run de Outer Wilds. Il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de temps. Donc,
il y en a eu des dons.
Mais il y en a eu
petit retour
beaucoup,
tout le temps. Du coup, tu temps comment ça s'est passé ce dessin?
Bah franchement, c'était le plus chaud à faire.
Ouais.
Donc, mais c'est bien, c'était pour la dernière. Donc c'est bon, j'ai tout donné. Maintenant, je vais pouvoir profiter de la soirée. Et puis, bah, j'en profite pour, comme c'est mon dernier passage.
Oui, vas-y.
Un petit merci pour SpeeDons, pour votre confiance. Merci aux équipes techniques, bénévoles, voilà, toutes les personnes sur place. Et un big up pour tous les artistes sur Twitch. Voilà.
Bon, GG.
Merci, ouais, big up, un dernier. Pour plus de temps, s'il vous plaît.
Franchement, faire un dessin en si peu de temps. On a vu des strats. Moi, j'ai vu des strats. Il y a des strats mises en place pour aller vite. En mode, ouais, la run est bientôt finie. C'est incroyable.
Voilà, et bien évidemment...
Vous avez tant donné pendant cette run d'Outer Wilds. Vraiment, c'était au niveau de la station d'ambiancing. On a des dons en boucle. Hein. Il y a des gens qui voulaient gagner des cadeaux. Ils voulaient gagner des dessins.
Ils voulaient absolument tout gagner. Hein.
Je te laisse sans lire.
Ouais, bien sûr. Bah, je vais lire. Effectivement, on fait 3 par 3.
Allez, vas-y.
Allez, c'est parti. On commence, c'est pas des moindres, avec 2000 balles. de Sim Nico. Bravo à tous pour cet événement extraordinaire. Vive la solidarité, vive le speedrun, vive Outer Wilds. Ce vieux monsieur est un grand monsieur. Un don de 1000 balles de Elianar. Bravo pour ce magnifique événement. Merci aux runners, commentateurs, ambianceurs, bénévoles et toutes les équipes pour les travaux. Et un autre don de 1000 balles de Lidrel qui représente Team Chéri. Je vous assure que cette émission sera annoncée uniquement si Jarmou gagne l'incentive.
Ah, c'est vrai que l'incentive est bientôt à sa fin. Jarmou.
Mais la situation sanitaire est catastrophique, la situation alimentaire est catastrophique, la situation sécuritaire est catastrophique. On a les équipes à l'intérieur de la bande de Gaza, mais on a aussi des équipes en Cisjordanie qui luttent au quotidien, déjà pour leur propre survie et aussi pour donner accès à toute la population qui est ramassée dans le sud de Gaza, leur donner accès à des soins. Donc nous, on envoie des médicaments, on essaie de faire entrer des gens, on essaye d'amener un minimum de soins, mais c'est une catastrophe humanitaire sans nom ce qui se passe. On arrête de bombarder les hôpitaux, les écoles, les médecins. On a perdu... Maïsara, un de nos collègues médecins urgentistes, est mort sous les bombes il y a 3 mois en essayant de soigner les gens. Ses frères en sont aussi décédés. Enfin, chaque jour, c'est un miracle. C'est impossible de faire de l'aide humanitaire sous les bombes. Que ce soit de la distribution alimentaire, que ce soit des soins, il faut que ça s'arrête. Il faut que la vie puisse reprendre, que les gens aient accès aux soins, que les enfants puissent aller à l'école et qu'on sorte de ce drame incroyable, inacceptable et incroyable. Pardon pour l'émotion, mais...
Non mais oui, bien sûr, moi aussi je suis ému.
Bravo pour cet événement de qualité. Encore une fois cette année, Run Outer Wilds, vraiment goldé. J'ai à peine le temps de le finir, ce formulaire.
Attention.
Oh. Pas mal. La roue libre qui a donné 500 €. Merci aux bénévoles, ambianceurs, commentateuristes, les speedrunnereuses et aux vieux monsieur bourrez les dons.
On a Sarikano qui donne 500 balles à Outer Wilds. Incroyable jeu, un peu malade, 500 balles. Je suis pas sûr d'avoir compris. Il faut faire quoi avec le t-shirt? Et faites-le maintenant, par pitié, si vous n'étiez pas là pendant l'événement, si vous avez attendu dimanche soir, délayez cet achat, enfin je veux dire, faites-le de manière répartie, quoi, qu'il n'y ait pas tout le monde à la fin qui fasse la queue pour le t-shirt.
Oui, parce qu'il y a un coup, est-ce que ça plante et vous ne pourrez plus l'acheter?
Et
évidemment,
ce sera dramatique, on va recevoir des messages privés. Quoi? Faites-le maintenant si vous le voulez, si vous voulez en offrir un ou quoi que ce soit, allez-y sur le t-shirt, achetez-le. Vous avez aussi tous les dons, enfin tous les cadeaux à gagner, et notamment le PC Omen à partir de 5 € de dons.
C'est ça. Donne.
La boule qui n'est pas nommée pour l'instant, l'innommable boule, qui est à gagner aussi par une personne. Beaucoup de cadeaux à gagner, et surtout dans les runs à venir. Enfin, Hollow Knight, j'imagine que voilà quoi. Il va y avoir...
là, il va y avoir des trucs de dingue pour Hollow Knight, effectivement, qui va arriver. Sachant que voilà, l'interview donc de Ninja du Monde, la dernière avant la fin avec Joël, notamment et Mister MV que vous voyez juste derrière nous, qui sont en train de se préparer. Et ensuite, ce sera le Panthéon 5.
Le Panthéon 5. Et je ne peux pas pour l'instant vous montrer. Voilà, pour l'instant, là, c'est les cadeaux Outer Wilds. J'ai pas la visu pour les cadeaux Hollow Knight, mais vous les verrez. On vous
après,
l'ambiance. Ne vous inquiétez pas.
Le Panthéon 5 donc, qui sera proposé par Elysia. Nous aurons Mario Kart 64, la All Cup avec tous les skips, ça va être incroyable. Ensuite, nous aurons le Strawberry Jam Relay Showcase. Et ouais, c'est Céleste, mais en plus dur. Voilà.
Et après, c'est Mario World, mais en plus dur, mais un peu Céleste.
Ouais, avec Céleste.
Vous allez voir, on est sur du niveau de plateforme jamais atteint, quoi.
Dishonored par B-Wix, voilà.
Un classique
le régional de l'étape, voilà, qui est là aussi tous les ans. Et enfin, nous terminerons donc par The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, donc le dernier. Cette fois-ci en All Dungeon Unrestricted, ça va durer 2 heures, c'est pour vous faciliter, voilà, pour pouvoir vous permettre de faire les derniers dons, d'acheter les derniers t-shirts, d'acheter les derniers trucs que vous n'avez pas pu faire, hein, n'est-ce pas?
On a Numble qui donne 300 balles. Public, quel est votre métier? Achète, donne. Et ils sont présents, un don anonyme de 400 balles. On a Dre aussi, 300 balles. Merci pour cette run. Outer Wilds, un jeu magnifique, plus petit que 3. Merci beaucoup.
Exactement. On a Omninage qui a donné Snatch, pardon, qui a donné 400 €, qui a dit 22 minutes pour bourrer les dons. Et le meilleur Zelda, c'est effectivement le 7, plus petit que 3. Maxime, Clara et Alicia qui ont donné 500 € et qui ont dit Outer Wild, meilleur jeu, c'est le moment de faire des dons. Et Booklex qui a donné 400 €, pas de message, merci à toi. Talek qui a donné 250 €, merci pour ce week-end de folie.
C'est plus que jamais le moment de faire des dons. On était à 1 200 000 quoi, à peine avant Outer Wilds, c'est en train de monter comme jamais. C'est vraiment le moment pour acheter le t-shirt, le moment pour faire les dons. Vous allez avoir Mister MV et Joël qui vont vous dire les termes bientôt pour vous expliquer.
Attends, il y en a d'autres.
Mais oui, il y en a d'autres, mais ça n'arrête jamais.
Il y a encore des 1000 balles. 1000 balles de la part de un castor. Pas de message, merci beaucoup. Ça a dû faire beaucoup de boîtes vendues, ça. Il y a Charlex aussi qui a donné 1000 balles. Et Dark Pangolin qui a donné 500 €, dont un politique, bravo à tous.
On a Seben12, Vive Speedon et Bourré les dons qui donnent 500 balles. On a Alivian, merci à tous pour ce week-end. Bourré les dons hommes qui donnent 300 balles. Métanoïa qui donne 500 balles, bravo pour les travaux et on pourrait continuer comme ça bien longtemps.
999 € de Manu qui a dit bravo à tous et vive l'innommable boule.
L'innommable boule, ouais.
Tamo qui a donné 500 € qui dit ce jeu est mieux que ma voiture.
L'innommable boule qui est passé 3e, attention, à Béboule est toujours en tête, 37% des dons, suivi de dons hommes 25%, l'innommable qui commence à faire sa percée à 9%. Jarmou, où en est-elle de sa percée politique sur Hollow Knight? Jarmou a dépassé Dame Dame.
Olé.
Oh là là, attention, c'est bientôt Hollow Knight. Nous sommes on the edge. Et on m'annonce, Chacha, que la suite est prête, que Joël et Mister MV sont prêts.
Et que c'est l'intervention de Médecins du Monde, l'une des dernières avant la fin. Mais pas que. Il y a des surprises apparemment.
Ah, une surprise.
Je leak.
Eh bien, allez-y.
Mister MV, si on arrive à 2 millions, Joël fait Mario Bros tout de suite. Voilà.
Ah oui, tout de suite.
C'est ce qu'il a dit. À 2 millions. À 2 millions. C'est parti.
Hey. Bienvenue, c'est notre échange final, le traditionnel échange du dimanche soir avant le rush final avec Joël Veller, directeur général de Médecins du Monde. Comment vas-tu?
Très bien et bonsoir à tous.
Eh oui, bonsoir. Ah, bien. On a un médecin avec le logo. Oh oui, c'est créatif ici. Bienvenue, ça va? Toi, tu dors un peu quand même?
Ouais, plus que toi, je crois.
Probablement, en effet, je sors d'une power nap de 20 minutes. Alors, pour ce dernier échange, évidemment, voilà, c'est en général avec Joël, on va sur les grosses thématiques qu'on n'a pas encore développées aussi lors du week-end. On en a développé plein, mais on va également s'assurer d'être totalement exhaustif. Et on va faire un point sur les programmes d'urgence qui ont fait l'actualité de Médecins du Monde et revenir notamment, on n'en a pas encore parlé lors de ce week-end, de la situation en Ukraine qu'on suit depuis le 2e Speedon. Voilà. Ça fait déjà un sacré temps, donc où est-ce qu'on en est évidemment, et ça refait l'actualité en ce moment, très récemment même, donc voilà.
Oui, tout à fait, ça revient bien dans l'actualité, hein. On n'y est pour rien sur ce qui s'est passé avant-hier, mais ça remet l'Ukraine un peu tout en haut des sujets d'urgence. Ça va pas bien en Ukraine, ça va pas bien. Alors, tu l'as souvent dit, on fait pas de politique ici.
Oui.
Ça va pas bien politiquement, mais la situation humanitaire est pas bonne du tout non plus, quoi. On a des millions de personnes qui se retrouvent sans service de santé. J'ai quelques chiffres là, 212 personnels de santé tués, plus de 1500 attaques contre des structures de santé depuis 2022. Voilà une situation qui est un peu catastrophique. Les soutiens de l'Ukraine qui deviennent un peu plus rares, j'ai l'impression que ça ne va pas aller en s'arrangeant. Voilà, à la porte de l'Europe, ça doit rester dans l'actualité. Nous, on continue à intervenir grâce à vous. Ça fait partie des projets sur lesquels on met des dons, on met les dons qu'on récupère ici. Voilà, une situation très compliquée, très stressante pour la population. Des attaques incessantes, une situation changeante, un contexte politique très très mouvant. C'est vraiment pas top. En 2 mots sur nos activités, si tu m'y autorises.
Bien sûr.
Je le dis souvent, mais Médecins du Monde, on essaye de de créer de systèmes de santé parallèles. Donc on est vraiment en appui du ministère de la Santé ukrainien, ministère de la Santé ukrainienne peut-être, avec des cliniques mobiles, avec de la télémédecine, on fait rentrer beaucoup de médicaments, de matériel. On essaye de restaurer ce qui reste un petit peu du système de santé, avec une approche un peu particulière. Les personnes âgées, comme les gens sont au front, qui sont très isolés dans les zones reculées, donc c'est pour ça que je parle de télémédecine, c'est assez nouveau pour nous, mais aussi beaucoup d'actions en clinique mobile. Voilà. Et puis, comme dans toutes les zones de conflit, beaucoup de discrimination, donc on est aussi beaucoup en soutien sur la réduction des risques, VIH, SIDA, appui aux communautés LGBTQI, etc., qui sont plus du tout dans les priorités généralement des pays en conflit, quoi.
Eh bien, bravo pour ça. Donc voilà, au niveau de l'Ukraine, oui, merci. Et bravo à vous pour vos dons tout au long de ce week-end. Bien évidemment, on va aussi faire un focus Moyen-Orient, notamment en passant par le Liban, avec les attaques terribles en septembre dernier qui vous ont poussé à déclencher un programme d'urgence.
Oui, alors on était présent au Liban, mais on a passé la démultiplier en termes d'urgence. Quelques chiffres aussi, parce qu'on parle des gens, donc j'aime qu'on soit précis. J'aime pas il y a eu une centaine de morts. Mais entre septembre et janvier, 21 268 victimes, dont 4 163 tués. Donc on est vraiment quand même sur quelque chose d'assez violent. Depuis le cessez-le-feu, il y a déjà eu quasiment 500 violations du cessez-le-feu. Donc juste sur un gros mois, un mois et demi. Bon, après, la vérité, c'est que la situation, elle n'était pas top avant septembre, mais elle a fait que s'empirer. Le contexte libanais il est un peu particulier puisque le Liban accueille énormément de réfugiés, palestiniens, syriens, qui ont été aussi les premières victimes. C'est-à-dire que les premières victimes étaient déjà dans des camps, donc il y a eu énormément de déplacements. On a même du mal à le mesurer, mais il y a beaucoup de Syriens qui sont retournés en Syrie. C'est vous dire le niveau de délabrement du système, et en particulier du système sanitaire. Voilà, donc grâce à vous au Liban, on soutient 8 centres de santé, on a 2 cliniques mobiles, et on fait tout un travail avec les enfants aussi au niveau des écoles, parce que plus de vaccination. Voilà, on essaye aussi d'être en soutien du ministère de la Santé. Plus de 6 tonnes de médicaments sur nos fonds propres. Donc encore une fois, grâce à vos dons qui sont rentrés, qu'on a fait arriver au Liban. Voilà. Plus de 400 consultations par semaine. Alors je vous donne des chiffres, j'en donne peut-être trop là. Mais c'est concret, c'est pas. Je pense que c'est important en termes de redevabilité vis-à-vis de vos dons. On agit grâce à ces dons. On est présent dans ces pays où il est compliqué d'agir.
Eh bien, bravo aussi pour ça. Bien entendu. On va bien évidemment, on n'allait pas passer à côté. Il y a eu plusieurs événements caritatifs qu'on salue aussi d'ailleurs. Streamers for Palestinians, Streamers for Humanity. Et c'est la Palestine, bien entendu. On va parler de Gaza et on va aussi parler avant tout de la Cisjordanie également.
Mais merci de mettre en lumière la Cisjordanie parce qu'on parle beaucoup de Gaza, mais la Cisjordanie depuis le début, c'est pas en termes de violence, pas au niveau de Gaza, mais c'est extrêmement tendu. Pour ceux, je pense que tout le monde le sait dans la salle, mais la Palestine, c'est la Cisjordanie et Gaza. La Cisjordanie étant un peu particulier, puisqu'il y a des colons, la colonisation continue. Donc il y a énormément d'accrochages depuis le début du conflit à Gaza, entre les Palestiniens qui sont en Cisjordanie, mais les colons et l'armée israélienne. Pareil, quelques chiffres, c'est quasiment, je vois les déplacements de nos équipes pour les trajets qui se faisaient en 30 minutes, c'est plus de 3 heures aujourd'hui, c'est des checkpoints partout, c'est des contrôles partout, donc c'est un accès à la santé qui est aussi extrêmement détérioré. Et puis cette pression, on parle souvent de santé mentale, on fait beaucoup de santé mentale, et là, c'est une vraie composante de la santé, c'est-à-dire que c'est des gens qui vivent sous une forme d'oppression permanente, compressés comme dans un bocal, qui ne peuvent pas se déplacer librement, qui ne peuvent pas rejoindre leur famille, qui ne peuvent pas atteindre les centres de santé. Voilà, donc on travaille énormément en clinique mobile, on essaye d'aller dans les villages les plus isolés. mais grosse interruption de soins, le risque, ce sentiment en permanence de risque d'agression. Moi, j'y étais il y a 1 an et demi. C'est très, très, très compliqué d'intervenir. Et donc, c'est important, on parle beaucoup de Gaza, mais aussi de faire très attention à ce qui se passe en Cisjordanie. C'est le même peuple.
Tout à fait. Et donc Gaza, d'ailleurs, après ceci, on vous diffusera quelque chose. Et ensuite, bien évidemment, on aura les annonces traditionnelles du dimanche. À Gaza, donc, oui, bien sûr, qui vit désormais sous un cessez-le-feu, mais on le sait, plus que précaire. On va avoir donc une vidéo à vous diffuser, à vous montrer au public pour la première fois, voilà, et on vous montrera les actions réalisées depuis 16 mois, justement, ça sera du concret. Avant qu'on diffuse cette vidéo, bah voilà, qu'est-ce que tu souhaites nous dire sur la situation à Gaza, évidemment, qui est toujours, évidemment, dramatique?
Alors, c'est pareil, on n'y est pour rien, mais le cessez-le-feu s'est arrêté ce matin.
Oui.
On parlait tout à l'heure de l'Ukraine et du scandale qui s'est passé dans le bureau ovale. Cessez-le-feu qui est suspendu depuis ce matin. Ça veut dire quoi, cessez-le-feu qui est suspendu depuis ce matin? C'est de la nourriture, de l'aide humanitaire qui ne rentre plus depuis ce matin, et de manière unilatérale par les Israéliens. Quelques chiffres sur Gaza, et merci vraiment, parce que vous nous avez beaucoup aidés tout au long de l'année, tu l'as dit, mais aussi au dernier SpeeDons. 96% de la population est en insécurité alimentaire. 96%. Hein, je veux dire, ça veut dire quasiment la totalité de la population. On a pu rentrer très très peu de camions. Je faisais un petit peu le malin avec ce qu'on avait réussi à rentrer au Liban, mais sur une année, on a réussi à rentrer que 4 camions de matériel. Donc, il y a des complications, il y a des freins, encore et encore, pour accéder aux populations, pour que les gens aient accès aux soins. Donc, on est dans une situation très fragile, qui est depuis ce matin, et même il y a le cessez-le-feu qui était fragile et soulevé. Donc il y a des enjeux quand même politiques de plaidoyer, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut qu'on continue à se battre, tous, les ONG, mais aussi les gouvernements, s'il y en a qui nous écoutent, pour qu'il y ait un cessez-le-feu permanent. On en parlait l'année dernière ici. On peut pas travailler comme ça, affamer une population, la priver de l'accès aux soins. Un focus particulier sur les enfants, donc quasiment plus d'enfants de moins de 5 ans vaccinés. Il n'y a plus de campagne de vaccination. Je viens de vous parler de la malnutrition, le manque de suivi médical, et pareil, grosse pression permanente, vous imaginez bien pour les gens à Gaza, grosse pression, donc beaucoup d'appui en santé mentale. Malgré la situation, on a quasiment multiplié depuis 1 an par 4 ou 5 nos actions à l'intérieur de Gaza. On a des cliniques mobiles, on soutient 4 cliniques, on en appuie d'autres avec d'autres partenaires. On essaye d'ouvrir des cliniques dans le nord. Vous savez, au début du conflit, le nord a été vidé, la population a été ramenée au sud. Donc on essaye d'appuyer aussi le retour d'une partie de la population de Gaza dans le nord. Voilà, j'ai ajouté un camion d'unité mobile. Voilà, je crois que le film qu'on va vous montrer va être un petit peu éclairant sur la situation. Voilà, vraiment, si vous ne savez pas ce qu'on fait de vos dons, vraiment une très très grande partie va sur la Palestine et la Gaza, et pas que, puisqu'on essaye d'être sur tout, mais on est sur un volume d'activité aujourd'hui, pour nous, qui est très important, qui est de l'ordre de 10 millions en 2024, 10 millions en 2025, et ces fonds-là viennent fortement contribuer à notre action. Et encore une fois, ils nous permettent d'aller au nord si on a envie d'aller au nord et pas de rester au sud parce qu'un bailleur institutionnel nous dirait d'être au sud. Donc voilà. Merci pour nous donner cette indépendance.
Merci à vous de permettre à Médecins du Monde d'être plus indépendant et de pouvoir agir au mieux. On se retrouve après la diffusion donc, de cette vidéo sur les actions réalisées à Gaza et la situation à Gaza.
Mais la situation sanitaire est catastrophique, la situation alimentaire est catastrophique, la situation sécuritaire est catastrophique. On a les équipes à l'intérieur de la bande de Gaza, mais on a aussi des équipes en Cisjordanie. qui luttent au quotidien, déjà pour leur propre survie et aussi pour donner accès à toute la population qui est ramassée dans le sud de Gaza, leur donner accès à des soins. Donc nous, on envoie des médicaments, on essaie de faire entrer des gens, on essaye d'amener un minimum de soins, mais c'est une catastrophe humanitaire sans nom ce qui se passe. On arrête de bombarder les hôpitaux, les écoles, les médecins. On a perdu... Maïsara, un de nos collègues médecins urgentistes, est mort sous les bombes il y a 3 mois en essayant de soigner les gens. Ses frères sont aussi décédés. Enfin, chaque jour, c'est un miracle. C'est impossible de faire de l'aide humanitaire sous les bombes. Que ce soit de la distribution alimentaire, que ce soit des soins, il faut que ça s'arrête. Il faut que la vie puisse reprendre, que les gens aient accès aux soins, que les enfants puissent aller à l'école et qu'on sorte de ce drame incroyable, inacceptable et incroyable. Pardon pour l'émotion, mais...
Non mais oui, bien sûr. Moi aussi, je suis ému. Voilà, plus que jamais, je pense, Joël, de toute façon, que tu as bien expliqué, et on l'a bien vu là, hein, voilà, toute l'importance de l'action et de pouvoir vous donner de l'autonomie dans cette région qui hélas, on l'espère évidemment, trouvera une résolution paisible à un moment. Alors, on va peut-être essayer de switcher l'ambiance, même...
Un dernier petit mot.
Oui.
Je voudrais remercier les équipes Médecins du Monde en Palestine. Bien sûr. Peut-être. Je ne les ai pas tous cités ici, mais...
Bien sûr, merci. Bravo.
Ils font notre fierté.
Bravo, bravo. Fait plaisir, toute cette belle énergie. Merci, merci. Merci pour eux. Dévouement quotidien. D'ailleurs, il y avait le site de Médecins du Monde. Hein. Vous pouvez bien évidemment être actif avec vos dons sur SpeeDons, mais n'hésitez pas évidemment aussi si vous voulez devenir donateur régulier ou même vous engager en tant que bénévole, en tant que salarié. Il y a toutes les informations sur le site de Médecins du Monde. Mon cher Joël, on va passer un petit peu au truc plus traditionnel, on va dire, qui vont nous plonger vers ce rush final. Alors évidemment, il est possible que nous allons encore nous déshabiller, mon cher Joël. Ça me fait plaisir parce que, une fois de plus, je trouvais que notre relation commençait à ralentir, en tout cas physiquement. Et enfin, on va se redéshabiller un dimanche soir. Et ça régale. Allons-y, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh. Oh. Bien sûr, il est là, le t-shirt collector, bien entendu. Designé par Zoho. Une fois de plus, ce sont les Béboules pour l'instant. Sait-on jamais? Vous pouvez continuer à vous battre pour le nom des mascottes, mais voilà, c'est la mascotte en cosplay de plein de jeux de l'événement. Voilà, encore une magnifique composition de Zo. Il y a des dorures sur le t-shirt, il est très quali. Il est en quantité limitée, alors peut-être moins limité que l'année dernière, hein, ne vous inquiétez pas. Mais quoi qu'il en soit, avant que vous barriez de la salle en courant, il n'est pas disponible ici. Hein, voilà, c'est en ligne, c'est sur la boutique. En ligne. Oui, bon, ça va.
Visiblement, il y en a qui l'ont déjà. Donc voilà, ça part en prod. Vous pouvez vous le procurer jusqu'à la fermeture de la boutique, bien évidemment, qui aura lieu circa minuit. Normalement, à minuit, c'est la fin. On boucle, donc achète. Évidemment, ça c'est déjà bien. Ensuite, bien entendu, nous allons faire un point sur les ajouts de cagnotte du soir concernant les t-shirts. Depuis la dernière update où on en avait déjà vendu plus de 20 000, on a revendu depuis 9 170 t-shirts qui nous amènent à 102 554 €. Incroyable. Nous avons également le merchandising sur place, notre boutique physique avec quelques goodies uniques évidemment au présentiel, qui a levé grâce à vous donc 103 944 €. Très beau score pour une boutique sur place. Et enfin, évidemment, on a les copains de chez Gourou, Poca et compagnie, qui ont peut-être sous-estimé qu'il y avait plein de gens qui avaient la dalle tout le temps et qui n'ont pas dormi du week-end du coup et qui bossent non-stop et qui reversent en plus une partie de leurs chiffres à l'événement avec 5 613 €. Merci à eux. Merci pour tout. La MIF. Ce qui nous amène donc à un ajout à la cagnotte de 212 111 €. On se régale. Et c'est les 1 500 000 balles. Ouais. Donc, 2 millions, évidemment, ça régale. Nous rentrons dans le rush final, 6 heures d'événement, grosso modo, restant. Vous savez quelle est votre mission, bien évidemment, c'est de battre le speedon de l'année dernière. On a encore de belles incentives. Je vous rappelle que ce soir, évidemment, il y a un enjeu tonitruant déjà là. Qui va être l'annonceur de Zot? Ça se clôture dans quelques instants. Qui va? Quel va être le nom de la mascotte? Quel est le meilleur Zelda? Mystère et boule de gomme. Mon cher Joël, je te laisse évidemment clôturer et nous parler parce que là, j'ai monopolisé l'attention alors que c'est votre moment.
Merci. Et puis on se retrouve à minuit, je crois, non?
Ah bah oui, c'est vrai qu'on se retrouve tout à l'heure, bien sûr. Là, c'est préliminaire, mon chauffé. Hein. À minuit, on va se régaler. Allez, bourrez, donnez tout. Merci d'être là.
Évidemment qu'il faut dire les termes, effectivement. Je pense que maintenant, ce rendez-vous est d'autant plus apolitique que jamais.
Ouais. Là, je pense que tout le monde a bien compris. Tout est clair.
Officiellement, nous allons pouvoir sauver le bébé Yoshi.
C'est vrai?
On va pouvoir le câliner.
Oh non!
On va pouvoir le câliner. On va pouvoir le câliner. Vous avez récolté 50 000 balles. Bravo.
Il sera sauvé.
Il sera sauvé et câliné.
Bon, pour le câlin, pourquoi pas? Pour le sauvetage. On peut le câliner et puis le foutre dans la lave après.
Ça, tu verras ça avec
Ok, je verrai avec lui.
Ce qui vous reste encore, il reste quelques minutes, c'est effectivement pour savoir quel annonceur va donc présenter le champion Zot. Il y a 8 000 € d'écart encore, donc si vous voulez...
Il reste quelques minutes.
Là, il faut appeler des donateurs, etc. pour pouvoir faire ça. Est-ce qu'on prend le public? Est-ce qu'on prend Speedon en otage tant que Jarmou n'est pas annonciatrice?
Si tu veux, si tu veux, allons-y.
Et pour vous donner envie, est-ce que vous n'avez pas envie?
Des très beaux lots à gagner.
Est-ce que vous n'avez pas envie?
Est-ce que c'est dispo? Est-ce que je peux vous en montrer d'autres en plus en même temps?
Vous n'avez pas envie d'une petite planche de skate Hollow Knight comme ça?
C'est arrivé, regardez-moi toutes ces petites dingueries, une casquette, une planche de skate. On a aussi des figurines, tout plein de beaux cadeaux à gagner. Il suffit de faire des dons pendant la run d'Hollow Knight qui arrive incessamment sous peu. Run Panthéon 5, boss rush ultime du jeu, avec évidemment tous les boss les plus compliqués. Une run extraordinaire qui arrive juste après. On est en pleine préparation là. On a des dons qui tombent à l'instant, notamment Azelgan qui donne 700 balles, un peu de solidarité. Ça n'a jamais fait de mal à personne, bien au contraire, gardez la pêche, des bisous, merci beaucoup Azelgan. On a Lyon à l'instant qui donne 150 balles, merci à tous pour vos actions, c'est formidable ce que vous faites, merci beaucoup pour tous ces dons.
J'ai un don très important que je voulais dire, et c'est vrai qu'on n'en parlait pas beaucoup durant ce week-end, mais vous avez notamment le collectif Résonance qui vous a sorti un album Out of Beat que vous pouvez encore vous procurer sur Bandcamp. Tous les bénéfices seront reversés à Médecins du Monde. Et ils ont fait un don de 2000 €.
Let's go!
Avec le message Sailor Jarmoon. Donc eux aussi ils sont pas du tout apolitiques.
Juste avant qu'on passe sur Hollow Knight, parce qu'on m'annonce qu'on est prêt et la run Panthéon 5 est ready, je tiens à vous dire qu'il y a un cadeau surprise.
Ouais, il y a un cadeau surprise.
Si vous faites un don pendant l'étape Hollow Knight, là, pendant cette run, vous pourrez gagner le précepte.
Oui.
C'est-à-dire que là, ce qui va être lu sur scène pour annoncer les autres, je peux vous le préciser.
Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'il y a un autre truc.
Et on a également un dessinateur. J'ai fait un petit teasing. Un petit teasing.
Rien montré. C'est terrible.
Un léger teasing, vous pourrez gagner.
Bon, on accueille
Hello. Désolé, il y a tellement de choses à penser. Heureusement que la régie était là. Mais évidemment, on est très heureux de t'accueillir une nouvelle fois. Tu vas nous dessiner du Hollow Knight.
Exactement. Je vais faire une petite ornette avec un petit décor.
En prévision.
Voilà. Comme par hasard. Avec une date en bas, non?
Oui, c'est ça. Est-ce que tu mets une date? Parce que tu as les infos, il me semble.
Il y a un petit boule avec un petit panneau et peut-être une date dessus.
Que je suis
le teasing, qu'on n'en fasse pas plus sur le teasing.
Non, bien sûr, bien sûr.
Écoute, moi j'en profite pour dire adieu pour cette année au desk d'ambiancing. Merci énormément.
C'était trop cool. C'est mon kiff.
Allez.
Et c'est surtout 2 dons de 1000 balles de Yersi et Peugeot qui ont donné 2 fois 1000 balles.
Let's go!
Bravo Médecins du Monde, le vieux monsieur, les runners, les commentateurs, les ambianceurs et le public. Et Peugeot qui a donné fantastique événement, la run autorise absolument fantastique. Jeu du cœur, bisous du Québec et Pet the Yoshi.
Let's
go! Pour nous, mais c'est pas terminé. Bourrez les dents. Et c'est parti pour
Hollow Knight.
Salut SpeeDons.
Salut SpeeDons, comment ça va?
Comment ça va, Azer?
Ça va très bien et toi?
On se retrouve pour du Hollow Knight. Vous connaissez? On l'a déjà vu, mais là, cette fois-ci, Elysia va nous présenter une run incroyable du Panthéon 5. On s'ambiance sur la catégorie, le boss rush le plus difficile du jeu, ça va être incroyable.
Oh, I'm excited for this run. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Gaffy Taffy. I'm kind of the vibes here, and then I have the real talent with me, Viz. How are you doing today, Viz?
I'm good, I'm good. This is such a cool setup. I'm actually blown away.
I know, the crowd is so electric.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should have a really cool one. Some P5 action.
Which I'm wondering if Elysia's going to jump right into it. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, man. 2, 1, go. All right, this is a rapid-fire run for sure. If anybody doesn't know Hollow Knight or Pantheon 5, this is just a boss rush of every boss in the game. So some of them, if you blink, you will miss it.
Yep, and it's got not only every boss in the game, but some of them, like this one, will be improved or harder versions of them. So, for example, the normal version of Vengeful King, or Vengefly King, is just 1, but this one I have 2. There's some that'll have like a harder version of the arena, like No Eyes, and even some easy ones like Mother. But some of them are going to be going pretty quickly, especially like massive mouse charger, stuff like that. They should be able to shred through their health, like, you know, early bosses you'd expect.
Now, my first time playing this game, it took me so many attempts, and I mean, you're spending 35 minutes to get towards the end. If you die, you go all the way back to the beginning. So there's kind of high stakes in a run like this, which keeps it really interesting.
You're going to see some benches in the middle, but those are not checkpoint benches. Those are strictly for, it'll put you to full health, it'll let you change your charms, but it doesn't actually checkpoint if you were to die, so you're all the way back to the beginning.
And one thing I've run the game in English for my first playthrough, and then while we actually do speedruns, typically it's in simplified Chinese for the text dialogue. So it's real interesting seeing all the boss names in French right now. I definitely don't have a grasp for French. But I'm like, oh, Mossy. No, it's Imbite sur Monsieur, of course.
That was impressive.
Thank you. I made it up. Any French people are probably laughing at me right now, but I try my best.
All right, you captured everyone that doesn't understand. Yeah, that's probably one of the fastest bosses there. At Hornet 1. And honestly, I think I was lucky whenever I first did this because if I got to the late bosses, other than like the final 2 that were new, I felt like I was pretty comfortable just from runs that I had done that had those bosses. It was the middle ones that I would struggle with, so I didn't get 30 minutes in before dying. It would be like a dumb mistake on like Soul Tyrant. I'm like, oh, come on.
I didn't even play the game until God Home had already come out. So I couldn't even imagine already having maybe like a speedrun background and saying, oh, new bosses? It'd be fascinating. But yeah, we're seeing right now Steady Body is a charm which is allowing our runner to pretty much just bully these bosses. They don't get pushed back, so you just get to push in.
What I can tell, Steady Body and Quick Slash. Honestly, I'm a little rusty. Do they have Shaman Stone? The VS did not.
No Shaman Stone, yeah.
Okay,
which there's a surprise coming up, which we'll see come into effect in just a minute here. But in order to not overcharm, they've had to make some sacrifices, which Shaman Stone is pretty great, but we're going to see a lot of the damage just come from the nail.
I'm assuming probably Fragile Strength, and then it kind of looks like, unless they're just getting so many hits that I'm not noticing, maybe oh no, they have Sharp Shadow on.
Yeah, Sharp Shadow for sure.
I wonder if there'll be any swaps throughout, or if they're just sticking with this little run.
So I did keep a little bit of their practice. I think they stay with the same charm loadout the entire time.
Okay. I wonder if there's a like a, what was I gonna say? Nope, lost it. It's fine.
All right, so here's where the surprise comes into effect. You may notice that they're taking a lot of damage right now, and that is actually intentional. We said that this run is already kind of very glass cannon, very difficult, but to add on to that, they're going to stay at 1 physical HP this entire time in order to get 75% more damage with Fury of the Fallen.
Oh, are they doing that here?
They are starting their Fury here, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
So, again, no pressure, but one more hit, and right now, they would have to start over. But luckily, if you play the other Pantheons with bindings, the game does reward you a little bit. So we're going to see this blue cocoon sack, which will give, 5 health per checkpoint. So you still get the benefits of Fury, but a little bit of a safety net. But they are expendable, so now until the next checkpoint, they only have 4 health. It's terrifying. I don't know about you, but when I did Pantheons, I face tank a little bit.
I definitely do as well.
Not having heals, ooh.
I can tell you from experience of doing a GDQ run and not being able to heal. It's nerve-wracking.
Something Radiance?
Yeah, I can only imagine having to go through another 20 minutes of not being able to heal. Especially, with how often, like, you play this game and you're just like, the meme, that's never happened before, but, like, legitimately, this game has as much as we love it, a little bit of spaghetti candy.
Oh, absolutely. It is kind of awesome just to see how different runners approach Pantheon 5. So, like, Shamans and Flukes is kind of the big revolution happening now, just sending the little worms. But for me personally, I'm again just putting on Grub Song, kind of face tanking, putting spells out there.
I love it. I'm just distracted by the dancing in between each boss kill. I love it. The vibes are immaculate.
So good.
Christopher Larkin definitely killed it with the God Home soundtrack.
Oh, it hits just the right amount of pressure.
That went about as well as you could possibly want it to go.
Now this is a fan favorite. Everybody loves the Sisters of Battle fight, or Mantis Lord Part 2.
What do you mean? Yeah, this is the Mantis Lords.
Mm-hmm.
This is where one of them dies, then you kill two of them at the same time, right?
Dosa!
Monka! And this is where you really get to see the fruits of having steady body on, because yeah, you can accomplish the same thing with like just kind of holding toward them, but it's a lot less like, I guess, APM to just be able to stand there and just wail on them rather than like trying to keep yourself in the same spot.
This fight's always, yeah, it can be a little predictable as far as like, oh, this pattern should prompt this, but I find that they desync very often. So that's why you're going to get like a hit every now and then. But we do get some more lifeblood health here, which they do stack on top of what you already have, which is very nice, which makes playing safer while also being fast. Oof.
Also, I was
very important.
If I didn't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything. So, going on to the next boss here. Having fluke.
Anyway, what was that boss? Sorry.
I don't know. That fluke part was like 6 hits. That's almost as fast as how we killed that boss in 106, but that's like a borderline glitch. This was just intentional game design. I was just taking advantage of charms.
Or stationary fluke marm.
This might be my weirdest take. This is one of my favorite Dream Warriors.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's kind of cool. I like doing Galeon in 112, where you just hit him with like 3 shrieks and he's gone.
I mean it in the weirdest way that I could mean it, and I mean like specifically not in like quick kill fashion. I just like the boss at this point.
Hey, everybody's wrong every now and then, but I respect your opinion.
Also, I remember when they announced this boss, I was so blown away with the paint like staying on the floor. It was so cool. Oh, they're really gonna stack up this lifeboat. That's sick. Okay. I wonder if they have like a boss where they're just like, if I have less than 5 coming into this boss, I'm not feeling great.
I think especially at the end, bosses will start to do double damage, and that's when it gets really terrifying. Goodbye, Hive Knight. At least you didn't say this was your favorite Dream Warrior.
This is another example where I don't have anything nice to say, so going on to the next boss.
Anyway, who?
I'm not responding to that. How do you pronounce that name?
Le Collectionneur.
So this boss can be really, it's kind of a, once you get around halfway into the fight when you're not shredding him like that, normally you start to get put on a bit of a timer because those enemies will start to stack up and they'll start to kind of overwhelm you. But when you can just delete him like that, I mean, he barely even got to spawn more than like 5 enemies, so didn't have to worry about it. And one cool thing about this boss is if you can kill the god, which is the beast thing, you don't have to kill the tamer. He will just slump over.
I was just about to ask, so like the boss is called God Tamer, and if you kill the big thing first, does that make it the god?
He is God, yeah. I forgot who it was. I think it was Pound that always thought that he was the beast. That it was Beast Tamer. I was like, no, it's God Tamer. So this boss has a certain health gates when he gets down to 75, 50, and 25% health. he will go into that, what we call it a balloon attack.
Balloon?
Yeah. Little bullet hell. So they are pushing the phases so fast that you saw the first two happen like, oh no, the first two happened because like if you attack him right off the bat, yeah, before he's finished with the bow, then he'll immediately go into one, and then they pushed him to 75% before he even came out of it, so he went right back into his second, which is essentially the first one. Fun fact, in the normal version of this fight, the soundtrack is actually dynamic, and when he goes into the balloons, the drums kick in, and it's one of my favorite like pieces of music in the whole game. And it doesn't happen in AKG. It makes me sad. Still love the song, but
that's starting to look now like a lot of health, but the bosses do get harder, and it can truly just melt away. You get hit once by No Eyes, then you spawn in and get hit 3 more times.
Yep. And they can start to like wombo combo you, where they do double damage and one attack like knocks you into a second attack, and then all of a sudden you're missing 4. So you can never truly relax. Like this is definitely looking better than whenever, whenever fighting the duo with 0 life.
Oh yeah.
Still got to stay on edge.
Now,
Watcher
any
Knight.
percent has made me hate Watcher Knights, but when you're fully kitted, it's almost a joke.
Yeah. It's definitely like they didn't have a choice. They had to tune these bosses for if you were just going to have like normal gear, but a consequence of that means that if you are ridiculously kitted out like they currently are, these bosses are going to they're going to make them look very easy. They're doing a ton of damage. So this fight is the epitome of RNG in this game. Yeah. Even more so than regular Umu. This is what we call Numu, because it has mostly the same mechanics, but instead of
oh no.
Okay. At least the boss is dead, but didn't want to take all the damage. That's okay. But that boss, instead of Quirrell hopping in to open up the boss, you have to use the explosion from the Umas, I think they're called, to break open the shell temporarily and fit in as much damage as you can. That's why they were kind of like, if you saw, they were like kind of desperately jumping toward it, because if you don't get that kill before it closes back up, then you're gonna have to use another explosion. So.
Hey, look, it's Vengefly Kings too.
It's Vengefly King, but worse. Okay, that fight can be very long, so if you can squeeze in all that damage, it makes your life a lot easier. That was very clean.
Sly here caused me a lot of trouble during my first playthrough of Pantheon 5, but really it's just being patient, waiting out. He's got 2 variants of the slash there and then some nail arts. If you do get hit by a nail art, that's double damage. So playing patient, but still trying to be fast.
I think the problem with this fight is if you try to stay close, you'll get hit. If you try to stay far, you'll get hit. You kind of have to stay in this middle range to get him to do that attack over and over, so that you can like step away and then hit him whenever he's done.
Yeah, it's great spacing.
Yeah. And this second phase is, if you're ever struggling with a casualty, you can just stand in the middle of the room, wait for him to come in, dash away, and then turn around and hit him once or twice. And
well done.
Runner here doesn't even dash; they just take one step away.
Slowly walk away.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is that Hornet from Silk Song?
What's Silk Song?
It's not real. It can't hurt you.
We have Silk Song at home. So this fight it's actually shockingly similar to the first one, but she has some new tricks. You didn't get to see any of them. That's okay.
The parry, I guess. There's one, which is really lucky, but I swear I'll get 6 parries in that same window.
Same.
Wow, that soul totem was gone quick. Oh my goodness.
All right, full soul, let's go.
Crochet.
I love Lost King. Oh, I don't think they mean to dash that direction.
I think Lost Kin is probably the boss I've seen you play the most, just in history ever.
Yeah. It was definitely my, hey, I just started stream, I want to warm up. let me do the boss that I'm going to be having some funsies.
Ugh.
Yeah, so this boss is the other epitome of RNG, but it's also now placed in this horrendous arena that is just a nightmare. If you've ever done all the bosses on Radiant, this is probably one that took me a while, and it's not even like it has a ton of health or has a lot of attacks or anything. It's just, I feel like you get 75% of the way in, and then you just get impatient. You're like, okay, I can hit it once, then you bounce off its head straight into spikes or into a ghost. You're like, oh my god.
But no hit. That was awesome.
That was good. Can you screen
now
skip
we're starting to see. Yes, you can on some. So I think right now just want to play it safe with resources, especially Trader Lord doesn't have that much health. Hey, you gotta celebrate the little things. Now, one thing kind of funny to me, I was watching the VOD back to see what strat that she uses, and I don't understand any French, but Hollow Knight bug language is universal. So it'd be like, vivu blah 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 blah, and then doma 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 doma. I'm like, I know that.
So I wonder if that juggle is just at least I get to consistently hit him instead of him going into this phase, or if it was a like it's safe type of thing.
I think a little combination of both.
Some more health is good. So we have something planned for once we get to a certain boss. I have it ready, don't I?
Oh, sweet. I'll try the French. This is my least favorite segment of the run, for sure. All the bosses are kind of a little more RNG, a little more annoying. They do double damage. It's all bad.
Well, and especially for this boss, it's not even like he's annoying in a way of like, he's annoying in a way of, oh, you wanted to do more damage? You wanted to squeeze one more hit in there? Well, now my attacks are specifically designed around punishing you for trying to do it. So it's like specifically punishing you for trying to go fast. Soul Tyrant is a nightmare in almost every category I've ever seen, if not all of them.
Let's go.
That was really good though.
But yeah,
especially that second phase.
Next up is Markoth, who you kind of just hope goes down fast because it's his movement, the arena, the attacks, it's all just kind of miserable. And so, yeah, already a couple. If you wind up with less than 5 hits here, it's like, all right, that was a decent Markoth.
These, oh wow, that was actually
nice.
Shockingly fast. That was good.
And then, they've got the scroll out. Here it is.
All right.
Invincible, introduce into a mystical, charmant, vigorous, acido, irresistible, magnificent, passionate, Great Prince out.
So we got the invincible, fearless, sensual, mysterious, enchanting, vigorous, diligent, overwhelming, gorgeous, passionate, terrifying, beautiful, powerful. Great Prince.
Great Prince out.
I was hoping I'd finish that before the fight.
It might be close, actually. But yeah, this is the most random boss in the game. Just kind of switches up attack patterns in the air. Oh, but not even one hit.
Yep.
So good. This is going great.
This boss is actually the one that I specifically in Radiant, I minion fought it just to see if I could. And that's the only time I've ever beaten it on Radiant.
But yeah, we're already getting close to the end here. Only 4 bosses left. So this has been really fast.
Yeah. And remember, if you're one of those people that likes to go to, like me, that likes to go to speedrun.com and, you know, look at the time versus the time on there. This is a loadless timer normally, so all the times on there will be loadless. So they are actually like, I mean, probably not far off from what a top run would be in this category. This has gone really smooth.
Now this fight especially, I kind of think about being Fury, being unlimited resources, because a lot of us, at least that try and go with like Shriek as our primary damage, you just want to like melt the balloon, not have to deal with the bullet hell, lack of better words. Because, yeah, now everything's hitting for that double damage that we talked about earlier, and dealing with limited resources going into arguably one of the hardest fights for the finale is real terrifying. And what you see is what they get.
Love seeing top runners like in P5 runs. I love seeing them do Pure Vessel. It's one of my favorite fights to watch. It's just so satisfying. Because like this fight is cool, but it also is it can be frustrating because it's like, just let me hit you. Stop going away, please. And it is cool to have like a back and forth dance type thing. That's like the whole vibe, you know. But I definitely can get the sense of like, oh, please, I want to do damage. But Pure Vessel, you get to really like spar with them, and I like it a lot.
All right, 2 more. Yeah, Pure Vessel is my favorite fight in the game.
Yeah, it's probably top 2 for me. We're missing out on all the lore. You're supposed to talk to me. This fight made me realize that the Hollow Knight only has one arm.
I have put a lot of hours, and I've never noticed that.
Because he has 2. Because Pure Vessel has 2.
So 2 things to really look out for, especially so that big like fanned out sword attack. You want to get in, obviously, but you run the risk of the boss doing a parry, like right as you're smacking. So you got, we won't even see it. Just kidding.
Holy moly. That was so fast.
One more.
And if you saw, there was like a circle around Pure Vessel. I feel like they haven't actually used it nearly as much as I'm used to seeing, but instead of getting out of that circle or interrupting it or anything, they did a D-Dark. D-Dark gives you iframes.
Hey Viz, did you know that D-Dark gives you iframes?
Yeah, I think it gives you iframes.
Why are you dying to bosses? Use D-Dark.
Just D-Dark the boss. But yeah, you don't get to keep. I just realized you don't get to keep your parry.
Yeah, the game automatically refills your health. So your options are:
how rude.
Do I want Fury still, or
well, you'd have to go through all of your lifeblood too.
So you don't get to keep that lifeblood, which is, ooh.
Oh, I guess in like a world record attempt, you'd have to like play without the lifeblood, huh? So that you keep your, and then like take the damage here, maybe.
I hate to even imagine that. Could not be me.
But yeah, I mean, you're noticing even without Fury doesn't like 5x your damage, right? It's like 1.5. So like this boss has a lot of health. Even without Fury, that still was a like they were putting in a lot of damage. Shriek does a lot of damage. They hit the boss a lot. That's a really rough spawn. You don't
so
want to see
terrible.
Radiance be super off to the side like that. Especially whenever orbs will spawn on the side of the screen, and it's really hard to dodge if they're like 2 inches from you.
Oh, okay. Another middle.
You like that? And you're seeing this cool little damage rotation. Okay.
Now, if I'm the runner, my nerves are hitting like crazy. The climb you could have done 100 times. You're a little nervous.
Yeah, imagine climbing.
Right, my bad.
But no, these absolute radiance lasers are. Every single time I do this fight, it's shockingly fast. I'm just like, okay, that's unreasonable. You need to relax.
Yeah, time will be coming up here in just a moment. And let's go!
Nice.
Oh, that crowd. Oh, that's so cool.
That was hype. Oh, sorry, you're right. It's 1.75.
Huge GGs, and this was awesome to be part of.
The runner vibes were off the charts here. That was. I'm feeling self-conscious. I'm gonna start dancing in between bosses. Like,
they truly make it look easy, but definitely, if you're at home, if you've tried this, you know it is not that easy.
Go load that up. You'll get 3 bosses in, and you're like, oh no. Yeah, P5 is definitely a runner favorite. We don't have a lot of quote-unquote ILs in Hollow Knight, but this is one of them. You have White Palace, Path of Pain, but this is definitely one where people like to. I mean, you can do P1 through 4 as well, but P5 is the one where you get to feel like you're doing the whole game and just burn through every boss. And there's so much creativity you can do as far as like what you're comfortable with charm-wise. It's really cool. I feel like in a lot of categories, it's like, hey, why are you not using the guaranteed #1 best option? And in this, like, I'm sure there is a best option, but you can also be a little more creative with it.
On top of that, yes, just such a quick time. I know just in our setup, we were looking at probably 1.2 million euros raised, and so already at 1.63. This has been a really cool event. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, this definitely opened my eyes. I'm truly envious of everyone in that crowd. That's really so hype.
Yeah, maybe next year we'll have to go to France, huh?
Yeah, right? This feels like a Rocket League event. They're going crazy. They have signs.
All right, I guess that's about the end of our time here. We'll go let the next runners kind of get ready. It has been a pleasure. Again, I've been Gaffy Taffy.
Yeah, I've been Visuals. Catch us at Visuals TV, twitch.tv/Visuals TV.
And yep, I'll be on Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube, wherever. If you want to look me up, I'm there.
Appreciate you guys.
But it's been a pleasure, Viz. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you, chat, for hanging out with us. Hope you all have a good rest of the event.
Been fun. Have a good one.
Joël de Médecins du Monde a dû vous donner envie. Et let's go pour battre le record de Speedon 4. En effet, c'est Speedon 5 déjà, me semble-t-il. Je ne sais plus. 5 comme mes minutes de sommeil. Alors, quoi qu'il en soit, bon, on a reçu des milliers de dons, donc on va lire ce qu'on peut lire. Désolé si vous êtes oubliés, là, c'est juste plus possible, mais merci.
Tu veux commencer
Bah, allons-y. Alors, on a un shotgun. Bah, on va lire aussi des gros noms parce qu'il y en a eu énormément.
Le dessin,
oui. Mais le dessin, bah oui, moi je viens d'arriver.
Non, c'était une blague, on n'allait pas
Méta. Et en plus, quel dessin, à mon avis. Hollow Knight, bien sûr, il est fan. Alors, Slan Méta, vas-y. Attendons l'angle, la caméra 1, caméra 2, caméra 3.
On ne sait pas.
Caméra 4, caméra 5, caméra 6. Non, pas caméra 6. Non.
La salle, ok.
La caméra artiste.
L'autre.
Caméra 8.
Non.
Caméra 2.
Celle d'avant, peut-être. Non.
Voilà.
Du coup, juste avant que je monte le dessin, est-ce que Elysia peut venir aussi signer? Parce que sinon, après, on va
Ah
oublier.
oui.
Et même, du coup, aussi les commentateurs pour profiter.
Il faut qu'ils nous entendent. Twin.
Il faut signer. Il faut signer le dessin. Oh my god, il est... Oh.
Ah, je crois que notre photo va chercher. Oh là là.
Elle slay.
La belle ornette, magnifique.
Avec le petit buboule.
Oui.
Évidemment, présent partout.
Petite pancarte avec marqué 2026, avec
2026.
un petit point d'interrogation.
Ah, 2026, alors que mes sources me certifiaient que c'était cette année. À voir. À voir, bien. Magnifique. Oui, vas-y.
Je voulais juste dire, c'est mon dernier...
Et oui.
Du coup, je voulais juste faire des mini remerciements.
Bien sûr.
Shout-out.
Caméra 2.
C'est bon.
Oui.
Oui, je voulais juste faire un shout-out à la communauté art de Twitch. Attends, oui.
Elle a l'air d'interview, moi, c'est confus, c'est
pas grave.
dimanche, c'est le
Ouais,
dimanche, vas-y.
À la communauté art de Twitch et aussi, du coup, à mes comparses qui ont fait les illustrations et également à Gauvin Manhattan et Milo Laville avec qui on a fait en fait la première fois du coup ce concept-là à Austin Fest, l'édition numérique.
Et oui.
Et vous avez accepté du coup qu'on le fasse à Speedon. Donc voilà, je voulais leur rendre un petit hommage.
Et ben, merci à toi et à tous les artistes qui sont sur scène, qui font des illustrations, les créateurs de l'eau, créateuristes de l'eau, ouais.
Bravo.
Merci énormément, Stan Meta. Et donc, ouais, le cast de ce Hollow Knight et Elysia, bien sûr, la légende, vont signer cette illustration que vous pouvez gagner si vous avez donné pendant Hollow Knight. Et bon, je vais vous avouer que vous êtes pas mal à avoir donné, notamment, voilà, dont de 300 balles anonymes. Merci à Médecins du Monde de rendre ce monde meilleur et merci à tous Speedon pour ce fantastique événement. Ouais. Guillaume qui note 200 €, il dit juste bravo pour ce week-end de folie. 100 balles de Otozo qui dit quel run de Elysia. Thomas et Pauline qui notent 500 balles. Doniette qui donne 100 balles. Merci Elysia pour cette run de folie. Merci à toute l'équipe du Speedon pour cet événement de folie. Et évidemment, à Médecins du Monde pour l'action. Évidemment, Don et à 1000 balles de Fabien, 2050. Et je te laisse.
Nous avons Antoine qui nous a donné 400 balles. Merci beaucoup Antoine. On a Anonyme qui nous dit simplement oui et nous donne 499 €. Merci beaucoup. Et nous avons Utor qui nous dit « Dans un monde où j'ai peur pour moi et nos adelphes LGBT, merci à toutes les personnes dans cette salle à me redonner un peu d'espoir, mais pas de politique, bien sûr.
Pitié.
Merci pour les 500 €.
Merci énormément. Capitaine Stander qui donne 700 balles et qui dit « À bouder les 100 balles !» Dédicace à Arthur, le chat français. Bien sûr, Kyria, 250 balles. Zinedine Zidang qui donne 100 € et qui nous dit bravo à toutes et tous, c'est les émotions.
L'accent on point. Nous avons Newflox qui nous donne 250 € et qui nous dit merci pour cet événement exceptionnel et cette run d'Hollow Knight magnifique. Bravo et go vers les 2 millions. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons Urbi qui nous donne 700 balles et qui nous dit merci et bravo à toute l'orga et au vieux monsieur pour cet événement de fou et très gros respect à tous les médecins de par le monde. Vous êtes les most médecins of all time, finalement.
Romulus Caius qui donne 750 € pour l'effort de la seule guerre qui en vaille le coup. Merci pour ce que vous faites. Des bisous. Bisous, merci énormément. On en a des milliards. Et là, je vous le dis, évidemment, vous êtes énormément la team 1 €. Évidemment, c'est réveillé pendant Hollow Knight. Mais là, typiquement, dans les 25 dernières minutes, j'ai plus d'une trentaine de dons à plus de 500 balles. Enfin bref, c'est la folie. Donc merci énormément pour votre générosité. Je vous rappelle, merci à tous les créateuristes de l'eau. Hollow Knight, il y avait beaucoup de choses, beaucoup de circonstances. On rentre dans le rush final, ça va être absolument fou. Le run à venir, ils sont prêts. Je vois juste si j'ai des choses. Si, j'ai des choses à vous dire. J'ai des choses à vous dire, je vous le dis.
Nouvelle règle.
Mario Kart 64 arrive très fort. On rentre vraiment dans le rush des zinzineries. Est-ce que les défis ont été réparés
Est-ce que tu veux que je lise quelques dons on attend?
Vas-y.
Nous avons El Akzu qui nous donne 300 € et qui nous fait des bisous. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons Kelu qui nous donne 800 balles. Sans message, juste simplement et purement 800 €. Merci beaucoup pour les 800 balles. Nous avons Flanant qui nous donne 500 € et qui nous dit petit don de 5 €. Oh, wait. Où est passée la virgule? Merci pour les 500 €, bien sûr. Nous avons Anonyme qui nous donne 300 € et qui nous dit merci. 2.D, merci avec le sourire. Et nous avons un don anonyme de 200 € qui nous dit comme Silk Song n'a pas l'air de vouloir sortir, je peux bien dépenser mon argent pour aider les médecins du monde. Merci à toutes et tous pour ce super événement.
Merci à toutes et tous. En effet, écoutez, pour l'instant, je ne vois plus de défis actifs. Il va y en avoir, ou peut-être qu'il y en a eu et vous avez bourré tellement fort qu'ils ont disparu. Mais ça reste à vérifier, évidemment. Let the police do the job. Alors, oui, l'édition collector, il y a un truc aussi, bon, il y a un délire, c'est un détail évidemment, mais si vous adorez les influenceurs et Internet, il y a 10 t-shirts collector qui sont signés par moi-même, évidemment. On les a fait étendre sur une table. J'ai secoué un marqueur blanc comme un chibre pendant 20 minutes pour qu'il marche. C'était vraiment un moment super. Et voilà quand vous achetez un t-shirt collector, bah, peut-être qu'il y a celui-ci qui drop en plus. Donc voilà, sachez-le, c'est rigolo. C'est rigolo, c'est rigolo. En tout cas, let's go rush les 2 millions. Ils sont prêts, ça va être du grand spectacle, incroyable mais vrai.
Mario Kart.
Le lobby Mario Kart a réussi. 2 runs Mario Kart, c'est historique. Mario Kart 64, c'est tout de suite sur SpeeDons.
Et salut à tous.
Salut SpeeDons, vous êtes prêts? Eh bien, on a la chance d'avoir, après Super Mario Kart vendredi, le meilleur Mario Kart de la
Welcome
série.
to Mario Kart 64. My name's Brody. I'm currently the number 7 world ranked shortcut player, 2 world records, and I'm joined by veteran Haddock. So if you want to tell about yourself as well.
Yeah, hi, I'm Haddock. I've been speedrunning the game for about right about 10 or 11 years now. So I've been around. I do a lot of these major events for commentary and gameplay. I see a sign in the background that says CTR is greater than MK64. I directly contest that.
But we're happy to be back joining you guys for some skips. I commentated in person AGDQ 2024, and Haddock's been on the couch many times in GDQs in the last decade. So
yeah,
we both love
SGDQ
coming
15
here.
and AGDQ 19.
We're very happy to bring you guys some skips. I can give you guys some awesome commentary and some great gameplay here by Pierre. So we'll see when he
good luck to Pierre.
Underway.
Yes, I'm very glad to see that this not only was being featured in SpeeDons, but that we were invited to do this commentary by Pierre. So I just wanted to say thank you to Pierre as well.
Yeah, big shout out to Pierre for having us here. It looks like we are going to be underway. So first track here is Luigi Raceway, known as Luigi Circuit on the Japanese version of the game. And he is going to be doing a strat here where he's going to loop around the start-finish line just about like that. And he's hoping to get triple red shells from these boxes here. He's going to do a shell skip that's exclusive to the Japanese versions of the game. He's got a star, so not quite ideal. There we go. So he's going to have a good chance.
Here we go with the reds.
Yep, so this is a shortcut that only will work on the Japanese 1.0 and 1.1 versions of the game. I believe he's on 1.0 to do the Toad's turn like strat. He's already hit one.
Yeah.
This is quite easy to hit, but in order to get this respawn behind the line, you land on top of here, you do have to do that little circle at the start of the race. So that's necessary.
Yeah, you're touching a polygon to mess up where the game thinks you are in the progression. So that it sets you behind the finish line once you go out of bounds.
Solid LR stuff.
Yeah, well done. Just a little bit of that MV luck on getting the reds, but got them pretty quickly. Sometimes you can get stuck there, just getting star after star after star that you don't want.
And that's the worst too, because stars and golden mushrooms are not the most ideal. Stars you can cancel on a certain tumble polygon, but there's none of those in that area of LR. So you really have to just hope you don't get any sort of major speed in. Ramumu Farm, no shortcuts here. It's gonna be pretty simple driving. Just try to go as fast as you can.
Yep. Hoping to get some first place, like 10% mushrooms. Heck, even a boo is actually pretty useful here. I believe that's a 5% chance.
5% at first.
Because then you can, you can just drive right over the moles, not have to worry about them. Because this course does have a lot of uneven terrain, which makes it really tough to drive over. No matter how good you are at this game, you spin yourself out. You go and hit the moles. And every time you hit a mole, it's about a 2-second time loss. So just trying to not to get any of those.
And they're completely RNG. We should mention they're not on a cycle, so you're pretty much relying on the game's mercy when you choose to go over.
Even if you played time trials and you watch a replay, the replay of the moles will actually not be accurate to whether or not they were up when you drove it. So it's very interesting. And yeah, I believe it's a 1 in 3 chance for each one to pop out. So sometimes you see none, sometimes you see them all. And especially if you drive over a hole like
there,
that,
but that's okay.
you're guaranteed
To go faster. If you triple tap the A button whenever you're using a lightweight or Bowser, then you can almost instantly get back up to speed. It's something that runners use all the time when they're stopped by something, or even during shortcut runs to gain speed.
anytime you lose speed in any fashion, you can just triple tap and then hold A to get back up to speed. Great strategy.
Now we're on to
well done.
Chupa Beach. There is also no shortcut in this track. There is a method that Pierre is going to do here where he's going to try to jump through the tunnel. There's a little ramp that's towards the center of the racetrack. That cuts out a pretty significant part of the track, but it's considered non-shortcut because it's there intentionally, it's dev intended. So this is, for all intents and purposes, no skips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is some discourse. Oh, something rare.
So that happens sometimes. Just slipping through the tunnel there on Koopa Troopa Beach. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a GDQ run before, but it happens more than you think in time trials or in just regular casual like runs. You might see Abney or Kazin streaming.
Yeah,
he's doing this little strat here. He's going to get that last item panel and drive off the sand. He's trying to get an 8th place item. I don't think he went far enough on that lap. He just happened to get a star in 3rd place because items are weird.
Yeah, 3rd place star.
But he's mixed it in clear there. But we'll
nice, made it in, didn't fall in.
We'll see if he makes it in next time.
Yeah. So there's actually a misplaced polygon again, which allows the game to think that you're in 8th place, or like the lap behind when you're actually in 1st, and then you can pull an 8th place item. So ideally, you get the star and use it right away. It's perfect.
Star off the 1st place.
Correct. And yeah, if you enter that cave and you're on the right-hand side, you do run the risk of falling in like lap 1. So it's interesting to see that right away.
All right, that's all right though. Consistency on 2 and 3. And now we're on to the last track here of the Mushroom Cup, Calamari Desert.
So quick, or in the Japanese version, Kara Kara Desert. Kara Kara.
Kara, maybe. I'm not sure. We don't have an official pronunciation yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's Kara Kara.
Probably. But now we're on to, Calamari Desert, home of the famous Fence Clip and the Desert Tanko, neither of which we'll see in this run. Unless Pierre is feeling very, very, very lucky.
Yep.
But we're looking for triple reds and a star right here. And there's a star
right away. Ooh, cycles.
I'm surprised he's cycling and didn't go for it. All right, so he's going to get
another one.
So now what he's going to do is, he was hoping for triple reds. He didn't get it. That's okay. We're going to drive about halfway into the tunnel, wait for Lanka to tell us to reverse, turn around, and activate the star. And that's going to give us a lap activation.
Yeah, it's actually an Easter egg. If you drive on the train tracks through the tunnel, the devs wanted you to use a star. And when the star is active, it will extend the finish line into the cave, and then you can cross the lap. However, they didn't count on people without a star going in the front and then just turning around with a star. So that will shave off a lot of time. We'll see what item he can pull here. No reds. Yeah, Yoshi blocked.
Even if you were to get that red, it's 5% first place, and he may not have gone for it on the 3rd lap. He's already got a pretty solid KD here, so.
One thing to note about this course in particular is just how laggy the course is when the train is on the screen.
Nice.
One way for nice.
Oh, the spin out at the very end. That's
spin
how it's finish, and now we're going to be on to the
instant reset.
All right, now we're on to the Flower Cup and Toad's Turnpike. This is a really interesting one. We're going to see the use of a Japanese exclusive shortcut, except this one only works on the Japanese 1.0 version of the game. The Luigi Raceway one worked on both Japanese versions. This one only works on the original Japanese 1.0 version. He's going to be driving back around here to this area. And this is a bit different than what you see from some of the top runners. But he's just going to get stuck in here. This will work for a shortcut.
This is an older strat, but it does check out. You essentially just want to go out of bounds, and again, much like many of the skips in this game, you're tricking the game into thinking you are behind the finish line for Lakitu to pick you up and put you there, skipping a lap. So you're essentially going out of bounds in specific spots. So he's actually aiming for a specific spot, which is the last black and white tile of the finish line. It's going to reset them.
There, but lap one is
very
different.
close.
Lap one's different than what we see from the top runners, but laps 2 and 3 are practically the same. We're trying to hop in there and get picked up at the same time you are crossing back over the finish line, and what he did on lap 1, that should hopefully activate.
Correct,
like
correct.
This. But this isn't easy to hit, so.
It is not easy to hit at all.
Backup fail-safe right there. So
backup is good.
That'll help him get ahead.
Going out of bounds there will kind of reset, kind of getting him to the next lap. So that was good to see him go out of bounds. Actually setting up and aiming.
That should work.
Yeah, that does look good.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Lap 3.
Well done. Well done. Great lap 3. Yeah, it's hitting that specific spot is actually not as easy as it looks. You know, if you watch a Kazan or an Abney stream, it's actually very precise, and you have to go far enough out of bounds for it to count as well.
Perhaps Snowland, this strat has mostly remained unchanged in Grand Prix since the very beginning. A lot of you are probably familiar with this shortcut. It's just going to be done much quicker than you can imagine. We do something a little different in time trials, but it's not viable to do in GP. We use
absolutely not worth it.
Crazy out of bounds and stuff, but this is probably what a lot of you guys are familiar with. This is a very classic,
probably one of the more well-known,
easy shortcut as well to pull out. Like you can boot up your game and hit this in 2 minutes if you wanted to. It's very low skill barrier here. So
yeah, it's probably one of the more well-known skips anybody knows, aside from the Rainbow Road jump, of course. And yeah, Pierre makes very quick work of that. Well done so far. And onward to the Choco Mountain.
So I wonder what he's going to go for. If he's going to go for the gray wall jump, if he's going to go for the hill jump, which I probably would assume to go for the hill jump. But
I'd say hill jump and then backup gray wall jump.
Is he going for the
weather tanko?
The weather tankos. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
So over the course of the past about month to month and a half, there's been
a revolution with this.
There's been a little revolution in Grand Prix runs. There was a player named Fatal Disco who kind of figured out some pause buffering strat to make weather tankos a million times easier to hit.
A ton easier.
And when I mean a much easier, I mean much easier to hit in Grand Prix mode. So Abney has been introducing those in runs. I haven't seen Kazan introduce them.
I can't believe just how exciting it is to just see this in a run, just no matter what now, because of these new strats.
Yeah.
So he's actually going to go around just to get caught up a little bit now that he has the mushroom, just to give himself a little time to set this up. But yeah, with this new pause strat, it's become a little bit more of a regular run strat. So it'll be cool to see this if he's able to get it in this marathon here today.
Nice.
All right, good backup.
Backup on the gray wall shot. Very good.
Let's
now
go.
We're on to see
all right.
He's going to hit this the weather tanko in the run with the new strat.
All right, Pierre. Let's see what you got.
Oh, just barely fell short.
Just barely. Just barely. Yeah. Nice try. Yeah, very well done. Nice job having the courage to try that in a speed run as well. In a marathon run.
But it's a new thing. And it's
absolutely.
It's worth showing off. So I wonder if he's going to go for it. And he just
barely. Yeah, just barely tumbles back.
Unfortunate tumble, but
yep.
He's gonna miss the back. Oh,
see.
Yeah, got DK though. I think he's
hits DK. He'll play it safe just to make sure he gets a finish, which is fine. I think just on the attempts alone, that was still impressive just to see him go for these.
That was still worth seeing. Definitely going for it in a marathon. That's a very
absolutely
very risky maneuver. But hey, a lot of these guys are practicing it. Abney's hit rate's got pretty insane. I've seen some Pierre's runs. His rate's pretty insane. So it's very doable. It's just he was unfortunately not able to pull it off this one time.
Yeah, it happens.
Now we're on Amari Raceway. He's hoping to get some red shells here.
Yep. So you essentially just start out, try to stop and get some red shells. You're kind of waiting to get at least fourth place. Unfortunately, he pulls a golden mushroom. He is going to elect to stay and wait for the golden mushroom to run out before he's able to pick up an item. So stars are a little better because then you can just tumble. Pulls the reds. Heck yeah, let's go.
On the hill next to the item boxes, there are some tumble panels. He's going to get that.
Ooh, nice. Yes. Wow.
On
edge of my seat.
Hill, right by the Yoshi 1 signs, there's some polygons that you can tumble with. So he could have gotten rid of the stars immediately, but you have to just let the cool mushroom run out, which takes about 10 seconds. Oh, just barely fell short.
Just barely short. So he's going to try one more time.
Or maybe he goes for it now and uses the star.
Go for it now and then use the star. Oh, yes, he makes it. Well done. Yes, so now he's got the star. So he's gonna drive around lap 3. Yeah.
Just fell short of there too. That's all right.
Just barely falls short. Still in first. Still in a great lead. He's gonna drive to the finish here. Still very well done. Those are edge of my seat jumps with those reds.
Yeah, just barely made it to the other side, barely crossed on the right side. But that's difficult because those shells, they will start going for the other CPUs. So they really can knock you off your path. But that was good. We're halfway through.
Let's go.
Now
on for the Star Cup.
Hoping for some good Wario Stadium here. All we're doing is this is another shortcut you guys are probably familiar with. It's just jumping over this wall at the start 6 times.
Yeah, the first jump is another one of those well-known spots, but it's really the coming back over and essentially circling the finish line. That's really impressive. You're kind of lining up almost parallel to where the finish line is, and then you're able to get that nice jump like he just showed right there, right as I said it.
Yeah, the first wall is much easier to get over. The second wall is a bit more tricky. Nice,
yes!
Got it. There we go. All right, hoping for one more here. Clean, one more.
Clean.
Oh, close. Had a weird angle there, but it's all right. He's going to hopefully hit this back up here. And he's good.
Yes.
Nice. Good
yeah, well done.
Nice
Great Wario Stadium, Pierre. That was fantastic. Now we're going to move on to Sherbet Land.
Yep, so no shortcuts here. I assume he's not going to go for the shortcut. There is a shortcut.
There is.
We only discovered there was a shortcut in Sherbet Land in 2020. It took over 20 years for a shortcut in this track to get discovered. If we have one in time trials, it's not too difficult to pull off, but the one in Grand Prix doesn't save much time, and it's quite RNG dependent. It's also not easy, so...
It's really, really tough. So we'll see him. Yeah, we'll see him drive non-shortcut around, which is essentially just trying to avoid the penguins, which are on a set cycle. They'll always be in the same place at the same moment in time. So as long as he doesn't make any major mistakes, he more or less will know where these are. And the rest is just trying to hop around the corners, but yet not fall into the water. Aside from falling in and getting placed back up, nice recovery on that banana. Aside from just having to get placed back up by the Lakitu, you're actually frozen in a block of ice when you fall in, which makes it a little bit longer of a wait if you fall in. Much more punishing.
Yeah, so he's doing these.
Pierre.
Oh,
he stole a boo.
Oh my goodness.
He stole a boo.
That is a what? 1 in 400 chance or something like that?
1 in 400 chance. He steals a mushroom.
That's a what? 1 in 4,000 or something like that?
1 in 4,000 chance to get the boo mushroom combo there.
Unless it's
because it's 10%.
Sure,
and that's a 5%, a 5%, and then a 10.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the mushroom was 10 or 5, but yeah, so at least a 1 in 4,000 chance. That's pretty funny.
And what's even crazier is with Grand Prix mode is that there's a chance that you don't steal anything to add it on.
I think that's what, like a 20% that you don't steal anything or something like that.
Yeah, and he does the swag finish at the end. Well done.
Now
great, yeah, 139.
Royal Raceway is one of those shortcuts that was forever the longest time remained unchanged until 2020. Forest 64, definitely check out Anto's video. I think Goose, Ryan Goose, or White Goose, Ryan White has a video on it. Bismuth has some videos on it. Definitely go check out those videos if you're looking for some newer shortcut explanations. And this is one of the ones that Forrest found. This is actually the original Forrest discovery. that really kicked off the shortcut revolution.
Kicked off the shortcut revolution of this early decade. Oh, getting some MB luck here, unfortunately, with the Shroom and Star combos here. So he's going to have to wait. He's hoping for reds again.
Yep. So the reds here is something that Forrest discovered to really kick off the revolution in 2020. And
ooh, blue, come on.
This is a 20% chance.
Yes, yes.
Here
we go.
Very nice. So what we're going to do here is he did a little maneuver at the beginning of the race, kind of down in the grass, and that's going to allow him to go for this red shell skip. There's one. Nice. Very well done.
That's one. This is very hard to hit because you to get the heights to get on the wall, you have to be hit in the perfect spot so you actually don't bounce off the wall.
There's two. Very nice.
Yes.
I was gonna have to wait for the CPUs. Hope that no one's
hit with the blue. The blue didn't take the reds out.
Okay, that's really great. The blue didn't take him out. The CPUs didn't hit him out. Now he just has to wait, and he should be clear now. That was very, very lucky.
Wow, I can't believe that had just happened. Yes, three.
Great job.
Three.
Well done.
Yes.
Very well done.
Way to go, Pierre. Way to go. Heck yes.
The swag finish as well.
And gets a swag finish.
That was
He did
awesome.
much deserved swag finish there.
That was
awesome.
Nice.
Great
After
work.
the RNG got him at the beginning, this was a really, really, really great redemption. Something that he had no control over. So awesome job. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Big shout
holding out.
Forrest.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Forrest.
Yep.
For discovering.
Thank you, Forrest, for discovering all of these sweet shortcuts.
All right, now into BC. There is a shortcut here. You can flip through the stairs, but we are not going to see that because it's not viable. So this is going to be not a shortcut. This is honestly, this track especially is the most difficult course in 64. And I have 4.5 experience. I have 4.5 years experience in this game. Haddock has over 10 years. And this track, especially in 150, is almost
It'll still take you out.
It's so difficult.
Once the CPUs get caught up, then it's party time. They start laying so many items. So you essentially want to get rid of the two CPUs behind you. What was that?
I've never seen that bounce on the spiral before. That was weird.
And like Toad like bounced him back, which was crazy. Get your Martys in chat if you have them.
Yeah.
Also,
that happy Marty. You want to see Marty.
Also, you know, the thing about this game is that there's two rivals that are chosen when you're in the character select screen, and they're chosen in a set order, frame by frame.
That was
wow! Stays in. What if?
That was
what
a crazy
save.
trap that the CPUs love throwing bananas right over the bridge.
Yes. It's party time
all the time, and he managed to save that.
I can't believe that.
Skinny. That's
I can't believe that.
Great job by Pierre.
So you have two CPUs that are always going to be rubber banding harder than the others. Those two characters are set when you select your character. So you essentially want to take them out with an item so that they get away from you. Otherwise, they're going to be causing havoc on this course. But so far so good. Staying on the course. Pierre's doing great.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he gets
that one. No, that banana was a rogue placement from the CPU's last lap. It just happened to hit it this time.
Probably DK.
Yep, DK feeding everybody else for once. All right, and this cup is over. We're moving on to the final cup.
We got one cup left to go, the special cup. We're gonna see DK Jungle Parkway first track here, and this shortcut is pretty much remained unchanged through the entirety of history. There's some task stuff that we don't mess with, so this is pretty much the same thing that guys were doing in the 90s. So this is a very classical, unchanged shortcut that we're going to see here. And very laggy too. This track is huge for some reason. The game doesn't like it. It's like way too big for the game to handle. So he's trying to do here is he's trying to clip in. That works. So he's trying to
this will work.
He's trying to clip out of the course and back into the cave. And hopefully what he hopes to do is land cleanly back inside the cave. But if you get a respawn in the water, so long as you're far left enough, it'll still work.
All right, setting up. And it can be kind of tough because of that incline. You can kind of see when Pierre starts to hold A to accelerate, you'll see the cart kind of fall, like slide a little bit. That can put off your lineup. So you have to be wary of that as well.
Absolutely, yes. But he's got two.
Because if you're too far to the left, it's not going to count.
There we go.
Clean.
That's what you want to
Perfect.
see.
And
Perfect
inbounds, that is
left
perfect. So if you're too far left, it won't count. If you're too far right, you'll get popped into the jungle and not even clip through. So very well done. Sub 1 minute, absolutely good.
That's super awesome. Yeah,
great run so far.
To the MK64 community. I see a lot of you guys in chat. Very excited you guys could join us on this fine Sunday afternoon. 3 tracks to go.
Onward to the valley.
I don't know what method he's going to be going here for. It's all going to depend on what he gets from these items.
I'm thinking he's going to buffer for triple shrooms and then do the backup regardless.
Yeah, that seems.
So he's hoping for a 4th or 5th place triple mushrooms. Let's go. Oh, reds this time.
It's triple
okay, so he's going to
red stuff. So
Yep. Gets a star.
He can do it with a star.
He's gonna go around to the right here, and then he's gonna bounce off the wall to count a lap, and then he's gonna use the star on the final lap. So you do have to kind of line this up a little bit, just so you bounce to the left.
Boom,
across, and he gets it.
So now we're going to see a really weird backwards respawn here about midway through the course. And he's going to drive like normal, and then on the 3rd lap, he's going to go for the hairpin here. And
yes, nicely done.
Very nice. Little corner cut there that we do allow a non-shortcut. And we're going to be... Oh, Wario with the star! And this is a really... If you tumble down the valley, it's a really, really, really long fall. So.
It's a long fall.
Wario just with the unfortunate star activation.
Star.
But he can do this strat with the star, so we should see him do this with the star, the classical shortcut. See?
He's lining up to the right of that to that tree.
That looks good.
Hopping off, and you want to hit that that crease, like that dark crease, and it's gonna pop him to the left, and now it's gonna count the lap.
Oh, great job. Well done, Pierre.
GG, well done so far.
We got 2 tracks left. Next one is Banshee Boardwalk. No shortcuts, unless he's feeling racy and wants to go for the CPU
jump.
But no, this is going to be non-shortcut. And another very difficult track. A lot of tight corners, a lot of places to fall off. So
yeah, very, very difficult. And especially the one thing about the Japanese version especially is that CPUs will lay more items. So this is one that can be kind of evil because they'll lay bananas in spots where you'll fall off the track. So we're hoping not to see that, but it just kind of goes to show like one very tiny error, one tiny banana, and it's over.
He's got to watch out. Oh, my goodness. He's got to watch out for those bats. He's got to watch out for that little star-shaped hole that you could easily fall into the water there.
That was a nail biter.
His car, I wonder if he's got multi or something. Oh, the CPU's, the rubber banding is insane here.
Yeah, it is ridiculously pulling up behind him.
He got him.
Hit him with got him with the fake.
Yep. Nicely done.
Oh,
now
wait.
They're back already. I heard him scream.
Yeah.
The rubber banding.
CPUs when they're not rendered on screen, they're actually invisible and invulnerable. So they cheat. They just straight up go through items. They go through walls sometimes even. So the fact that they just ride on his heels is not too big of a surprise because they cheat.
There, like he's gonna be on him the entire time.
Yeah. Are we gonna see a Luigi first place here?
You could be the most perfect driver in the world and still beat you.
Yeah.
There's because they don't actually do mini turbos and they drive unrealistic times. There's a lot of second places.
Oh, the green. Oh wow. Oh, here comes the red.
Reds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's second places on Moo Moo Farm more commonly than you might think in these runs, and even the tasks. The CPU is so fast on Bowser's Castle with the task by Weatherton. Can he beat out DK? He should.
DK, yes, here we go.
All right, nicely done. 1 track remains. Rainbow Road. A lot of you guys are probably familiar with the jump that was done for a while, but now, over the past couple of years, we've figured out some other things, and we're hoping to get triple reds here.
Yeah, even the jump evolved into the spiral, but now we're not even going to do any of that. Unlikely, unless we get bad shell luck. So an instant turnaround to go and pick up what we're hoping for are red shells, triple reds. Much like how it began. The run. Yes, first pull.
That's what we want. So he's
and a
gonna
lightning
drive
bolt
to the
just for
finish
that little
line
sauce.
here. He's going to drive to the finish line here, and he's going to try this 3 times. He's going to do this turn to the nice. So he got over the fence.
Yes.
And now, once he's a certain amount down in the air, he actually has to reverse through the air to make this shortcut work. Right when his character jumps to the right side. So he was reversing for the last few seconds there. Now he'll be in first, and he's going to attempt it again.
Second up.
There's
it doesn't quite clear it. Doesn't quite clear it. Just you have to have a little bit of speed to get over. Nice.
So he's got 2.
And then
as you're
falling, you're actually backing up. You're backing up so that you're behind the finish line, which is how this counts.
So I think what he's going to do here is going to go for a green shell. He's going to turn around and try to get a first place green shell.
Maybe. Yep. Turnaround makes sense. Then he can slow them down with the lightning bolt.
Shortcut. So we'll see how that goes.
First shell, green. Oh, a boo. Banana.
Green. Even a red shell could work if you can carry that with them. But we're hoping for
fake items
or
more bananas. A
red shell.
Lots of potassium. Come on, green. Come on, green.
Banana.
CPUs are catching up, but he's on lap 3.
There we go. That
triple green.
That should do it. That should do it. So he's going to fire these and this little kink in the rail and just launch over the wall here. Hopefully. Missed the first one, but he's going to go for it. He has 2 to back up. Now 1. Now 0. Oh, no.
The
Bowser
CPU is
off the track.
I've
never seen that before.
How did we have 2 never seen that before moments?
Mario Kart 64. How can you not?
What was that bounce?
Shroom, not what we're looking for. Not good RNG here, just very unfortunate. There we go. Okay, so we're going for the green.
Getting some MV luck.
Gonna try to get another shell here, hopefully. So close, doesn't quite make it. This is not an easy backup.
Yeah, the backup, because it was the penultimate, like the old good way to get the shortcut. Now that with the reds, you hardly do it anymore ever.
I know, it's not. So he's got.
So setting it up, so you want it to bounce so that it's still in your. You got the fake.
The fake.
You want it to bounce off the wall, but then once it bounces, it's actually going to be parallel to the wall. So that you can hop over the wall with it. And what's going to happen is you will fall forward and cross over the finish line.
But he's taking
and
a
then
pretty
you'll be
risky angle. You're supposed to go quite a bit further down the track. So he's taking a bit of an odd, risky angle here. But let's hope you can try one more time again here with this green. Maybe he's trying to pull a red. I'm not sure.
Potentially. Like the red would actually maybe be a little easier.
Oh, almost. It's not easy.
Gets another green though. Gets another green. CPUs are catching up, in which case he won't be able to get greens anymore.
He might be able to get reds.
But he will be able to get reds.
But he does need to aim a bit further up on that kick, so he's taking a pretty risky angle here. Oh, almost again.
Ooh, so close, so close.
I wonder if he's going to go for reds here at all.
I think so.
There we go. That should do it. That should do
instant reds.
Finally gets the reds.
Woohoo!
He's got 3 of them, so
let's go.
This should give the grand finish.
Yep. As the strats intended.
I was gonna wait for Peach.
Gonna wait for Peach. Yep. Otherwise, if the next place is too close, it'll start to track.
Oh, almost. So close. Didn't quite clear that, but that's all right. He's got
almost.
Another go here.
Ooh, there we go.
That should do it.
There we go.
That
falls down. Just have to back up.
Long descents.
Yep, just have to back up. So you see the Yoshi portrait jump to the right there. That's how you know that you backed up far enough. And that is it.
Great job, Pierre.
Well done, Pierre. Great run. So much entertainment. I can't believe we saw some of that stuff here today.
Yeah, it was very awesome. I never seen Bowser hit anyone off on Rainbow Road like that. You rarely see guys fall through the KTB ramp. I mean, it happens, but it is rare.
Yeah.
Great showing.
That was fun.
Great skills. A lot of these are quite difficult. So wonderful job, Pierre. We're so proud of you. Us, me, and Haddock here, and the entire Mario Kart 64 community. Thanks for representing us for this French Games Done Quick here.
Get your GGs in chat.
For sure.
Et Attaque qui ont commenté en anglais sur la chaîne GDQ. Et puis SpeeDons pour Tutor Guy et tout, c'est vraiment un événement qu'on adore. On en est tous cette année, donc voilà.
Cool, good.
All right. Again, my name was Haddock. Thank you for having us on the stream today. One thing is, if you enjoyed watching some Mario Kart 64 today, Brody is actually hosting a major meet, 4-player versus tournament in Pennsylvania. Please follow Brody and watch. It is coming up this Saturday and Sunday. We will be live, and it is the largest Mario Kart meet that has ever happened in the 64 community. Thank you, and I hope you guys have a fantastic day. It has been my pleasure.
This is Brody signing off. Really awesome to be here for the second time, commentating for Games Done Quick. Again, if you want to follow me, Brody MK64 on Twitch. I do time trials all the time on there, going for PRs and such, and we will be streaming the Pennsylvania Kart Meet, 3rd annual Pennsylvania Kart Meet, 35 attendees, largest attended meet community history. And we will be doing that starting around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time this coming Saturday, March 8th, and again on March 9th. So hope to see you guys there, chat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Clinkit, and you are watching the English restream of SpeeDons on Games Done Quick, raising money for doctors of the world. Joining me now is Darmabi, a talented speedrunner who's closing out SpeeDons with an epic finale of The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom, all dungeons unrestricted. Darmabi is no stranger to the Zelda series, with runs of titles like Skyward Sword, The Minish Cap, Twilight Princess, and Oracle of Ages. But tonight, they're taking on this brand new Zelda adventure with fresh tech, wild skips, and plenty of surprises. Darmabi, welcome. How are you feeling going into this run?
Yeah, I hope everything will go well, and I'm really excited to start this run.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. What got you into speedrunning?
So I'm Darmabi. I mostly speedrun Zelda games. And so originally I just wanted to do glitches in my games. But then at one point I thought, why not speedrunning the game if I'm doing the glitches? So that's how I started speedrunning.
What do you enjoy most about speedrunning Zelda games?
So I think Zelda games have a good balance between glitches and movement optimization. Especially like when you start learning a new Zelda speedrun, you can just focus on the glitches and not learning the optimization glitches. So that way you can start doing runs pretty quickly. And then once you get more comfortable, you can optimize your movement. And that means like you can spread the learning of your run throughout a good chunk of time, which makes for a lot of fun, because there is no point where you don't have fun learning the game.
So what made you want to learn Echoes of Wisdom as your next Zelda speedrun?
So right after I finished my casual playthrough of the game, I saw the wrong warp glitch, which you will see in the run, and I thought it looked pretty cool, so I started learning the run.
So we mentioned you're running all dungeons unrestricted. What does this category mean, and how does that differ from other categories for this game?
So basically, if you play the game casually, you have to beat all the dungeons to finish the game. However, because of the wrong warp glitch, it's actually possible to finish the game without finishing a single dungeon. And so this category exists so that we can complete basically most of the main quests, which are basically the dungeons, while still using glitches. And so it's unrestricted because there is also another category, so all dungeons restricted, which bans a certain use of wrong warping in certain places.
So you're completing the dungeons, or you're doing all the dungeons, but you're not necessarily completing all the dungeons?
No, so in unrestricted, we are allowed, for example, to warp at the very end of a dungeon. If a wrong warp allows us to do that, we can. And so that means some dungeons are beaten really quickly, especially like Gerudo Ruins, which basically last 2 minutes. But other dungeons still have a bit more. We still have a bit more stuff to do, especially generally to get the boss key, even if we can walk to the end of the dungeon.
Wow, 2 minutes. That's so fast to beat an entire Zelda dungeon. So, with Echoes of Wisdom being such a new game, is the speedrun still evolving, or has the route started to stabilize?
So, since the discovery of wrong warps...
welcome back. Got an interview to something to this run of Strawberry Jam. It's actually going to be a relay with these three amazing runners, Hyken, May, and Sereni Link. I'm joined by Marcy. Marcy, how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm doing great. I'm just happy to be here. How are you doing this morning, Talia?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so ready for this run. If you don't know, Strawberry Jam is the biggest mod made for Celeste. It's been worked on by hundreds of community members, and it is so impressive and it is so cool to see.
It is such a treat. Just that we're going to be going over not only the tech, but also just all the intricacies of the art, the design, the process they went through for this. It is an incredible community feat what we were able to accomplish here. And it's so cool. I'm so excited to get to show this off for y'all.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off right here. It's going to be Hyken running Tree Hype to kick us off. I think they're counting us down, and we are in.
Go!
All right, so this relay format is going to be, each runner is going to be doing one level, and they're going to switch around between them to go through these levels. This is going to showcase levels from all 5 difficulty lobbies of Strawberry Jam, going from beginner to intermediate to advanced to expert and ending at Grandmaster. And y'all, you do not want to miss those Grandmaster levels, let me tell you. They're going to be absolutely ridiculous. Make sure you stick around for those.
I don't understand how people are able to play this fast. I myself have gotten through a fair amount of Strawberry Jam and feel I'm pretty good at Celeste. I think Talia's got a lot more experience than I do. And it's absolutely nutty what we're able to do. I didn't think hands could move as fast as they're able to for these levels. It is, oh my goodness.
So the main gimmick of this level, as you can see, are these dream blocks that are modified to make you bounce off of walls. And there's just a bunch of puzzles related to doing that, and also these linked traffic blocks. But Hyken's has been skipping a lot of them, going faster than we can talk. Hyken's just so fast.
One of the funny things about custom maps like this is that oftentimes, especially when they're doing things in the first cycle, it's going to look like what they're doing is just, oh, that's how you do the level. This is not. So much of this is just absolutely not what was intended, and it's really cool how we're able to just have a completely different experience.
That was not very intended. That was a really precise demo dash by Hyken to get right under that wall and essentially skip that entire puzzle. Super impressive. If you don't know, demo dashes are basically dashes performed while in the crouch state, so you can keep the crouch Madeline's hitbox, which is way smarter than normal Madeline hitbox, which allows us to go through unintended gaps.
Oh my god, it's so cool. I mean, demo dashes are fun too, because the devs at one point made it a button input instead of us having to do the whole crouching ourselves to make it happen. Makes sense. We're already out of the first level.
Yeah.
gosh, it is. I've played this. I've watched this so many times. It is always so cool what we're able to do with this. Celeste is a game. It's awesome.
Yeah, so all of these mini levels are just a couple minutes long, and at the end of every level is a mini hearts, which we're gonna collect and then go to the next level. Now we have May running a forest path, which has this main mechanic of the Dream Dash crystals, which essentially allow you to dash through solid walls like they're dream blocks if you have them. And they're gonna come up later, but for now, the movement with them is incredibly satisfying.
Yeah, and I think one of the, I mentioned a little bit earlier too, one of the interesting things about Celeste running as it is when you're entering a room, oftentimes we're coming in with speed, we're at a different angle than the checkpoint would have us at. So all the runners have to learn not only one path through these levels, we have to have backups for essentially every single room to be able to get through these.
Oh my god!
Consistently. Okay, that demo too!
Oh, May's hit all of the demos in this run. Oh my goodness. She is
demoing through the wall as well. That's one berry, I think. Please.
Yeah, as you can tell, demo dashing in this level is pretty powerful, considering if you demo while you have a dream dash state, while you're in the dream dash state, you can just keep your crouch hitbox for the entire wall. And that was the second level. That was super clean.
Super smooth through that. Also, our first berry. I don't know how many berries they're going to be collecting through this, but as you notice there, the berry isn't collected until you actually touch the ground long enough for hit a heart. So
I need some time to explain this level actually, because this is going to be Serenity Link running Dropzilla. This map is meant to be a puzzle map where you line up Kevin blocks in precise places to go through a pixel perfect gap, so that we can just like go through them at the beginning. They're never blocked off. We can just like have our special lineups that we use to get through all the gaps. And so cool to see. That's a backup strat. I'm really happy we saw because it's really cool. Oh my god. Yeah, we just have our own setups that essentially skip every puzzle.
Yeah, puzzle level, by the way. What is it? Pixel perfect to get through these drops as well?
Oh, it's a little slower because you have to get these Kevin blocks out and then you can just do that.
Nice.
This one's actually not pixel perfect. I lied. So you can set up the corner corrected down dash. There we go. And this is the final screen already.
Oh wow, are they actually going to do this puzzle the intended way?
Well, like, not really. Well, that's not intended. I don't think so.
Let's see.
So you're just like intended to fall through all these gaps after like grabbing Kevin blocks, and we're like gonna do that for like maybe none of them. In the ending strat here. Oh, unlucky.
Through that gap. Oh.
Going for a backup here. Nice. Oh my god.
Oh, close.
That wall is absolutely trolling him right now.
Come on.
Nice. Let's go. That was Dropzilla. Next up is Midnight Spire by May. Oh, never mind. It's Paint by Hyken.
Oh, we're going to Paint.
Go to Paint.
I love Paint. This level is so beautiful.
This level is really pretty. It's a lot of people's favorites from beginner lobby. Some people's favorites from the entire mod. The custom art and like the environment in this level is unmatched, very much. You like this level, right, Marcy?
Oh, I love this level. This level is not only just a visual treat with some really fun, custom blocks in this with the lasers and everything. This level is also just non-linear. It takes multiple playthroughs to be able to see everything that this level has to offer. Plus, there's also some
just barely not enough speed. Nice backup. Oh, never mind. I cursed it.
No, why would you? Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can. You can go.
This level is also very cycle dependent, based off of the global cycles for these pen nibs and the blocks, the cassettes moving around too. So there will be some adjustment by the runners while we're going through this to make up for the change in cycle as they're playing through the level.
Yeah, this level is super high skill in the run because essentially, like, if you make any mistake, which you're never gonna play a perfect run, you just have to react to these cycles on the fly. And Hyken is doing an amazing job at that. I think. Oh, just barely not getting the height there.
Super close, yeah.
And this level, like, despite being like a mini level part of like a lobby, it's like it has its own storyline basically. It has its own progression, which is just unbelievable. I love the little like cat people around.
So cute.
So cute.
Besides being non-linear, there's also just a ton of Easter eggs that are in this. I think I spent just as much time just exploring the level, trying to find all the little hidden nooks and crannies, to find all the little like story beats. There's some also like hidden, super difficult like techie sections as well to get to parts of the level that are only accessible using like Grandmaster tech. Super precise stuff. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing it in this run, but it's such a treat.
Yeah. Pulling through the level here. Yeah, we're heading towards the last section of the level here. Hagen's gonna be going into this battle in orb and getting a double dash after going into the cat bus, of course. Any cat bus enjoyers? I love the battery on top of it.
About that.
Yeah. The battery is so cute. Like the personality in this level is so good.
Do you think this is like a regular sized world where like the cats are like people sized, or is this like a little miniature world, like a dollhouse sort of situation?
They're Madeline sized, so it's like, I guess Madeline could be tiny.
That is the largest battery I've ever seen then.
Oh yeah, the large battery.
Oh, good demo.
Bus. Yeah, that was a clean demo. And now we're in sort of a summit-like section where you have a couple flags leading up to it. And this is, Icon's gonna take a little bit of an unintended path here, just around getting to this battle in orb early by going through those like spikes at the beginning and just being able to catch that cycle a little bit earlier. That was super nice by Icon.
Gosh.
And that's about the end of the level.
Little cutscene skip there at the end too.
That was pretty fast.
This level's so pretty. I had to remind myself to be like, oh yeah, I gotta be talking about this. I'm just mesmerized by it. It's so cool.
Yeah. Now we have Troposphere, which is the last level in beginner lobby, and it's gonna be shown off by May again. May is kind of a legend in Dreamblock levels in the community. She's had like a lot of records and like checkpoints with 2A and 2B, and also I believe that currently holds the 2B like individual level record. So of course her expertise right here.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
And this level is usually just a very basic like movement Dreamblock level, but there's actually some niche tech that May has already pulled off. It's faster than I can explain. So what binocular storage essentially is, when you go to these binoculars, you can glitch the game to essentially keep your binocular state. Like the game basically thinks you're still looking through the bino, but you're playing the level, which means that when you screen transition, it will like see that it thinks you're still looking through the bino and is like, oh, that's wrong. You can't do that while transitioning screens. So it just sets you to a normal state, which is useful in a couple parts in this level, because when you have a transition where battling is throwing you up, you have a little bit of a landing animation, so if you have bino storage coming out of that room, you'll be able to escape that. Yeah.
I didn't even know this tech existed until we started practicing comms. It's just, there's some forbidden lore in this run.
It's very niche tech. It's used like once in main game sometimes. And it's really cool to see like a level that we're like, oh, this is actually really useful.
That's one of my favorite things about custom maps, is just we get opportunities to show off little tricks and glitches and stuff that otherwise would never get the spotlight because it's just not useful or never practical. It's so cool.
Yeah, just flying through the rest of this level. I love watching this level in the run. Like the Dreamblock movement is just so nice to see.
It's so clean, and May's just making it look absolutely just wow. I wish my movement was this clean.
Yeah, Dreamblocks I would say personally are my favorite like mechanic with like in terms of speedrunning Celeste.
Yeah, you would say that's Dreamblocks your favorite one?
Yeah, I would say so. I think like the amount of like movement options you can do out of a Dreamblock is so good. It will just feel so satisfying. I believe we have bit of things going on, but we'll get back very shortly. No need to panic.
You know, it's
there we go.
It's interesting you say that. Oh, we're good.
We're good.
I've never thought about what my favorite bit of tech in this would be. Like, I really like Theo stuff. Like,
sorry to cut you off there, but we're now going to the intermediate lobby, which is the second difficulty lobby, and we have Hyken showing off low-G botany here. And this level is really cool too. The main mechanic of this level is the lower gravity that you can obviously see here, but it has some like inside sections that don't have low gravity, like right here pretty much, and it has the power blocks that essentially you can break to get rid of the normal gravity and keep low gravity, and that can be very useful to us at times in this run.
We're really starting to get a taste too for how quickly Madeline can be moving through these levels as well. I'm surprised the game can handle it.
I love there's a pretty sizable skip here. We're gonna thread the needle here between those two spinners. You're right in the middle there. First try I can. That is so precise. You have to do pause buffering to just like get there.
All right, can we get the electrical box skip as well?
After here, I just set up a pretty precise position here to be able to demo right between those spinners and that block. It's really precise.
A little bit too far to the right that time. Come on.
And by the way, when I say spinners, I'm referring to these little crystal like spike balls. I'll be referring to them as spinners because that's what they're referred to in game.
I've never understood that. They never spin.
Yeah, they don't. Well, spin sometimes.
Wait, when did they spin?
In chapter 5.
Oh. Yeah. I think I remember, yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know why they're called that. That was cleaned by Hyken, though.
Yeah, that
was a really precise trick.
Super tight.
And getting to another skip here, pause buffer for precise frame on the cloud on the cloud boost, and just go right between that. And now Hyken's going to the last section of the level, which is going to go into super low gravity, and this section can be really frustrating in the run because like when you have gravity this low, you can make one movement mistake and you're just in the air for like 10 seconds while you think about what you've done.
There's no worse feeling of just being like, I knew I had that jump button right. Why is Madeline going back down?
Of course, no problem for Hyken as he finishes up this level.
Huge.
Incredible stuff. Up next is a really cool level too. It's gonna be Eat Girl, performed by Serenity Link. And this level is it's not like a lot of Celeste speedruns you've seen, so this level is based around a game also called Eat Girl that was made by Tessalode. Shout out to them. And essentially it's kind of like a Pac-Man sort of game, but it has like specific level design and some couple cool mechanics that you're gonna need to see if you play the game. But this custom level kind of tries to emulate it with like these mazes and these coins that you have to just go around and get, and this battling chasing you around. So a lot of this level, it just comes down to the routing, being able to just like know what your best way of getting between these coins while avoiding the battling. Sometimes you have to like kind of thread the needle around them, and it's really cool to see in the run, having it all come together.
Oh, they missed that top right one. You got a backer for that? Oh, smooth. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Battle Line just is a one-for-one copy of the movement that you're doing. So that speed there that they're following you at is that's just you.
Yeah, by nature of us being speedrunners and going fast, unfortunately that also means that Battle Line is also going very fast. It's a little terrifying, but we deal with it.
Oh, it's close. This is the most terrifying game of Snake I've ever seen, honestly.
And yeah, as the level goes, it introduces more and more mechanics, like these green coins that kind of control their own set of blocks, and also the red ones, and these kind of blocks that you can dash into to push them around, like that.
Now, it's been a while since I've played this level at all. The path that they're taking through this, is this pretty similar to like what we normally expect the standard route to look like? Or are there some things in here that you would say are like, no, this is not at all reasonable for people to be doing?
Honestly, like, the cool thing about this level is that pretty much everyone has their own route here. So, like, every run through this level is personalized.
Oh, also, we're introducing these blocks are fun as well. These moving blocks are tied to when Madeline is dashing herself. So not only do we need to be managing our movement through here and going through really fast, we also need to make sure we're on the right cycle for dashes too, or else you're going to get squished, as we'll see in a later part of this level as well.
Yeah, these dash blocks that are customized to kind of go between two states instead of just like going to a dash state and then slowly retreating back to the normal state, those are a staple among Celeste Money. You're going to see those a lot later in the run.
I think one of the levels will showcase too, will show us how quickly we can also get movement-wise from those as well, because they do influence Madeline's top speed.
Absolutely.
Honestly, speaking of like favorite mechanics from earlier, I love when we're moving so fast, the camera's just not sure where we're at.
This level is so mesmerizing when you're going fast.
I know.
There's so many shapes and colors on screen right now.
Yo, shoutouts to iPad baby content. Honestly, I'm here for it.
Ooh, being a little screwed over by the polarity of those dash blocks, but managing to back that up perfectly.
Oh, this is good. Yep.
And that's that.
There we go.
Into the last screen.
And now here's that bit of foreshadowing. Woo! Whee! We got friends trying to give us a hug from the sides. So not only do we need to be pathing through this as well, we need to make sure we're not lined up against a wall so that we get crushed.
This level is particularly difficult because those dash block walls also make it so you can't really dash a lot unless you're like, you're in a safe position to do so. So and see Cerny Link playing around that really well, and that was really clean. I believe that was like first or second try, and that's the level.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
That was really good. Yeah, first trying that last section that's a tough one.
Up next here, I believe we have Square the Circle by May. It's a really funny name. There's a lot of lore behind that if you want to read into it. But this level's main mechanic are these
colors.
There's some colors and there's some shapes, but this level's main mechanic are these bubbles that have like the arrows in them that kind of indicate where you need to dash, but also like these Kevin blocks where you can kind of dash into them at specific timings to kind of get very like essentially stick along their surface. Like, well, it's not being shown very well because May's just kind of skipping everything, but eventually.
And of course, the arrows are just a suggestion. We don't actually need to listen to what they're telling us.
Going for a really nice demo dash here. Nice!
Nice!
That is really cool. Thankfully, there's a checkpoint right after it.
We love healthy checkpoint placements in our custom maps.
I love the track in this level too. It's very new wave.
Yeah. Oh, just barely missed that bubble there.
Oh, of course, gets broken up by the Kevin noises. Shout out to Kevin.
Wait, did they even enter the bubble there? What was that?
Some weirdness going on. Bubbles have a lot of janky interactions with other objects in the game, and a lot of modded maps make a lot of usage out of that, because it's actually really cool.
Yeah, apparently bubbles can just go through spikes as well. I did not know that until I played this level.
I love that long Kevin. Shout out to this long Kevin in particular. One of my favorites.
We love Kevin in all shapes and sizes. Kevin is always very good. Oh.
Getting a little bit of speed at the end of this level, I believe.
Oh, we're starting to get a taste for how quick we can be going.
There we go. Look at that. that was a bit of foreshadowing for later in the level.
Ooh.
Yeah, this level is also pretty long. One of the longer levels in the showcase. There's a lot of Kevins, a lot of bubbling. I love how May just kind of knows exactly when to like exit these Kevins or bubbles, to, like just barely make it to the end ledge. It's really satisfying. Of course, we have a big speed boost coming up here, so don't blink. And carrying the speed all the way to the end. Incredible stuff.
Despite being one of the longer levels, it does not feel like it's longer. May just crush that.
Absolutely. Up next we have Deep Blue. It's kind of a, feels very old modded Celeste. Just a lot of main game mechanics put together, but it's still really cool and really satisfying to play casually. And of course, there's a lot of skips for us to do in this one, and Heiken's gonna showcase them perfectly.
Oh, we're going to be seeing a mechanic in this level as well, right there. That jellyfish is the bane of my existence. Let me tell you, that thing does not want to cooperate with me. We are not friends.
Nice.
I do not get how it works.
Yeah, by nature of how this level is decorated, these ground spikes have a lot of kind of like small gaps in the walls next to them, so Heiken's going to take full advantage of that in some skips. Be avoiding all these ones here. Nice. This level this room has a pretty cool skip at the end of it. Let's see if Heiken gets it. Of course, first of all, avoiding that block.
Oh, secret up. There's a secret up there?
There's secrets in this. Huh? There's secrets in this mod pack. Fortunately, they're slow, but if you want to see the secrets, you might just have to play it.
Oh.
Coming up right here. And nice! Oh my god, just barely short. That's unlucky, but you're gonna get to see it again. There we go.
Oh.
That is so cool. I love how that just lines itself up.
I love corner jumps. Shout out to 1B dashless. Like, corner jumps are so cool.
Just miss buffering that dash. And nice, getting a little bit of a boost with that jellyfish. I think this is the second to last screen, I believe.
I think we're there.
That was nice. That was a cool setup. Nah, third to last.
Oh yeah.
The cool thing about a lot of these modded levels is kind of like make it very like apparent which screen's the last screen by like changing some like aspect about the decoration. So really nice. Makes it. Yeah, you can see here it turns green, I guess.
Yep. Very much keeps in line with the theme of finding the cassettes in the original game as well, and just the overall vibe shift that happens when you find it. Oh, that's so fast! I always forget how fast that is.
Yeah. Well, thanks you for playing even. How polite. And that was Deep Blue.
Oh. You know, it's funny we got that bounce off the heart there.
We've hit 1.8 million US dollars, and we're not too far off of hitting 1.8 million euros. It's cool that we could just hit these milestones twice. Make sure you get those donations in by typing !mark donate in the chat, or by going to SpeeDons.fr.
Now these push blocks, I don't think I remember these in Vanilla Celeste.
Yeah, so this level is Frosted Fragments, and this level got lapped to absolute oblivion. Here we have a full room skip by Demo Daffing right up there. And another one. So the thing about Celeste is that when you enter a room, it spawns you back at, and when you enter a room, it sets your nearest death like respawn point as the closest one from where you enter the room. So when you die, you will respawn there. The thing about most modded like rooms is that they don't have a lot of custom like. Oh my god, May is just doing so many cool tricks. So I'm trying to explain this one thing. But yeah, a lot of custom levels don't really put that many respawn points. You just kind of put one at the beginning. So it's very nice for us to just be able to respawn there for these skips in particular. The movement.
You beat me to it too. I was about to ask about the checkpoints as well. It's very nice that they've allowed those to be in here so that we can do our cheeky little room skips.
Yeah. So I haven't actually explained the main mechanic. That may have just been doing too many skips, but these blocks you can push when you dash into them, and they can just kind of go a set distance when you push them. And some of them have red glue on the sides, which basically means they stick to walls on that side. For a precise reverse buddy hop, nice.
Oh my gosh.
This level is just a treat to watch. It is non-stop, like, cool tricks and skips back to back to back. Nice. Let's go. Threading the needle between those two spinners at the very end to skip the auto-scroller. It's a really clean run by May so far. Yeah, I also want to give a quick shout out to Celeste community because they ran a kind of an event for a Strawberry Jam level running, which essentially made a lot of these levels have a lot of labbing and a lot of these skips be found. So shout out to that.
I have spent way too much time in the debug, even for like this mod, just trying to find like all the little places that we can sneak out of bounds. It's fun. Any game that has a debug is so good.
Yeah, the corner boost just off of the block that's moving away from you. It's so cool. One of the coolest things in this level. And May is gonna be right at the end of it here. And goodbye, crystals.
They are crushing these levels, all the runners. Wow.
All right, now we're up to the advanced lobby, and we're actually not going to be playing any of the normal levels. We're going to be going straight to the hard side to showcase it off. And I actually don't have a lot of time to explain what the hard side is, because there's a pretty significant skip right away here. So one of the levels in the advanced lobby is Lost Woods, or something like that. And its main mechanic are these, or that has seasons that you can switch by going into these like kind of zones, but with precise pause buffer, you can down dash at the last frame before we transition through seasons to actually skip that. And essentially, it allows us to not have to go all the way around to the left there and just go directly to the end. And yeah, hard sides kind of follow a summit format where they have a bunch of flags, and each flag represents a normal level in the lobby. So yeah, just going through all these different screens with their own different mechanics, back to back. And yeah, hard sides are my favorite part about Strawberry Jam. They're so cool.
Now I gotta ask, just to make sure I'm understanding it as well, with those season blocks that are switching them around, that pause buffering, is that allowing us to skip past the trigger that would allow it to start, or is it to help time the dash so that we can get through to that next section after it?
It's a time dash
before it switches. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
That was the B level.
Hi, bees!
I love the little bees. All these levels go by so fast because there's just like one room per. And yeah, if you want to play the levels associated with this let me get my thoughts together. If you want to play all these levels associated with those hard side flags, you're gonna have to play them on it for yourself, I guess. You're gonna want to play this one in particular.
Skater girl.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Moving around. Yeah, I want to say that Strawberry Jam is a free mod that is available for Celeste. So if you have the game, you can just download it and play it right away. Make sure you do it because it is so cool. We're only showing off a fraction of the content.
There are so many cool levels. We did not have time to show them all off, and they are all amazing and deserving of play.
Level with these moving cassette blocks. Nice. Very cleanly. Mr. Randy Link. Yeah. This level has these dream blocks that kind of move like traffic blocks, so you can get a lot of speed out of them if you do a dream block jump out of them while they're moving, to conserve that momentum.
One of the things I really like, especially about like levels like this, there's little subtle indicators that help you to figure out what kind of jumps and what you're expected to do for these. We have some of these dream blocks on the side. They have this like metal grating on it that prevents you from being able to grab it, that helps show you that, oh, you're not like going to be grabbing this to like help set up a jump. You need to be jumping out of this immediately with a dream block jump.
Yeah, it's actually supposed to be ice because it's an original mechanic from Core.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the cool thing about like Celeste mods is that like there's so many interactions between mechanics in the main game that are just like not explored because they don't fit the focus of the levels in main game. So for modded, it's really just be like, oh, what if this mechanic was combined with this mechanic and just make a full level out of it? And usually it works really well.
Yeah, what if we made a level based around everybody's shared frustration of, oh, I didn't actually get the heart.
This level is really funny. It's literally based around bouncing off of hearts.
I didn't realize going through a heart as well reset your dash. Is that just a vanilla mechanic, or?
Dashing through these hearts is definitely modded. Because these are like technically fake hearts, because real hearts would end the level. But yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Or at least give you like a little heart poem.
Ooh.
And nice. That's actually one of the hardest flags, so... Oh yeah, really clean.
Pufferfish. Pufferfish. Oh, we're gonna have some fun with pufferfish later on.
Ooh, we absolutely are. Stick around to see that. And these levels are only gonna get harder and harder.
And ship friended with jellyfish pufferfish is my new best friend.
A little bit. There we go. Just barely getting enough at the end. This level is really cool because you can't actually dash into these battalions. You have to throw that little crystal which explodes at the battalions to actually damage them. So you just have to essentially dodge all these bullets from the outer battalions. But Serenity Link is already past it. He's just going faster than I can explain.
Yeah, we'll be seeing, we haven't seen Theo yet, but I think there's at least one level in the showcase where we'll get to see our pal Theo.
Ooh, that will be later.
Yeah.
Here, the main mechanic of this level is use time stop crystals, which are actually really cool. This whole level is really cool. Unfortunately, we only get to see them for this one screen.
Don't you worry, though. We got a chance to really see those time crystals be pushed to their limit later on.
Dude, this level is actually super nice as well because, as you can see, like, that's a giant key in the background. The gimmick of this level is that you're just really small now, and you can go to your normal size later by hitting some sort of button. And
Hi, small line.
Yeah, I would say advanced lobbies definitely has the most like creative levels. Just a lot of like really cool concepts. Just barely not having enough fights. How are you feeling so far, Marcy?
I'm looking at this like it's so cool how much we've discovered with this game and how much tech like originally was stuff that was like, oh yeah, this is really hard, like, you know, how good we've gotten overall and what we're able to perform now as a result of that practice and just the collective skill level of the community, how high it's been raised.
Yeah, the main gimmick of this level are those purple jellyfish that you can actually stand on, which you can see, and you can get a lot of speed out of them because they're moving as you're moving, so additive speed. I know y'all are getting tired of me saying, oh, this level is really cool, but these levels are so amazing.
Oh, you're all good. These are incredible showcases being done here. And also, you did talk about how this is readily available for anybody who's interested in trying this out. If you think some of these tricks are very daunting and you're not sure if you have the skill level for it, one of the best things about this custom map overall is just the density and the thoroughness the tutorials have in this. We'll see at least one more level later on that actually has a tutorial built into it. But there is probably one of the most comprehensive tutorials for tech in Celeste that's just a part of this custom map that will teach you almost everything you need to know. It's incredibly thorough. There's some wild things. There's things I've never even seen be done in custom maps that it goes over that I'm sure is part of some of the Grandmaster levels that we will not be, unfortunately, showcasing today. But it's really good. This is one of the best times if you're at all interested in Celeste into getting into Celeste because of how much documentation and tutorials we have now for everything.
Yeah, I would also say I absolutely believe that anyone who has maybe beaten Celeste can go into Strawberry Jam and just kind of follow its difficulty progression and beat any Grandmaster level.
Yes.
It's
yes,
super
absolutely.
accessible.
It is just like with Farewell, you can do this. It takes practice, it takes time, but these are built in such a way that you can get to that point. It is not impossible.
Yeah, I feel that. So it does have an assist mode, and it does work for custom levels, so it's also an option.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Shout out to accessibility options.
Yo, me and all my friends love accessibility options in games. A little bit of a gel-evator there to get the correct height.
The thing of this level is really cool. You're like deep underground. You have these like lava parts of the blocks, and you don't need to hit the battling by the way. Oh my god! Oh, just accidentally not getting the grab jump there.
Almost saved it too. That was close. What are those blocks called? And you can get the boost off of them right there. The lava blocks.
Yeah, lava blocks, pretty much.
Yeah.
This level is called...
I always struggled.
Yeah, this level is called Thinking Portals because it has a lot of these portal mechanics, which are also very popular among modded Celeste. And shout out to Portal, too. Shout out to the opening run of this event.
Oh, that run was so fun. Limy and M Sushi absolutely crushed those comms. It was super funny.
Yeah, also the runner also did an amazing job.
Yes.
You have to watch that VOD. Here's another level with portals. Oh my god. Oh, there's a checkpoint.
Checkpoint. We're good.
So nice of them to include a checkpoint at the end there.
You did not know there was a checkpoint right there.
This level is one of the few instances in the run where we have vertical gameplay, so you're just going up here. This level is also really pretty.
And these big wall jumps we're getting as well. I believe they're first introduced in Vanilla Celeste as, in Farewell as like the wall boost jump. It's either that or core.
They're introduced in 7B actually, the B-side of Chapter 7.
7B, that's right. I believe that was another instance of like, it wasn't necessarily a mechanic that was intended, but it just sort of worked. And so they built it into the game as well as a result.
That level beforehand was called the Tower XVI, which is a notorious puzzle level. Serenity Link is just going through it so fast. This one is Toggle Theory, and there's going to be a little bit of an interesting skip here. We're going past the camera, and what this does is that these spike spares are actually only loaded when they're on the camera. So if you go outside of it, you can just walk right through them. They're unloaded. And this level is also really cool. There's a whole level here, but it's based around these these wormhole bubbles that teleport you between each one of them, but like you can just kind of redash into them to skip a lot of the sections. That level is like 3 times the size, like the length of it normally.
Yeah, I still have no idea what's going on in that level. They're just moving back and forth.
Getting to the last couple flags here, though. Only a little bit of advanced hard side left. I think the last flag of this level is also really cool. The theme was here. It's
nice.
Oh no, this is flag 2. Never mind. I got my numbers mixed up. Counting is hard.
Oh, you're good. Oh, but these blocks are also fun as well. These are also custom. Instead of just going being a binary like on and off switch going between things, they have actual set paths that they follow along as well.
The speed boost you get from them is super cool too. And here's actually the final flag. It is a 0 gravity level. So the movement here is gonna be super cool to see. By nature of being 0 gravity, it's really easy to just get stuck here. With just no options, you're just floating in space, so you have to maneuver yourself really precisely here to get through it. But Serenity Link has absolutely no trouble here. And into the ending of the hard side, I love the theming of the hard sides too. Like here you kind of climb up a mountain to gaze at the starry sky and get the heart.
There we go.
That was amazing.
That's a really good time for that hard side, yeah.
Incredible. Shout out to Serenity Link for that. Oh yeah, every lobby also has custom art at the end of it. we only see the advanced one because we only play the advanced hard side, but every lobby has custom art like that, and you're going to need to play them out to see it.
Art is so cute.
Right. But afterwards, but now we're getting into the expert lobby, and this is where the levels get really, really difficult. Marcia, are you a fan of shapes and colors? There's a lot of those here.
I love shapes and colors. Oh my gosh. I see circles, I see wings.
So this level has these kind of boost circles where if you dash in them, you get a ton of speed. I can be showcasing that by just skipping half that screen. It also has these kind of wing crystals that give you an auto jump when you go into them. So you can do a lot of good weird tech where you maybe down dash into that auto jump crystal and get some sort of a weird super in the air. It's really cool.
You know a level is going to be something when you got a tutorial at the start of an advanced, or this is an expert level. Yeah, having a tutorial near the start of the level is like, oh, okay, oh no.
You go so fast in this level. It's one of my favorites from Expert Lobby for sure.
This is definitely like Super Hexagon themed, right? Or Geometry Dash? One of those two. One of the shape games.
Super Hexagon, probably.
Yeah.
This screen is really funny. You just go side to side, going up the entire screen. And we introduce corner boosts into the mix and these traffic blocks, and we're gonna go really fast.
So quick.
Final screen. So it was really quick. It goes by really fast, especially when you have I can just fly through it. Oh my god. Just a joy to watch.
Oh, those chains. Yep. Oh, it's so good. Ooh.
And does he go for the heart bounce? Oh, not quite getting the berry, but
so close.
Super, super close. Yeah, up next, I believe we have Iron Trouble. Yeah. This level has another custom mechanic, as all these model levels do. It has these timer crystals that essentially, after a certain amount of time, they teleport you back to where you collected the crystal. So a lot of this level is like building up speed and then teleporting yourself back with the correct timing, so you can just like shoot to the end of the level.
Now, is the teleport that's being done here, is this an automatic like time-based thing, or are they manually triggering it themselves?
Yeah, this is essentially from the point of where you touch the time stop, not the time stop crystal, that's a different level. But from when you touch the timer crystal, you're on like a set time until when you teleport back. So if you make any sort of movement mistake, you're just kind of like screwed. So
yeah, it's
really precise.
You gotta be precise. There's no saving some of these tricks if you're too slow.
I would say expert lobby is where you kind of get into this vibe shift in the in Strawberry Jam speedrunning, where the run is no longer based around like doing all these like skips or big skips around the level, because all these levels are a lot more kind of like rigid. It's more so about like having clean movement and just going through it just well first try. The track for this level is also really, really nice. All this music is also custom made by the contributors of Strawberry Jam. It's so cool. The amount of love put into this project is unbelievable. Shout out to everyone who worked on Strawberry Jam.
There are so many names that we could go over. It's impossible to go over all of them in a timely manner. It is incredible what the community was ever able to accomplish with this. And still is doing to this day too, because there's still a ton of custom things constantly coming out.
I love how much speed you can get off these moving blocks.
There.
Oh yeah, you can see that the teleport kind of screws you over sometimes, where if you're a little bit too slow, you can just teleport before you hit the coin, and then you just kind of have to retry. Expert gets difficult. Of course, May is just flying through here. No sweat. Making it look so easy. Oh my god, that's a lot of speed.
Oh my god. It's hard to believe that this is the same Celeste game that I've played, which is what they're doing, the jumps they're doing. That's so cool.
Up next, we have Polaris here, ran by Hyken, I believe. Should update soon enough. But yeah, I consider this to be the hardest level in Expert. the main gimmick of this level are these, of course, pufferfish, but also you're gonna get to see these puffer kind of crystal foldables that behave like Theo, but when you throw them into these orange fields, they have a set timer before when they explode, and you just kind of have to time those throws super precisely so that they launch you in the correct direction. And if you think that's complicated, it gets harder, because
look at these puffer friends. They're just doing their best, helping us out.
Yeah. And here, this is jellyfish, which you now have to juggle around with the normal pufferfish holdables. So there's just two different types of grabbable objects that you just have to like juggle around.
And with throwing these objects as well, it is very dependent on like where you're holding directionally. So not only are they having to like get through this level and be precise with their movement, they got to be making sure they're not like accidentally dropping these items. They got to be throwing them the right direction. Oh, it's so much micromanaging going on their controllers that it's hard to actually really explain just how complex the mechanics they're doing.
Yeah. With this level particularly, you have to be so like super aware of like how much height you're getting from each grab, how much like just where you are in the level or like in the screen, so that you can get the correct downs with regards to like these puffer blocks.
Yeah, and these pufferfish too, the way you get knocked back from them is interesting, because the angle that at which you approach them has a pretty major effect on how you actually get pushed away. So if it's too shallow, you're just gonna get thrown into the abyss, and if it's too wide, then you're not gonna get quite as much height and distance as you otherwise would need for some of these jumps.
Yeah, there's not much else to say really. This level is just so impressive to watch. And Hyken's already on the final screen here. God.
Look at them! When they're ready to activate, their eyes open up, they just start staring at you like, you ready? You ready? We're doing this, let's go.
Yeah, at the end here, Hyken's gonna go for a little bit of an extra ultra. Nice, and he's gonna try to save this jellyfish for the rest of this final screen, which is definitely harder than it looks. But it does save quite a bit of time, and there we go. If you die at any point there, you lose the jellyfish, so it's hard to get first try, but Hyken making it look so easy. And that was Polaris. God, that was such a clean run. Oh my god.
Yeah, that jellyfish was very nice. Friendship with jellyfish restored after that. Thank you, jellyfish.
Yeah. This next level is also really cool. Again, probably tired of me saying that, but I swear it is. This is Fortress Fall.
You are right.
And you'll see the main gimmick of this level soon enough. And it's that when you are on the ground, you don't actually refresh your stamina like you do in normal Celeste. So it's based around all these stamina puzzles that you need, where you need to conserve your stamina through it. And here I can, Serenity Link, sorry. Serenity Link is gonna...
You're good.
Get some more Vino storage for the end of the screen here. Get a little bit of a big ultra, nice. A little bit of a big ultra, that's some great commentary. Very insightful. Yeah, it basically scripts the entire screen here. That was super well played. And yeah, sometimes here you're gonna see Serenity Link go for like a double neutral jump on these like spike walls where the spikes are spawning out. And if you have precise enough timing, you can actually get a second neutral jump as the spikes are coming out. So see that a lot here, right here. Yeah.
No, I think I take it back. I think the corner jump is probably one of my favorite like non-intended mechanics, that we have that little bit of extra room on the side where we can get a jump off of it to allow us to get over these obstacles as well. It's really cool how we figured that out and are able to do these tricks and have built them into levels now as well.
Pretty big skip coming up here. Pause buffering to set up position. Hopefully getting this corner jump. Oh, just barely missing it. It is so super precise. But it does skip a significant portion of the level.
Now, if I remember correctly, the way that corner jumps work is there is just like a little bit of extra space on the edge of some of these, like the ledges as they are, that allows us to get a jump off of it before we interact with the spinners. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, that's pretty much right. Move for it again here. Setting up position. Seems good. There we go. The end of the solo. Oh my god, I was gonna say the end of the solo is very non-trivial. So, yeah. gonna see him going for it again here. Again, this is such a massive skip. It skips like multiple full rooms. So essentially a must get. And
there we go. Oh,
there we go.
You can grab that crystal.
You just barely have enough stamina at the end to get that climb jump off. That was so impressive. Going through the rest of these screens here. Just some more normal stamina puzzles.
Oh, yep.
You try to do a little bit of a skip here. Keep going around and get a dash refresh off of this crumble block by jumping off of it and then dashing, like doing tech on it. And setting up this corner jump. There we go.
Nice.
That was super clean. And this is the final screen of the level already. And there is another big skip here. And Serenity Link is going to go for it. Yeah, this level is... I love the theming of this level too. Like, the music is so serene and there's just leaves falling. It's so like peaceful, except you have to like do like all of this. I was going to get the spring buff. And I think he has it. This looks pretty good. And yeah, you just have enough stamina at the end here. There we go.
Nice.
And that's the end of the level.
Those corner spike jumps as well. Like it's not only just like actually getting the frame correct for jumping off of it. You have to have the right angle and the speed to ensure that you're actually going far enough to skip the spikes too.
Up next here is Psychokinetic, which is another fan favorite. You guys can go really, really fast. The main gimmick are these mushroom crystals that essentially just give you a lot of speed in your next dash. There's also these dream blocks, which aren't like exactly like normal dream blocks. They preserve your speed, so if you go into them with a lot of speed, you have to go out of them with a lot of speed, which lets you kind of keep your speed for a very long time here.
Wait a minute. Mushrooms? Celeste? Is this foreshadowing for the next run?
Maybe. I don't know. I can't really think of another like major game that has mushrooms.
I don't know. Wouldn't it be wild if there was like a game with mushrooms and Celeste and it was all like combined into one thing? I don't know. Maybe that's something happening after this.
Oh, maybe.
They're so fast.
Yeah, these white dream blocks are actually reverse dream blocks, where instead of when you dash into them, instead of going into them, you actually get pushed out of them. So it actually lets you kind of reverse your momentum a lot here, which is really useful for just building up speed like that. You go so fast in this level, it's so hard to keep up. This level is also really difficult. It's one of the hardest expert levels. A lot of people argue this level should be in Grandmaster, so really precise gameplay here.
I could see why half the time Madeline's not even on camera, it feels like. Oh!
Yeah. Oh, what happened there? Oh. That jump scared me. I think you like... Oops. I think she like went into the reverse stream block while like right dashing through the platform. That was super weird.
Yeah.
Recovering pretty fast too. I think May is gonna attempt a bit of a room skip here. Ooh. No, I think that's next screen.
Ooh. Wait. Enough.
There's also a lot of Easter eggs in this level that we're not gonna show off because this is a speed run. So if you want to see those, you're gonna have to play them out for yourself. Okay. May is going to try to preserve the speed at the end of the screen through the screen transition. So right here, and nice. I think she got it. There we go.
Oh, huge.
That's super impressive. Definitely like way harder than it looks. And this is just about the end of the level here. That was super fast.
Oh my god. Yep, there's the heart. Wow.
Oh my gosh. I think that was the last expert level in the run. Yeah, we're going to Grandmaster, folks. Things are going to get absolutely ridiculous here. The first level here, it's starting a little bit chill. We haven't really explained this much, but every level in every lobby has kind of these sub-difficulties ranging from green to yellow to red, where green's the easiest and red's the hardest. This is a green Grandmaster, so relatively it's pretty chill, but it's still a Grandmaster level. So there's a lot of precise tricks here. The main mechanic of this level is, you'll see later, it brings back these Stream Dash crystals, but I'm not sure if you saw already, but it has these switches that essentially do the same thing that the 4A heart room does right here. It essentially lets you just treat background tiles as normal tiles and treat normal tiles as background tiles. Switches between that, and it's really cool that there's a full level based around that. Just little Easter egg in the main game.
Madeline is in your walls.
Bit of a skip here. Precise ultra jump frame.
Oh my gosh.
That was really clean. Basically, skipping, just having to go all the way around and reversing the polarity of the tile kind of solidness, I guess. For a bit of a skip here, too. Try to preserve the stream dash state here. There we go. All the way back.
Yeah, don't worry about her, passing through all those spikes unharmed. That's, it's all good. That's how it's supposed to be.
This all also
intended.
Oh, sorry. This all also has a lot of this kind of like spike jump movement, which just it's so like hard to just keep track of everything. But I can just flying through it. That was another skip, by the way. I didn't have the time to explain, but here Hyken's also going to try to preserve the Dream Dash state by waiting for the Dream Dash crystal to respawn before dashing again. You're going to see it here. It essentially lets you store the state and go through that wall that you're not intended to go through, and getting another pause buffered reverse bunny hop. I promise, I'm saying real words here. Just doing so many things so fast. Welcome to Grandmaster. And this is just about the end of the level.
There's a lot of tech too that has very similar names overall. I've always had such a hard time keeping track of everything. Like, what is the difference between a hyper and an ultra dash? Like, you're just dashing fast.
Yeah, of course. What better way to end the level than just the 4A heart screen? Essentially, what it's inspired by. It's so cool. And I think now we are having a bit of a difficulty jump. I'm not sure.
I think so. I'm trying to remember.
There we go. Oh my god, we're playing the Solar Express. This is my favorite level in Strawberry Jam. The theming of it is so cool, and just the movement you have to do is incredible as well, which you'll see very shortly. So, you might have heard of the Polar Express from like a lot of places, I think. Pretty popular, like concept in general, but this kind of reverses it, and you're just like in the sun now, or like near the sun. Oh my god. So there's so much tech happening here. Just being able to buffer jumps on these lava blocks to prevent like activating them, so you can just jump on them more, and having to like get rid of them at the perfect time so they respawn, and you can get a corner jump as they respawn. Welcome to Grandmaster.
Talia, I think there's something wrong with my Wii weather forecast channel.
What, does it say Red Giant?
Red Giant, 1 million degrees.
Yeah, so
Los Angeles is doomed.
So I was talking about sub difficulties earlier. Oh, it goes up to red. I actually lied. In Grandmaster, it actually goes up to a new difficulty called Cracked, which is even harder than red, because I guess we need harder difficulties for some reason. And yeah, now we get this kind of crystal, which behaves like Theo, but there's a lot of like stuff you need to do to preserve it through like dream blocks. If you dash into a dream block but grab the crystal as you're dashing, you can actually keep it through the dream block. There's a lot of things you can do around that. There's a lot of other levels in the collab that utilize this mechanic, but this is the first time we see it, of course, in Solar Express.
Oh yeah, this tag took me a bit in the tutorial section to like really get down, because you gotta throw, you gotta re-grab. It's so cool. I love this game. It's such a treat.
Yeah. Oh my god, these screens are so ridiculous. There's the skill on display here by May is unbelievable.
No, I think I figured out what the Solar Express
Yeah, that was first try. Oh my god.
Wait.
You know, a lot of speed there to skip the auto-scroller too. Like, Grandmaster levels are so hard where getting the screen first try is actually way more impressive than doing these like minor skips like at the end here preserving the speed. God, it's just mesmerizing to see.
I'm like trying my best to keep track of where we're keeping this crystal at any given moment, and sometimes it's just showing up, and I'm like, oh yeah, we have it again, cool.
It's just there. It's hard to tell because when you're going through a dream block with it, it's under the dream block, and also it kind of blends in with like the rest of the yellow elements in the background, but just adds to the difficulty being able to focus through this.
Yep. There's definitely an aspect of the higher difficulties where there's just a please trust me sort of aspect to it of it'll be there, don't worry, just do the level, it'll show up.
Screen.
Ooh.
Yeah, a bit of an elevator here, just to kind of build up the tension into the next screen, which I think is one of the hardest screens in the level. Pretty sure. So, let's see how that goes for May. I also love like there's a subtle detail here where when you're like in the inside of the train section, there is a different music track that plays that's a lot calmer than like when you're in like doing all these movements and playing the level. There's just this more like kind of more exciting track, I guess. I don't know, I'm forgetting my words.
So it's strong. Look at her carrying the rock bigger than her while just also scaling a mountain with one arm.
Yeah.
That is goals, honestly.
That was really strong. Keep the crystal here. Another kind of mechanic that's used here is that if you dash into a dream block while holding the crystal, you can actually grab the dream block out of it by doing a normal dream grab, but it keeps you kind of in the state where you're holding the crystal, so you can just keep the crystal with you while you're holding the wall sometimes.
You know, I also don't think we've
speed boost here off the moon block. Oh, unlucky. Move for it again.
I don't think we've pointed it out yet, but with the double dash she has there, her hair is actually changing to two different things. We got both the lesbian flag and the trans flag being shown off here. You know, we love our trans rights around here, am I right?
Heck yeah. Any love for trans rights in the chat? That was research chapter.
Oops. Shoutouts to Debug.
Yep,
we love our
definitely unintended, but oops. There we go. That's a speed boost for the fans. Yeah. So the way that works is that you have these moon blocks around that kind of like go up and down and get pushed by you when you dash into them. So when you push them forward, you can actually get a bit of extra speed when you jump off of them. So you can just build up that speed and get an ultra there. The music track for this level is so amazing too. Everything about this level is just incredible.
Oh, it's all Peem. It's so good.
It's Peem. It's absolutely Peem.
Oh no, at the beam.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention another thing about like Grandmaster levels. For the really hard Celeste levels, people actually like, instead of naming the room just like, oh, room 1, room 2, or whatever, the rooms actually have like a defined name in the debug map. Like I think this one's called Obelisk, and just another kind of little bit of flavor text here.
Yeah, it really goes to show like how much is it like they kind of expect that we're gonna be spending some time in the debug menu, like practicing things as well. It is every speed game that has a debug or just anything like that that allows you to practice rooms in the game itself. I all of those wonderful modders that make that possible. I love you. You make everything so much better.
Massive shout outs to all the Celeste modders. Shout out to everyone who's working on this on Strawberry Jam again. Yes, none of this would be possible without the passion of so many people coming together. god. Okay.
Oh.
And there we go, yeah. Oh no!
No!
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna see him again.
Oh, the backed up. All right, well, we got to see it again. That's cool.
Of course, May just wanted to just take an intentional death here, of course, to show off the screen again. Yeah, exactly.
She's so cool. She's gonna do Twitch.
Okay.
No!
And again.
Okay.
I mean, she's just showing off at this point.
Yeah.
Want to see me do it again? Want to see me do it again? But the crowd is absolutely loving it too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. May. And she's so consistently getting through most of this too.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh my god.
Come on.
And okay, there we go. Now don't go for the ultra, please.
Please.
Oh, never mind. Oh my god. Oh, we go again.
Well, now she has to land it. She can't not land it.
Of course. Can we have some energy? Can we have some energy for May in the chat too?
Oh my gosh, we got the crowd clapping.
And oh my god, you need that crystal. Room's so nice. She did it, like, what's the word for 5 times? Is there a word for it?
Thrice. Thrice?
Thrice? I don't think that's real, but we'll make it work.
Fifths. I was not brought on for my counting, though.
Oh my god. Okay, going to the end of the screen again. Oh my god.
Oh, missed that jump. This is honestly just a great exhibition of just how difficult these levels are. These runners have spent countless hours going through and perfecting their paths through this. And even then, sometimes there's...
There we go! And the charm.
There we go.
There we go. For the fans.
We love to see it.
All right, now we're getting to the final 2 screens of the level, which are the inside train section. You don't see it, but like there's actually, I think, like oil chasing you from the bottom, so you're on a timer here. Of course, May is going too fast for us to be able to see it. But yeah.
You know, it's kind of cool how they're throwing that object against the wall and then using it to get a little bit higher up.
Yeah, high level tech with like Theo is so cool and is so satisfying to watch.
I'm always a big fan of when we're able to take advantage of items like this in platformers that just let us do little silly things, getting bigger jumps, being able to do otherwise unintended tricks.
Yeah, that timing there is actually like way harder than it looks. You have to like time your movement perfectly with the lava block respawning and you just get a jump off of it. And I think it has spikes on top of it too? I'm not sure.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, you have to jump on it while it's regenerating, or the spikes will kill you. There we go.
Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, yes.
Oh, these levels are so
unlucky
punishing.
angle.
Like staying just a pixel too far to the left on the lava block, and you just get sent into spikes directly.
That pause strat to back that up was really clean too.
Yeah.
Yeah, those lava blocks, they just like the puffer fish. Where you're actually on the block indicates influences the angle that a which you're gonna get launched off of it. And if you're just a little bit too far off center, you're being flung into those spikes.
Level blocks are usually considered one of the most frustrating mechanics in the game, with like how precise you have to be. They're up there with bumpers.
Bumpers, oh my gosh.
Oh, you have any nice words to say to bumpers here?
Listen, bumpers, I have such a love-hate relationship with them because depending on where they're placed in a level, they are either your worst enemy and they're just not cooperating with you, or they can be so useful for doing like skips, getting underneath obstacles you shouldn't be otherwise, able to get underneath. They're so cool, but they're so frustrating at the same time. Oh, there we go.
Another chance here. That looks good. Oh my god, almost died. And there we go.
Yes.
That was just one screen, by the way. We're coming up to the last screen of the level.
Oh, she's got this.
She absolutely has got this.
Oh, there's that oil. Oh, it's so fast.
It is really, really fast. Especially in this room. It's gonna be just on your tail the entire room.
Who is driving this train? Who let the oil out like that?
Not sure. I think there is like a conductor. Like, this level has a lot of lore, by the way. We're just skipping, like, by just going through the route. But there's a lot of lore in this level that you're, I guess, gonna have to play to see. And there we go. Let's go,
yes. Let's go.
Okay, there's
fine. You didn't see that. You didn't see that. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Oh my god, it is so impressive to do this on the stage. Like, I don't have words to describe how impressive all of that was.
We're seeing even just little hiccups of the movement here too. That's just how precise all of this is.
And there we go.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I think
that was amazing.
I'm not sure if we have another level or if that was time. I believe we have another level? Question mark?
I think I'm not sure.
Good. Massive shout outs.
We're about to find out.
And yeah, one final level in the run, I believe. We have I Could Running Nilumbo, which is another cracked Grandmaster. You can see the icon right here. The meter kind of goes out of range on the bottom and it breaks the glass. It's really cool. And yeah, this is...
I meant to say it earlier. Sorry to interject real quick. On the actual level selections as well, you can see the amount of deaths that the runners had in this. There's 25,000 deaths on this level. That's just how many times they practice this.
Oh yeah, these levels take so much practice. And right off the bat, there's a pretty major skip here. There we go. That skips 2 rooms, by the way. Just dancing around that dash block, being able to exit that room unintentionally, and respawning back here. So the main mechanic of this level are these lantern grabbables that you can dash into to preserve speed, and these dash blocks that you can build speed from. Oh my god, they're already going so fast. So this level actually does look... Believe it or not, this level is harder than it looks because it also utilizes neutral drops, which I think if you played Celeste or at least fairly for a while, you probably experienced like when you throw a jellyfish but hold down, the jellyfish goes straight down instead of being thrown. This is actually like required here, so you can like drop these lanterns on top of coins precisely so that they can hit them. There's so much going on here. And this is the most input intensive level in the entire mod, I believe. It's a lot of kind of buffering dashes back to back. And if you have just a little bit too much or a little bit like not enough speed, you can just like explode. So, oh my god, that was clutch. Huge. I can just realizing he has just a little bit too little speed and has to do the up dash at the end. Oh my, the reaction time needed for that is unbelievable.
I also want to say, Grandmaster level with a tutorial bird that just says jank, by the way, is really funny.
Yeah, this is the final screen already, by the way, so... Gosh. Making it look so easy, honestly. But this level is incredibly difficult. The music track is also amazing.
I'm so glad there's freeze frames when we're doing these dashes as well, just so we have a moment to actually look at what we're doing.
And
through diagonal.
Yeah.
diagonals like this are just the bane of my existence as well. Oh my gosh, how clean the movement is in this is incredible.
Especially when you have to buffer like dashes in like 5 different directions back to back to back. It gets really precise.
Like you have that, you have your neutral drops as well, so that they go straight down instead of throwing them too, and you have to be doing all the correct diagonals. Oh, it's so much, and it's so cool.
And oh, there we go.
Let's go.
That was incredible. Of course, a little serene ending for such a difficult level. Is you're going towards the heart, and I believe that would be time. And
yes,
as soon as we collect the heart, that's time.
Nice. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think this is, yeah,
that was so incredible. Huge shout out to our runners, huge shout outs to Hyken, huge shout outs to Serenity Link, huge shout outs to May for just an amazing showcase relay. Wow.
The consistency
I'm blown
of it
away.
all. Oh, this was so well done. They nailed this.
Yeah, I believe we're not done just yet, as we have Celestial SMC coming up next. Stay tuned for that.
If you like Celeste, get ready for not Celeste 2, but Celeste something.
Yeah. So, Marcy, this is actually your domain here. So, can you explain a little bit about what Celestial SMC is?
Oh, yes. All right. So, Izo Mario is my main domain. And one of our creators, the ever wonderful Mark Alarm, took him a long time. But this mod of Super Mario World Celeste.SMC is incredible. It was his attempt to essentially recreate Vanilla Celeste into the Super Mario World engine, and he did such a good job for it. Once we get closer to the start of it as well, I'll explain some of the main differences between this and Vanilla Super Mario World. But the main thing here is we got a dash, just like in Celeste. And we're also going to be playing on a special version of this as well. There was a version 1.1 that was planned for this mod that unfortunately probably will not be coming out. But we're playing on some of the changes that were planned for it are going to be in this. Mainly there's one less spike in Chapter 3 that we have. Plus there's a surprise for the final level that we'll be pointing out when we get there. That's normally only available for the 100% run of it. But Mark was kind enough to, in this version of it, modified it to have the special surprise. But yeah, Sally, do you know what a regrab is?
Ooh, wait, I actually have this written down. Hold on. Let me check my notes here real quick. Hold on, let me scroll down. I have a lot going on here. Actually, no, I need to grab my physical note card. I have it somewhere here. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, got it. Okay. It says, you press jump.
That, yes. Yes. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Did I win?
Yeah, that's really, and it's, yes, you've won.
Heck yeah.
It is indeed pressing the, it is, I forgot you had written it down like that, I'm sorry. Why do they call it regrab when you're, ungrab the button, repress it?
Exactly. So do you want to explain what a regrab actually is?
Okay, so in Super Mario World, what makes Super Mario World platforming the way it is really, I would say its biggest thing is the regrab itself. It is a very complicated, complex mechanic that is also a lot simpler than it sounds, but it's got a lot of depth and nuance to it. Essentially, when Mario is jumping, if you are holding the jump button in midair, you have reduced gravity. So you're actually falling at a slower rate than if you were not holding the jump button for it. It was a mechanic that they actually built into the game in order to give players like a sense of agency of, oh, I'm falling too fast, and they're panicking, they're repressing the button in order to fall slower. They built it in. So there are trajectories for jumps that you are able to do by holding the jump button, getting some height from it, letting go so that you start falling, and then re-grabbing it, repressing it in order to slow down your ending trajectory. Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of that here in this run in just a moment.
Y'all, we have it $2 million donated to Medicine du Monde, or Doctors of the World. Y'all, thank you so much for your donations. Doctors of the World provides care to many countries in need, including Palestine and Ukraine. So it is such a wonderful cause, and it's an amazing milestone we just hit. Let's keep those donations going.
Absolutely incredible. People have shown up for this. This is wonderful. Let me think. Anything else in particular I'd want to talk about before we get started with Celeste SMC? We got our regrabs, we got our dashes. There's going to be, speed management. We'll be also talking about it once we actually get into the levels too. But Super Mario World is interesting. When you are running and you are holding down the directional pad, Mario doesn't actually have one set speed. It fluctuates between like 4 units of speed. I think it's between like 49 and 53 units per second. And if you let go of the D-pad while you're moving in mid-air, your speed is locked in. This is oftentimes used a lot with Cape Tech, but in this mod, we are going to be having the dash is going to be our main movement that we're doing through these levels. And if we let go, we're going to be able to maintain levels of speed that were absolutely not intended, and we're going to be sneaking around a lot of sections and tricks that otherwise you'd have to be skipping through. We'll be pointing them out as we're getting through. It's really cool.
Yeah. I believe Celeste SMC is coming right up next.
Oh, we got
a little bit longer.
Prizes show up. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I love that strawberry costume.
Oh, it's so cute. Yeah, combining the regrabs, the speed management, and there's also going to be some interesting platforming with regards to, there's going to be on-off blocks that, toggle blocks on and off as they are. By managing our speed and our jumps, we're going to be able to sneak around some of these on-off blocks to do levels in unintended ways. We'll be pointing that out, of course, once we get there. But otherwise, Celeste MC is essentially Celeste. The levels follow the same order as in Vanilla Celeste. There are all the same mechanics will be in here. A few things that didn't quite make it in. We don't have our buddy pal, the ghost from the what is it, the hotel? I'm forgetting the word for that.
Also want to mention, we've hit 2 million US dollars, but we've yet to hit 2 million euros donated. Y'all, type ! donate in the chat, or just go to speedons.fr to maybe send in some love from the English Restream.
Oh, yes.
Let's hit that milestone. We only have 3 runs left in the event, so not a lot of time.
And here we got Senin. I'm so excited. This game is so fun. I love this. I love all this stuff. Here we go. Celeste SMC. You'll be hearing it too, but you might notice in this mod game that the music as well is indeed ports of Celeste. There were a few that already were done before this mod was actually made, but a lot of this was also custom made specifically for this one. And go.
Let's go.
All right.
And we are off.
So here we are in our starting, just like in Celeste, we got our little platforming. We do have grabs in this. We do have wall jumps. These are not vanilla SMW mechanics. These are added in for Celeste. And oh no, we didn't make it.
Oh no. Well, it wouldn't be a Celeste mod without dashing, would it?
Yes, and here we are. We'll be seeing that immediately with Forgotten City. We got our spikes. We got our wall climbs.
Actually, mind you.
Forsaken City.
Actually.
I can. All right. Reading is a skill. All right, you got me.
I get that.
There are also strawberries in these levels as well to collect for 100%, but unfortunately, I think we will be collecting at most 1. We'll see. Yeah, this is Celeste SMC. This is a wonderful fusion of the mechanics between the two games. We have these coin indicators that help us figure out the path we're supposed to be going through here. These green coins help us to show where the dashes are. We got our checkpoints in here. A lot of these checkpoints are going to be skipped throughout the process of playing through this because it's just simply too slow to go and grab them, and we really don't need them.
I also want to mention, I love how clever the dash indicator here. Of course, in Celeste, the indicator of how many dashes you have in midair is just Madeline's hair. And it's blue when you don't have a dash and red when you have a dash. But Mario naturally has a red cap, so just use that and turn his cap blue when you don't have a dash. That's really clever.
From what I remember as well, it took a bit of technological prowess in order to get Mario's sprite to be changing colors like this for the dash. I don't remember specific. Ooh. We're trying to do a little skip there while we sneak through that one tile gap. Yeah, that's very tight, but it saves a little bit of time to go for it.
Let's go, Senen.
You'll notice too, we have a pretty defined path we're going through.
There we go.
Nice, we got it. There's a lot of secrets and alternate paths through this level, and we're just gonna be cruising right on through this. We got our wall jumps, and that's the end of the first level. Yep, just absolutely crushing it. There is also stamina in this, just like in Celeste as well. If you're jumping off the walls as quickly as we are here, it's really not going to be a huge issue. Most of the time, it's faster to just be dashing and maintaining that speed anyways.
I also want to mention this mod follows pretty much the same progression as normal Celeste. You're going to be going through Forsaken City, and then Old Site, as you are now, and then Celestial Resort, Golden Ridge, Mirror Temple, Reflection, and then finally Summit.
Yes. So, one of the main differences as well we have our dream blocks here. Instead of Mario just being like, dead when going up against the ceiling like this, we actually travel along the ceiling. That was a good example of the P speed as well. We were able to skip doing an on-off block section by maintaining our speed by letting go of the direction button. Ooh, good save back up there too.
Real quick thinking there.
Yep, we're gonna skip that blue Koopa. So much of this is just P speed management. Oh my gosh.
God. Dream block movement in normal Celeste is super impressive, and this mod is no exception.
P-speed management too in mods like this is fairly common. It's not anywhere near as common as like vanilla Super Mario World has, but this run in particular is a wonderful example. Ooh,
you can barely see it a lot of the time, but there is a sort of like Shadow Mario following you around, like Battling is. No, different Shadow Mario, not that one. And
this evil spooky Mario here.
Evil.
Trying to ruin our dreams.
Ooh. Nice. Nearly avoiding it.
Oh, we got our friend the Chuck Gate there. We're not even gonna let him jump. We're just gonna go right past him. We got a lot of the Kaizo hallmarks in this as well. Our Chuck Gates are, I'll see more here. The bridge blocks there.
The unity between like the normal Kaizo mechanics and also Celeste mechanics is super cool to see.
Ooh, nice little. We call those mostly limbos are when you're going under the level in order to be able to do these jumps. But being able to skate along the bottom, if you have that upwards diagonal momentum when you're dashing up against a ceiling like that, it'll maintain once you're out of it too. And that's level 2. We're cruising through this.
Absolutely. Already to chapter 3. So Celestial Resort, as it is in main game, is the cycle level. You're gonna see it very shortly here.
So unlike in vanilla Super Mario World, the keys that we're collecting here are actually, they're a counter that we're keeping. Usually keys are actual physical objects that we'd hold and carry it around. For this level, for the doors that we're going through, these are just objects to collect. But there's gonna be a skip coming up here soon where we're actually going to be grabbing 2 keys in a section and then using one of those to skip something else a little bit later. Also, in the water, if you're dashing, you're going super fast, just like in vanilla Celeste as well. Can't quite change the dash as quickly as we can in vanilla Celeste, but we can still get a pretty pretty quick speed there.
Yep.
And there's our 2 keys.
Just some clever routing going on here.
You get the dash along the ground in order to get to that Koopa. We're gonna grab the second key here too. And right here, we're gonna skip this final section by keeping that key from earlier.
Let's go. I will say that maybe like Forsaken City and Old Site, they kind of like the vibes of the levels, I guess, are kind of similar to maybe 1A or 1B, 1A, 1B, maybe 2A and 2B. Starting in Celestial Resort, you start kind of, it really feels like you're in like a seaside, basically. A lot of things inspired from that. Especially like here when you just have no ground.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of influence from all the different aspects of vanilla. The mod itself, I believe, goes all the way up to Farewell for this, and it's such a cool fusion. It just makes an very tight jump to skip that shell jump there by going over the spikes.
That was so clean.
And the spikes in this are not quite as forgiving as they are in Vanilla Celeste too, so they're just making it look way easier. It actually is. Oh, hello, our friend the Disco Shell. And speaking of angular jumps off of blocks like this is probably the closest thing we have to pufferfish for being unruly with how it's launching you off of it.
Yeah, pufferfish are actually pretty, like, they, like, send you in a pretty consistent direction. They're a lot more like bumpers, though, where you just kind of can launch you away and something you can just get around.
Let's see.
It feels so wrong
in there to grab that.
It feels so wrong to describe a Mario mechanic in terms of a Celeste mechanic. It just feels like I'm zoomer brained.
Imagine a bus. Yes. We got a bit more the speed management here to skip some of these jumps. And yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Super clean.
Senon's just absolutely cruising through this. This is, for the record, in terms of Kaizo mods, this is probably one of the harder ones out there overall. It is, Senon is making this look easy. He's doing such a good job with this. Now we're on to Golden Ridge. We got our bubbles, and we will be having the wind showcased in here too. The wind is going to interact as well with some item tech that will be showing off later off in this level. Yeah, just like in Celeste, you can dash out of the bubbles early in order to have them move quicker and to get out of them faster as well. That's going to help for making sure we get some optimal cycles here later on in the level. Skipping that checkpoint right there by going past the on-off block, having them in an unattended way.
Yeah. I will say another thing about these on-off blocks is that their state is actually global. So sometimes you'll see Senon hit these on and off blocks maybe an extra time. That seems a little unintuitive, but it gives us a more favorable kind of enter state in the next level.
Yep, that limbo we just did earlier too, in order to not have to the on-off block switch, saved us quite a bit of time as well. And here's the wind.
Oh boy, everyone's biggest friend.
Oh, we've seen some pretty quick top speeds here with the wind being able to assist us with our dashing.
Come on, they just barely missed a strawberry there. They're just easing us.
I know. It's just like, come on, do it for the fans.
Oh, what a
nice.
Clean jump. Guided by the wind.
There's one of the hearts. We won't be collecting this in any percent, but there are those also to collect in here too. There we go. Yep. Nice limbo.
Oh, that was such a clean limbo.
It is a completely different level if you're skipping those on-off like, oh, come on, checkpoint.
Oh, come on. There we go. There we go.
Wind is not being nice to us right now. Speed management. Oh my gosh. Yep. Underneath there.
It is so impressive just seeing all of this.
Ooh. Like quite got enough speed. I think I believe he's trying to get a spin jump off of this as well to go off the piranha plant there. There, we're trying to just jump right past it. Yep. There we go.
It's hard to come up with things to say because this movement is just so mesmerizing.
It is.
And of course, in homage to the ending of 4C. Right into the end of the level.
To the end of 4C. Yep. And then here,
of course,
first try on that mid-air shell jump. The dash in the wind. We're moving so fast that if we throw the shell at just the right time, we get the jump off of it before it falls below us.
There we go. entering chapter 5 here, Mirror Temple. I really like the subtle nod here, where the bridge kind of goes between the two ledges. It's sort of like how the gondola in Celeste's main game takes you from the end of bridge to the beginning of temple. Still, like, little details are so nice to see.
Any Mirror B-side song enjoyers? Because we got that ported.
Heck yeah.
Oh, it's close. Yeah, a lot of these we can just skip the usual platforming by maintaining our speed, by micromanaging the D-pad, making sure that we're neutraling at the right time to maintain that higher upper speed. And we're skipping so much of this.
Any smiley faces in the chat? Into the mirror section.
I've heard you like vertical sections.
Ooh, I love them.
Oh.
Trying to dash underneath there, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to get
really
that diagonal dash. It's very tight. I think there's, what, 2 frames to dash underneath this? Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Yep, and we had to make sure to hit that on-off block twice as well to ensure that the pink blocks right there were off at the correct time. Ooh.
Just narrowly missing that.
Yeah, we'll need to be re-getting that shell there too so we can continue this next section. There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
So I love how you can like keep holding like shells through bubbles. It's kind of reminiscent to like a modded Celeste mechanic where you can hold like Jellyfish and Theo through bubbles sometimes with the correct like circumstances. I think it's super cool that something like that also exists in Celeste.smc.
Oh yeah, it's just the attention to detail with not only what's happening in vanilla, but also what's come out of the custom modding scene for Celeste. This is such a beautiful homage to this game. Oh no, the spikes though!
Oh no!
Oh, they're fake.
Yeah,
we're good.
fine.
Okay, we're fine. All right. Mario's in the foreground. We're good. And speaking of Theo, here we got Theo, I believe, as a custom sprite of the key, the actual physical key in this game. And we'll be using him all the same ways that we do in Vanilla Celeste here too. Gotta get this spring here. And of course, just like in Vanilla Celeste, Theo falls off the bottom of the screen. That does result in a death for Mario as well. Ooh. Very precise skip there to skip a couple of those. Oh my gosh. Nice backup save with the jump.
I will say, Mario movement with Theo is not something I expected to see anytime, but it is definitely a treat.
I am surprised Yoshi can fit a full Theo in their mouth.
He's pretty small.
Also not something I ever expected to saw, yeah. oh, just barely passed by that bubble.
It's okay, Theo's safe inside the crystal.
Yeah. He's got his cozy little hidey hole he's in, or hidey crystal.
Yeah. But I don't know if it's a hole, just more like an encasing, really.
He's just kind of chilling. We left Yoshi with him. He's safe.
Yeah, they're friends.
Yeah.
Now going to Reflection. This level is super impressive, just like technically, because you'll see it very shortly.
Oh yes. Don't worry. We've ported it. We got it.
Yeah, there's the feather. Like, the fact that the feather is so smooth is just mind-blowing to me. Like, Mario mod makers are just out of this world.
And we're playing on a D-pad here. We don't have that full range of motion quite like Celeste has, because we got 8 diagonal directions that we're going in here. It is so clean. Same with the Kevins as well. We're able to maintain our speed running along them to keep up with them. Up. Nice. Sneaking another level there, skipping another on-off block.
Some cute limbos with the feather.
I think we couldn't quite get the Kevin sounds into this, but instead we've replaced them with I think it's the spawning of the balls during the Bowser fight in Vanilla Super Mario World. As it is. Maybe it's the blarg.
You love a good blarg.
Oh
wow.
Just barely sneaking under that block.
Yeah, that was so subtle, like you can barely notice, but Senna is just so clean with it. Hi, Dolphin.
Hi, dolphins. Fortunately, these dolphins are not being random here. Dolphins can be very mean in Vanilla Super Mario World. And also, of course, Kevin can interact with on-off blocks, so. Same for the fuzzies we got following us around here, too.
I am too Celeste-brained. Like, with the on and off blocks, I keep expecting them to just, like, switch on a timer because they look like cassette blocks. I need to, like, remind myself, no, they're controlled by you.
There are some instances, I don't think we'll be seeing it in this run, but there are instances where the on-off blocks can be on timers. Usually we have an item that's, perpetually going to manage that. There is a little bit of timing, like with the fuzzy we saw earlier, that does interact with the on-off blocks.
Of course, we've got a Batman fight. So it kind of behaves like Celeste battling, except you bop her, so just dash into her. Or I guess you can still dash into her, it's still a thing.
Yeah, because we got that death. Unfortunately, the on-off block wasn't in the same cycle, but we should be pretty steady for this.
Now, there's really no ground here. That's a big boost.
Maintaining the speed, having everything be set up so
oh my god,
narrowly underneath. Fortunately, we did get this checkpoint not too long ago.
That was glorp crap.
This is, yeah. Anyways, feathers, battle line, E-speed. It's so cool. It is so precise. We have to be getting these jumps set up in advance in order to be able to have the speed be managed and kept for some of these jumps. So much of it is just set up in advance for this. Oh, nice. Saving the piranha plants. Got the checkpoint. Oh,
Lasers?
She's got a laser now. We got the bullet spawners now as well. But that's fine. We're going so fast, we're barely even going to see this to begin with.
Yeah, she's flying through it right now. I feel like I've been saying that so much because our runners have just been so amazing today.
Oh yeah, this is... Hello, baby Yoshi! I believe, did we meet that incentive to pet the baby Yoshi?
Oh, we'll see.
I think they're discussing it.
Have you deliberation here in front of the baby Yoshi?
It's gulping.
And...
Yay! Oh, wait.
Wait.
Come on.
Approach it slowly. Oh, this is intense. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh my gosh. Yay! Come with us! Be our friend!
Unfortunately, I think... Oh, wait, no, we're grabbing them.
Yeah, there we go.
They're along for the ride. Yeah, I do think they have to be left behind here, unfortunately.
No! Oh, at least he got to say hi to our friend.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, a little bit too high there.
I love those little down dashes to get back to the ground faster.
Oh, nice anticipation of the bullet spawner there too. There we go.
Go. I think there's quite a bit of level left.
Oh, missed that spin jump there.
There we go.
Nice. Oh.
Oh, we'll see it again.
That's fine. We'll see it again. Yep.
Oh my god. Barely grading those spikes.
Ooh. Yeah, even in this, the directional inputs can be a little rude to us. Come on. There we go. Nice. Good backup. Yeah, the amount of height that Mario also gets with his jumps is somewhat influenced by the total max speed that he has. So we're able to jump up there by getting that dash boost off the ground. Oh, that limbo was so close.
Yeah. Just having some fun on the stage. Senin is so amazing at this.
There we go.
There we go.
Landed it that time.
Nice.
Good.
Second try.
Yeah, there is not a lot of space at the bottom of the level for you to be able to dash up and switch around like that. It is, you got like a tile at most.
Just going around in a circle here.
Come on.
Just on the final stretch.
Oh! Just barely missed that last jump off the spike hole there.
Yeah, there really are not a lot of checkpoints here, huh? Just long stretches of gameplay. If you make any sort of mistake, you just get sent all the way back. Yo, let's give Senin some energy to get past these rooms.
Come on, Senin. There we
go. And I believe after this is the end of the level. I'm pretty sure.
So this should be right near the end.
Just skipping that.
We're just gonna skip past Madeline.
And there we go.
With that, there's only one more level left here. You know, it's less about climbing a mountain. We gotta get to that summit.
Heck yeah. And of course, like in May Game Summit, we're gonna be going through all the levels that we already beat in these little mini sections, leading up to the end of the run, essentially.
Just like in Vanilla Celeste, we got our double dash here, which, with the notes the runner gave me, I was told to say that with this run, we got 2 dashes like the best Mario Kart game. I don't know if y'all agree with that, but I'm inclined to agree myself.
No, I agree. Any dissenting opinions in the chat? Maybe even the donations?
And let us know. You know, we're almost at that 2 billion euro mark, you know. Oh, nice shell jump to the right there, too.
Let's
Very
go.
cool.
It's not a Mario mod without a shell jump.
Yeah, we got all of the previous mechanics we'll be revisiting here. Chuck gates, too. There's Chuck gates in this.
Yeah, and of course, it's important to note that when you get 2 dashes, you actually turn into Luigi, which notably does have 2 dashes, while Mario only has 1.
As he deserves, of course.
Of course, yeah. And that was the old side section.
Yep, coming up on Celestial Resort now.
Oh my god, that was so
limbo
clean.
under there. And another one! I think we got a couple more in this section too, we'll be seeing.
Of course, the cycles are back. And
there we go.
There we go. That was so clean. Back with these oversized bubbles.
Yeah, we got to be dashing out of this in order to get through this. It's very tight. It's very responsive how quickly you're able to get through there. Plus, we got that cloud refresh. We don't quite have to land all the way on the cloud in order to get our dash reboosted there. So we're able to just partially get into it and make it up through that jump.
You don't even have. You don't even get ground when you get a checkpoint. You just have to keep going.
We have some friend thwomps. They're gonna help us out through this section. Look at them go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Forever. Do you think they beat us to the summit?
I think we can beat them. I think we'll. Ooh, nice. Especially. Oh my. Yes,
My goodness.
We got it.
And we got a berry. We got to bring it all the way to the end, though. I think.
Yeah, that's our one.
There we
berry.
go.
And we got it collected.
Heck yeah.
Oh, that limbo. Oh, this is so good. You gotta be very precise with how much speed you have there. Plus, the dash we're doing off the floor here too. The amount of time that Mario's running on the ground is slowing us. So, right there, we finally got just enough room. Minimize the amount of room on the floor that we're running as we're dashing against it.
In the final stretch here.
Here we are.
This is the equivalent section of 3,000 meters in main game Celeste. To the finish line here. So many strawberries we're just not getting. They're just taunting us.
That's okay. Mario got his little strawberry snack earlier. He only needs the one.
As a treat.
As a treat. Just climbing on up. Oh. And remember that special surprise I told you about that's at the end of this level? Once again, look at our trans rights pride flag. That is usually only in this if you get all of the berries in this level, but Mark was kind enough to have this modified version of Celeste SMC have it in by default, so.
I believe that was time, too.
Time is at the start of the credits here, actually.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
I'm too Celeste build.
Yeah, you're good. You're all good. And this should be time.
Let's go. Yep. Incredible run by Senen.
Absolutely fantastic getting through this. It is no easy feat to make it through all of this. Senen absolutely nailed this run. But yeah, there's shout out to Mark Alarm and everybody that helped contribute to making this mod the way it is. It's one of my favorites. Incredible homage to Celeste. It is super well done. Yeah. I have been Marcy. The X is silent. Talia, do you have any final words you also want to give?
Yeah, I mean, all I want to say is trans rights.
Trans rights, and also yes, and shout outs to the weekly mod game races that we do in the Super Mario World community. If you're wanting to get involved, it's a wonderful way to get started with that. Find us here on Twitch, and yeah.
Thanks for joining me here, Marcy.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me do these Celeste comms with you. It has been a pleasure, and chat, you enjoy the rest of the marathon. It is going to be a treat.
Yeah,
and Dishonored is coming up next, y'all. Don't forget about that.
Ou non.
J'en ai marre. J'en peux plus.
Non, j'ai rien à ajouter. Franchement, c'était cool. Merci de m'avoir invité. Merci de m'avoir réinvité.
Merci de t'avoir débloqué, du coup.
Voilà. J'étais coincé, là. Ça... Un petit 50 000 balles, ça débloque bien.
C'est ça, ouais. Eh ben écoutez,
à vous les studios. Hein.
Bah ouais, merci infiniment. Bah ouais, voilà, c'est ça. Et puis bon, bah comme d'hab, faites vos temps, faites-vous. Vous êtes légitimes, on vous aime. Postulez, ramenez les 2 millions et buvez de l'eau et prenez vos médicaments et allez en thérapie, les mecs. Ouais, allez en thérapie, ouais.
Ah ouais. C'est presque un service qu'on leur rend en reprenant l'antenne, j'ai l'impression.
Et bien, bonsoir à toutes et à tous, c'est la dernière soirée.
Ça y est, c'est la ligne droite. La dernière ligne droite.
C'est le dernier segment.
Évidemment, Dame et moi, comme souvent, / toujours, je crois, nous allons être vos ambianceurs jusqu'à la fin de ce marathon Jarmo et Bloupeux qui sont enfin libérés. Ça me fait plaisir pour elle, vraiment. Mais,
Et Senen, et tu sais que ça me fait plaisir parce que Senen, premier speedon, il renaît Super Mario Maker 2 à l'époque.
Oui, exact.
Et ouais, ça fait plaisir de voir les mêmes têtes un petit
toujours
peu.
Là,
il y avait des nouveaux aussi.
Toujours là avec beaucoup de talent, même si c'est vrai qu'on n'a pas parlé que de Mario pendant cette run. Mais...
C'est vrai. Il y a eu 2-3 messages sous-jacents.
Tout à fait.
Cette histoire.
On a aussi parlé de elle.
Alors.
Bien.
Ah, pas
très bien.
Un public au taquet, je crois que la salle est quasi remplie. Hein.
Ouais, c'est vrai. Hein.
C'est assez impressionnant.
C'est vrai. Hein.
C'est assez impressionnant. Et plein de choses à vous dire, notamment une petite vue sur ce planning qui arrive avec, je parlais des anciens du speedrun. Voici B-Wix tout à l'heure sur Dishonored dans Any% avec une incentive. On en est où?
Alors, effectivement, incentive. Il y a une incentive à 100 000 €, mais qui est quasiment terminée, quasiment 80%. Donc, n'oubliez pas, quand vous faites un don, écoutez bien ce que je vous dis. Quand vous faites un don, vous allez sur le site, vous cliquez sur ajouter une enchère et vous votez pour Dishonored Any%. C'est pour faire l'incentive True Any%. True Any%.
Le trou Any%.
Le trou.
Bon, si on est dans le trou.
Votez pour faire le trou. Voilà ce que vous devez retenir.
Très bien.
Et on est à 78 000 € sur 100 000. Donc, c'est bientôt atteint. C'est très bientôt atteint. Et là, vous avez très peu de temps parce que la run va commencer bientôt.
Ah, tout à fait. Donc, potentiellement, de run sur Dishonored. Ensuite, on finira avec The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Le dernier en date, voilà, tout simplement.
Le dernier en date.
Il y aura une finale, il y aura des adieux larmoyants. Et petit coin de petit.
D'ailleurs, le Zelda qui n'est visiblement pas le préféré des gens. Ça se bataille encore entre Wind Waker. C'est Wind Waker et Twilight Princess. Mais on est à quasiment 100 000 € entre rien que ces deux Zelda. Donc voilà, mais c'est vrai que Wind Waker pour l'instant est devant.
Alors qu'il n'était pas favori.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? At the GDQ Restream, we're here to cover the penultimate run of this marathon, which is nearly at the 2 mil mark. You know, for us Americans, it's already reached that, but hey, we'll see the other number crossover, hopefully during Dishonored. That is the run we're beginning covering. A really fun game, a really awesome speedrun if you haven't seen it already. But just to introduce ourselves, my name is Blood Thunder. I run this game and a bunch of the other Dishonoreds, a lot of other games as well. And joining me on commentary is KZ Fru.
Hello, hello. I have also run Dishonored 10 years ago. But I think it's still the same game. Now, the run might look a little different. But
just a little bit.
Yeah. We did some pre-gaming, some review, and there were a couple moments where my head did turn sideways, and I went, "That's interesting. That's new." And if you've not seen a Dishonored run in quite some time, I recommend getting comfortable, settling in as we join our francophone friends here on kind of their last couple of runs of their 5th event, SpeeDons. And we can see here, we kind of exist in this limbo zone right now where we do have over 2 million raised for USD. However, if they're keeping score at home in their own currency, and we're just quite shy of the mark. So I imagine that we'll probably see 2 million crossed.
We might get there before the run.
We might get there.
They're making that push.
Yeah, they're really trying to sell this T-shirt.
But just touching on Dishonored, once again, how it's changed over the years. It is a very old game at this point. I hate to say it. But much like the French community during this event being very passionate, the Dishonored community's never stopped running the game. There's still tons of active runners. So if you've never seen a run, you're in for a real treat. If you've watched a run years ago, you're in for a real treat. You're going to see a bunch of new strats, some really cool things, really glitchy movement, some real nice assassinations, perhaps.
A lot of out of bounds, a lot of interesting stuff is going to be going on. Corvo, protagonist of the video game Dishonored, you play Corvo, a man granted some sort of mysterious arcane powers. I'm doing fancy things with my fingies right now. I'm trying to really sell it to you. It's very mysterious. From some sort of stranger, I think, imbued by powers from the void, something like this. Now, the thing that most players don't know about Corvo is he can do a lot more than just what you're able to buy in the pause menu. Walls can be kind of an illusion sometimes. Doors can be an illusion. And hey, we're so good that we might even bypass some very essential equipment early on, which is something new to me that I did not even know about.
One of the newer things to the game, it's not actually a strat, but it also does not involve Corvo. But a couple of years ago, it was put in by the community, a mod through live split that we'll be seeing on display here, where instead of skipping all the cutscenes in the game, because the single boat rides, while really fun and really cool, after 100 runs, you're like, all right, I've kind of had my time with Samuel. So we're actually going to be speeding up those cutscenes, and the timer is going to speed up as well with it. Maybe not on the marathon, but if you watch a run at home. So times from previous generations of runners and newer ones are treated equally. But yeah, we're going to be speeding through all the same boat rides and a bunch of other cutscenes. That's why it's like your record's up in the 30s, but the estimate for this is in the high 20s. That's why. Just because real time, we're going to save like 10 to 12 minutes just by speeding up that in a 30-minute run. You can see why we'd want to do that. So if you're wondering at any point why the game's running really, really, really fast, that's why. It's just a community-allowed mod just for the betterment of running the game for years and years and years. It's really cool to see.
Even back then, I mean, great game and great speedrun. It is very much broken up by these extended downtime sequences, which, you know, adds a lot of flavor to the game because you get to spend some time with your cohorts, you get to assess the situation, you get to exist in the world of Dunwall a little bit, fighting for, I guess, you know, just fighting authoritarianism in general.
Who doesn't love
that? You know, but there's a lot of these sequences where you spend time waxing poetic with your friends or having bad dreams. Corvo has a few bad dreams during this video game. And although the SpeeDons mod can't skip all of that, the interactable stuff, it does skip the longer boat rides, the longer cutscenes. And by skip, I do mean it takes place at about 10 times real time. So you will see people flying past the screen at speeds that are very unnatural, but we're speedrunners. We like to go fast. And yeah, that Blood Thunder's talking about, when you can just, you know, use live split to speed the time up. I'd never seen that before. I'm watching a VOD of Bewix's stream, catching up on some of his practice, and I'm seeing the clock just fly by. And I'm like, is it all? What's going on? Wait a minute. How does that work? But it's very.
What kind of drugs am I on? This game's going so fast.
Oh yeah, suddenly, you know, I blinked and missed way more than I thought I would. But that's a really cool aspect of speedrunning, I think, is kind of the infrastructure that we create to lower that barrier to entry, kind of make things a little easier on you as we spend so much time playing these video games.
Yeah, it's something like, especially in the more recent years, we've seen across different communities adapting more mods to skip intros, to speed up games, take out cutscenes, whatever it may be. And it's a lot of accessibility, a lot of quality of life so when you're doing this for hundreds, thousands of hours, it just really, really helps out.
Some recent examples. I don't know. I think the BioShock Infinite RNG set is pretty early.
It's one of the first to really kick off that trend.
It was one of the first, and that does matter because it kind of went against the grain of conventional thinking. At least conventional thinking in some communities, where it's like the closer to the casual experience, the casual environment for playing this game, the better. So things like tools and mods and scripts are even things that you can't influence yourself. Like this is a mod that patches a pure RNG for an item that saves you a considerable amount of time in the game. That was kind of a new thing, but I think you know, the longer we do this, the more we're like, okay, you know, there are some walls we can break down. These aren't necessarily load-bearing things we're talking about. So hey, we got a nice shot of the theater there.
Yeah, and speaking of walls to break down, we're breaking down that 2 million wall. they're pushing for it, you know?
Yeah, we really are. Look at those seats. Man, what a cool venue for a speedrun marathon. You know, GDQ has always existed in kind of these hotel venues and spaces, but we are amping up the energy. You can see these guys in hand.
Getting a nice wide shot.
Yeah, the wide shots are great. There we go. We're on our feet. 2 million euros down for SpeeDons in Lyon of France. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for having us along for the ride. 2 million.
That's absolutely incredible to see. You know, a lot of American runners, I'm sure I've spoken to over like the last couple of days. They're like, oh, I've never heard of SpeeDons before. It's like, oh yeah, it's pretty big. You know, it's raising 2.4 million, I believe, last year. And just hit 2 million this year, doing incredible things. And we've talked about this while we were getting ready for this, but I've noted the French community in terms of speedrunning over the years being very passionate. Anytime I saw one come into a community and try to learn a run, I knew within a week we'd have 10 more, we'd have 20 more. They just show up in mass and just like really stick together and just work on those runs. It's always been really cool to see that. It's not something I see from many other communities like that.
100% agreed. The English-speaking world is well served as far as speedrun content. Over the years, there's been no shortage of events, but of course, you have plenty of non-English-speaking communities and events as well. SpeeDons is perhaps one of the more, the ones that's definitely on my radar. Otherwise, you've got GSPS out in Poland, you've got RTA in Japan, just to name a few. So these events can raise so much, and it can be kind of outside of our periphery just because it's like, well, I don't speak French. That's really it. I'm sorry, it comes down to that. But the fact that in these corners of the world we have such, look at this moment they're creating. Oh man, the energy is unreal. Look at that. That is awesome.
I do believe with crossing the threshold we did, we also met the incentive for Dishonored, the true 90%, which we behind the scenes are a little confused on that, but we believe we know what the incentive is now. It's something we'll be seeing early on into the run, if it is indeed that. So all the people I don't get to see the true 80% for the game.
Indeed, it's going to be kind of a surprise for all of us, or at least for me. We are throwing to the run right now. Here we are. We've got our on commentary, Mr. Zio, and runner for today is going to be B-Wix. Those of you inside baseball in speedrunning, perhaps familiar with B-Wix, long time French runner, has done many different games, has done Dishonored for many, many years. Has been a Dishonored runner for at least 7 years, I believe. So, we've got a legend that'll see us through this game, and I'm sure it'll be a hell of a time.
Yeah, just to set the stage, we will be loading from a save point, so we're going to skip the intro. Even though we have a speed up mod, we're still going to use that at the beginning as well to speed up a little bit of a boat ride. And we're going to launch into some really cool tricks. One that you're going to see quite a bit is called an elevator, where you have very high frame rate. You kind of jump into a corner of a wall, and much like an elevator, you go flying up, which is a really cool thing you'll see out throughout the run. We should also be seeing the true 80%. Once we get up to see the Empress, setting the stage, returning home from our time away from the Empress and Emily.
All right. Looks like we're getting into it now. Right off the bat, the run does immediately get broken. It's pretty cool.
Like all good speed runs, it breaks immediately. And you love to see it. It's right into the action.
Here we go.
So it is a first-person stealth game. Unfortunately, we're not really going to do much stealth. This game gives you a lot of opportunities. So here's an elevator, another one right up to the top, so we can get past these guards. And for the most part, you're going to try to avoid those fall damage animations. Really cool optimizations were found to get past that doing hard falls. But yeah, you can see the cutscene speed up mod in action here.
Whoa, what's going on, man?
You just get right into it. Deliver the note to the Empress. And then some very bad men are going to set up the story. Or will they? But yeah, this is a stealth game where you deal with different missions to progress the game. You either can do it in a very stealthy, non-lethal way, or as we're going to see throughout the run, we're just going to kind of assassinate everybody. Another really cool elevator to stand on an invisible wall here.
Yep. It looks like nonsense, but I'm pretty sure the like invisible wall on top of the gate, like the wall you were seeing, extends all the way up to here. So that's how we're able to elevator all the way up, kind of this invisible corner. And I think it has something to do with, the way that your action to quickly get past this upcoming section. These guys that you kind of see, well, she's dead now.
Yeah, the cutscene speed of mod does get past it pretty quick. This part you can't speed up for whatever reason, but now been dishonored. So that's basically the intro to the game, setting up the story and the narrative. You're just going to jump on that wall so you can do a fall when the enemies appear and just kind of skip everything there as well. But we're going to be going into the prison segment. We need to escape because we've been, charged with killing the Empress, which is obviously not a very good.
That's quite a crime. Yeah.
In a place like this, yeah, it's quite the crime. So we're going to do some fun shenanigans to get through this and to climb through the bars, a little elevator into a climb. And then we do that to get into a specific spot for another elevator to fly way up into the ceiling, and we're immediately out of the prison. If you've not watched a run in some time, but you've seen one before, one of the newer changes to the route and the strats is the sewer escape. We're going to be doing some cool out of bounds in here. And there's a little bit of lag you may notice. It's not actually lag. You're changing the FPS quite a few times throughout this run from high to low for different strats. It's one of the more complex things to get into when you're setting up this run to learn it, having all these different keybinds to quickly change that on the fly. Another fun elevator, just whoop, right out of bounds. And then you need to know pretty well how to navigate the terrain, because it is very easy to fall into the void here. But there's some invisible platforming that you got to do. You got to climb over a bunch of stuff.
One thing to touch on. I'm not sure if you might have mentioned it. I was doing some work behind the scenes here, but we just skipped the opening equipment.
Yes. So in the sewer here is when we normally get the sword and the crossbow, but we're going to skip that entirely because we're going to be out of bounds. And so for the rest of the game, we will not have the sword, which, as I just mentioned a little bit ago, the quickest way through all of the levels is to basically assassinate the target and move on. A cheeky little jump there to get around. We're passing up the armor right there. So not having the sword does present some problems for us, but we have some cover ways of assassinating targets without it. It also allows us to go faster because when you have your weapons out, you run slower. So there should be a thing where you would put your sword away but keep out your ability to blink or your crossbow. That's no longer a thing that we have to worry about. We just won't have a weapon. And there is a point later on in the flooded district where you can pick them back up, which we will always skip. Our first
we'll also skip, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hey,
that was like,
sure?
In the old route, like they get taken away and you're supposed to get them back just casually. It's like, well, at this point, we don't need them, so we're just going to run without them. And here's Samuel. Can't skip this part, but yeah. He is very notorious for runners. When you just sit on his boat, back and forth to every mission, it adds up quite a bit. Samuel Pub is kind of the hub between different levels where you can kind of just walk around, explore the world, talk with characters, meet your friends. So we just need to do a few quick objectives here, and then we can move on to the next one.
It's kind of home base where we meet the loyalists. Of course, we've got some political espionage kind of going on here. Of course, we were just attempted to be framed for the murder of the Empress. Of course, we have certain notions about that, and we're going to team up with the loyalists here, and they're gonna gadget us up. We're gonna get some knickknacks. We're shortly gonna meet somebody from another realm of existence. That'll also add kind of a wrinkle in our toolkit here and change up what Corvo is able to do as he saves Dunwall from the iron fists of its current regime.
Yeah, there's actually some like really cool optimizations going on in the Hound Pits Web here, where you're like storing different dialogues, so you can do different cutscenes, so you can skip this, just warp right up to the top and meet the Outsider and get the ability Blink, which you'll be seeing a whole bunch, which is this leaping forward animation. Really, really broken, and it uses mana, which is the blue bar in the top left. The mana routing is also an incredibly optimized thing.
It's huge.
Just over the years, people just found ways to route out more mana potions. just make it as optimal as possible. But yeah, the Hound Pits pub, even though it just kind of looked like he was just doing a few things walking here, he was actually doing it in a very specific order to stack cutscenes and save buying the stuff for the way out. But we pick up a rune. We don't need too many of those in the run. They're going to allow us to buy certain abilities. We basically just want the ones that allow us to run fast, so we'll be able to blink further, run faster, jump higher, that kind of stuff. That's all we really need. Now, just on the way out, we're going to grab some ability points.
What did I eat last night? Jesus.
Yeah, so we got a little
wait a
custom
minute.
skin there for the arm.
Nice.
Nope, portal runners aren't the only ones that can have fun with custom textures.
That's true. That's
going to get some money for all of our upgrades here. We do run with the Void Watcher Arsenal, which is a DLC that adds kind of in a couple extra runes for us. So the Spring Razors and the grenades are kind of our way to assassinate those targets, buy agility real quick, get the Void Channel there as well, which is pretty handy.
Yeah, I recall in the days before the equipment skip, you would just do jumping sword attacks to do your assassinations. That's what I recall anyway.
Yeah, so you get a like kind of a glory kill animation if you just attack them on the floor, but if you jump, you cancel that. So that was kind of the general strat.
Yes, that's the way of yore, but in 2025, we deploy grenades, spike traps, and cutscene mods as well to speed things up. We're living in the modern ages.
A lot of these levels is basically you're just going to see we're just going to run in, use blink, just super optimally, avoid hard falls, get over that gate, find the target, kill them, and then get out. That's generally how every level is going to play out. So you're going to see a lot of blinkings. Yeah, usually just mana potions. If we need a key to get past something, a certain door, do that as well. May go for a double blink strat here. So it is possible to get 2 blinks off with your double jumping ability. It's not used in too many spots. It is a cool skip.
So slip clip, is that what that's called?
Yep. So by leaning and kind of smashing your head against the wall, we kill our target right there with a little razor wire. You can just peek through doors and walls like this, blink out, and get to the door.
Grab the door from the void. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those guys were not animated because you like skip a trigger that activates their AI. So just stand there to get owned.
Talk to Samuel. He's like, all right, you're done. Let's go. It's been like 30 seconds. Let's head on out. So all these levels, once again, you can complete in a non-lethal ghost kind of fashion, super stealth. And that's a category in its own, which is pretty cool as well. But just not something we need to worry about. Quickly update our friends on the task that we did. They're like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's, flex our shoulders real quick and then get set up with the next mission. But before that, we actually have to kind of grab a couple things here, learn about the Weepers, which is more of the infection disease going on. There's a lot of really cool story stuff in this game, a lot of world building, but we don't really have time for that. We're going to grab a key through the wall and then take out these 2 Weepers so we can grab 2 runes, level up our ability. We might be able to see an out of bounds hero. This is a very small time save. Ooh. Pretty cool. Slip clip out. Hit this through the floor. It's a little swag strat.
Hell yeah. All right, Samuel. He's a man that operates on his own time, but of course, we could take that time and speed it up by 10, so it's no problem.
So we're kind of going back to the exact same area. We're going to see different areas and later missions, but we kind of revisit the same map, going to the Golden Cat, because we need to rescue Emily, the Empress's daughter. There's a little bit of RNG in this, and a later level as well will have a little bit of RNG in terms of where the targets we need to assassinate will actually spawn. There's 2 different patterns. We need to kill both of the Pendleton brothers, and the patterns aren't terribly different, but when you're going for a super optimized PB or record, it can make or break. So we're gonna rescue Emily. We're gonna be like, hey, we need you to run through this building while we go assassinate some people. So we're checking to see where they are. We got the one in the basement, I'm pretty sure. Really cheeky grenade throw.
Oh, wow.
Should see the death trigger pop up, and then he's got to take out 1 more.
Yeah, this one is like, if I recall, it's like a 50-50. There's like a 1 and 2 and a 1 and 3. I think the 1 and 3 is later on.
Yeah, the 1 and 3 is the Boyle mission later on. But yeah, we take out the 2 Pendletons. And
oh, he's just pizza on the ground. It's tomato sauce.
So another little, it looks like a lag spike right there. Changing of the FPS to make sure Emily turns around faster because you can't open the door and leave until she turns around for whatever reason. But yeah, now that we have that, we can just run back to the boat, which means we can just blink back to the boat. It's always so much fun to blink around the city.
Oh, the movement's really good.
Yeah.
When you start working out the kinks and really knowing how to make best use of your abilities and your mana and everything, that's when it really comes together, because especially early on, if you're doing a bunch of extra blinks, you're using a bunch of extra mana. And with the way that the mana potions are routed out, you are, the margin is kind of thin for the mistakes you can make. So high level play is definitely about not just managing your movement, but managing your resources.
It's really hard to tell exactly how difficult some of these blinks are, because a lot of times when you go to blink casually, you're standing still. Either you're like stealth, or you're just kind of trying to find the one spot. He's doing this while sprinting around and jumping, and that can drastically change second to second. Where you want to blink, you let go of blink and you're still moving, it may put you somewhere else. You maybe think you're going to climb a ledge and you slam into a wall. So just nailing all of these and making it look so easy, it's hard to tell exactly how tricky that is without having tried it yourself. So it's super impressive.
That's correct. Have you ever tried to learn kick glitching in Mirror's Edge?
Oh, yeah.
Same sort of deal. Looks like you're nailing it every time, but give it a shot yourself. I was not able to successfully land like any kick glitches, but this is Dishonored, not Mirror's Edge. Both great games.
Yeah. So a new area. This is the bridge. Pretty fun one to run through. We're just going to do a slip clip through this gate right here real quick and run on through. We need to be careful to not go into the next level too soon. Otherwise, the game will soft lock. So we kind of have some time to buy here. He's going to pick up an extra rune just to kind of make use of that time. Once again, just optimizing it as much as possible. A little scary part for a lot of people to get past this watchtower. Just doing all of these blinks. And a fun double blink on the way down. Hopefully that grenade hits. It should.
All right. Our man Sokolov, the royal physician, he's going to be helping us out. We are instructed to take him alive, although the action we perform on him is not going to look like he's coming out of that alive. I'll be honest. You pull this one on me, I might not survive the boat right after. Just saying. So here we go.
Yes.
Just giving him a little hug around the neck for a little too long.
Just make him go to sleep real quick. And we're going to basically just blink out and blink down some really cool ways. Once again, just really making sure to not get those falling animations by just blinking at just the right height. Too low, too high, doesn't work. You need to be spot on. Signals here.
Very, very precise.
Sokolov just taking a nice little nap. Looking real comfy.
That's how I sleep in my bed. I curl up the legs, I'm a side sleeper. I get it.
Mm-hmm. So coming up on the next mission, it starts off a little weird because we're going to go for a wrong warp, which is once again like lowering our frame rate down to like 5, spamming quick save, and then hopefully that will warp us a little bit further into the level. So if it looks weird, we're not on a Samuel boat ride. Don't worry, that's kind of just what happened. Emily's here now because we saved her from the last mission. But the Boyle mission is kind of the most notorious one for runners because there's a 1 1/3 chance that you get good luck and you don't have to run off and kill the other 2 people at the party. So there's basically a 1/3 chance that we're going to have good luck and we can just assassinate the first target we see and head on out. A really cheeky out of bounds here. This one saves not a lot of time, but it does look real cool.
I forgot we give Sokolov the Hannibal Lecter treatment, just kind of like in the middle of the room. That's crazy. The boiler. So this mission, I believe, is maybe one of the most recognizable ones casually because it's kind of like a mask party. It's like a classic sense of intrigue sort of environment. So we're doing that trick right now, loading the save that we just made, and there we go.
And we got it. Yep. So that just puts us a little closer. We don't have to sit through that boat ride. Even though it is sped up, it is still just faster. So we're going to go in, kill off one of the boils, check the note, and then hopefully we see the target's cleared.
That note tells you something.
Yeah, basically it marks whether you have to go fight them. So we did not get good luck. We have to go take out another one, which is just, it's pain. It's not too long to do. But he picked up a different note as a backup, and that was the one that allows us to count the first assassination as correct. So now we can just hand in this note, which speeds up part of the next level. Not really a big deal. And then head back out to Samuel, which we might see a little bit of a surprise.
Okay.
Samuel has a twin.
He brought his homie this time. There's actually two. They swap back and forth, you know?
One's at the entrance, one's at the exit. They just happen to be the same place this time around.
That's funny. So yeah, I mean, even though the bad RNG on these levels and these levels in general are short, like the run's that optimized that you know, every second does count. The run was I felt like the run was optimized 10 years ago. It's still here.
The Dishonored runners, they do not give up on this game. You come back 6 months from now, there's gonna be a new trick. I guarantee it. It's crazy the amount of love they have for the series. And I love the series too, but I also love some other games. It's always fun to come back. It's like, all right, I can get a new PB because there's a new skip. Thanks.
It's the fun about being a well-traveled speedrunner. You circle back around and you're like, well, this is not what I thought would happen.
And that's an out of bounds I've never seen before. I don't know if that saves any time, but hey, you know, it's a little swaggy. So
we're being cool. Yeah, it's all about style points, you know. If you don't end your speed run with like what would be considered a high score in Tony Hawk, it's like
true.
You know, cool run, but was it a moral victory?
So now we're actually going back to the very intro map, the one where we found the Empress and then she unfortunately died. We're just going to climb back up. We need to do one more assassination mission. Some really cool blinks. Just to get past all the guards that are being spotted. And we need to go deal with the man at the top of the tower. This, if you haven't seen in a long time, has been completely rerouted. You used to go in the middle. You used to grab something from the safe. And you actually didn't assassinate the Lord Regent, but there's this really cool grenade setup where you throw this over this wall, and then as you run away, it blows up and kills them. And we're gonna. Well,
okay,
he's going for.
We have a very particular setup here. So this isn't the one where we land on Samuel's head. That might be later.
No, that's the first one. Yeah, he's just going for a really cheeky set of triple blinks here. You know, once again, just kind of showing off. It's not a show off to be good at the game. You gotta really show off. Which
Exactly,
I appreciate.
man. You gotta have some fun with it. So that was cool. I'd not seen that one before.
Yeah, that's kind of our hit list done. We can go back to the Hound Pits and celebrate as all of our friends may want to. Nothing bad would ever go wrong once you've completed all your tasks in a game. Never.
No, of course not. There's not a twist waiting for us. It is time to drink up. Cheers, lads.
Cheers for reaching 2 million, you know?
Cheers for 2 million. That's right. Let's give it up once again, SpeeDons. Good job, guys. Thanks so much for having us along for this. And
Yeah, so surprise, we've been betrayed. And now we're going into the Flooded District, which is one of the coolest instances of the cutscene speed up mod. We're just going to fly through this part, which is usually like a minute long. We're just going to take a very quick boat ride instead. Just make it look effortless. Just whee!
Who are these guys?
We will never find out. So this is the point in the game where they've taken your gear away, and if we so wanted to get our sword and crossbow and stuff back, we could. We're not going to, because we just don't need it at this point.
He's like showing us equipment we've not touched all game.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you don't want these? I'll throw them away. Sure.
It's like, you even dusted your fingerprints off. So I never had it be to begin with, man.
So I'm just going to break out of here and what better way to break out of a holding cell than to just go out of bounds? So there's our sword. We're just going to not grab it and make our way through the flood district, which is one of my favorite parts of the game. You just get to do these really satisfying blinks.
And inside of these really cool environments, like you could really get a sense of the way that the city kind of dilapidates over time as the game goes on, as the situation kind of deteriorates in Dunwall. Like we're doing some out of bounds blinking right now. Very neat.
Going through some invisible water. Yeah, just floating out there.
Good double jump blinking. And hey, always got to grab those mana potions at all times. Perhaps the most important resource besides, like, I don't know, health. Hey, that one makes sense, right?
I mean, I think it's even more important. It's like the most important thing. Like, health, not a big deal. Like, we have tons of health potions. So as soon as we go through this, we're going to immediately do a clip back through, and we're going to do a save load once we hit this water stream. Just going to send us way down here. We need to slow ourselves down by hitting that wall. It's a really cool one, but it's save loading and a stream pushes you much further down the map. And then, you just need to slow yourself down so you don't die to fall damage. And we're kind of in the final area of the flooded district back in the Hound Pits pub. And we need to grab some stuff and make our way towards the end of the game, essentially.
Yeah,
it's that quick.
This is overrun with bad guys now, I believe. So we got to be a little sneaky stealthy here. And indeed, we are coming up on just about the final minutes, if not minute of the run. Here's Samuel.
Yeah, he's very quick.
He's just like, hey, man, see you later.
Yeah, so we go out here and trigger his dialogue as quickly as possible. And then once it's done, we need to get back kind of to shore to actually go with him. Because he won't stop moving.
He's a man that arrives when he intends to. All right. King Sparrow Isle. This one is going to go quick. And it is the last one. And it is also the good ending, I believe, is the zone we've loaded into here. There are two different endings you can get. The weather is very different on whichever scene you load into. So, we have some nice angelic sort of soft lighting here. Kind of good vibes.
Yeah. You know what else is good vibes? Going out of bounds. So hopefully we see it here. There's a really cool way of finishing off this level because we've assassinated everybody. We need to get Emily back. And she's kind of locked away in this tower. And so instead of running around the outside, we should be seeing a fun way to go underneath this area and then just pop up right through the floor.
That is awesome. Okay, we're almost there. There we go.
Up through the floor. I need to get the key.
The floor. Havelock's just chilling, and it is time. Time is when you use the door.
Yeah. There's Emily. We don't have to take out the guard. We've saved. Well, I wasn't going to say it, but if you want to know who Emily really is, go play the game. It's fantastic. You can get it for like $5 on Steam any other week.
Yeah. It's still, I would say this game still holds up. Now, I've not played it in many years, but in watching all this footage again, absolutely. Got to run this one back. Got to run back Dishonored 2 as well, a game I've not played. But I have purchased, I think. I'm not sure if it's on sale now. It was recently on sale. That's why I bought it.
Another classic Steam sale, So it looks like we're trying to set up for that incentive, perhaps.
Going over some prizes here, maybe, or at least just a little bit of a sketch. Yeah, B-Wix is going to be loading us into the incentive. It looks like we are just about ready to go. This is going to be true any percent. Incentive was 100,000 euros, and run up 100,000 euros we did, right around that 2 million push right before the run. So, again, congratulations to SpeeDons on an incredible milestone. And we are coming up on the end of it. And here we go. True any percent. BT, what's going on?
So we're back at the beginning. And I kind of mentioned it because I thought maybe he was going to do it initially and then go into the real run. But we're doing it at the end. We're going to say hi to Emily, play a little hide and seek perhaps, or maybe he doesn't want to do that after all. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do in Dunwall Tower. might be showing off a little bit extra along the way.
Yeah, the hide and seek it's kind of like a tutorialized, like how do you move around in a first person environment?
How do you do stealth? But we're going to tell her we don't want to do hide and seek. But we're going to go up to basically the Empress once again, where she's unfortunately assassinated. But with true any percent, maybe there is a way we can go back in time and stop that from happening.
Ooh.
This is the true good ending, you might say.
And BT alluded to it, but this is something we discovered when getting our ducks in a row for this run here, for commentating this run. We're like, true any percent. What could that mean? So a little bit of discovery happening for all of us here. And you can see the out of bounds is already, we're doing some interesting things here. Okay.
Going on a little bit of a trip,
Yeah, we're outside of, kind of locked in place in that specific area near the gazebo, I think, during that sequence. So now we are.
Yeah, it might have been hard to tell at the very beginning of the last run, the actual run we did, but the ones that come to assassinate the Emperor spawn on this roof and you wait for them to jump in. But you can also get over here. And guess who's waiting back here?
Oh.
One Dowd.
Yo. Okay.
So you've now killed the killer of the Empress, and she doesn't die, which the game does not like, so it kind of just soft locks. But hey, you saved the day.
Yeah, it's looking for Dowd, I guess, living, and instead, big surprise, Dowd is not.
You never hit the Dishonored. The game just ends. GG, you've done it.
That's awesome. I've not seen that
Happily
before.
Family.
That's a lot of fun. I love little cutesy stuff like that.
Yeah, if you guys love little cutesy things like that and maybe want to pick up the run for yourself, so the Dishonored community is just constantly active. If you want to get into this, just check out the Discord. You can find it on SpeeDons.com to search for Dishonored and then join through there. But they would be happy to help you get into this. Tons of categories, all collectibles, 100% non-lethal ghosts, legacy stuff. You can run one of the sequels, one of the DLCs. Those are always fun if you want something a little shorter, perhaps. But yeah, awesome to show off this game. Once again, BWIC's absolutely killing it. Like I said, it may look easy, like those blinks were super easy to do. Trust me, they're not. Made that look a lot easier than it actually is. But I've been Blood Thunder. You can find me at twitch.tv/Blood Thunder if you want more of my non-stop talking about games. And where can we find you, Casey?
You can find me around. I'm not really streaming much these days, but I'm over at Blue Sky, benjaminfru.bsky.social. I'm working on a game. That's really all I'm doing right now. Yeah, take care, everybody. Definitely check out Dishonored. Check out BT Stream. Very cozy place to hang out and watch a lot of speed runs like the one we just saw. But that.
Parce que j'ai un don de 999 €, jusque là-bas, il n'y a pas de problème. Mais le don dit la chose suivante, toujours aussi jour le public de Saint-Étienne. Désolé, mais je prends la réponse que en don de 999 €. Si les gens veulent répondre, n'hésitez pas. Team 999, n'hésitez pas. Bon, et bah, du coup, quelques mots avant de lancer Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Riolet notamment, qui a donné 200 €, même pas le temps de faire un don. Que BWIX a déjà torché 3 niveaux. Merci à tous pour ce qui est de folie. Merci, vieux monsieur, pour son engagement. La marmotte, 500 €. J'ai loupé toutes les runs, mais juste là pour la fin, en beauté. Demain, c'est SpeeDons. Pour moi, pas le donner. On a un Vexinor qui a tout pour 100 €. BWIX, toujours aussi patient à regarder. Let's go, les 1 milliard. On a Romanito qui a donné 225 € et qui a dit bonjour, Émilie. Merci. Et Mo qui a donné 500 € et Logan pour les 999 € une fois de plus. Médecin du monde n'a jamais eu autant besoin de nous bourrer les dons. Et FF14, le meilleur FF, ça bouge pas. C'est vrai qu'il y a toujours emmené. Il y a toujours la question de l'année dernière, mais bon, ça va, tu peux voir tout ça. Et puis Marina l'a reçu 500 €. Merci à toi. Charles également 200 €. Juste bravo et merci. On a Valou pour 500 € qui a juste écrit allez. C'est tout. Et au niveau le t-shirt, il nous a shippé notre shirt. Il n'est pas là, c'est vrai, parce qu'on nous l'aurait volé. Il nous a volé ce qu'il faut acheter. Donc je regarde par exemple, on va attaquer la dernière fois. Bientôt, je regarde vous sortir le meilleur Zelda. Pour l'instant, c'est encore Wind Waker. Ça se voit un peu. Mais pour l'instant, c'est encore le cas. Alors que Dame cherche le t-shirt. Mais il est où le t-shirt en bagarre? J'ai pas regardé. Comment t'es pas celui-là? C'est terminé le t-shirt. De toute façon, vous l'avez déjà acheté, c'est bon. Il est 22h. C'est sérieux, c'est pour ça. Il est 22h39, normalement vous l'avez acheté. Vous l'avez acheté, si vous l'avez pas acheté, achetez-le. Au pire, je peux faire ça. Il m'en a enlevé, est-ce que oui? Non, vas-y. Ça va être sur 2 062 000. On sera prêt, ça passe. Albaïf qui dit merci pour ce sublime événement pour 500 €. Jérémy qui a donné 400 € son message.
GG Goon, merci pour les 50 €. Hommage à Arcade et à Dishonored. Cleanity pour les 200 €. Vive le speedrun, vive le gaming, vive la solidarité.
C'est un prêt, faudra que je le vende. Ok, c'est on m'a tendu un t-shirt. Je l'ai maintenant.
Allez, Blake Jenkin, merci beaucoup. 100
€. Oui, c'est fait. Évidemment, attention public. Il y en a au premier rang, ils sont pas trop. Je crois qu'on y est bientôt. Mesdames et messieurs, plus que 2 000 € pour battre le record. Plus que 2 000 €. On dirait qu'il y a des 1700. Vas-y, je t'en prie, prends ton t-shirt, merci. C'est 2 66 888 €. Donc en gros, si on est à 2 67 000, c'est battu.
D'accord, donc allez, il faut avoir encore 2 000 à partir de là.
Voilà.
Ensuite,
il faut arriver à tout.
All right, what is up, everyone? I guess we're live. What's up? It's almost time for the Echoes of Wisdom run. I am TGH.
And I am Glovers, and we'll be commentating this run while they pop off over some goal being hit, presumably.
Yeah, they are absolutely popping off. Honestly, it has been so cool to see this event do so well. It is really, really, really awesome. Like well over 2 million euros now, and climbing ever so steadily. So yeah, it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, they've just beat last year's record going into the final run. Let's see how high we can get this number up. We can hit We're under 2.2 million US dollars, 2.1 million euros. Let's see if we can hit both of those numbers by the end. That would be amazing to see.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So do you want to talk a little bit about what exactly SpeeDons is raising money for, as well as I think they're doing an interview at this point?
Yeah, so SpeeDons is raising money for Médecins du Monde, or in English, Doctors of the World in France. They're an international health organization over 40 years old. They provide care for the most precarious people in over 30 countries, also locally in France. They're an activist organization that fights for the fairer and accessible healthcare policies for everyone. You know, we're raising all of this money. The amount that we've raised so far is enough to fund them for all of 2025 in Ethiopia, for example. This is such a good cause. Such a good cause that we're raising money for, everybody. So if you have anything that you could spare for that, get us as high as we can go. If we can get up to 2.2 million euros, they would be able to fund all of their activities in Ukraine. And it looks like we're getting into the run here pretty quickly, so I'll pass it back off to you.
Yeah, sure. So here we go. The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Well, the run hasn't quite started yet, but looks like Darmabi is just getting their file ready now, ready for a countdown. And it looks like they are doing a crowd-wide countdown. And here we go.
And we're off.
All right, so this is the latest installment of the Zelda franchise, where you actually play as Zelda. Spoilers, you actually play as Zelda in this game. It's pretty awesome. Well, you don't play as Zelda right away. You play as Link for the first few minutes as part of a pretty cool sequence where Link dives into, this is Southern Ruins where we are right now. We'll come back here later, of course, as Zelda, but pretty cool opening cutscene here as well. This run is also a very, very cool speedrun. So the first 30 minutes or so is going to be purely, I'll call it, well, I guess gameplay based isn't the right terminology here, but like, it's pretty glitchless for the first 30 or so minutes, and then after that, it becomes pretty glitchy in terms of how you actually get in each dungeon. So this is all dungeons, more particularly, this is all dungeons unrestricted. There is a restricted category now, which kind of controls where you can wrong warp to, and spoilers, yes, there is wrong warping as well in this run. But the unrestricted category does not restrict where you can wrong warp to, and we'll get into wrong warping a little bit later. But
yeah, so
go ahead.
For instance, the main thing that we're going to be doing in unrestricted, we'll get into what wrong warping is later, like TGH just said, but all we're really doing is defining completing a dungeon as completing the dungeon's boss, and we're allowing ourselves whatever we can to meet that end goal for all of the dungeons in the game. So that will be our end goal this whole way through. Now, like TGH said, the first 30 minutes or so are going to be glitchless. Now, that's not to say it's not without a bunch of really cool strats throughout. Southern Ruins is our first dungeon that we'll be doing as Zelda, like we're doing right now as Link, and that is, in my opinion, one of the most fun dungeons to go through, even if you don't technically do a glitch. But we're coming into our first boss fight here, just 2 minutes into the run, and this is going to be an example of that kind of glitchless, quote-unquote, tech that we were just talking about, where we're going to be able to take down Ganon very quickly with just a bunch of bombs. This isn't the hardest strat around, but it's not exactly easy either. It's pretty easy to mess up one way or another. But Darmabi getting the fight perfectly.
Pretty flawless, yeah. Really good Ganon fight. And the running joke in the community is, oh, well, the game's over. You beat Ganon. Hooray, the game's over. No, this is just the first boss of many that we'll be fighting. Including Ganon again later on in the second dungeon that we do.
And that does conclude the bit of the Link gameplay that we'll see, as you'll see in a moment here after we go through a little bit of lore, just setting the stage for the game's story. We have Link getting absorbed by this rift here, and oh no, Zelda's going to have to save him. And we're going to take control of Zelda here as she gets out of her pink rupee, as I like to call it, that she gets held in. It's been a minute since Zelda was actually stuck in one of those until this game.
I think Ocarina of Time, right?
Yeah,
seems like
I think it was Ocarina of Time.
A pretty direct reference. I never did make the connection that it was a rupee, though. I mean, like, well, I guess, like, I don't know. I never put two and two together. But here we pick up the cloak that Link was wearing. We will put that on later, promise. But for now, we have to escape Southern Ruins as it's going to be devoured by this void that will be continuously outstretching and trying to pull us in. This movement is fairly simple. Just basically avoiding these rocks falling. They always fall in the same exact place, and the movement is pretty straightforward through this section.
Yeah, the only minor thing that we're doing here, as we'll see a few times, is one, it's introducing, of course, jumping, but we'll also see Darmabi going to go around to the edge of the tiles that we have these different things placed on, and that's going to get us to jump as far as possible, which, as you saw right there, Darmabi skipped over a little ledge just by going as far out as possible before jumping.
So there's your intro. Well, first part of the intro, at least. This game does have a fairly long intro associated with it. Perfect for us to go over some of the mechanics of the game as we approach the first dungeon. So once we actually put on the cloak, our fastest form of movement is going to be spinning. Maybe I should get to that a little bit later, though. Well, first we have to get the tri-rod, and then we'll put on the cloak. Among some other things, but
yeah, for right now we're kind of without any equipment, as we have this wonderful panning cutscene that's seen in every Switch Zelda game where it gives the title card. So this is how you know it's a Zelda game for the Nintendo Switch, is that we have that little panning scene there. We have no equipment right now, you know, like we were just saying, we're setting the scene for the story. That's really what's going on in this intro bit here. Zelda's now free from whatever nefarious actions Ganon was going to do with the Triforce of Wisdom that he always tries to do. And going into find her way back to her dad, the king, and say, hey, I'm okay. So we have a really long multi-minute cutscene that gets us to a doting father glad that his daughter's okay.
Yeah,
but for now,
and then chaos will ensue.
And then chaos will ensue, and we'll get to gameplay that is beyond just looking at what we have here. Now, one thing that's pretty nice to bring up, as you'll see with Darmabi, you might notice, the astute viewer might notice, that he's pretty rhythmically finishing those text boxes. This game and this community does allow for turbo text boxes. I don't know if he's using them there or if he's just really good at mashing his text boxes, but it's a very nice accessibility option for how much text this game actually has. As I'm sure you've already noticed, there's a lot of text that happens. And if you haven't noticed, you'll see it here in this next cutscene. It's a great thing for both the accessibility of the run and just the ease of runners having the ability to not constantly be mashing the text, regardless of if it's an actual accessibility thing for you. It is just phenomenal to see the community come together and say, hey, maybe we don't need to be pressing buttons as fast as possible to scroll through text as fast as possible. Maybe we can just macro that.
Yeah, exactly. This community, honestly, I will give a big shout out to the entire Echoes of Wisdom community, because like that is not the only accessibility positive decision they've made in terms of the speedrun. So the whole thing with like the 1.0.2 patch, we'll talk about versions, or the version Darmabi's playing on a little bit later as it becomes relevant. But 1.0.2 actually patched out the main trick that's used in this run, menu storage, which makes wrong warps possible. So that kind of created a bit of a hubbub in the community. because 1.0.1 digital is actually the fastest version for unrestricted any percent, which is the fastest category of the game. However, the community decided that it was a good idea to create an any percent restricted category, which makes a certain trick that you can actually do before Southern Ruins, random wrong warp, banned. And it just creates a much better opportunity for people to run a category. And you know a little something about any percent restricted, don't you, Glovers?
Yeah, we both know quite a bit about that. We were first and second place respectively for any percent restricted, and I got to run it at AGDQ 2025, which was a great time.
Yes.
Now that said, any percent restricted is a phenomenal category, like you were talking about. A lot of the reason that we have these restrictions in place are for that accessibility that we're talking about. You know, in any percent, we have the accessibility to have this level of competition and not have this run foundationally set in something random with the random wrong warps you were talking about for the unrestricted version. Similarly, this is all dungeons unrestricted, and we touched on the fact that there's a restricted version. That was created because the community looked at it and said, hey, we love this run. This run is amazing. I'm sure you agree with that. Now, that said, we don't do enough of the dungeons. We want to have some restriction to where we are playing more of this game, seeing more of what there is out there, and having that ability to just go through and have all of this variety for everyone. That itself is an accessibility thing. He is doing a target thing. I actually have not seen that.
So yeah, you don't have to do anything in that cell, but if you're going to do something, you might as well target the table.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm partial to spinning.
Yeah, spinning's a big one. Jumping while looking like you're flopping around like a fish is another one. That's my favorite.
We're coming up on 2.01 million euros. We've already passed 2.19 million US dollars. We're about to hit a pretty nice milestone there, almost to that 2.1 million. Keep those donations coming in, y'all. That is going to an amazing cause. You know, Medicines du Monde having such a wide reach and for such a good message. Keep those donations coming in. Support what you can. This is an amazing cause.
Yeah, it has been.
And we're about to... Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's been absolutely wild to see the amount of support pouring in for Medicines du Monde. So yeah, absolutely. Keep the donations coming in as we grab the tri-rod. You may continue if you'd like. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, and now we have the tri-rod, which actually gives us the ability to do something. We can get echoes. It's in the title of the game. So we're now able to absorb any echoes of enemies or, like that table there, just inanimate objects. And this is foundationally the idea of the game's mechanics is, hey, we can make whatever we want to solve all of these puzzles. For example, Darmabi just did that table thing where he jumped up and set a table to jump up to a ledge he couldn't reach previously. There is more than just that. Of course, that is the intended mechanics. We're getting into the guard sequence here where we're going to see some of the more consequential mechanics than anything. Let's see what kind of guard strat he goes for here. So we're doing what's called a spawn jump. Oh,
okay. That's fine. It was near the beginning of the room. So
yep, that is perfectly fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about jump spawns.
Yeah, so the jump spawns that we're doing there, basically, as this game, how this game works is the generation of the ground underneath is all tile-based, but Zelda moves freely within those tiles. So if we're setting down an echo on the end of a tile and syncing that with a jump, we're able to jump straight onto what we set down if it's a half tile vertically tall. So the table here, we'll see it a lot with beds later. And that enables us, and also flying tiles, which we won't see in this run at all. That's going to enable us to do a bunch of fun moving around and getting through the guards sequence very, very quickly.
The guards' mortal enemies, tables.
Yeah, one of my favorite things was that second to last guard who just gets up on the table and suddenly he's on a different vertical plane, so he doesn't see you anymore.
Yep. I mean, I would do the same personally if I were a guard. Jump up on the table and just walk and just like look around. Where'd you go?
Yeah. My mortal enemy is the ability to look down. Oh, now we have... This is my personal favorite cutscene. I don't know about you, but there's a
this is the
specific part of
one
this.
that makes me want an Impa Echo badly. They need
Echo?
need to release DLC with an Impa Echo.
No, well, we were talking about an Impa boss fight on one of the GDQ hotfix runs. Yeah, when I was racing Joesh for this, we were talking about doing an Impa hidden boss fight.
Oh man, that's like it's like Monk Moscotia, I think, right? That's the name of the boss fight in Breath of the Wild, right?
I have not played the Breath of the Wild DLC, but yes, I do know there's a monk boss fight at the end.
Yes.
I'm going to assume you got the name right. But yeah, in that same vein.
We're gonna pretend I got it right. But yeah, so this is also the cutscene where we get the cloak that Link was wearing, and this cloak magically allows us to pirouette or spin, which is the spin I was talking about earlier. You see the crowd going wild for Impa, just beating the heck out of the guards. That's great.
That was great. We did just hit 2.2 million US dollars.
Yes.
That support is very, very appreciated. You guys are doing amazingly. Let's keep that energy going to 2.1 million euros.
For sure.
And now that we actually have the ability to spin.
Yep, we're just going to be spinning all over the place, and the spin is actually now you might be thinking like it must be kind of annoying to spam the spin button, right? You can actually buffer spins in this game. You can hold the R button, which you use to spin, in the midst of your previous spin in order to spin on the first frame once you become able to spin again. That was a lot of the word spin in like one sentence. My apologies. But
that was, and also it's time for me to learn things because as someone who comes from a different Zelda game where you can't do that at all, I was double tapping R.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like it's still the same. It's the same speed. It's just a little easier on the finger. That's all.
Oh yeah.
You'll notice the rock skip there, the boulder skip, actually using a bed to break the crate below, which is pretty creative. So if you if you spawn that bed from high enough up, it'll actually land with enough force to break the crates. And you can just skip the rock completely, saving a couple seconds.
Yeah. We can talk about the bed, the best echo in this entire game for some reason is the bed, or one of the best. I mean, that's maybe a bit of a point of contention.
Certainly the most resourceful echo.
Absolutely.
Wee as they go out the sewers. So Zelda has now successfully escaped from the castle and is now essentially an outlaw because a whole bunch of stuff happened where the king, we didn't really talk about any of this because we were talking about the charity and the mechanics of the game and stuff like that, but basically Zelda's an outlaw now and we need to keep this cloak on. Well, sort of. Funny cutscene happening later, but we need to keep this cloak on in order to stay disguised. Nobody will ever know who we are if we keep this cloak on, basically.
Yeah, if you were actually reading the text that went on screen when the cloak came up, it said two things. One, it described the spin mechanic that we were talking about it earlier, but it also said that it hides your appearance from whoever's wearing it.
Yeah, it doesn't. So, I don't care what it says. It doesn't hide your appearance. I don't know how it can. It doesn't.
She's also wearing a different dress.
Oh, I guess. Oh yeah, that changes everything.
Definitely not still wearing her royal circlet.
Yep. The dress changes everything for sure. So we've just received our first, and we're gonna grab the keys here in the cave as well as a flyer. Right. This is actually required. If you do the route that Dormabi is doing, this is actually required Echo to get early. to get a flyer to do the first part of Elden.
Yeah, so we touched on, 1.0.0, 1.0.1 a little bit. This category is technically fastest on 1.0.0, but Darmabi's actually on 1.0.1. So we're going to see, even if you guys have seen, one of the other runners who maybe did this category for hotfix or something, or you've done it for hotfix, I've done it for hotfix, we've done it for different events, and all of us have been on 1.0. I believe this is the first showcase of 1.0.1, which has its own unique route.
I think you're right.
Like you were saying.
If it's not the first showcase of 1.0.1, it's definitely the first showcase of the 1.0.1 route, for sure. Because if it had been showcased, it was long enough ago where like all dungeons hadn't really been established like as a category yet, or it had been, but the two different routes weren't established. So basically 1.0.1 has, there are a bunch of tiny little quirks that are different between 1.0.0 and 1.0.1. And we don't really know a lot about 1.0.2 because that's not really run for glitch categories at all because of the fact that the patch is menu storage. But one of those quirks is the radial trigger of a certain character that we are going to meet. Though I guess we've already met her, but Minister Left, who triggers the escort mission from Southern Ruins back to Lubri's house after we finish this dungeon right here, Southern Ruins, as we approach this rift. So that particular radial trigger is a little different in this category, or in this version rather, to the point where you actually have to work your way around it a little bit. And you'll see Darmabi, for the first couple of wrong warps, actually warp to Lake Hylia warp instead of to the Southern Ruins warp, and approach it from behind, or approach like Southern Ruins from behind. And then from there on forward, actually doing Elden a little bit early to grab that waypoint and do all of their wrong warps from the Elden waypoint. We'll get into specifics a little bit later in terms of how the wrong warps actually performed. But first, here we are in the Southern Ruins Rift, or Stilled Southern Ruins. So this is the Stilled world, where basically it's kind of just, it's kind of like a void, like nothingness void that's created by the main villain of the game. And time basically stands still here. Everything is frozen except for enemies. And because of that, this NPC, which you might have noted in a cutscene earlier, is actually going to help us skip this whole cave section here with her face.
Yeah.
And there we go.
We just stand on a stone face and skip right on up. That's called Wife Jump.
Yes, shoutouts to Wife Jump.
Shoutouts to Wife Jump. Also shoutouts to hitting 2.1 million euros this event. Wow. Y'all are amazing. Actually, we're quite a bit past that at this point. We're at 5,000 euros over that. And shoutouts to everyone who's been putting in for their favorite Zelda game. We have a bit of a bid war going on. If you guys want to get your name put out there for what is the best Zelda game, I should say, Wind Waker is in the lead. Now, I said I run other Zelda games. I run Twilight Princess. That's in second place, everybody. I would love to see that Twilight Princess catch up and get the spot it deserves. We should get some hype in the chat for Twilight Princess on the GameCube. It says Wii too, but
I mean, I'm a Wind Waker fan personally, but we can agree to disagree. I can't get enough of the aesthetic of Wind Waker. I love Wind Waker too much. They're both
Wind Waker's
great
got
games.
A really good visual thing.
They're both great games, but I'm a Wind Waker fan for sure. So a couple things have happened actually. We've got the bind ability, which is basically sort of akin to Ultra Hand in Tears of the Kingdom, where you use bind on an object and it will move where you move. Essentially, like you'll see like a little connecting beam between Zelda and the object that she's controlling, and it'll move along with her. And also, Zelda is a massive arachnophobe, as you can tell. Yep. That's how we get this Strantula Echo as well, which is pretty important in these upcoming sections here.
Yeah, I know a few arachnophobes in my day-to-day life, and dropping 7 beds onto a spider when they see it, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
But now we're going to get my personal favorite Echo the Ignazol, aka Ignachad. Love that little guy. So the Ignazol, we'll get into the specifics on what it does a little bit later, but for a short explanation, that thing has some of the best damage output possible, especially in the early game here. One of my favorite points, and when we kind of came up with the community meme of the Ignachad, is we originally would get this Dark Nut that we're just passing right now, and then it came to light that the Ignazol, or Ignachad, actually does twice the damage of the soldier with an axe.
Which is pretty ridiculous.
So we'll see quite a bit of use out of the Ignazol later throughout this entire run.
Yeah, and you see an interesting strat there too. The game kind of wants you to use items to like transport fire from the torches to burn the boxes. Now we just place an Ignazol. We just climb over the boxes and place an Ignazol. Here we're binding the shield to pull it off as sort of a foreshadowing of the upcoming mini-boss, which may surprise some people if you haven't seen this game. Our first mini-boss that we're going to face is, in fact, Link himself. Or is it? Well, either way, so who wins this fight? Who wins this fight?
Yeah, who would win in a fight? The hero of legend with a sword and a shield, or a candle? Okay, well, that one, the hero of legend one, I'm not really surprised by that. How about a second candle?
One blobby candle boy.
All right, we're 1-1 between Link and the candle. Who can get the third round win and take home the gold? Oh no, Link is stunned. The candle wins it.
TKO.
TKO.
I'm not a wrestling person, but
I am not a wrestling person either.
IKO. Ignachad knockout.
Ignachad knockout.
All right, so Link leaves something behind upon being defeated. We're about to pick up the Sword of Might, which allows Zelda to go through a peculiar transformation into a fighter that sort of resembles Link. I'll be referring to this as FFF, or Sword Fighter form, or one or the other, throughout the rest of this run. But using it allows you to. Also, I'm really sorry, that tri-plush is absolutely adorable on the side.
That is adorable.
I love that.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I had to get distracted there for a second. But it allows us to take use of inventory very similar to that of Link, with the sword, the bow, the shields, and, well, not the bow. We won't be getting the bow in this run. Or we won't be getting bombs either. I think we're just getting the sword.
Nope, we should just be getting the sword. Yeah. This is, as far as I know, 1.0.1 routes are not bomb routes. We have had 80 routes that were bomb routes.
Yes.
But none of them should be in current routes unless we see something surprising. Which I would not be too shocked to see something out of the norm for a 1.0.1 route, so gonna have a little bit of a surprise maybe later.
Yeah. Some cool tech, by the way, there. Jumping as soon as the Dekubabas would have been plucked from their stems in order to avoid knockback.
And it's a little bit dangerous in this room for exactly that reason.
Yep.
But very nicely done. It's a nice, simple tech to an animation cancel, a knockback cancel.
Yep, I think most runners count 4 or 5. I actually, embarrassingly enough, forgot the amount of cycles, like animation cycles of Zelda pulling. But yeah, you can get used to that by counting the amount of like pulling animation cycles. Ooh. How did that target the pop?
It did that because we get to talk about the best mechanic in this game, the targeting system.
Let's hold off on that, though, because we're about to enter a really cool room here.
We are, yeah.
There's a piece of tech in the upcoming room here, which is extremely cool looking. If
Stratty
Darmabi can pull it
McStratface.
off, and yes, Stratty McStratface is the name that Glubbers uses for this. So you can actually do this room without touching the platforms at all. Very well done.
Nice.
Now, grabbing that platform and reverse binding your way over. That is beautifully done. Really,
and
really
the cherry
nice.
on
Yeah,
top.
Yeah, you hear
the
the crowd
bed
applaud.
at the end.
And also
Crowd.
the other best strat in Southern, just placing a bed on that switch because who needs the statue?
Yeah, because they decided to make it a normal switch instead of one of the green ones like the other room.
They did that on purpose. They could not have.
They did. They want to have us be creative, inventive with our solutions.
Okay, so I believe Darmabi does Bedhead here on Seismic Talus, and you'll see why I call it Bedhead.
No bed going down.
Well, on the second cycle. I believe the bed gets placed then. There is
Strantol
Strantula
strats.
strats. Okay, this is actually just as good. Yeah, there we go. Using the Strantula to grab the, or rather hit the glowing orb, which is, of course, as most Zelda games are, the sensitive part of Seismic Talus.
Yep.
Vulnerable.
The giant GDQ orb. Ooh, getting hit just barely. That is interesting.
I think they. Oh. Close to still getting that cycle, but not quite.
Very close. All right, very nicely done. That should be the end of the fight there.
Yeah, very nice.
The end of the Southern Ruins. Very solid work by Darmabi, putting on a really good show so far. Having a little bit of difficulty with the RNG, but, you know, those things are bound to happen.
Yeah,
he's doing
exactly.
amazingly so far.
Like, there is not a ton of RNG in this run, but some of the bosses can make things a little bit difficult, for sure. And Seismic Talus has a particular, on the last cycle, he can spin instead of crushing you and cost you like 4 or 5 seconds.
Yep. And we did see that spin, unfortunately.
So I think now is a good time to start talking about the upcoming skip. So the upcoming skip is called Blueberry Skip. And the actual active Blueberry Skip will be the same on 1.0.1 as it is on other versions. It's the everything thereafter involving approaching the waypoint again that's different. So we'll get to that later. But Blueberry Skip takes advantage of something called safe tiles or home tiles. So what a safe tile is it's a fail-safe, just in case Zelda falls through the floor or infinitely falls, basically we'll call it for simplicity in this case. If Zelda in any case were to infinitely fall, she would spawn on the last tile that she was active on, or the last safe or home tile that she had accessed. We're going to take advantage of this because safe tiles only get set when you touch the ground. She's going to build, or rather Darmabi is going to build a bridge of beds from one particular tile to a pair of boxes that are going to be peculiarly aligned, and use those boxes to infinitely fall and spawn back on the safe tile outside of a particular visual trigger from Minister Left, who's going to be trying to escort her to Luberry's house. The result is that we completely escape the escort and completely skip about 2 or 3 minute cutscene with Luberry, who is the character who upgrades your equipment over in the house near Southern Ruins. And then right from there, we're going to be setting up everything that we need to set up that involves wrong warping, basically all over the place.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Like TGH said, we're going to be... In short, what was described is, if you guys have played The Floor is Lava when you were a kid, we're going to do that.
Yeah, pretty much exactly. Yep.
Which is also a trend you see in Switch Zelda games. Tears of the Kingdom does the exact same thing.
Yep.
So
we're going to set up on this tile right here and start placing beds. Now, if at any point Darmabi touches the ground here, the safe tile will be set again, and we don't want that. So we're just going to pull that box out diagonally, and that allows us to infinitely fall between two of the boxes. It's a neat little, very simple setup, honestly. And then we use the beds to get up on these trees, and we start collecting a bunch of waypoints here. Now we're collecting them for a reason.
Yep. So this is the segment that we're calling World Tour. We're going to go around and collect all these waypoints, and all of what we're doing is setting up for that wrong warping that TGH was talking about. Now, we'll get into the actual explanation when we actually do a wrong warp, but the short of what we're going to be doing overall here is setting up these different waypoints so that we can take the index of their, like the registered index on the table of the overworld. We can use that for every waypoint to correspond to something in the stilled world, and that will enable us to do some wrong warping through some shenanigans that we'll get to in just a few minutes here.
Exactly. I actually do want to continue on that point a little bit, just to make it easier to explain a little bit later. So basically, every overworld warp and every stilled world warp in this game is assigned to a point of data on an array in pairs, essentially. Now, another trick called menu storage, which I will actually explain, or we will explain at a certain point later, as we actually do want to get I know this as Wandtilla now, since I've played so much in German. This
Crawltilla.
Crawltilla, thank you. Wow. I know.
Or Myrtilla in French.
I know that echo as Wanda. So say hi to Wanda. But yeah, so menu storage is going to be gotten to effectively give Darmabi access to two menus at once. One for the overworld and one for the stilled world. And by going to the stilled world with menu storage active, and thus being able to access two menus at the same time, essentially, he can choose an overworld warp, but just before he does, switch the map index over to the stilled world warp. And be able to warp to that corresponding stilled world warp. Essentially, allowing him to warp to a place that he hasn't been yet, which obviously is not normally possible.
Yep, and this is the same trick that we use in any percent restricted and unrestricted to get to the end of the game. We're just going to use it, expand it out to every single dungeon or anything that we would possibly want to visit. So we're going to get quite a few waypoints to serve that purpose. Yep. It was a very hype moment in the speedrunning community when very early on we figured out how this works and we went, wait. What's the end of the game? Can we go straight there? And then a few hours later, everyone was popping off over, we did it, we already broke the game wide open. It was 3 days into the game's existence.
God,
and this game was...
Yeah, I think wrong warping was actually discovered day one. And then the wrong warp to Null's body, the final area of the game, was found. Like it was essentially discovered. It wasn't found out, I think, exactly how it happened until a couple of days later. But I think the first person to warp to the end of the game was Gymnast. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Jim found wrong warping. The person who warped to the end of the game first was a guy named Nightmare.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, so shout outs to both of those folks. Here we're actually going to be doing something maybe a little bit strange seeming. Because we did Lubery skip, we actually don't have access to warping right now. And we kind of need that. We kind of need access to warping. And playing the Acorn minigame actually gives us our warps back, which is very funny. So that is part of the run. That's part of the any percent restricted run as well.
Yep. Basically, the act of entering, we were restricted on our warping, and another thing that restricts your ability to warp is being in a minigame state. So by activating the minigame state and then leaving it, the game goes through the same process to grant you your warping back. It just doesn't recognize the trigger of not having warping because of Blueberry Skip or the left escort sequence as anything different. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So that just gives us warping back.
Also, you just witnessed basically the main purpose of picking up Kraltala, or the Kraltala Echo, is to help us ascend the side of Elden Mountain, or Death Mountain. So, yeah, pretty handy, honestly. It takes a long time to get up here otherwise. And of course, using Kraltala to get up here as well.
On to my favorite little boy here. Call him Larry. Larry the Lizalfos. This is going to be our main damage source for the run. The level 2 Lizalfos.
He never even saw it coming either.
Say again?
I said he never even saw it coming either, the Lizalfos.
Oh, true. Yep. He didn't get aggroed at all. So this little guy is going to be our main damage source. He outputs some really fast damage.
Yeah.
As it turns out. So we'll be seeing a lot of that guy.
All right, so don't blink here. This is how we get menu storage, with a sign. So Darmai's going to place a sign right on this tree and move into a void out and read the sign at the same time, and that allows him 3 frames, I believe, 3 frames to open up his echo menu, or any menu at all into the echo menu, since they can chain. And you can see now, he's got his echoes up on the screen, but he just warped away. And you can also see here, this is the difference between 1.01 and 1.00, is he has to warp here first to trigger left, and then he's going to warp to, I believe, Lake Hylia here, and move south into the trigger, and that's going to transport him right next to where he needs to be, which is the portal to Southern Ruins. So now he's going to access the portal to Southern Ruins, and essentially he's going to use this menu storage that he has to have 2 menus open at the same time. And so he's going to choose an overworld warp. In particular, this one is going to be, I believe, Northwest Farron, because he's going to wrong warp to Hyrule Castle first. Yep, so I don't know if you heard it, but you could hear the action of moving over to the other, the Stilled World Index first before confirming, and the result is a wrong warp into Hyrule Castle.
Yep, and now we're in the casually 4th dungeon of the game, just like that. Very nicely done by Darmabi.
Yeah, and that was a really smooth room, too. That room is hard with the Tektites.
That room is horrible.
Yeah, that room is really hard. Made it look really easy.
Impressively done, for sure.
Essentially doing this section backwards, because what you're supposed to do, quote unquote, is access that stairwell or the ladder, go underground and go around the other side and approach that treasure chest from the left side. But you don't have to do that. You can just use beds to get up onto that wall and just do it in reverse.
Yeah, and now we're making our way down to my personal favorite item, and really the only item that we use. We'll see in a little bit, the nice frog ring. It's going to let us jump more bountifully. Jump like a frog. You guys know what a frog is, hopefully.
I don't know, would you care to elaborate?
Okay, so hold on while I go to Wikipedia here.
Okay. Frogopedia?
Okay. Frogopedia. A frog is any member of a diverse and largely carnivorous group. I did not know that. I already didn't know that.
We're learning something here. Also, a really good display there of just how powerful Lizalfos 2 is. Just cleaning that room up with the Ball and Chain Soldier, picking up the Ball and Chain Echo, and moving on. Grabbing the Frog Ring, and we're going to grab the Big Key as well, and we're essentially just going to fight Ganon right away. And Ganon is also made mincemeat of by Lizalfos 2.
Yep. We're going to make like a carnivorous frog, apparently, and make mincemeat of Ganon. So we're already back into fighting Ganon, this time as Zelda. Link was able to make quick work of him with bombs, but we don't have bombs. We instead have a sword, which is less powerful than bombs, last I checked. Both in the game and just kind of, it's not an explosive. But the level 2 Lizalfos fight here is going to be pretty specific. You're going to see Darmabi doing some very specific combinations of sword slashes and using the Lizalfos for the damage. That is all to get specific damage thresholds on each sub-phase here, like where he's teleporting away, to maximize the damage output and minimize the time the fight takes overall. As you can see, we're already into the 3rd sub-phase. This is very cleanly done so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, like, it's almost as if Darmabi knows exactly where Ganon's going to spawn. It's because he does. Because there is very little RNG in this fight, if any at all. And because of that... Oh, controller disconnection.
Now, he is fighting his controller, and he's apparently using Joy-Cons, which is all the more impressive.
That's unfathomable to me. I don't know how you do that.
I don't know either.
I don't know how you use Joy-Cons for this.
Yeah, so you see that damage, what we were talking about with like making sure that you have the exact damage thresholds. He knew exactly he could dodge that ball of light energy and just go around and end the sub-phase on Ganon before he despawned. He's going to do the same thing here, but he's not doing that on purpose. He's getting this specific attack out, and then that's going to be followed by the throw, which is going to stun Ganon and let us finish the fight. Oh.
Well, yeah,
I said finish the fight.
There we go.
There we go.
So, important to note that in SFF, or Sword Fighter form transition, does take about 1.5 seconds to initiate. So if you transition to and from Sword Fighter form, that's a total of a little over 3 seconds of time. So like you want to use Lizalfos basically as much as you can in that fight, or as much as is applicable, in order to save that time of transitioning.
Mm-hmm. And by doing that, like we were saying, while we're minimizing the time it takes with each sub-phase, there are faster ways to accelerate the fight by count of, you know, the damage that we're putting onto Ganon, but it does require Sword Fighter form, so that overall makes it slower because we have to keep doing this transition in and out, and that stacks up 3 seconds each time. Oh, that's a really cool Zelda and Zal statue there.
It is.
I like that. Just one of the wonderful prizes you can get if you donate to SpeeDons. We're raising money for Medicines du Monde, a wonderful charity that is in support of so many different countries, supplying them with healthcare that they need and deserve. Get that money in if you guys are feeling generous to donate to a wonderful, wonderful cause. We're sitting at just over 2.1 million euros. That's over 2.2 million US dollars. So feel free to get that support in if you are feeling generous and looking to get some of those things like that crochet try or that statue of Zelda. And that is the second completed dungeon, fourth casual dungeon. We're gonna get a little bit of lore here. This is the big bad. This is our final boss here. Everybody say hi, Null. And hi, Link with a stick.
He gets an upgrade later. He just has 2 arms right now, but he'll have more later.
No, not Link.
Oh, no, not Link. I was talking about, no. No, but wouldn't it be cool if Link grew some extra arms?
Yeah, you know, Twilight Princess, the best Zelda game that you should all donate to make that known. We got Wolf Link, so how about Spider Link for the next Zelda?
So a couple of cutscenes here with the king who has been rescued from the void. So let's talk a little bit about the dungeon order. As we're getting a little showcase here of some art.
Oh,
That's
look at that.
That's adorable. Unfortunately, we don't quite ride horses in this run. Do you ride horses in 100%?
You do.
You do?
You do.
Awesome. Okay.
So there's a few points that you, not just for like mini games, you also will ride it for just getting around early on. Pathblade is of course very, very fast, but maneuvering around trees and stuff, there's certain points where the horse is just maneuverable enough that it does beat out the Pathblade.
I'm very glad.
But there's also the...
Yeah, I'm very glad it's used at least in one run, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No, there's the whole horse racing minigame sequence.
So let's talk a little bit about the dungeon order. So I guess the first thing to note is the particular dungeon order that Darmabi will do, because he's playing on 1.0.1. He's actually going to be using the Elden waypoint for the majority of his run warps. So the first place he's going to go to is Elden, or the Elden Stilled World, to be precise. Oh, he's going to talk to the cat.
Oh, yeah. You got to talk to the cat.
That's great. The crowd goes wild.
Of course they do. It's a cat.
Of course. Yeah, so the first place that Darmabi is going to go is Elden 1. And the reason for that is because that is the place he's going to be doing basically all of his wrong warps from. Now, 1.0.0 would use Southern Ruins Stilled World as their wrong warp point, but because of the quirkiness of Minister Left's trigger and the fact that it takes longer each time to actually warp there, he's going to go to Elden first and activate the Elden waypoint and use the Elden Stilled World for basically all of his wrong warps after this next one. Now, the caveat of that is that Darstan appears. Darstan, the Goron chief. Darstan appears and costs you about 45 seconds or so to actually activate that waypoint before you actually re-enter the Stilled World to go on about doing Elden 1 first. But as the run goes on, he's going to be making a lot of that time back by how fast it is to actually access the Elden Stilled World, because with Southern Ruins, you get some tri-dialogue and a warp animation that you don't actually see because of the fact that the Echoes menu is up on the screen at the time. But with Elden, you don't get either of those. You don't get tri-dialogue or that cutscene, so it is very fast. It's just the 45 seconds that you have to spend with Darstan coming up and like huffing and puffing behind you, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're going.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so we're going to see yet another wrong warp to that first Elden Stilled World, like TGH was saying, so that we can actually activate those points. And we're going to do that same menu storage thing that we'll be seeing a lot of this here. Very, very nicely done. Like we said earlier, that is a very small frame window. It's 3 frames each time, and Darmabi is doing a very good job. Now, on 1.0.1, we do have to warp to Lake Hylia every single time we want to use Southern Forest. That's why we're going to be doing this in the first place, like TGH had just said. It's just this whole awkward sequence of getting back around, and what you'll see in the bottom right is he's going to be building a bed staircase here.
Without being able to see.
Yeah, without being able to see.
Yeah.
He is actually getting these echoes put down to get over the trees there.
And
that is amazingly done.
Yeah, that is very impressive.
There is not much uniformity to the tree placement, by the way. It's kind of awkward to do when you can see.
Yeah, so I believe the warp chosen right now will be Gerudo to head towards Elden 1.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to see him immediately backtrack here. So he warps to Elden Stilled World and then immediately backtracks through this warp to grab the waypoint. That's just outside the Stilled World.
Yeah, for some reason, the actual exit trigger doesn't pop up unless you exit and re-enter the warp, so that's why he did that little dance out and back in.
Yep. It also doesn't appear there if you don't complete Hyrule Castle, which is one of the reasons why Hyrule Castle first is the chosen route by Darmani here.
Yep, so here we have that fun Darston cutscene that TGH was talking about a bit ago, where he's talking about how he's become a better chief, which makes a lot more sense if we had actually done the storyline, but we didn't. So we're just going to say, yeah, okay, whatever, and go in.
I mean, he'd be a better chief if it didn't cost us so much time.
It's true. Here's a really, really cool sequence. I love these jumps.
Oh yeah, Octrock parkour. Yeah, it is a little tricky.
It is definitely tricky.
Yeah, there we go. That particular jump he did was also really tight from corner to corner there. Climbing up, just avoiding the fire slug. And this is why he needs Keese early so that he can fly across here.
Yep, he has no other flying echoes. That was very close.
That scared me. I don't think it was ever going to hit Zelda, but it was scary regardless because of the height
looks scary for sure.
All right, so we're here for one reason, or we actually come into the first part of Eldin for one reason only, is because we need this first small key. Oh, and also the fire keys, I guess, right? I forgot about that. You need the fire keys as well because you don't do Eldin 2 until super late, so you don't get fire keys until after Oniru.
Yeah, so this is the third dungeon we're going in, but it's actually the last dungeon other than the final one that we'll be completing for the run. So we need that now because we do actually use the fire keys in another dungeon. We'll see that when we get there.
Yeah, but you also need the small key as well to backtrack.
We do also need the small key.
Yeah, to backtrack from the very end of Eldin 2, because you wrong warp to the boss door, but you need a key to actually access the boss key. So we grab that first key, and that's just the best one to grab.
Yep, so now we'll be seeing all of our wrong warps will no longer be going to Southern Forest, because it's 1.0.1. We'll instead be going up to the Eldin Volcano. It's a little bit awkward right now because there's that cursor for the quest marker over it, so a little bit fickle to actually select that warp point while in menu storage. But once we update some quest statuses, that will go right away and it'll be much easier.
Yep, so with the Echo menu up, what he did there was he just walked from the waypoint to the Stilled Warp, which is right next to the waypoint. So he basically walked 2 feet to the right and accessed this Stilled World here, just like he did earlier. And now we are going to be wrong warping to Farron 1. I almost said Jabul. Farron 1, grabbing this waypoint so they can warp back to the boss door later easily. We're actually going to split Farron Temple up into 2 parts here, mainly because, well, A, it's faster to wrong warp twice into this dungeon because of where you have to fight Manhandla. And I was a little off there on the this is a tricky strat. I don't like this strat.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that you have to do this strat, basically. There really is no other strat to use.
Yeah, so the thing that is going wrong here is actually that half tile on that right bed echo. He needs to be setting it fully down on the right tile.
Yeah, there we go.
His timing was correct the whole time. Very well done the third time. That can be very, very fickle to do.
Yeah, definitely. So back to splitting Farron in 2 parts. So first off, it's faster to do the dungeon in 2 parts. Anyway, second off, we want to refill our energy between visits here, because Manhandla does take a lot of energy to fight. Now, we do have Lizalfos too, but Manhandla is still better to fight with Sword Fighter form, just because of the semicircular area of effect that the sword has around Zelda.
And now we're going to get our friend the Electric Keese.
So yeah, Electric Keys is required for Goma.
Yep.
But there's also a nifty strat with Electric Keys that Darmabi is going to do later as well. At the very end.
I hope we see the nifty. There's a nifty Goma strat too. I hope we see that. That depends on RNG though a bit.
Yeah, so you can see the this is Manhandle 1, which you need to fight before Manhandle 2 in order to get the boss key. So you fight Manhandle 1, and then you basically just peace out. And you go to Wrong Warp again. And this time we're going to head towards Jabul.
Yep. So we did, like TGH said, it's fastest to split up Farron. The best way to get through Farron is to Wrong Warp twice in this category. So instead, we're going to be splitting it up for the sake of energy management. And Manhandla is a boss that there's 2 instances of Manhandla, as implied by Manhandla 1. And it takes a lot of energy to do any of it. So getting this energy refill is phenomenally helpful. And just so quick getting back into the Sild world here.
Yeah, that is really quick. So, talk a little bit about Jabul Ruins as a dungeon, or rather, the lack of Jabul Ruins as a dungeon, I should say, because we skipped 95% of it with. You can skip it with either Kraltula or with Bed and Strantula. But Kraltula is a little faster in this category because of menu optimization.
Mm-hmm. This is a very, very easy to break dungeon. I would be willing to bet most people listening to this didn't do it in an intended order, probably unintentionally. Because you can just go on the wall like that.
Yep. And it's not like, it's not like there's a very specific way to do it. No, there are like 5 different ways to do that.
Yeah, you can use the water block you get just outside of the dungeon.
Yep. You can use Bed and Tornado to bed launch if you want to.
Ooh, shoutouts to bed launching. Don't be seeing any of that.
Don't shout out bed launching. don't shout that out.
I love random flying directions.
So do I. Yeah, thankfully, the community has worked hard to eliminate all bed launches, or rather, potential usefulness of bed launches from at least all the runs that I do. I don't know about that.
I was waiting for you to mess that statement up because Hundo does them.
Are you kidding? Okay, remind me to never run Hundo then.
Oh, we do 3 bed launches until we get better options.
Like, I didn't want to say for sure that, like, Hundo didn't... I would have assumed, personally, that Hundo did not do bed launches just because there are, like, so many height options in Hundo, but I guess I was wrong.
So one of the more recent changes to 100% was routing the earliest flying tile that we could so that we could remove some of the bed launches.
I mean, I'm for that.
Vocavor here, very, very fun fight in my opinion. Very scripted, but very fun. So basically the idea is spin off that weird coral looking thing on Vocavor's back and then just do some damage, stun lock it as able. So we're gonna see some pretty cool strats just to keep it in the same spot, positioning it specifically so that we can be in the top right corner of that little water block and be able to hit it again. Do the exact same thing again. It's still stun locked, and bam, that is actually a way to do that I haven't seen before.
Oh, that was such a swag strat. That was awesome.
That was amazing.
Yeah, so
and that's Vocavor.
The position that Vocavor was stunned in right there, like right on the edge of the water, was very particular and intentional. So that Zelda could basically hide in the top right corner of that water and make that quick kill possible without Vocavor swimming anywhere. Vocavore, by the way, wins my award for most threatening-looking boss from the front, but goofiest-looking boss from the side.
And it's in a 2D section.
It's unfortunately for it, yeah. They definitely designed that boss to be viewed from the front, but it never is unless you watch the opening cutscene, which we don't.
Oh. And that was it's a goofy boss fight, in my opinion, right? And like you said, from the side, it's very goofy looking too. This is the goofiest water temple I think a Zelda game has done. Everything in it's just absurd.
I don't even remember what it looks like, to be honest, like besides for like the room that the boss door is in, the big key is in.
It's just like 4 small puzzles to raise the water level after that switch that we very much so avoid. You just hit 4 switches that raise water up.
Alright, so with Jabul Ruins done, we're gonna head back to Farron Temple to do the second part of the temple and fight Manahimla 2 and Goma.
Yeah, and this cutscene here is, I believe, one that you were referencing earlier. If not, I was on a completely different wavelength when we were talking about the cloak, right?
Yes. Happens after the Jabu. The Jabu cutscene.
We have a little bit. We've got some fun music for you guys coming up here after this apparently resolved fish drama that we totally helped with.
Yes, I don't know who these people are, but we definitely helped them.
Mm-hmm. They've resolved their differences, whatever those were.
Yeah. Yeah, as Glover said, I love the song that plays during this next cutscene, but it also features my favorite NPC animation of the game as well.
The Jabu?
Yes.
Oh, that Jabu's
100%.
great. And we'll see that in a little bit. Not going to spoil anything for you guys, but this is technically 2 cutscenes in a row, but they are magical, both of them.
I just noticed that Kashara's name in French is just Kusha. That's kind of cute.
Yeah, I do like that. Ooh, did we catch Minister Left and General Right's names? We'll see what those are. Because I know that in German, the optimal language, I'll let them play their song and then we'll talk about it in a little bit. Got Jabu in the background there.
I love the phone light waving in the crowd. I love that so much.
Oh my god! I didn't notice that. Oh, that's amazing.
I also definitely heard the crowd laugh when Jabu started dancing.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that a lot. So yeah, here's General Wright. Something that's an interesting tidbit is that, General Wright and Minister Left are named after, the right direction and left direction that you know and love. In most... So I don't know if Dex is right in French as well as German, but that is the exact same name as German.
Yeah. Also, shout outs here to Zelda taking off her non-existent cloak to reveal that she is in fact Princess Zelda.
Truly Zelda.
To General Wright.
And he is so taken aback, which is in character.
I can't believe I didn't see. Yeah, so we're gonna go over and grab this crossflows warp here because this is the warp that gets us into Gerudo. So we have to definitely always 100% remember to get that. do what I do and forget it a bunch.
Yep.
But
they got two. You got the two people that have probably forgotten it the most commentating this round.
Probably. All right. So next up is Farron 2, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
So now that our energy is nice and filled up from beating Vocavor, the boss of Jabul Ruins, we're going to warp back into Farron 2 and fight Manhandla. And luckily, we don't need energy from Goma since we do have Lizalfos.
So they're chanting meow. I don't really know why. This is a point that I wish I knew French. I'm for it.
I mean,
meow.
I mean, I'm also for it. All right, so here we are.
All right, now
fight Manhandla 2, which does require the use of a bomb, or in this case, a bomb fish, which we did get in Jabul Ruins. Didn't really mention it, but we did get bomb fish in Jabul Ruins, which is required for this fight. Well, either that or bombs, but we don't get bombs, so we'll use bomb fish here. The blue heads require bombs to actually become vulnerable. Looks like that blue one. Okay, yeah, that blue one did become invulnerable again. So Darmabi will have to use another bomb to weaken this one. And you can see here, like when the bomb explodes, he just kind of lays down and becomes vulnerable like the yellow ones.
And shoutouts to that bombfish design. This game has a lot of throwbacks to these different Zelda games over and over and over. And the bombfish there is the water bomb from Twilight Princess, the best Zelda game that you guys should absolutely donate to make that known to the world.
I actually never made that connection.
I made that connection instantly.
Oh, I didn't. Maybe because I'm a Wind Waker fan.
Yeah, and there's no water bombs in Wind Waker.
For Tessa.
All right, we've got the Arachnophobes' favorite boss here, Goma, who's for some reason changing into a spider again. Regardless of what game she's in, she's a different kind of insect or spider. A spider twice. Also a shout out to Twilight Princess.
Yep, so this boss basically just involves hitting all the nodes with an electric echo. In this case, the only electric echo we have and need is electric keys, which you can just kind of use as like a front-facing area of effect item on the nodes, at least when she's on the ground. When she's on the wall, it's a different story. And then once her eye is open from all the nodes being hit, Lizalfos 2 takes care of that. And it should take 3 cycles. So sometimes these keys don't really know what they're doing, which is unfortunate. Yep. And the targeting system is really on display here, for better or for worse. But that's a pretty good Goma fight here.
That was a very solid Goma, all things considered. You can ask for a little bit better RNG, but in terms of execution, this has been very, very solid.
Yeah,
very nicely done by Darmabi.
So you mentioned the targeting system a little bit earlier, and I kind of cut you off, and I apologize for that. But if you wanted to explain what exactly the targeting system is and how it works.
Ooh,
yeah.
You've set me an impossible task.
You're welcome.
All right, so if you noticed in that last fight, or previously you may have noticed at different points when we were randomly targeting a pot across the room in Southern Ruins, there's a bit of weirdness with how the targeting system works. So while targeting, at least the idea of how it works is there's some level of precedence that the game is setting over what should be targeted. It tends to target echoes that you've spawned, for instance, or enemies. There's some clear hierarchy. What that hierarchy is between the developers and the game's code and no one else, because, wow, it targets absolutely the wrong thing every single time. We were targeting in the Goma fight there, targeting the eggs. The pot that was across the room in Southern Ruins, towards the end of the game, we're going to be trying to target things constantly, and it's going to think, yeah, you want to target... I won't spoil who. I have choice words for the developer that decided on the targeting mechanic. That would be Todd, whoever Todd is.
Shoutouts to Todd.
Shoutouts to Todd.
Except not shoutouts to Todd, I guess.
I'm gonna just go out for a nice dinner and drink with Todd and have a conversation. We're getting some... There's some lore here.
Oh, we're not just talking about the game's lore, are we?
No, technically I did make that same Todd joke yesterday. But the game's lore... What we have going on here is, now we're in the back half of the game, post-Ganon. We're trying to now get into the Goddess's world and save Link, or sorry, the Stilled world, and save... I just spoiled that a lot. Get in and save Link from the Stilled world, and how we're doing that is we're getting the help of these goddesses, going through what we call the goddess dungeons, goddess temples, the Farron being the first one of them, and then we also have Eldin that we've already visited, and the third being Lanayru. So when we get through each of those, we'll get more and more lore about the game, and it's going to quickly explain the second half of how the story works, because, again, this is a typical Zelda game. We had our first half of story, now we have our back half of completely different story that, frankly, could be a different story entirely.
Yep.
And shoutouts to this cutscene.
Shoutouts to this cutscene, yes, where obviously all these people that we obviously helped, again, are going to go get smoothies, except for this poor fellow right here.
Yeah, well, this guy is going. He's just got a different way to get there.
He's going, yeah.
He's got a...
I have a theory as to why that happens. I don't know if it's correct. I do like the sort of pseudo theory that there's a specific flag that we do or don't get in the All Dungeons run that we just happen to not get or do get that is tied specifically to that Deku Scrub that just makes him not able to move. But I think what's actually happening is the collision from the void that's normally there is there, it's just not visible.
Yep. That's what I had always thought too.
Yeah.
One very important thing that we should probably talk about for the actual runs build up is doing Farron when we do is very, very important, because what happens here is the game is set in a way that because we haven't been to Farron yet, we just finished the post-Farron dungeon cutscene. Now we're getting the intro cutscene, and what's going to follow up after the intro cutscene is going to be the area entry cutscene, which is for some reason slightly different, where that will set our first quest status flag for the Farron dungeon quest. So we just completed that. That's what that says right there. Now we're going to get a separate flag that reverts that quest status to its original state. And by having that undone, we will end up skipping a 4-minute cutscene at the end of the run. It's really cool.
Yes. Yeah, the way the dungeons are ordered in this run is extremely particular. Like doing Hyrule when we do it. In Darmabi's case, doing Eldin when we do it. Darmabi remembering to get the Farron warp point right there. Very nice. That gets us into Lanayru later on. Like doing Jabul when we do it, separating Farron. And on that same note, we're about to go do Gerudo Sanctum. So a very peculiar flag is set by us doing Farron when we do it as well. And there's something really strange about this particular flag. It just exists for some reason that I don't think really we know yet. But the result of this flag being set is that we can go into Gerudo, go into the boss of Gerudo once we actually, get there, and the portal will just be active to leave the dungeon, and thus we'll be able to skip Magreth, the boss of Gerudo Sanctum. In this category, that is allowed. It is not allowed in restricted, but this is unrestricted, so we can just completely skip Magreth, and it counts the dungeon as being done.
Yeah, and so that's a really peculiar thing, because while we don't really understand why it's this way, what we do understand is the function of the code, at least, by effectively breakpoint testing, saying, where can we actually look at this? Actually, I'm going to cut myself off. We can't see, we spawned in sand. We're going to get the boss key here. You can't see what's going on. This is cool. Look at this. We're solving a puzzle while we can't see. He's going to do a very specific position setup to get back to specific points, and he's solved the boss key puzzle. Now he just needs to go in and grab the boss key, which is right there, and get back in a stairwell that we still can't see.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Very nicely done.
Yeah.
And now we just go into the boss door, and like TGH said, that portal will be right there.
Hardest boss fight ever.
Yeah. I mean, he's a mole with wings and goggles. He's a really cool boss fight.
Just like, wait, where you going? Where you going? I'm right here.
Wait. No!
He even had the look on his face like, oh, where you going?
Wait, but I had some super cool moves to show you.
And now I like this cutscene here where Donna is just like, Zelda, what happened? We're under the sand. What happened?
Oh. Let's see here. Do we have the other thing in this cutscene?
We don't have double Donna, but
we don't have
Sassy Donna in the upper right-hand corner.
We do have Sassy Donna up there. And she's kind of in two places at once if she's right next to us.
Yeah, this cutscene is also broken. The camera's supposed to pan towards Chief Sierra and Donna talking to Zelda, but it never does.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but that code function that we can talk about while we do yet another wrong warp. This time we're going to Lanayru, I believe.
Yes.
That code function is really interesting because we understand what it does, and it effectively says if Goma defeated flag, not like dungeon finish flag. This is why the rule set is the way it is. Those are two separate flags. If Goma defeated flag is set, Gerudo Sanctum portal will be active as well as Farron portal. The same flag exists, same sequence of flags exists within Gerudo Sanctum too. If Magreth is defeated, the Southern Ruins portal is active. So those are the only two instances. There is no other sequential ordering. Those two specific things are tied for some reason. So you kind of have to pick and choose. While we can technically skip Southern Ruins and do it later, we don't want to do that though because we don't like random wrong warping. We would have to beat Magreth as a boss.
Yeah, you technically can though. There's nothing stopping you, at least as far as the rule set goes.
Yeah, there is speed-wise though.
True. And also, I wouldn't want to do that even if it were faster. But here we are in Lanayru Temple. So we wrong warp to the back half of Lanayru Temple. We're going to go over here, quick detour to grab ice keys because we need an ice echo for the upcoming boss, which is Scorchill. A boss I have names for that I won't repeat on this restream.
Who I also have names that I will not repeat.
Probably
Scorchill's my favorite boss who isn't
any other
at all what he's said to be. Yep. Who isn't any other boss in any other video game.
Yeah, exactly.
But we will get a really cool strat in this next room, and I also really like the ice sliding thing during the cutscene, but let's see what variant of this strat he does. Okay, so he's going to use Zelda's bed for... Never mind.
Zelda's bed for the second one. Yeah, here we go. The extended echo, which, by the way, we didn't really talk about distance echoes, but... Yeah, using distance echoes and the sort of price of the Echo spawning to hit both switches at the same time. Here we have White Wolfos. White Wolfos is not a problem for Darmabi with level 2 Lizalfos, and we are going to see Darmabi pick up White Wolfos. Heck yeah. This is something I watched Darmabi's PB not too long ago, and I love what Darmabi does with White Wolfos later. We're going to see that later.
Yeah, it's a very cool strat that neither of us had seen before, but very, very unique and a cool way to do the final boss. So we'll see that in a little bit. The other really, really cool thing in that room, if you saw, was just how, as you're navigating through that room, there's like this big old puzzle setup to get around all of these freezers, and Darmabi just grabs this little fire element thing and just beelines it across the room in classic speedrun style, break it by just going in a straight line.
This dungeon actually has a really cool mechanic that we're not really seeing for the most part. Well, we are seeing it now. But basically, these orbs can be in both heat mode or fire mode and cold mode or ice mode. And each mode triggers these fans to activate in both heat or cold mode and melt or freeze the ice in that room to solve puzzles.
Yeah, which is exactly how it works for this boss key here. You do use both sets to first thaw the little stalagmites. I don't remember which one's the one that comes from the ground. To get rid of those, I believe it was correct. And then we refreeze it so it's a solid flat ground for the little snowball to roll on and open up the cage to the boss key.
All right, let's talk about Scorchill. And try to only use kind words.
Well, we can talk about Ignachad then.
We can, yeah. Okay, so Scorchill has 2 different modes, 3 different phases, 2 different modes, the ice mode and the fire mode. The ice mode of his helmet is only susceptible to fire echoes, or fire element echoes, like fire keys, like what you're seeing right now. In order to break the horns on the helmet, and once you break all 3 horns, the helmet shatters and he becomes vulnerable to Lizalfos 2. There are a couple different attacks, or a few different attacks that Scorchill can do. That slam attack that you're seeing, that's actually probably the best attack he can possibly do because it leaves him completely immobile for a good 5 seconds or so. There's the dancing gorilla attack, or at least what I like to call it, where he just like throws a temper tantrum for 4 seconds and makes icicles fall from the ceiling. Really unfortunate positioning there, but like in between Scorchill and the wall. This attack here, where he will basically circle fireballs around himself, and this one where it's just like he's like shooting a big fireball across the room as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Very smart play. Technically a little bit slower than what it would have been to then center the attack on Zelda and have to dodge it, but free himself up to potentially get more hits on the helmet there. But very safe play, very nicely done by Darmabi, choosing what is safe for a marathon, not what is necessarily going to save 2 seconds or something.
Exactly. Like dying to this boss, even for the most experienced runners, is like super real. Like it is a real possibility. And yeah, definitely understand like wanting to play this boss a little bit safe because it is an extremely dangerous boss.
You see how much of those icicles are just oh no.
Yeah, it's this happens, and okay, this is the last cycle, I believe, and Darmabi's gonna go over and get a safety heart, which is the play. That is absolutely the play in this situation.
And he's keeping his distance too.
Yep.
He's probably going to get, because now he's not in one-shot range. Maybe even grabbing one more.
Yeah, that fireball attack was also maybe the best attack he could have done because Lizalfos is immune to fire as well. This attack is one of the worst he can do, however. This like Beyblade attack And you see now, getting the health was crucial for finishing this boss. Yeah, very, very well done. Like, very well handled, because that boss, as it can do, went kind of south, and Darmabi handled it very well.
Yep, and we had said a little while ago about how there's not much RNG, and really it comes out in the boss fights, and it was TGH that said it, but what went through my mind, and probably through his mind too, was just Scorchill.
Yeah,
it's Scorchill. We're talking about Scorchill.
Scorchill, a lot on Scorchill, a little bit on Goma, a little bit on Seismic Talus. And, like, that's kind of it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when the final boss goes a bit south,
Yeah, true.
But that's a scripted fight, and we'll talk more about that later. I would be super impressed to see a well-done Null in a marathon. It is really hard to do that entire thing fully scripted in a marathon.
Yeah, Null, like the final boss of this game, which we do have to talk about pretty soon.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah.
We still have Vol. We still have Elden.
We do. We still have, Volvagia, which is, it's a boss fight. It is. Well, it's a harder boss fight with Los Alvos 2 than it is with like Sword Fighter form and Beams, for instance. But yeah, it's definitely not an auto scroller with Los Alvos 2. Like, it is under those circumstances. But Null honestly reminds me as a boss fight a lot of like a boss fight that you'd have to RNG manipulate. In other words, like, do everything very, very specifically in order to make the fight go the same way every single time. And if you do everything exactly the same way, it will do exactly the same things. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that sort of situation. Even though it's technically not RNG manipulation, it still feels like it.
Absolutely. It's pseudo RNG manipulation, because it is do action A in a seemingly random situation results in action B every time.
Yes.
Now, this part here is an absolutely wonderful part because Darmabi doesn't have to hold the controller. This is the part where I would get up and get a cookie if I were doing the run.
Yep. Could, like,
y'all like lore?
Get up, grab a cookie, I don't know, grab a drink, take a bio break, file your taxes.
D all of the above. You have enough time.
Yeah. Take out a mortgage,
make a sandwich,
etc. Yeah, you eat several sandwiches. And make several sandwiches. But no, this cutscene overall is probably about 4 minutes, including the dialogue, I think.
Yep. It's outside of the dialogue, it's just over 3 minutes. Everything included, it is like between 4:15 and 4:30. So we're having a fun time here. We can talk more about what's to come now. We have one dungeon left except for the final one, and we've got a lot to talk about for that. So to just get things started, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to be wrong warping back into Elden 2. Now, similarly to Farron, where it was best for us to split it up, the same thing is true for Elden. What we're going to be doing, and why we got that small key so long ago, we're going to be wrong warping back into Elden next to the boss door. We don't have the boss key yet. And the reason that we have that small key, the room to go to the boss is locked behind a small key. So we had to grab that small key to let us out of jail and be able to go and get that other key, the boss key, to actually go into the final boss. And it ends up being quite a bit faster than traversing the dungeon because we can skip over the midway boss. But here we have Conde, who's apparently Costre in French.
So that long cutscene that played happens after the second Goddess dungeon, because Lubbers mentioned Goddess dungeons, like the post-Hyrule Castle dungeons. The second Goddess dungeon you complete. So if you were playing this on 1.0.0, This would actually happen after Elden, because that would be the second to last dungeon, and Lanayru would be the last dungeon you complete. So it's funny, we actually, there is a circumstance that warrants life story cutscenes, which we affectionately refer to those as the life story of the goddess that, you know, it's associated with. For the life story for all three of the goddesses is at one point seen during a run of this game.
Yeah, the one that we don't see in glitched categories, at least, is Farron for the aforementioned reason about needing to set quest statuses.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen if we do that as the second or third one. Or, sorry, no, it could happen with Farron. We just need to avoid it being the third one. I misspoke there.
Yeah, I think in one of the all dungeons restricted routes, you get Furora's life story, if memory serves.
I was just impressed for a moment at that tower of signs, the sign creation that he had made. So that's another thing, I guess somewhat similar to that targeting mechanic, is setting down the echoes is, for whatever reason, not the most consistent thing in certain spots, including trees.
It can definitely be hard to put an echo on the tile you want to. If you need it on a specific tile, it's a little finicky sometimes, for sure.
Absolutely. But back in Elden, we have an electric keys here, which is the best flying echo possible because Zelda's apparently wearing rubber gloves.
Imagine that. That's a neat coincidence.
Yeah, it's a OSHA regulation actually.
I see.
Of being a princess. Princesses work near high voltage.
Alright, so since we got fire keys on the first go through into Elden, we don't need to get it here. So 1.0.0 would get these, but we're going to get rid of them anyway because they're total pests.
As you can see.
Yeah, they are awful. They're awful to not get rid of. For sure, and you can blow up these floor tiles in 3 bombs, 3 bomb fishes.
Playing some Bomberman is kind of the theme of this dungeon that we've skipped over, but there's a little bit of it.
This is actually the dungeon that you get bombs in as well, like Link Sword Fighter form bombs.
Yep, that is the point of it.
Yes.
But we get to skip it entirely by using the bomb fish. Thank you, bombfish.
So here's our big key, and getting this big key is going to trigger a sort of escape sequence where the lava is going to rise up, and we just have to climb a bomb out of here. Unfortunately, you cannot warp at this point. Otherwise, we could be able to just warp straight back to the waypoint that we activated right by Vlavagi's door. But first, we just have to leave the room, and now we can warp there.
Ooh, and we have just passed, as just a donation update, we've just passed 2.15 million euros. Absolutely amazing. We're also past 2.25 million US dollars. That is some amazing support, you guys. You guys are awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause for just how much we're giving to such an amazing cause. Going into, out of this amazing set of, what, 3.5 days? That is a crazy amount to have earned, and we're not done yet. We're getting there. We still got 1 dungeon and a boss fight.
Yeah, that is amazing, y'all. Seriously, like, yeah, seeing the support has been unreal from both the French community, from every subset of the speedrun community who's been involved here. So yeah, it's been awesome to see.
Just phenomenal. We love the support. This is a very scripted boss fight. We are going to be using... Where does he have Strantula out? Are we going to see something interesting here?
Oh, I see. Okay. So you have the option here of either pulling off the amulet for Volvagia or destroying the amulet with Lizalfos. I'm actually not sure which one's better or quicker, like overall more valuable to use, but
it seems like Darmabi knows, and I wouldn't be surprised the answer being it kind of depends.
For
what
sure.
Point we're at.
There are a lot of strats in this game that are individualized per runner. It's really, really cool, honestly. Like you have a lot of freedom in this game, in this run, to do things your own kind of way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like that is very evident by just watching two people run. Like watching two people's runs, you'll see different strats used everywhere.
Yep, that was something that was amazing about doing a race of any category. We do community races. You just see everyone doing something slightly different. You know, going back a ways when we were talking about Stratty McStratface in Southern Ruins, there's about 4 variants to doing that. The one that Darmabi did here is the one that I do, which is the one actually called Stratty McStratface. But there's so many different ways to do that, and they're all within a couple of seconds. Runner expression in speedrunning is an amazing thing. Also, the fight's over. Yes. It's a very scripted fight.
Yeah, worth noting that strat that he did in Southern was the fastest way of doing that we know of. And it's also the hardest strat to do.
Yeah, for sure. That is a very impressive thing to show off. It very, very well done again, calling back to an hour ago. And very well done with the Volt fight. That is a relatively scripted fight, but the actual positioning to set down the Lizalfos is relatively specific, and that's why TGH said it's no longer a free fight earlier, because you do need to space yourself such that the Lizalfos can get out damage optimally and quickly. And very well done by Darmabi there. One more dungeon to go to, and spoiler alert, it's where we deal with a Null. We go into Null's body.
Yep, so one more dungeon, one more wrong warp, but not the last glitch of the run, because once we get in there and get past the first couple of rooms, there will be a kind of strange thing that we do to bypass a soft block. So because we wrong warp into Null's body, or the final dungeon, because we wrong warp into there, we bypass so we bypass a couple of things. One, we bypass a flag that lets Link work properly in Null's body before Null. So Link will be in Null's body and doing certain things in Null's body, but sometimes he just doesn't spawn in a room because of a flag that we bypass by wrong warping into Null's body. So, one thing in particular that we have to do is save and quit on the same frame we hit a switch because reasons. Basically because Link is supposed to be there to advance the game and he isn't. So we need to do a frame perfect save and quit to bypass that.
Yep. We're going to see quite a bit of glitches and broken stuff. Actually, probably the most glitchy tech in the run is all in Null's body, like TGH was just explaining. Not just things like soft lock skip, which is where we hit that switch frame perfectly. There's also Lionel skip, which isn't really glitchy per se, but that's going to be a fun one where we're going to abuse the mechanic of how these blobs that spawn stilled world enemies work and get them to stop for us to skip around what would be the hardest fight. We're going to see a lot of fun stuff there. That's coming up after we get thrown into the air by some Gorons.
Yeah, despite the Void still being back there, by the way. Despite the Void not actually having gone away, we still celebrate. So, yeah, I mean, whatever they want to do, I guess.
Yeah, well, the Rift's gone. I mean, the purple there is an aesthetically pleasing thing. They decided to keep it, but the Rift's gone, right?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not the Rift right there. That's just...
No.
That's decorative lighting.
It's for the holidays. We're celebrating Riftmas.
So we're actually going to change the place that we rung warp, or that we get menu storage here. Instead of warping to Eternal Forest like we have been this whole run, going east directly from Elden Temple is actually about 8 seconds faster, I believe. So wrong warping or getting menu storage here and then doing the wrong warp is pretty significantly quicker.
Yeah. And then this is the one point that we get this highlighted. So Darmabi had been going into the Elden Warp constantly, right? Because he finally, and he was going just slightly to the right and going into the Stilled World, and all was hunky-dory. This is the final warp, and because we're still using Elden, in the post-Elden state, the actual physical location of the Stilled World warp point is different. So that's why that looked quite a bit different there than what we'd seen for most of this run. He had to do some different movement to get around to where the entrance was. Yeah, which is an interesting consequence.
It's actually significantly more difficult too, because like the rift as it was before was basically a wall that you just had to walk into. That one was a very small portal which you have to kind of like find, and it's pretty significantly more difficult. I think Darmabi may have actually paused to be able to see where he was at one point.
Yep, that was exactly what he did, so that we could actually see what was going on, because there's the lava around there, and the actual location has changed. Before, it was directly to kind of where the warp point was to Zelda's left, the entrance was above, right? Now it's, if the warp point is to Zelda's left, it's about 10 feet to the right, for some reason.
That was a really good room there from Darmabi, by the way. Really
very
good
well
Lionel
done.
skip
That's
and everything.
a very clean Lionel skip.
Yeah, that last blob was in fact a Lionel if it had spawned. But you can actually kill the blobs before they spawn, before they hit Zelda and spawn into something. And here we have the softlock skip I was mentioning earlier. So they're going to fire an Ignazol, and on the frame that the switch triggers, he's going to try to open up his echo menu, which he can buffer a little bit. He can buffer the echo menu like a couple of frames, I think. And it is still frame perfect though. Like it's a buffered input to open the echo menu, but it's not buffered to advance by a frame. So he's looking for this switch to light up purple, like bright purple, and then open up his pause menu. So there's the frame right there, perfect. And now he's gonna manually save and load his save, and the door is gonna be open. And trust me when I say, if he had just hit the switch normally, it wouldn't have worked. It would have soft locked the game, because Link just wasn't there. And we get electric key strats here.
Yeah, interesting. A unique strat to do, and it's just keeping it stun locked. That's really cool.
Yeah, very good. Very good. So now we're actually gonna go backwards. Because of the flags that I mentioned earlier that we skip, this door that we're about to go through, this passageway never closes, so we can just go backwards and go through this way. This saves about 35, 40 seconds. It skips having to go through a whole long 2D side-scrolling section and just puts us right here, and we can just grab Link ourselves and bring him up.
Yep. Very, very simple thing, a nice consequence of just wrong warping into Null's body here. Now we're going to go into the proverbial long, endless hallway to go to the final boss fight, where we reflect on everything that we've done. This is the end of our journey as we go into that final fight. And y'all, we're wrapping up on the end of our journey with this event. This is the finale. You guys have one boss fight left to get those donations in for such a good cause. Again, Medicines du Monde is the doctors of the world. We are raising money in support of such a wonderful, wonderful cause that gets so much support to so many different people. So absolutely an amazing cause to just drop some support for, and so close to the end here. Not much time left. Going into the fight here, though, this is where we're going to have some fun with the targeting system, potentially.
Yeah, so Null has 3 different main phases. This is the first phase. And with the first and third phase have 3 sub-phases. That might be a confusing way to kind of go about describing it, though. Basically, you have this first phase where Null has 3 arms and arms that come out of the walls during the intermittent phases. The second phase involves a 2D swimming section that is, for all intents and purposes, it's about a step shy of an auto-scroller. And the third phase is basically a beefed up version of this phase. So we're going to rinse and repeat this this particular phase here 3 times, or twice rather, 3 times total. We're going to outstretch these arms and let Link do a spin attack to cover. Link is not always the most agreeable when it comes to this segment.
Yeah. So you'll see Darmabi's going to grab Link in a little bit here, where he did earlier. He didn't do it there. But Link is not the most agreeable in what he decides is the most important thing to attack. Yet again, a consequence of the targeting system. And as a result, we do some countermeasures to babysit him. You know, we do either literally grabbing him or manipulating where he might be for one reason or another to get him to behave how we want him to, because he is that. If you all ever had little siblings that wanted to play and you had to give them the second controller, they are that sibling. You're wondering, what the heck are they doing? They're just going off into a wall, doing their own thing, and mom and dad said that they had to play, so I guess they do, but kind of inhibiting all the gameplay.
Basically, it is Link's turn with the Xbox controller.
Yep.
Or in this case, the Nintendo Switch controller, or, you know, whatever controller you prefer, I guess.
The Joy-Cons. Again,
the Joy-Cons,
he's doing this run with Joy-Cons. Which is really, really impressive.
But here we have the swimming section. Pretty nice phase 1 from Darmabi. Pretty clean. Here we have this section where Null's health is constantly decreasing from like 500 something, I forget the exact value, down to 1 at a very specific point during this side scrolling. And as such, it is better to just swim as fast as you can to the end of the section until right about here, when you transform and just hit him once and he's gone. And that's the second phase done. And now we have phase 3, which is the most important segment of this fight.
Yep, the gloves are off. This is by far the hardest part, and ooh.
Not quite.
All right, I was about to go on a long tangent about how, you know, we try to do a very specific fight to change how the next sub-phase reacts.
Yeah.
That's already out the window.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting time.
Yeah, that was a really awkward spawn, like near the wall for Null, which it was really hard. So, like, see how when Null spawns into the arena, the arms that have like little yellow, like tri-like objects at the end of them, those are the arms that effectively create those mid-phase boss spawns. So you want to get rid of those arms as quickly as you can. The problem is they always spawn towards the backside of Null relative to where Zelda is. So it's pretty hard a lot of the time to manipulate those arms to be like sort of where you want to be. And you have to be very, very tight in this fight, or you have to have really, really tight movement in order to get those arms out of the way as quickly as you can. And now you have these wall arms where you grab them and Link just slashes them, but you have Dark Nuts and Piglins and Lizalfos in the next phase to deal with as well. Okay, nice. He got that one. Got that arm cut.
Yeah, and while it is an unfortunate thing that he's not getting the manipulations, quote-unquote RNG manip, as we talked about before, it is still very reactable to the direction that everything's going to spawn. It just means that at this point, Darmabi likely doesn't know where these things are going to spawn, where previously he might.
Yeah, it doesn't mean the fight can't still be very good. It just means it just means it will be harder for it to be good.
Exactly.
That's all. But he's doing a very good job. And here we see White Wolfo strats. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, this is
create. Oh, this is chaos.
Yeah, and they don't even stand a chance.
And it's not even the white Wolfos, it's more of the two small Wolfos that get spawned.
Yeah, that's the thing. The main thing that they're doing is creating a distraction. Because they aggro. Oh, that was really close, actually. They aggro the Wolfos instead of Zelda, and that is what they're still going at it. Like they aggro the Wolfos instead of Zelda, and it just creates. It gives Darmabi that much more of a window of opportunity to attack.
Goma is an unfortunate boss fight to get. It's the worst one that you can get, but we get one more showing of the Ignichad. That is. Again, all defined by what we got earlier. The boss fight that we get is defined by sequences of the previous subphases for one reason or another.
This is not an easy boss fight at all. In fact, Darmabi is handling it very well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this is still a good fight, despite the sort of manipulations, quote unquote, not going very well. But that's the last. This is the last phase right here.
Yeah, we're coming up on time here in a second.
Yeah, we are coming up on time. So Zelda's gonna grab the prime energy inside of Null's body and pull away.
Okay.
And you get a little bit of a quick time segment here.
Yep. And once it gets pulled out of the body, that is time. So, and time. 1:54:20.
Very
solid time.
Good marathon run. I believe that's less than a minute away from Darmabi's PB.
That is, yeah. Darmabi's current PB, which is not the one listed on speedrun.com, if you've looked there, is a 1:53:48. That is 32 seconds off of his PB.
Yeah, that's extremely impressive for a marathon. And for the finale of this event. Yeah, that was an extremely impressive run by Darmabi. And yeah, very, very, very entertaining overall. Very happy to be able to commentate for it.
Yeah, this was an amazing run to get to commentate. I love the energy that SpeeDons has.
It's incredible.
The crowd is amazing. I love this. This is awesome.
I love this crowd so much. Yeah, this event has been amazing. Shoutouts to everybody involved.
Yeah.
And also, of course, huge shoutouts to Darmabi for a very, very impressive performance for the finale of this event.
Merci à tout le monde pour cet event. Merci au Restream anglais avec TGH et Club Blur.
I believe Darmabi's Twitch is just twitch.tv/Darmabi, by the way, if you would like to follow him.
It is. That is exactly who that is. Twitch.tv/Darmabi. He does a lot of different Zelda games. I mean, this is the first time I've interacted with him too much because of this event and Echoes of Wisdom in general, but I've seen him around. I do a lot of different Zelda games myself. I've seen him around plenty of different communities. He does a bunch of them. He plays Four Swords Adventure. He's played Twilight Princess, and he runs a lot of different games, so go check him out if you like Zelda.
Yeah. All right, so I believe that will do it for us. Once again, thank you very much for having us as the commentary, and thank you once again to everybody who was involved with this event. I have been TGH.
Yeah, and I've been Glubbers. Some people call me the.
Shoutouts to
Thank you all. Shoutouts to the.
And
thank you guys for having us. This was amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Peace out, everyone. Have a great rest of your night.
Bon alors, quelques petites nouvelles de Kamabou là avant qu'on se laisse. Bon, j'ai une bonne et une mauvaise nouvelle. Je vais peut-être commencer par la mauvaise. La mauvaise, c'est que Kamabou est encore 4e. Voilà, ça c'est la mauvaise nouvelle. Et la bonne, c'est qu'il vous reste tout le temps des remerciements. remerciement d'Elvé pour l'année 3e. Ça veut dire qu'on est quand même assez large. Vous venez
assez large pour vous donner une petite idée.
Vous êtes patient.
Voilà, pour vous donner une petite idée, c'est à peu près 4 000 € pour le faire passer dans le top 3.
En vrai,
sachant que le top 3 étant actuellement l'innommable boule, je l'ai vu un peu remonter pendant que Camamboule remontait aussi, donc il va falloir peut-être s'accrocher, les soldats camamboulesques.
Cette bataille de fin va beaucoup trop loin.
Voilà, les soldats camamboulesques, il faut vous accrocher. Et on en a eu plein des dons, hein, effectivement, pendant cette run.
Ah oui, énormément. Alors effectivement, donc là, ça va être notre dernier passage ici, puisque donc, ils sont en train de setuper la scène. Là, voilà, on les voit en train de ranger du bazar.
De ranger les nuages.
Il va y avoir donc ces nombreux remerciements. Moi, je voulais quand même faire un dernier gros big up à Zo, ainsi que toutes les personnes qui étaient devant nous. D'ailleurs,
les artistes,
c'était super bien d'ailleurs ce setup de scène.
C'est vrai.
Tous les
artistes,
on les voyait,
qui ont dessiné, énormément dessiné.
Et alors, je sais pas ce que vous en pensez, mais je pense que ça serait bien l'année prochaine d'avoir encore plus d'artistes. Je sais pas, vous en pensez quoi?
Ouais, c'est vrai.
Pas mal, non?
Et dire, il y en a eu plus que l'an dernier déjà.
Idée.
Donc ça avance.
Il y en a eu un en plus cette année, ouais.
Ouais, c'est vrai. Hein.
Allez, bah super. Bah comme ça l'année prochaine, marathon dessin pendant 4 jours, ça sera très bien.
Bah,
et vous serez plusieurs, j'espère.
Non mais franchement t'as raison, c'est vrai qu'il y en a eu plein et en plus ça fait plaisir, à chaque fois il y a plein de gens qui font en plus des dons pour les avoir.
Ah ouais,
ça,
tout à fait.
Ça sert la cause et c'est vraiment top. Au niveau des dons,
qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On fait un petit tunnel de lecture là
On va en faire quelques-uns et puis ensuite on laissera la parole à Mister MV bien sûr pour les remerciements. On a un don de 999 €, Camamboule Enjoyer, voilà tout simplement. Donc 3 minutes, il y a 3 minutes, on a Néon qui a dit l'innommable boule est mieux, désolé Camamboule, donc qui a donné 500 € quand même, donc vous voyez, la bataille continue. Allez, Raiden, vas-y je t'en prie.
Ouais, c'est moi qui me le tape en plus celui-là.
Ah non,
très bien. Non, je le fais, vas-y, je le fais. Alors, Raiden27, merci pour tes 100 €. Miaou, Camamboule Miaou, pas de poly Miaou dans mon speed Miaou. Je miaoute, je démiaoutise mon don inférieur à la racine carrée de la racine carrée de 81 sur Miaou 2 points arrondis supérieur à E. Voilà, je te l'ai fait quand même.
Sublime. Très bien, très bien.
On va faciliter la tâche là.
On a Benzal de Hyde qui pour 50 € nous dit c'est ça le self-made Camamboule, gravir les échelons en partant de rien, c'est si beau. Merci à tous pour ce magnifique week-end.
Quand tu penses qu'il suffit de traverser la rue pour trouver un Camamboule, enfin,
c'est vrai, franchement.
Merci beaucoup Jal pour tes 500 €. J'ai acheté, j'ai donné pour bien conclure ce marathon caritatif apolitique. Je vote pour Camamboule. Merci MV, les runners, les casteurs, les ambianceurs et tout le monde, toutes les équipes techniques, les bénévoles pour ce week-end de folie. Bravo tout le monde et miaou.
On a Pandarou qui pour 100 € qui dit Camamboule est ma raison d'exister. Voilà. Ah, c'est vrai que ça a beaucoup parlé de Camamboule dans la dernière demi-heure. On a un certain Ganon, je sais pas comment ça se prononce, qui pour 999 € dit croyez-moi, je sais quel est le meilleur Zelda, je suis dedans, c'est facile. Donc bravo à tous pour cet événement.
Et bien d'ailleurs, il va falloir clore cette incentive.
C'est vrai qu'il va falloir.
Pas une incentive, mais ce vote.
Il va falloir apporter une conclusion.
On y est, c'est le dernier plateau, donc on y est. On doit décider, ça y est. On doit lire en fait.
Pas décider.
Voilà, c'est fini.
Moi, je me désolidarise totalement. je précise. Mais en effet, donc quel est le meilleur Zelda? Écoutez, à moins.
On commence par le troisième, deuxième, puis premier, peut-être. Un tout petit top 3.
Pourquoi pas? Vas-y, top 3.
Eh bien, top 3. On avait donc Ocarina of Time, N64, avec 12% de vote.
Alors, c'est vrai que quand même, avant de dire top 1, top 2. On avait ce top 4 aussi qui était pas très loin, qui était Breath of the Wild. Qui a quand même récolté 25 000 €.
Très clivant, hein. Très clivant. Il y avait vraiment il s'est fait insulter sur certains dons. C'était un peu compliqué.
C'est vrai. Mais c'est vrai qu'il y avait un vrai top 4 qui était devant tous les autres. Ouais, et enfin, en top 1 peut-être, avant de dire le top 2.
Eh ben, The Wind Waker.
The Wind Waker.
La GameCube. Hein.
Eh oui, avec 60 413,99 €. Et en deuxième, Twilight Princess, avec 52 807,17 €. Au niveau de l'incentive du nom des mascottes de SpeeDons 2025, en première position avec 77 529 €, ce sera Béboule. Des huées, des applaudissements. Une fois de plus, la France est coupée en deux.
Officiellement Béboule.
Voilà. Avec...
Béboule. On est vraiment en train de faire ça. Béboule.
Avec en deuxième position, bien sûr, shout out à mes soldats, dont homme, avec 44 000 €. Bravo à vous. Non, bravo. J'entends pas du tout. Et en 3e position, peut-être qu'on va attendre un peu pour donner la 3e position. Parce que c'est pas encore terminé.
Ah mais en plus il est en train de...
Et on est peut-être à 3000 € d'un exploit.
Oh, ce sera incroyable.
Donc,
oh non, mais là,
on va le laisser ouvert. Non, il faut quand même pas le faire. Ce sera historique.
Historique.
Ce serait historique. Qu'est-ce que tu m'as dit en régie? Excuse-moi, je t'en train de
2
parler
minutes avant les remerciements. 2 minutes.
Bien sûr, 2 minutes. Eh ben écoutez, doit être
2 minutes. Eh ben 2 minutes pour remercier notamment Easy Novada pour les 100 €. Voilà, bravo pour le run incroyable de Cause of Wisdom, pleine de miaou en tout genre. Allez, je vais lire en diagonale. Jean pour les 50 balles, Drew pour les 200 balles. Des dons anonymes à ne plus pouvoir en pleuvoir. Enfin, j'en peux plus.
Bref, il est tard.
On n'a pas dormi depuis 4 jours. JPP, bra.
Bref, il est tard, mais vous êtes beaucoup encore à donner. Merci beaucoup en tout cas de votre générosité de ce week-end. On a El Platypus qui pour 300 € dit un événement camemboulesque. Donc voilà, merci beaucoup. Pour 10 €, on a Shunlight qui a dit il faut que la Némésis de Béboul soit dans le top 3. Mais on y arrive, hein, ça avance. Effectivement.
Peut-être qu'il va y avoir un miracle. Hein. Donc Val, allez, 100 €. Palou, 50 €. Et je propose de faire le prochain speedon en mi-août. Let's go Camemboul, ok. Alors peut-être pas, on va voir.
Ah, peut-être. Hein.
Evan, pour les 100 €. On est passé si près d'avoir Katmandboul. Ah oh
4Mamboul.
Oh, Katmandboul, ouais.
Bien sûr, la capitale, bien sûr.
Ok.
On a...
J'ai la ref.
On a... Miaoursi, tout le monde pour ce week-end absolument béboulesque, voilà, de Ether Dragon qui donne 4 €, parce qu'il y a encore plein de petits dons aussi, on lit beaucoup
c'est vrai, ouais,
les gros dons, mais il y a beaucoup de gens qui donnent 1 €, 5 €, on les voit arriver encore, il y a beaucoup de gens qui en profitent.
Puis il y avait 150 € de le meilleur Zelda, c'est quoi? Oui. La réponse était Fur, bien sûr.
Oui,
il fallait le sortir au moins une fois.
Tout à fait.
Hélas.
Tout à fait. On a Barbie Tucri qui a dit bravo à tout le monde, magnifique run de Zelda, c'est beau. Beaucoup de gens qui ont vraiment apprécié la run et qui ont redécouvert le jeu, très surpris parce que c'est un jeu récent. Donc il y a beaucoup de commentaires là-dessus.
Crazy Diamond, 333 €. Bonsoir, c'est Nightmare. Katmandboul ou Béboul, princesse, c'est dur de choisir, 75 €. The Nemo, 20 € jusqu'à Mamboul en fait.
Bien sûr, ça c'est bon ça. Effectivement, on a Hatred pour 450 € qui disait se balader sur les poutres dans les maisons en mini-link, même si voguer sur la mer est pas mal. On a Kazar qui disait pour plus de plaisir, bravo à toute l'équipe, un don de 400 €. C'était déjà il y a quelques instants, mais voilà. Et un don anonyme qui disait un modeste don anonyme pour apporter de l'aide aux victimes anonymes grâce à Médecins du Monde et SpeeDons. Merci tout le monde. Merci à Mister MV et aux bénévoles, effectivement. Donc voilà.
Et d'ailleurs,
vous pouvez l'applaudir.
Tous ces remerciements, de toute façon, vont être en version longue dans très peu de temps. Voilà, quelques instants. Je vois un personnage important arriver sur la scène.
On a beaucoup de dons anonymes qui sont là, de 10, 5, 1 €.
Là, je pense qu'on peut rage quit ce tableau de bord, hein, mon cher Zerator.
On va rage quit ce tableau de bord, alors que Camemboul n'a pas encore fini sa course. Je ne sais pas. Ah, on me fait signe qu'on est prêt pour le dernier arc qui seront les remerciements. Vous inquiétez pas, je jette un coup d'œil si jamais il y a une info sur Camemboul.
On hurlera, vous nous entendrez.
On sera là pour les remerciements.
C'est parti pour les remerciements de fin.
C'est la fin du week-end, tu peux être fier de ce que tu as fait, à toi.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Ouais. Merci à toutes et tous. On y arrive, c'est la fin. Et elle est où la caméra? C'est une bonne question. Quoi qu'il en soit, oui, vu. Alors, j'ai plusieurs nouvelles à vous annoncer. On doit rendre la salle, genre maintenant, et j'ai 6% de batterie sur cette tablette, donc peut-être qu'on va faire vite cette fois-ci. Très bien. Donc, SpeeDons Sac, c'est encore une superbe édition et le record a été battu, d'autant plus, un peu plus, car évidemment, on va rajouter la dernière salve quand même, le reliquat, ce qui reste, quoi, le petit coup de rab de la vente des t-shirts. En plus, même si on a déjà alimenté 2 fois la cagnotte avec les t-shirts, on va donc rajouter ce qu'il reste. Il reste 65 316 €. Magnifique, merci César, ce qui nous amène à cette somme. Évidemment, je ne sais plus quand on lock et définitivement la cagnotte, mais plus ou moins au crédit, ou peut-être quand on va raid, on va envoyer un raid. À la fin, on a repéré une target. Merci à vous déjà d'être là, ceux devant moi, celles et ceux devant moi. Merci de la billetterie. C'était un gros challenge de se retrouver dans une salle aussi grande et vous êtes venus. Donc merci, vous avez énormément contribué à l'ambiance, même si on retournait un petit peu à l'état sauvage sur les derniers runs. Voilà, exactement. Ça nous régale, on verra ce que vous nous réserverez pour la prochaine fois. Bien sûr, merci à tout le monde sur Twitch. Vous avez été probablement encore plus d'1 million à passer, encore plus avec évidemment nos Restream internationaux, Germanch, Japanese Restream et Games Done Quick. Thank you so much. It's a first. It was a first date. Let's hope there will be other ones and we'll make those better. Thank you so much for the support. Bien entendu, et ensuite c'est une organisation gargantuesque. On va essayer de traiter l'information par groupe cette fois-ci, parce que voilà, sinon ça va durer 2 heures si je nomme chaque personne individuellement. Et puis, bon, j'ai dormi 5 heures le week-end, bordel. Alors, voilà. Alors évidemment, alors c'est pas dans des ordres particuliers, mais je vais quand même commencer tout simplement par notre équipe de, je crois, je dis peut-être un nombre au pif, mais je crois 162 bénévoles. Voilà, je veux juste commencer par les bénévoles. Vraiment. Qui carry complètement l'événement. Certains depuis le tout premier SpeeDons, qui reviennent, peut-être même qui reviendront si c'est à Caen. Bon, c'est pas faire, hein. C'est un peu loin, c'est chiant. Mais voilà, ils sont là souvent à faire des shifts improbables, des fois voilà, dans des bouts de couloir chiants où il n'y a personne qui passe. Mais ils sont là, ils font le taf. Heureusement, ils ont des heures après pour un peu profiter de l'event. Mais ils sont là, toujours avec le sourire, toujours disponibles. Et vraiment, ils carrient de fou, évidemment. Et ben voilà, ça serait absolument impossible sans eux. Donc merci d'être tant candidaté et faire aussi bien le taf avec autant de bonne humeur et de générosité. Merci énormément. Bien entendu, les runners, et oui, ben voilà, ça commence ici. Bravo aux speedrunners, speedrunneuses qui ont passé la terrible épreuve annuelle, hein, bien entendu, des candidatures. On a bien sué pour faire un planning qui a tenu la route. Il a tenu la route, on est très content, évidemment. Même de nuit, il y avait des runs folles. Et c'était un pari risqué, mais écoutez, a priori, ça a fonctionné. Bravo en tout cas. On a eu encore une fois des performances incroyables. On est très content évidemment aussi parce que, même si ce n'est pas encore parfait, on a eu beaucoup plus, de diversité aussi, bien entendu, dans les genres et représentés. Donc ça fait plaisir, voilà, d'avoir plus de runneuses, de personnes transgenres, non-binaires. Ça fait plaisir de tout simplement montrer plus ou moins qui est Sariel. J'espère que j'aurai ma boîte à kit collector. Alors, les casteurs évidemment, parce que voilà, c'est les casteurs et les casteuses, ce n'est pas seulement les speedrunners et les speedrunneuses qui viennent, il faut aussi des gens pour les commenter, pour vous rendre l'info compréhensible. J'ai 2%, je vais passer sur mon téléphone. Et les infos compréhensibles, hein, voilà, quand on voit des speedruns où il y a des milliards on passe à travers tous les murs et il se passe des milliards de dingueries. Heureusement qu'on a ces gens, donc merci à toutes et tous. Certains, et évidemment, René est déjà sur place, mais il y a des gens qui sont juste venus pour commenter, donc merci, ça régale. Bien entendu, on peut les applaudir, hein, bien sûr. La team Reviewers, alors j'ai que 3 noms, mais parce qu'ils sont multitâches. Oh là là, ouais, mais là, la de tête, ok, parce que nous avons évidemment toute cette équipe qui visionne et review les centaines et les centaines de rounds qu'on nous envoie pour faire un programme final. Donc merci à toute la team qui est quasiment intégralement sur place. On a Ducky, on a Gamonimus, on a Yaji, il y a JJ Yaji, je sais même plus comment l'appeler. Hein. Il est venu alors que c'était pas facile ce week-end. Donc des bisous et les autres qui vont être nommés ailleurs. Alors est-ce que je les fais tous d'un coup? Non, on va avancer. On va avancer parce que je suis au début du truc et là je sens qu'on va m'insulter dans l'oreillette. On va parler de nos artistes scènes évidemment qui se sont relayés là-bas. Regardez, il y a Zo là, ce bel asiatique qui est en train de discuter. Bien entendu, Had, Nyo, Piku, Slan Meta, Tutank, Zo sont venus dessiner à tour de rôle sur plein de jeux, parfois des horaires improbables. Vous avez gagné leurs superbes illustrations. Merci pour l'initiative, l'énergie. c'est toujours aussi cool, ça l'était même encore plus cette année vu qu'on vous voyait cette fois-ci. Les ambianceurs, évidemment ambianceurs, ambianceuses qui viennent nous régaler chaque année, certains depuis le tout début et qui permettent voilà, de mettre de l'énergie ou parfois de lancer des traînes improbables comme Camamboule, ce qui nous permet de gratter sûrement encore un peu d'argent même à 30 minutes de la fin. Les ambianceurs, ambianceuses, donc Chacha Max, Dame Dame Live, Gmar, Hugo Délire, Jarmou, Shishayu, Vicky Spleen, Yamato, Zerator. Et je sais pas pourquoi l'an dernier, alors que c'était par ordre alphabétique, j'imagine que c'est le personnage principal, Antoine Daniel, bien sûr. Alors, les photographes, évidemment, qui vous apportent de superbes images, des photos partout, n'importe quelle heure, qui sont publiées sur tous les réseaux, tout le temps. Il est très très bien illustré cet événement. D'ailleurs, si vous étiez dans le coin, n'hésitez pas à demander. Enfin, elles seront publiées, ces photos. Vous pouvez suivre les photographes Deimos, Paku Paku, Elliot, Leica, Kionkari. On avait un... On peut applaudir, ouais. Encore plus, avec encore plus d'entrain, bien sûr. Les musiciens, viens voir les comédiens, viens voir les musiciens. Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte ce mec? Oui, alors... Bien sûr, on avait un concert d'ouverture, Can Blaster, qui nous a régalé une fois de plus, qui est revenu dans un autre format, un petit peu moins de clignotement et de VJing vénère, mais on avait toute cette composition en low poly cool, Can Blaster qui est revenu avec Neurotypique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était poly cool, Can Blaster qui est revenu avec Neurotypique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était Typique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était qu'il Typique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était qu'il Typique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était qu'il Typique qui s'occupait des visuels et qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara était qu'il qui a ramené dans son sac pour un DJ set. Saku Sahara Allô? Hein? C'est revenu? Et j'entends rien. Ah!
C'est bon, ça a l'air bon.
Ouais. Bien sûr. Voilà, désolé. Ah, on n'est pas revenu. Très bien. On n'a pas le net. Bon, on se fait une petite photo et puis on va boire des 8-6. Je crois que je bois un tiers de 8-6, je m'évanouis. Ouais, bah oui, on est en 4G en même temps. Et puis il y a beaucoup de monde, hein, c'est ça. Bah écoutez, je sais pas, je suis là comme un con. Tu me dis quoi? Oui, j'ai l'air d'un con, c'est ce que tu me dis, moi je te confirme.
Oui, tu as l'air, mais en tout cas, là ça fonctionne en ce moment. Hein, donc là c'est revenu là. Hein.
Ouais, mais il y a les images. On a les lumières, on a la sono.
Il y a une image, mais ça lagouille, mais...
Salutations.
Ça marche basiquement.
J'en profite parce que ça se trouve dans 10 secondes, on n'est plus là. Donc voilà, le câble, bon voilà, l'internet de la salle n'existe plus. On est sur une connexion alternative. Je ne sais plus où ça a coupé. Bref, on a fait les photographes, on a fait les musiciens. Bien ouais, musiciens. Zelda, bien entendu, qui est la pierre angulaire de tout le développement et l'overlay, etc. Et le tracker et beaucoup de choses. Donc, Médecins du Monde, voilà, qu'on a accueilli, bien sûr. On est là pour ça, après tout. On est là pour Médecins du Monde, n'est-ce pas? Bien entendu, qui ont pu nous narrer à travers ces 4 jours et ces diverses interventions et ce clip aussi vidéo qui prend bien aux tripes toutes leurs actions et pourquoi vous donnez. On est même revenu sur ce que sont devenus vos dons en 2024. Donc... Bah écoutez, non, je vais terminer, je m'organise en direct parce que j'étais un peu perturbé. On va faire tous les crédits, ensuite on va passer aux photos. Barrel Production, Guillaume, bien évidemment, Guillaume, Camille, bah voilà, moi l'événement, enfin voilà. Vous pouvez applaudir lourdement Guillaume et Camille, évidemment, chez Barrez. Parce que voilà, même si je fais beaucoup de jours-nuits, parfois de travail bénévole sur SpeeDons, en réalité, c'est très peu par rapport à ce que font ces personnes pour l'événement maintenant. Chez 20, Pierre-Yves Pouilleux, hein, pour les plus anciens de SC2, voilà, qui est venu nous prêter main forte comme il l'avait fait, et de belle manière à l'époque, de manière plus directe, officielle, sur le premier SpeeDon au Palais des Congrès, donc SpeeDon 2, c'est ça. C'est bien ça. Tout à fait. Les artistes des lots. Oui, il y avait des lots sublimes à l'infini à gagner cette année. Merci à tous les artistes de lots. On a vu des choses magnifiques, des artworks de fous, jusqu'à des lampes, des planches de skate, des choses absolument extraordinaires, sublimes. Donc merci évidemment du fond du cœur. De créer ces magnifiques choses, parfois en très peu de temps, parce que vous devez être tenu au courant des jeux, évidemment, qui seront sur l'event, puisqu'on parle d'artistique. Merci aussi au collectif Résonance, qui, une fois de plus, via l'album Out of Beat 5, cette fois-ci, a composé des musiques inspirées des jeux du marathon et a reversé les bénéfices, l'intégralité au marathon, une fois de plus. Donc merci à tous les artistes, dont certains qui étaient runneuses ici. Ça régale. Les bénévoles, alors oui, on a ouvert avec les bénévoles, ça va aller. Ouais. Je rigole, le cœur sur les bénévoles, alors par pitié, revenez. La team gourou, la team la nourriture, la bouffe, la famille. La famille, évidemment, tout un groupe. Ils étaient une belle brigade avec Poca en tête, évidemment, qui a eu la bonne idée de se péter la cheville la veille en essayant d'acheter un tacos bourré à 4h du mat, mais ça, c'est pas moi qui vous l'ai dit. Bref, en tout cas, ils se sont donnés à fond et ils avaient sous-estimé jeudi le nombre de gens qu'il y aurait et qui auraient autant la dalle. Donc, ils n'ont pas beaucoup dormi, eux non plus. Merci d'avoir été là et d'avoir en plus redonné une bonne partie à Médecins du Monde, HFS Play. Vous avez joué aux bornes d'arcade ? Parce que moi, non, et j'ai le seum. Il y avait une bande d'arcade GTI Club, j'avais trop envie d'y jouer. Bon, bref, j'ai joué à rien. Merci Guillaume, Mathieu, Alexandre de HFS Play, c'est pas facile à dire, qui sont proposés, qui ont ramené toutes ces bornes d'arcade banger qui permettaient d'avoir des petites choses à faire en plus entre les runs. Ça régale. Warning Up également avec Emma et Sacha, merci, qui étaient un peu mes chaperons pour aller répondre à toute la presse qui était présente. Vous le savez, j'ignore totalement la presse après l'event, mais avant l'event, évidemment, c'est cool qu'ils en parlent. Donc c'est pour ça que des fois, j'étais en haut là en train de dire oui, c'est ça, c'est des gamers, ouais. Et ensuite, ça passait au journal et peut-être qu'il y a des gens qui venaient et puis ça les détendait. Donc voilà. Mais peut-être ça a fait venir du monde. Alors voilà, il faut parler de l'événement, c'est comme ça, hein. C'est le jeu de la presse. Mais voilà, merci à Emma et Sacha de m'avoir organisé tout ça quand j'avais 2 frames. Seed Hit avec Augustin Instinct, évidemment, qui était là, qui aussi, j'imagine, c'est toute la logistique, les PC, les laptops qu'on a sur scène, mais aussi les PC de scène, j'imagine. Il y a des PC qui sont passés par lui. C'est un petit peu un homme qu'on contacte systématiquement pour ce genre d'événement. Donc merci à lui. Merci PayPal, évidemment, qui a encore une fois plus été la plateforme, mais qui a aussi abondé beaucoup des premiers dons à plus de 5 € en doublant la mise, donc qui a fait un don de 25 000 €. Merci. Merci Panoply, qui gère justement l'intégralité de la production et de l'envoi des 40 milliards de t-shirts que vous avez commandés. Donc c'est cool. Merci beaucoup. Parce que c'est quand même du gros volume. Merci Hello Asso qui était la plateforme, alors pas de dons directement, mais en l'occurrence, de dons, mais aussi surtout de la billetterie, ce qui vous a permis de prendre vos billets ici. Ça a fonctionné d'ailleurs, merci, on était quasiment plein, il y a juste le jeudi, et encore le jeudi, je trouve que c'était extraordinaire, il y avait déjà de l'ambiance de fou. Et enfin, je suis sûr que j'ai oublié des gens, parce que d'ailleurs, mais du coup, si j'ai mentionné le début de la team Reviewers, il faut que je... Parce que dans la team Reviewers, il y a des gens qui font plus... Ouais.
Après, il y a eu tous les noms à l'écran. Hein.
Oui. Guillaume donc. Guillaume parce que Guillaume est dans la team Reviewers, mais en plus il m'a aidé à... c'est lui qui s'est occupé de contacter les Restream et d'organiser l'effort de Restream. Et par le passé, il a fait d'autres choses aussi. Il a fait les contacts justement pour ceux qui font les lots, etc. Donc très proactif. C'est lui aussi qui organise un petit peu et qui relance pour les réunions de reviews de jeux. Donc merci. Sinaël également. Sinaël là depuis le day one, bien sûr. Bien sûr, ça régale. Twin, que vous avez bien sûr beaucoup vu, Twin, voilà, une référence, bien entendu, qui était pas mal aux commentaires, qui a rené également 1001 Spikes, et qui aussi a aidé, notamment pour collecter les incentives. Mais bon, bref, tout le monde aide un petit peu et fait beaucoup plus que ce qu'il n'a à faire, donc merci énormément. Le grand, évidemment, notre spécialiste des jeux de rôle, des Toho, etc., qui devait être ravi. On a même eu un Final Fantasy sur Game Boy, je veux dire, c'est extraordinaire. On n'aura plus de RPG avant 2029, probablement. Enfin, je rigole, j'adore les RPG aussi, c'est bon, on va se calmer. Bloopeux, bien sûr. La nouvelle. Bah oui. Bloopeux, évidemment, qui est donc un des 2 nouveaux ajouts cette année, donc voilà, et qui a fait partie à l'effort avec nous, et puis qui permettait aussi de relancer de nouvelles discussions et d'être plus vigilant sur plein de choses. Et voilà, c'était important. Et je pense que si vous avez vu le commentaire de Céleste.smc, vous avez bien compris que voilà, on est nos limites, quoi. Donc merci Bloopeux, merci beaucoup. Evil Duck, donc Ducky, évidemment, j'espère que je vais le croiser à l'after parce que j'ai toujours pas vu le bug, mais évidemment qui est là aussi depuis le début et qui a beaucoup contribué dans les nouvelles personnes aussi. Dark Skelett, qui renaît Limbo et qui nous a rejoint et qui a fait plein de reviews. Brother Main également, Brother Main évidemment, mon compère de DuckTales qui nous a battu, bravo à lui, et il est là toujours présent. Gamonimus donc. Évidemment, et donc, ouais, il y a GG et évidemment mon Yaji. Et Alors même, enfin, il y a Gigi, cette année, a justement cédé sa place, mais il fait partie de la Team Reviewers, ainsi qu'un certain Chachamax, bien sûr, qui a laissé sa place cette année. Et dans les hosts, même si je les ai cités les hosts, évidemment, j'y pense parce que Chachamax me l'avait vouch également. Évidemment, cette année, la nouveauté, c'est qu'on avait en ambianceuse Vicky Spleen, évidemment. J'espère que vous avez apprécié ses interventions. Elle nous a régalé, ça s'est très bien passé. Et c'était cool d'avoir une meuf de plus pour équilibrer progressivement la balance. Bon, on va faire les photos. C'est la fin là, c'est bientôt la fin. Ah oui, il va falloir qu'on lock cette cagnotte. Bon, voilà. Ah oui, merci. Merci pour lui, merci pour lui. Il est 1h20, ouais, j'ai compris. Médecin du monde, faut qu'on prenne une toffe. Faut que vous montiez sur scène. Est-ce qu'on peut m'envoyer médecin du monde? Peut-on m'envoyer médecin du monde? Où sont-ils? Jojo? Où est mon Jojo? Il est 1h20, Joël n'était pas rentré. Where are you? Ah! Voilà les vrais héros, et bien sûr, de l'événement. On va dire un petit mot avant qu'on prenne des petites photos.
Ah.
Bon, c'est bon.
Censure, non? Ouais. Bonsoir, merci à tout le monde d'être encore là. Je vous présente l'équipe Médecins du Monde.
Alors, on en pense quoi? On en pense quoi, Joël?
Bon, on va moins hésiter que d'autres années. Je pense qu'on peut annoncer un 6, non?
Ah bon? Ouais, non mais la fin d'event, ils disent tout.
Hein?
Les fins d'event, ils disent tous miaou.
Miaou.
Il y a des gens qui rigolent bizarrement au fond de la salle. Bon, on peut essayer, on verra. On va essayer d'en faire un l'année prochaine. Voilà. Hein. On dit qu'on va faire ça. On se donne rendez-vous. Et continuez ce que vous faites, évidemment. Ce que vous faites, c'est absolument formidable et nécessaire. Et c'était intéressant cette année, hein, vous l'aurez remarqué. C'était un petit peu plus virulent. C'est vrai que j'ai pas un peu exprimé mon ressenti parce que là, je déborde déjà depuis 15 minutes et ils ont tous envie de me buter, mais je vais le faire. Je vais le dire. Non, pas celui-là. J'ai trouvé ça intéressant, oui, que c'était un petit peu plus virulent. Dès le début, d'ailleurs, à l'intervention de Jean-François, on a été un peu plus encore, je dirais. On s'est un peu plus affirmé, et c'est peut-être normal de devoir affirmer un peu plus, peut-être, les événements de ce type caritatif, de manière un petit peu plus prononcée, vu que le monde a tendance à se fasciser, n'est-ce pas? Et j'ai trouvé ça cool, c'était une très très belle énergie. Et puis ça a permis aussi d'assainir la chaîne avec probablement quelques milliers de personnes bannies. Donc bon vent. Salut. Voilà. Alors, on essaie de faire toujours au mieux. Nous, on va clôturer là. Je ne sais pas si on balance un générique. Moi, je pense qu'on va prendre les photos, même si ça serait cool de voir tout le monde sur scène. Alors, mon photographe, ils sont mes photographes. Photographe, maquilleuse, ingé son, caméra 4. Ah, pardon. Alors, comment qu'on fait Clôture. Est-ce qu'on clôture le stream? Attends, est-ce qu'on clôture le stream? Vraiment, ça a pris tout le monde sur scène. Vous vous en foutez d'être sur scène ou vous êtes sur scène? Parce que, mais attendez, parce qu'il y a un timing. On prend la photo médecin du monde. Attendez. 1, 2, 3, soleil. Ok. On prend la photo médecin du monde. On va se faire ça. On est en stream, on a des tentes. Merci d'être là. On va envoyer un raid aussi s'il reste encore quelqu'un sur ce stream, vu qu'elle a été cut 8 fois. Mais on va faire ça. Petite photo avec médecin du monde. Vous donnez la max derrière. Hein. Merci d'être encore là d'ailleurs. Il y a un problème de lumière? Faut baisser la lumière derrière. Caméra 2. Caméra 8. Allez, on va ramener tout le monde maintenant. Alors, sauf les bénévoles, je les ai remerciés en premier, mais vous êtes trop. On la fera après. Merci beaucoup. La photo finish. Et on va clôturer là-dessus. Merci à toutes et tous. À l'année prochaine. Je regarde où? Je regarde là. Salut. Et on va envoyer un raid. On va envoyer un raid s'il est encore en ligne. Elle est là, la caméra. On va envoyer un raid tout de suite avec celles et ceux qui restent. On a cherché ça en panique. Ce sera chez Summoning Salt, qui est un acteur intéressant de la communauté speedrun. Il a une chaîne YouTube extraordinaire, anglaise certes, où il retranscrit l'histoire des records du monde de speedrun. Et là, il run Mike Tyson's Punch-Out sur NES. Vu qu'il est recordman du monde, il a meilleur temps sur Tyson. C'est très cool. Merci à toutes et tous d'avoir été là. Ça a pris encore 45 ans. C'était pas entièrement de ma faute. Il y avait Internet. Au revoir.